Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I feel like I'm doing the Back to the Future ooh la la. Ooh la la. You know when he goes to grab the sports almanac and then he opens it up and it's actually just the cover on the outside and the inside is the ooh la la magazine?
He deserved it.
I mean, geez, Louise. Get your damn hands off of her. It's just like one of the funniest lines of all time. It always comes back to the Future. What's up, B? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sitting there with Carter and Spadoni. Spadoni's like, hey, we're coming back now. I'm like, wait, it's already 6:05? Dude, we're talking fantasy football. It feels a little weird in here. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a little weird. Oh, baby, it's a Friday. Now I'm payday Friday. And we made it after Halloween. And really, I thought the city was a little quiet yesterday, although it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun last night. Hopefully everybody went out there and trick-or-treated and was safe. Got a lot to talk about today. A lot to talk about.
What
so
did
good morning.
Jess ask?
She was Elsa.
Oh, very cool.
I was Kristoff and it was Anna.
Nice.
Yeah, so it was good. It's really good. She loves Elsa. Let it go, let it go, let it go. And our friend Gracie, who throws a block party
very cool.
down by Roxy. She stays a couple blocks down from Roxy's. They shut off the blocks. It's really cool. A lot of kids out there. DJ Steven, Gracie's husband, likes to DJ, and so he's playing music. Kids are dancing in front. So really good time last night.
Little Mission Terrace action for you. I love that little neighborhood.
No, that's our go-to.
Yeah, my parents, one of their first places was right there, San Juan and whatever, Capistrano or something like that, there.
Capistrano,
right near Roxy's. And so, we have great memories from over that area.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun, man. A little cold, a little chilly, and I saw the little guy, LJ, having his first Halloween. We do this thing called the switch.
What's that?
Because baby Chaz, obviously she gets her bucket of candy. She goes trick or treat, get all the candy, but we don't really want her eating all that. And we don't really want her to eat candy. So last year we called it the switch. Like Chesson, there's going to be the switch that comes, and the switch is going to take your candy, but she's going to leave you a present. And so instead of having her eat all the candy, we get her a toy. So she doesn't eat the candy, and it's a win-win.
It's brilliant. It's like the federal government taking your taxes. I promise you, we'll give you something 70 years from now. I promise you.
So then,
I love that.
This year, we're like, hey, the switch is going to get the candy. She goes, but Mama, Papa, can I at least have 5 pieces of candy?
5.
So she negotiated her way up to 10. It became a negotiation.
Number 5.
Is she more like chocolate or more chalky, sugary
We
ones?
don't even know yet.
Oh, she doesn't even know yet.
We don't even know yet because we've limited the sugar and the candy, kept her away for so long. So, as we're driving back home, she's like, Mama, I don't want the switch to come. I want my candy. All right, maybe 10 pieces. So the switch will come and they'll leave behind 10 pieces of candy. And then as she gets older and older, the switch is not going to work.
And ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing you can do about it.
That is hilarious.
That's how you get the kids off the candy, man. What are you going to do? There's all kind of Reese's and Snickers.
I'm here for all suggestions.
And then, you got to live say, hey, well, the Tooth Monster's coming.
The Tooth Monster.
If you eat all this candy.
The Tooth Fairy.
No, the Tooth Monster, because the Tooth Monster's
Damn, we're
different.
scaring kids with the Tooth Monster now. To hell with the boogeyman. It's the Tooth Monster.
Hey, the Tooth Monster. Hey, if you don't get the Tooth Monster, if you eat this candy, the Tooth Monster's going to come and take your teeth. You gotta try. You gotta pull out all the stuff.
We do the sugar bugs. You'll have sugar bugs in your mouth that'll start eating your teeth. Because technically that's kind of true because you get like bacteria and stuff in there. But yeah, Benny doesn't like the sugar bugs.
You know what?
Truth.
I'm gonna use that. The sugar bugs.
I like that.
Hey, Chester, the Tooth Monsters, they're not alive anymore, but the sugar bugs are coming, and the sugar bugs just sit in your teeth and they eat. Oh, I like that. Well, I can do a lot of things with that. I don't want to traumatize the kid, but
you gotta scare him straight sometimes, Bonte, at a young age.
And then I wake up in the middle of the night and I look over to my left and Chester's almost about to fall off our bed. So you're gonna get these instincts, right? Spinoza, you may have these instincts. Kid jumps into bed, Ches does it every single night. I wake up like, oh, there she is. But she'll be knocked out, snoring, whatever it is. And you'll just feel that your baby's about to fall off the bed. And out of nowhere, you just wake up. And you'll just grab them, save them, and bring them back up. I don't know what it is, but every single time Chaz is about to fall off the bed, I just come over with a left arm, right arm, my foot. I got you. Get back here. And then go right back to sleep. You're going to get the 6th sense. Wish I had it when I was an athlete. way back when.
I got booted from the bed for a couple nights. He's got a little rash, and Michelle keeps bringing him into the room. I'm just like, somebody here does all the laundry, all the dishes, pays for all the stuff, and he's sleeping on the couch.
Damn.
What's going on here? And I'm talking to the dogs. I'm not even talking to my wife and the kid. The dogs take my spot, and I'm ready to kill these dogs. I'm like, gee, and I love my dogs. I mean, they're part of the family. But it's like, that's my pillow, and that's my spot on the bed. Move.
Dude, I mean, yeah.
Drives me nuts.
I don't know, Joe.
You pay for
Pops
everything.
can't have a little real estate on the bed?
Dude, you pay for everything. You know, you do a lot, like the laundry's stacking up now, and I just looked at it.
Dog, it's
and
never
I'm just thinking, man, like Anna's work from home this week, and I didn't even say anything. I just wanted to just say,
Where's
like,
this going?
just wanted to say, like, hey, you could have picked me up this week. You know, just drop the clothes in the laundry. It's not a, you know.
Well, I'm the unreasonable one.
We're going to get into sports, trust me, I promise you. But
No, we
last
won't.
night, on the way home, we get back to how he was having a meltdown because it's way past his bedtime. And we get back to the house. She's like, oh, the cleaner's coming tomorrow. We've got to clean. I go, what's the point of having a cleaner?
Yeah.
What's the point if
Right.
we have to clean for the clean police before the cleaner
Right.
shows up?
No, it doesn't
It's
make
driving
any-
me nuts.
No, it
And then, of
doesn't make
course,
sense.
as I'm like sneaking out of my own house this morning, did you put all this? No, I didn't. I didn't put any of it away.
Dude, I swear.
just- I'm having one of those days.
No. I let this just a stack. When I know the cleaner's coming, I make sure I'll sweep a little bit to make sure there's not too many crumbs on the floor. But I'm like, cough. We're going to be a pigsty. What are we paying them for? Let them get their money's worth. You know, coming in here, you're going to clean and then have them clean. You're wasting money there. But I noticed that the laundry's stacking up. The dishes are stacking up. And it's just like, man, why? Why? Like, I'll look at a garbage bag that'll get left by the door, and I'll just wait. I was like, I wonder, let me see how long this lasts.
My mom used to do that. She'd leave a shirt on the ground
Right.
and see how many times me and my brother
Right.
could walk over it.
Yeah, and it'd be
Not
like
pick it
2
up.
days and not pick it up. It's just unreal. So I do it in my household. I'm like, damn. Well, looks like I'm taking out the trash no matter what. So anyway, Halloween was a lot of fun. Hopefully everybody was out there safe and sound. I didn't hear anything, man.
No, it was
Halloween's
great.
usually a great time, and it's different when you're a father. It's different when you're a parent. You know, as a single guy, Halloween was my favorite holiday.
Really?
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? As a single guy, Halloween?
Not like the night before Thanksgiving where everyone's getting plastered
No,
because they
that's-
came back home.
No, that's overrated.
Yeah.
That's always overrated because everybody's talking about what you did in high school.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
So people don't allow you to grow up and like, oh, remember in high school
Yeah,
this?
Peter
Well, I'm
Pan.
not that guy no more.
Yeah.
All right. Then I don't care how cool you were in high school.
Cinco de Mayo?
10 years from now. No, Cinco de Mayo's not bad.
How about St. Patrick's Day?
Not bad.
Okay.
Not bad.
I'm just trying to
But-
think of like single guy drinking
Yeah.
holidays.
No, well, it's single guys because Halloween, everybody's in costumes.
Yeah, that's true.
And the women, you
That's
know,
true.
sometimes they can dress up in some very nice costumes.
Yeah.
And as a single guy, Halloween was
Hey.
my night. I discovered that. I was like, Halloween is it. Halloween is where it's at. And Halloween is
watched
it's
that
next
thing.
level.
What was your go-to outfit when as
Well-
a single guy? Because
well, I had a
single
couple-
guys don't put a lot of thought into their
Yeah, no,
Halloween
I
gear.
did put a lot of thought
Yeah.
into it. So one year I was Barack Obama.
Barack Obama searching for Kyle Bin Laden. What was it? Osama bin Chasky.
Well, I read it to say
Shanahan. That's who it
I
was.
read Obama bin Shanahan. I read it to Sarah Palin a couple times that year. Listen,
No way.
Well, the fake Sarah Palin, of course.
That's hilarious.
Don't talk.
We're not going to talk about that. And then one year I was Dr. Felchersnatch. I was a gynecologist.
I dumped that one.
I just
What? What? Why'd you dump it?
Still say it again.
I just
What? They are doctors.
I mean,
What? What's wrong with
Holy
that?
cannoli. This is crazy.
I even got the picture of my boy Brendan in the back of the 38.
Bro.
What's wrong
Yeah, I
with
know.
that?
There's that one and then Dr. Seymour Bush. All right. So we're come on. Come on.
who was the doctor that got audited and he's online and he's a meme now? He was like pretending to be a doctor, like legitimately pretending to be a doctor. Oh, jeez, boy, B, you careened us right into a wall.
from the head up.
What? You guys can't just keep going, man.
No.
We're like grown-ups here. We're not 15. Jeez. Being a gynecologist is a bad thing?
No, it's a great thing. Probably great money involved.
Honestly,
Is that,
right.
Are we going to?
That's what I was.
Well, we already have our doctor from Kaiser, Dr. Robin. So
Yeah, Dr. Robin from Kaiser.
And shout out Dr. Nirav Pandya.
Yeah,
The amount
UCSF.
of Brock Purdy's I saw last night. I ran into George Kittle last night. Not the real George Kittle, a child dressed as George Kittle, full outfit and all. And I do have a little suggestion for Mark Willard. Mark, buddy, you're at Niner games all the time. Get your kid the pants. He had the red sweatpants with the Niner
Mark
jersey.
Willer's kid was a Niner.
Yeah, he was a Niner. It
guy.
was great. He had the helmet. I'm like, where's the gold pants? So I don't know if he explained where the gold pants were. Saw a lot of kids in what I would call the old school. Like I had one growing up, the Joe Montana, the
Yeah, the
huddles.
hutch.
Yeah,
The
hutch.
hutch
That was it.
helmet, yeah.
You know,
We
the
all had
helmet
those.
with the jersey
With
and
the
then
little shoulder pads
Yeah,
and the
and then you
pants.
had the little pants. I saw a lot of Brock Purdy's last night.
What I saw last night was a lot of Deadpools, a lot of Spider-Man.
Deadpool. I didn't see Deadpool.
I saw Deadpool, a lot of Deadpools, a lot of Spider-Mans, a lot of Ghostbusters.
Really? Good to see
Couple
Ghostbusters.
Freddy Krueger. Yeah, Ghostbusters made it.
A lot of Mario and Luigi's.
Yeah, I've done that one. You know
That's
that's
a
been-
movie just came out, so it's
Yeah.
very like popular.
Yeah, I've seen that. That one's
Toy
kind of
Story, very big this year. Toy Story.
Toy Story was big this year. What else? What else did I see? Oh, Halloween. What's my guy?
Michael
Jason?
Myers.
Michael Myers. Michael
Michael
Myers.
Myers, okay.
No more Jasons. I don't see Jasons
I saw Jason
anymore.
last night. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any more Jason. I was
One
Jason
kid
as a
is
kid,
Jason,
but
yeah.
Jason kind of like faded away.
Well,
I haven't watched a movie Jason in a long time.
yeah.
Jason.
It's been a long
I always
time.
thought Michael Myers was creepier. Just the way he walked was way more intimidating with just a single knife.
Michael
than,
Myers.
Yeah.
Freddy
all
Krueger
time.
psychologically.
Well,
devastating.
that's
Freddy
That was
Krueger was
his-
on a whole nother level. I mean, come
don't
on,
go
dude.
to
The
sleep.
whole-
Dude,
The whole
dude.
image.
Freddy Krueger. We saw Freddy Krueger. Well, Michael Myers, he was out there. So there's one house. The guy was Michael Myers giving out candy. And we were like, all right, baby Chance, go say trick or treat. She took a step.
I was like, nah.
Nah.
Yeah,
So I grabbed the
nah.
candy from him. She was like, yeah, I'm good off that. No, we didn't see those costumes. 510 Comcast Business Sex Line. But no, there was I didn't see too many Brock Purdy's. I saw a Kaepernick.
Oh, really?
It was a white guy's Kaepernick, by the way.
Was he kissing his bicep?
No, he had the eye black on. He was wearing the number 7. He was calling Kaepernick.
Really?
A white guy at that.
The best thing I saw yesterday on the internet was Bill Belichick's girlfriend posing as like a mermaid coming out of the ocean. And then Belichick is in like fisherman gear and he's got like a fishing pole and the, you know,
Right.
the string or whatever is connected to her. I thought that was just absolutely hilarious.
Belichick loves Halloween.
Hilarious.
Remember Randy Moss? Remember Randy?
yeah.
You should find that.
That video
Randy
circulates
Moss.
the
Oh, he's a
Yeah.
pirate, right?
Yeah, and Randy Moss was like, hey, man, the guys are throwing a Halloween party. We just started. And Belichick's like, yeah, I like candy. And Belichick goes with his ex-girlfriend, and he's a pirate with her. And he's out there rollerblading with the team. Belichick's so funny, man. What did he tell Tom Brady before the first week? Hey, Tom, what do you mean the party's over? The party's just beginning. Good luck today. I can't get enough of Belichick, man. And he rips the Jets every single week. Rips the Jets.
Well, Rex Ryan might not be taking that job this Monday after that win last night.
No, wait, they were rumored to give it to
Well, Rex Ryan went on to New York radio and basically said like he never wanted to leave. They hired a GM who wanted him out, and he would love to take that job. He wants that job bad.
They have a really good built-in defense.
Rex
They have talent. They have
is a
talent.
lot of things. He's a good coach. I don't know if he's a great coach, but he's a good
not
coach.
bad.
And they've had the most success that they've had in like 20 years under Rex Ryan.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Rex Ryan wasn't bad. They get a big win yesterday against the Texans as we transition to sports here. Aaron Rodgers, look, he's a lot of things. He can still spin it. And they got Garrett Wilson, who probably made the catch of the year. I mean, it was unbelievable. An unbelievable catch on 3rd and 19 to keep his foot in. Now, I still don't know if it was a catch. They said the chin came down, but it was a big win for the Jets, and the Texans were trying to bounce back. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm just seeing some things here. But the Jets improved to 3-6, and do they have a shot at making a run? I have no idea. I have no idea whatsoever. That team makes so many bonehead mistakes.
One thing that I think, like I said, I'm just like surveying, whether it's the AFC, NFC, whatever, like injuries are a massive part of everything that we're watching right now. So, you know, I look at the Houston Texans and they're clearly dinged up, right? Clearly without Nico and without Stephon Diggs, they're just, their offense isn't as potent. And then you look at like what's going on with Detroit. Detroit looks like a juggernaut. But what's it going to look like 5 weeks from now on that defense with no Aiden Hutchinson? You know, you can have an immediate little galvanization of the D-line, but how are teams going to now game plan for you when they have a month of film without Aiden Hutchinson?
Well,
we saw this with the 49ers and Nick Bosa. When Nick Bosa left the Niners that year in 2020, got hurt, like the defense was okay. And then by the end of the year, it was like, they weren't the same. They were in shambles.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this from a Niner perspective. I guess where I'm going with this is, could they be the team that kind of gets right physically and goes on a run and we look at them a lot different a month and a half from now?
Well, the last 2 years, Shanahan, after the bye week, 16-2. November and December, 14-1.
Possibly.
That's what I'm leaning on. This team gets better and better, and they age like fine wine throughout the season. Their style is built for November and December in these cold weather caves. But Detroit's going to be active with the NFL trade deadline on Tuesday. And I'm hearing they're rumored, they're linked to a lot of players. Everybody's active. Buffalo's active. The Houston Texans will probably be active. The Niners will be active. The phones will be ringing in Detroit. Green Bay, they're usually a little quiet there, but you never know with them. The Eagles, Howie Roseman. You don't think his phone's ringing? You don't think he has all these GMs on speed dial looking to improve that football team? They're quietly in first place in the NFC East. They're quietly starting to get healthy. They're quietly starting to play some good football. I got my eyes on the Philadelphia Eagles, the Commanders. What if Adam Peters and Bob Myers, who was in that locker room last week when he beat the Chicago Bears, what are they thinking? So the NFL is going to get active here. And so I can't wait to see what the trade deadline presents, because finally, we'll see that.
What do you think the Niners need?
They need D linemen.
Just D linemen?
I want to see them get a D tackle. I would love to see the Colts get blown out Sunday night in Minnesota. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be a close game. But if they lose, and who is it? Ryan Grigsby, the GM there in Indianapolis, Shea Steichen, they may just say, you know what? Let's start moving off some parts. Can they get DeForest Buckner back?
God, that would be interesting.
Because DJ Jones, I don't think is going to go anywhere with the Denver Broncos. That defense is good. They're 5-3. They may have a shot at the wild card spot, believe it or not.
Crazy, right?
Crazy. So I think D-line, D-end would be ideal for the 49ers.
I want to know, like, what is going on with Dre Greenlaw? Because if Dre Greenlaw is still, like, kind of like, you know, touch and go, and they don't think he's going to be a big impact the second half of the season, I could make a case. D-line, I'm with you. I could make a case, though, for linebacker.
Linebacker would be nice.
But I don't know who's giving up linebackers.
Well, the Patriots just gave up a linebacker for a 6th-round pick to Kansas City.
Yeah, but
I don't know how good he is.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, the Niners need like a starting linebacker if Greenlaw is not available.
Right. Greenlaw is going to be week to week, according to Kyle Shanahan. So we'll see about Dre Greenlaw. It is a problem because you're going to play Tampa Bay coming out of the bye week. They've got some tight ends. Otten had a big game against Atlanta. They're going to circle Devondre Campbell. No matter how good of a game he had against the Dallas Cowboys, teams will look at number 59, Devondre Campbell, said, let's isolate this guy. Isolate him, please, and let's pass against him. So, I don't know. The trade deadline is going to be fascinating for a lot of teams here because the NFL, these teams are telling you, it's not just me telling you this. The league is telling you that it's a year-to-year league, that if you're in it, home field advantage. I heard Belichick say this on the Pat McAfee show. Belichick's like, home field advantage is starting to become a little overrated. Sure, you like the home games, but home playoff games, there's a lot of freaking distractions. Tickets, fans, everybody's putting you in the Super Bowl. They're already lining up the parades. He's like, going on the road isn't the worst thing in the world in the playoffs. And I think for this 49er team, they play well on the road. They do. They've been road warriors here. So, man, I don't know what they're going to do. But isn't it kind of a blessing in disguise? I think get to sit back during this week, during the trade deadline, kind of see how Sunday plays out with Seattle and the Rams, the Packers and the Lions, and say, okay, this is what we need here. I think it's great for the Niners.
It's a good point. No, it's a good point. You know, I'm looking at just where they're at right now, 4-4. And I think a lot of people are like, it's underwhelming. I just feel like their best ball is yet to be played, which is a beauty, right? You got to do it. Yep. You got to go out and execute, and you got to do those things. I'm trying to like assess what I've seen this year. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, man, as I break this down, special teams has been so awful. I think it's dragged a lot of this team down. If they could just shore up some of these special teams woes, they're 5-3 or maybe even 6-2. we're looking at this thing totally different. And then you're thinking, wow, we get CMC back. Now, you're replacing Ayuk over the totality of a 15, 17 game season. That's going to be difficult. And Ricky Pearsall is going to have to really step up here. Debo's going to have to really step up here, and he's been banged up. But I'm looking at their overall grades, and the one that sticks out to me, Bonte, to your point, D-line is the lowest grade of the offense, defense, not including special teams, that I have. I would love for them to get an impact D-lineman.
That's where, and I think a lot of teams are looking for that. So D-line's on my wish list. We heard from Baldy earlier this week. He says they need to shore up the D-line. I believe it. The defensive line, because even if you do run into Detroit or Philadelphia or Washington, those teams have monster running games. They will run the ball down your throat, and they will not stop.
Who has been your team MVP through 8 weeks?
Oh, no, I'll tell you on the other side here. As we have, our guests are the roasters, right? We're going to do shameless shout-outs at 7:45. We're working on some guests right now. We'll get that going here. But shout-out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. 888-957-9570. Who's your team MVP so far? Who's going to win the Lynn Eshmon Award if you had to give it out right now? The most inspirational / team MVP. 888-957-9570. Niners on the bye week, but there are some games that do impact the 49ers. Seahawks, Rams in Seattle, Cardinals, Bears in the desert, Lions and Packers in the NFC North. A lot going on in the NFL this week despite the Niners not playing. We'll discuss that coming up. Sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
How's your home handling hot and
job, right? I'm not saying that you're complaining.
Feels a little awkward.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
You know, because they start taking the mic and it kind of takes away the seriousness of an after the game interview. All of a sudden, you're a reporter, you're trying to ask questions, and all of a sudden the whole team's there and they're clowning around and joking and stuff like that. Then you may not get the answer that you want. And then it becomes clunky and the answers become shorthanded. So Jerry McCree said this: the one thing I see about the OKC team that's alarming to me is their postgame. 7 guys in the interview, there's a certain seriousness it takes to win in this league, and there's a certain fear you have to instill in teams in order to win. I just don't know if they're instilling that fear in the teams with all the bromance and stuff after the game. So that's spoken from a guy who's won 4 championships. And, you tend to not see championship teams do that. It's maybe a small thing, the fans, I don't know. But it does look a little, to me, I'm just like, all right, let SGA get his time. Let Chet get his time. I want to hear Chet. I want to hear SGA. I want to hear Jalen Williams. Instead, it's the whole team, and they're making noises, and they're saying things. You don't know the inside joke. So it's a little awkward. I do agree with that.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think it impacts winning or anything like that. I'm not going to go that far, but
yeah, but I think from a television standpoint, it can get distracting. As the consumer, I love when you guys, hey, we're going to go down to the floor. Lindy Waters had a great game. I'm just saying, hypothetically, right? That was a great game, and I like him having his moment.
Yep.
And
then they're listening down the line and stuff like that. They hear the numbers.
When you guys have had Wiggins on, and he's like smiling ear to ear, or Jonathan Kuminga is doing like a one-on-one with Kenneth Burke. I feel like you get a more authentic version of that individual, and they seem to be not vulnerable isn't the right word, but they seem to be more open.
Yeah,
in those one-on-one settings.
I agree. It's more personable.
It's just, to me as a consumer, it's easier to like get what they're trying to say.
Yeah, no, it's more personable. So no, it doesn't impact winning whatsoever, I don't think. But it's going to be interesting to monitor, and I'm sure OKC will have a response there. Now, some people say, hey, man, A50 Comcast Business Text Line, why the post-game interview got to be so serious? The team is with it. Why be bothered by it? Not really bothered by it, but you're not, you don't know what the inside joke is when the teams are saying, oh, they're calling them a nickname, and all of a sudden the former reporter, what's that nickname? And then they may not give you that nickname. They'd be like, oh, no, it's something from the locker room. Well, why are you doing it right here in front of the public eye? I don't know. It's just a little weird, and teams do that. Well, you have the sound. All right, here it is.
The one thing I would say about them is there's a certain readiness when you're ready to win, and I don't care how old you are. The one thing I see with the OKC team that is a little alarming for me is like their postgame. 7 guys in the interview. There's a certain seriousness that it takes to win in this league, and there's a certain fear you have to instill in a team in order to win. You should have fun, but you have to understand their moment is now. Their moment started last year. You go out, you had that great regular season, your clock starts now. You're no longer the team that's just building through the draft. You've arrived.
I love that he's putting pressure on them that way. He's not wrong.
It's chess, not checkers, man.
I love that, though. He's not wrong. Like, their window is right now. Mm-hmm. Is it not?
No, it is.
I mean, they're in their prime. Like, when I look back at
I don't even think they're in their prime.
Oh, okay.
They're just entering their prime.
No, I hear you, but you're also, again, we've talked about the money and stuff, like you don't get it done this year, and then everything costs a little more down the line, and maybe these draft picks that you think are going to be awesome, you miss on or whatever. Like, you do have to strike when the iron is hot. I look at the Houston Rockets. They had a window, and they didn't capture it.
Yep.
And I think so much about if the Warriors don't win that first one against Cleveland, like everything kind of changes. I mean, it does. Like, you have to strike when it's your chance. Look at the Niners.
You're right.
Like, was it you and me? They had the Philadelphia Phillies because we were talking about the Yankees Phillies. And I'm looking back on those Phillies team. I'm talking about Utley, Rollins, Ryan Howard. It's like they only won the one title. And I feel like a hater saying that out loud. But it's like, that's not indicative of how good that crew was. They should have won 2 or 3. They were that good.
But they lost a Game 5 against St. Louis in the first round. NLDS 1-0. Ryan Howard, that's when he broke his fibula. Remember that? They lost that 1-0. They lost to the Giants in 6. They lost to the Yankees in 6. And the one championship they won, they had to suspend a game in the rain against Tampa Bay Rays. And they won it at 5 at Citizens Bank Park. Remember, they had to postponed the game for a second. They had to play the last 3 innings the next day. It was very strange.
08?
Yeah. 08, 09, whatever the year was.
I think 09 was the Yankees. Upton, BJ Upton, and Longoria. That team was really good. Was it Kazmir? Was it Scott Kazmir on that
Kazmir,
team?
Mike Garza.
Real quick, guys. So Draymond was saying there, like, basically, OKC's not instilling fear in other teams. Is there any team right now that, like, you actually fear? Like,
Boston Celtics.
Even the Celtics,
No,
I get it. I get it. They're really good.
I think
They
they're
won
awesome.
last year. I feel like they weren't really pressed a lot in the postseason.
Well, they're
last
that good.
year.
I
They
see-
are
I-
that good, but I don't fear them. Like, I don't fear Jason Tatum the way, like, I feared Stephen Curry, if you will, or LeBron James.
But they're like, so this is the way I
And
look at
Jaylen
them.
Brown, I get it. They have a tandem, so maybe it's a little
Drew
different.
Holiday and Horford and Pritchard, they've got all these pieces. Pritchard, I mean, but they've got these pieces that fit really, really well. That is a team. To me, they play a team brand of basketball. I think they're a juggernaut. I think they're awesome.
I think I'm kind of with Joe here.
Which one?
Tatum. Oh, I forgot. Shasky, not Spadoni.
I think they're really good.
Their team chemistry and their defensive pressure. Like, that's the thing. Drew Holiday, Derek White. Derek White is
I didn't even
good.
bring him up.
Derek White is legit.
He was awesome.
I saw his
Yeah.
value on Team USA, and I see what the Celtics see in him. They've got a veteran locker room, and they've been in a lot of wars, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They've been in the playoffs basically their entire NBA career, whether it's the Eastern Conference Finals or NBA Finals. They've played deep into the playoffs. Brown is now in his prime. Jason Tatum is entering his prime. These guys are serious. So do I fear them? Yes, because they can get hot with the best of them. And the thing is, and the Warriors admit this, and even the Celtics are like, you know what? It was good for us to lose to the Warriors. They had the better roster. I believe the Celtics did a couple years ago, but the Warriors had the mind, and they had the experience of being on that stage. And you remember Game 5, after Steph Curry stole Game 4, they come back from down 97-90 in the fourth quarter of that Game 4, pivotal Game 4, to bring it back 2-2 and bring it back to the Bay Area. Steph Curry didn't have a great game at Game 5. Wiggins was baller. He had 26, at 13. But the mind games they played. Draymond Green early in that game made it a mission to go at Jaylen Brown. They got into some scrums on the court, some loose balls. Remember Draymond Green and GP2 walking with one of the Celtics to the sideline, holding on to the basketball. Jordan Poole started talking trash. They mentally got to the Celtics. You can no longer do that with them, especially now after winning the championship. So they are the team to beat. And fear, I don't know if anybody fears them. Like, if I'm the Warriors, I don't know if I fear anybody because you have the experience with Steph and Dre. But to your point, if there's a team to beat, it's the Celtics, and you have to be on your P's and Q's if you want to beat them in the 7-game series. And it's going to be very difficult to beat them 4 times in 7 games.
It's a week and a half into the season, but they're like prolific. And that's an understatement, shooting the ball. Prolific. They're doing things we've never seen.
Yep.
And I just think that they've built a really well-balanced roster where everything kind of like fits. And they all seem to really get along.
Think about how tough it is to beat them. The other night in Indiana, they were getting blown out to the point where I thought, okay, they're going to sit their starters. They were down 24 points at one point in the second half. 24 points. They outscored the Pacers 38-24 in the fourth quarter, and they take that game to overtime. It takes you everything you got to beat that team. And so Tatum is balling, Brown's balling. So they're the team to beat right now. It's the Boston Celtics. Now, OKC, Minnesota, Dallas, and those 3 teams are going to have something to say. But do you fear, like, Dallas is a team that I'm looking at, and Minnesota's a team I'm looking at where I'm like, damn, Luka and Kyrie are a problem. OKC, SGA, can you keep them out the paint? Can you stop them from penetrating? I don't know. We'll see about OKC, but to Draymond's point, that post-game interview stuff and the seriousness, yeah, they are the hunted now. Now, can they handle that? We shall see. We shall see as we move forward here. We're going to see them on the road. That's the other thing, too. Draymond said that, and they're going to see him on the last game of this road trip. It's going to be fascinating to see how OKC responds.
Draymond does a great job of just, putting things out there psychologically for these young teams. I mean, looking back on it, I feel like he totally wrecked the Memphis Grizzlies' heads.
All of them did, I think.
Dre in particular.
Dre was definitely.
Dre in particular.
Dre is,
I mean,
the Memphis Grizzlies. They beat up on the Bucks yesterday. By the way, the Bucks
1-4.
Where his job.
So the
There's an
Bucks-
article that kind of was glancing at this morning from Tim Bontemps and Brian Windhorst and all the ESPN insiders, and they're saying just keep an eye on them.
Oh,
Stuff is going down.
Oh my
They
God!
can't stop guards at all.
I mean, they had a game plan on Dame Dollar. Dame Dollar yesterday. Boy, Scottie Pippen Jr. was guarding Damian Lillard, or Scottie Pippen Jr. took a shot at that Bucks coaching staff, said, yeah, it was personal for me because a coach on that staff said didn't believe in me. So I wanted to show him that I could play defense. Well, Dame Dollar yesterday, 1 of 12 shooting, 4 points against the Memphis Grizzlies. And I was looking at him at prize picks. I was like, wow, his over-under on prize picks is 24 points. He scored 4 yesterday.
Scottie Pippen Jr. said it was definitely Darvin Ham then, because as you know, he tried out for the Lakers way back once upon a time. And Darvin Ham, I believe,
was that a
the head
shot
coach at the time.
Was that a shot at Darvin?
I think it was.
Wow.
He's too old.
On the Bucks, Brian Windhorst, this is his exact line. Adding an impact player via the trade market is just not an option. They're so heavily impacted by restrictions brought out by the new CBA. One league executive told ESPN, quote, what no one talks about is how much money they've been losing and how lost over the last few seasons. It's been tens of millions per year. And if they're in the repeater tax next year, the penalties are even more severe. They also have 0 draft picks. They've been over-mortgaged. Milwaukee.
Come out and play.
Would they be willing to trade us, Giannis?
Well, I want to get into Giannis for a second. I want to get into Giannis because I got some thoughts on him. I've got some thoughts on him, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't take him, but I got some thoughts on him on the other side because I'm not sure he's the guy. I'm not sure. Just not sure. I'll explain why on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonta.
I'll try, Pods. I'll try. You just keep taking those charges. You keep dropping dimes. You keep rebounding. You keep playing hard. I'll try to hit the brakes.
Did you hear him yesterday?
He sounded great with Willard or Dibs.
And if you missed it, you can go to the Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts or our YouTube page.
There you go. The segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Pods is really good with Willard Dibs. Said a lot there. Talked about Draymond Green's leadership and all that stuff. So, look, Giannis, we're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo because the Bucks were getting blown out yesterday in Memphis. And the Memphis Grizzlies are interesting. With Ja back, Jared Jackson Jr., Zach Edey. We know about the Memphis Grizzlies. I'm intrigued with them. I've said a lot of things about them, but hopefully they mature because them and the bad boy image that they had a couple years ago was kind of good for the league. It was interesting.
Ja's on my list of guys that I don't think he's the best player in the league by far, but I do believe he's one of the more watchable players.
Right.
Like he's in the Kyler category.
After watching Zion for those 2 games, were you a little down on him now?
I'm very unimpressed.
It was very unimpressive.
But again, I don't admit, like, all I do when it comes to, like, you know, a team like New Orleans, like, I'm not watching New Orleans. I'll tap in on fantasy and see what his numbers are. And, like, the numbers look prolific. But even the game where he scored 30 points, which was the first game, he had 25 through like halfway through 3 quarters, and it didn't feel like he was in rhythm or in the flow of an offense, and he didn't feel dominant. It just felt like, I don't know. I don't think he's near as good as I thought he was.
Well, Brian Getzeiler joined did he join Steiny and Guru yesterday? Was it Steiny and Guru or was it Willard and Dibs? I don't see it. It was Willard and Dibs. Oh, wow. They stole another guest. It was Steiny and Guru? Oh, okay. Steiny and Guru. All right. I was about to say, damn, Lucas, just stealing all the guests from everybody. I wonder if we're not getting players. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I told Lucas to take the Jets last night. Hopefully you listened. But Brian Getzeiler, who does he write for? Is it NBA.com? Oh, we'll figure that out. Anyway, he said this about Giannis.
Okay.
He said this about Giannis Antetokounmpo and his trade market.
The Warriors have their own picks, and I just fired up 4 good young players team. And maybe Moody doesn't have the value that I think you'd like him to have. Jonathan Kuminga, I keep saying it, could be a star in this league. Like that, he has that kind of capability, and he's respected around the league in that way. The Warriors could certainly put some kind of package together to be able to do that. Now, again, players like Wagner and Suggs and Şengün and Jalen Green and Jabari Smith, another guy that I figured Houston would look to put forth in that deal because Giannis would take his position. Those guys may be, the package of 2 of those may be more attractive than what the Warriors can put together. But I will also say this: if Giannis asks out and wants to go somewhere, the Bucks have the kind of relationship with Giannis that they're not going to screw him on. They are going to. The Bucks are forward thinking group. That ownership group is, and they're going to want to look at this situation and say, you know what? We don't want stars to shy away from coming to Milwaukee because we screwed Giannis. So if Giannis would rather go to Golden State instead of Orlando, and we take a little bit less in the deal, but it's what works best and we look better to future players as having taken care of them, that may be something they want to do. So I do think that if he asks out, I think the Warriors are one of the 3 most viable destinations for him.
Wow.
That's Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's Brian Getzeiler on Giannis Antetokounmpo, and he's a host on Sirius XM NBA radio contributor at NBA TV. The Warriors are a top 3 trade destination for Giannis. Now, Giannis, again, I'm going to go back to this quote he said. We brought this up as soon as the quote dropped, and I said, uh-oh, I know what this is. I've been around the block a couple times. You ain't no W. Shasky. Tony Athletic. Yes, if we don't win a championship, they could trade me. This is the business we live in. This is the world we live in. No one is safe. At any moment, if you're not successful, it could be the end. If you don't do the job well enough, you are out. And it was a clever way of saying, yeah, I may not be here long term if we don't win a ring. It may be time to bounce. And so that right there, you can try to put it on the organization saying, yeah, they might trade me. No, Giannis, you would want out. In other words, you would want out. So we're not dumb. Nobody's dumb here. And it was a clever way of doing it. I give him props for that. But the fans aren't buying it. Bucks fans aren't buying it. Warrior fans aren't buying it. NBA fans aren't buying it. Now, I'll get to why I'm a little skeptical on Giannis in just a second, but what did you take from Brian Getzhauer saying that the Warriors are a top 3 destination?
Well, I was thinking about, like, okay, from Milwaukee's point of view, his point about, like, doing Giannis right, I think it has so much to do with Milwaukee not being seen as a coastal destination where NBA free agents want to be. Now, do I personally believe that we overrate free agency and trade destinations? Probably. You know, I probably believe that we overrate them. Like, I don't think a lot of NBA players are identifying Boston as the place to play, but yet they've done a great job swinging deals because they have a winning organization. And they've just put together a really good team. Oklahoma City, I don't believe is this huge destination, but they've put together a really good team. But I understand the small market mentality of being so fearful of future players and opportunities that would arise and not wanting to destroy whatever, you know, chances you have. Like that I get. I'm just saying like the Kuminga part where he said I could see him as a future star. I view Kuminga like a stock at times, right? And I'm not trying to devalue him as a human. I'm just saying, like, in terms of his potential as a stock. And there were times I viewed him as a star. Then there are times like, I don't know. Right now, this is today. It could change. Ask me in a month, I might have a different opinion. I have a hard time seeing him other than high water mark being a fringe all-star. That's high right now, today. High water mark. Being an all-star is so hard in the league.
It is.
It's really hard. There's not a lot of spots. I don't think this is a knock on Kuminga. I think it's more just how hard it is to become one. But does Milwaukee view him as someone who could grow in a different role and on a different team, playing a different brand of basketball, being one of those guys, being a place that already had an international star in Giannis that they wrapped their arms around? I don't know. I can't speak on Milwaukee's behalf.
One thing about it being an all-star is half of it is just, it's a popularity contest. How many votes you get from the fans? You know, so you have to get, it's a part of it, but at times it could be a popularity contest. Are you selling shoes? Are you marketable? Who are you around the league? Now, to your point about stars in small markets may not be able to retain stars, but in the NBA, you can become a star in small markets. LeBron James played in Cleveland. Kevin Durant was in Oklahoma City alongside Russell Westbrook. All right, Giannis in Milwaukee. Damian Lillard in Portland.
Shaq in Orlando.
Shaq in Orlando.
And Penny.
Dwight Howard in Orlando. You know, you could be a star.
I agree with you.
You know, Atlanta now, is it a big market? Yes, but Trae Young's a star out there. They've had guys out there in Atlanta. You know, Houston, San Antonio has Wemby.
I know.
Wemby. We've been watching Spurs games for the last 25 years.
I don't necessarily view him as a star, but if you ask Sacramento Kings fans, they'll say Sabonis is one.
Yeah, with De'Aaron Fox?
Absolutely. I think De'Aaron's way better
And you know what?
than him.
Sabonis is, Mark. He was on the Netflix 5 doc. You don't think that helped him? Chris Webber played in Sacramento for crying out loud.
Absolutely.
So Karl Malone and John Stockton were in Salt Lake City, Utah.
That's so true.
You know, so in the NBA, you can become a star in a small market. Now, it is a little difficult to retain these stars in smaller markets. Now, Portland did it for a long time. They had to cut the cord on Damian Lillard. Giannis signed long-term with Milwaukee. LeBron James spent a ton of time in Cleveland, Ohio. So, you know, the small market thing in the NBA, you know, everybody tried to get Devin Booker out of Phoenix for so long. They've had stars in Phoenix for a long time. Now, Giannis being a top 3 destination. Now, I'll say this about Giannis, because this is something I've been thinking about. How good is he? Like, honestly, if Warrior fans, 90% of them are going to say, yeah, bring me Giannis, bring me Giannis, bring me Giannis. But at times, he is guardable. Has he improved his jumper? Maybe I'm just being too skeptical of Giannis the player. He's had some injury histories. His jumper hasn't improved much. I get it. He's a force. He's going to dunk on your head. He's going to rebound. He's going to go coast to coast. The thought of him and Steph together is insane.
Spacing of the shooting alone, the threat of Steph, like, wow, it opens the paint.
It opens up the paint for him. No doubt about that. But how is the spacing for Stephen Curry if you have a Draymond Green, Giannis Antetokounmpo front line? Now, maybe I'm just overlooking it. Giannis is a superstar. Who the hell am I going to say? Yeah, I don't want Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Someone's getting one-on-ones.
Right. Somebody's going to get one-on-one, and play the easiest basketball of their career.
Well, are you subscribed to the Draymond pod? Do you listen to it?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So Baron Davis was on his pod, and he was basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, that Doc has kind of destroyed the way that Giannis has played basketball with some of the things that they're doing offensively. Now, I don't know how much I can buy into that. I can't tell you as a schematics person what exactly Doc Rivers has done. But I do believe that them not having Middleton with the spacing, and then the way that Dame plays basketball is he's got to have the ball in his hand. He's not a set up by, and I'm not ripping Dame. It's just this is who he is. Like ball first, shoot first, point guard, and he's a scorer. And I think that all those factors and the team deteriorating around him has made Giannis, and also his injuries. Like I can't overlook that. His own injuries. He's been injured a lot, but. I'm just so out on Doc as a coach. So I'm looking at that situation. I just think it ran its course.
Yeah, it did. And Doc, by the way, they fired Adrian Griffin and blamed everything on him. They were 30-13. Since Doc has taken over, they're 19-24.
I think Doc's one of the most overrated coaches. He's on my Sean Payton list.
It is.
Won a championship a gazillion years ago and won one when they should have won multiple.
And even during that one, they went to 7 games against Atlanta in the first round.
Ponte, they needed Leon Poe to have monster games in the finals. Shout out Leon Poe.
I will say they probably would have gone back to back had Kevin Garnett not injured his knee. They were number one team in the league. Going into February, Kevin Garnett injured his knee, and that kind of derailed them. It derailed their dynasty because he was never the same. Now, Giannis, just by watching yesterday, because I texted you guys like, man, Memphis is up 30. So I had that game on my phone watching League Pass, and it was actually, I think, on the NBA TV as well. Giannis still had a monster game. So maybe I'm just overlooking it because he's not Zion. He actually plays to his strengths. 37 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists. But the guy is...
Come on.
The guy is net. Like he's averaging 30 points a game, 11.5 rebounds, shooting 65% from the floor. He is, and you know what? Brian Getzlaller said that, hey, the Warriors are a top 3 destination. Who's going to scoff at that? They are. They're in the mix on everything. Kevin Durant changed everything for this organization.
I think anyone saying they don't want Giannis sounds crazy to me. Like, it honestly sounds crazy to me.
Yeah,
I would love to hear from one person who's like, nope, I'm good.
I'm good off of Giannis.
Come on. Like, just do this exercise in your head. What is Giannis making? $51 million?
We did the contract assessment.
Kaminga at $39 million or Giannis at 51. Like, come on. And I'm not even, it's just, one guy's a multi-time MVP, one of the faces of the league, would immediately catapult you into the Final Four of the NBA.
I mean, he would be fascinating.
Him versus Anthony Davis?
You know what?
Sign me up for that.
Here's the thing. You get the great player, and you worry about the spacing later.
I'll tinker the rest of the roster.
I'm just looking, I'm just playing the other side here, saying what the cons could be, and there's not many cons. There's really not many cons. Now, will he take 11 seconds to shoot a free throw? Sure. Will he pull up from 3 sometimes and drive you crazy? Sure. Will he also take 2 steps from the 3-point line and dunk on somebody's head and wow the crowd, and you're like, damn. And defensively, he wouldn't even, I don't even think he cares about being the number 1 option. Defensively, he'd be blocking shots, rebounding, looking for stuff. Unbelievable.
This is the Kevin Garnett trade that they never got an opportunity to execute from back in the day. You all know what I'm talking about out there when we had all the assets and we tried to swing the deal for KG or Amari Stoudemire, and it just, for a variety of reasons, never happened.
So you could look at Chris Cohen for the KG deal. I'll just say that.
Okay.
He blew that one. He blew that one. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Why don't we just play the Philbo Mic Drop? That was always fun. That's our thing. Play Philbo Mike or Guru. Time for the legal. Or Philbo Mike. Come on, bro. Bonte,
time for the legal.
Where's Philbo Mike?
Was he in the A chair that day when he did that? That is just so good.
Bonte, before I pass you this, let's get legal.
Yeah, see, Zucci made. Where's Philbo Mike? Where's Philbo? We don't utilize these drops
Well,
enough.
it got to the point where we were using them a bunch, and judging by your reactions, I don't think you were feeling them as much back when we were doing them.
Don't put it on us.
No, I'm just saying.
Don't put it on us.
It has nothing to do with us. It's you.
No, why? Why would I wasn't getting annoyed with Philbo?
No, you would give us a look back here. I'm just going to leave it at that.
No, well, Lubman would. You would play it, and then Lubman would get in my ear. Legal. I'm sick, dude.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
See, I like that. And then I do
time for the legal.
See, then I do the legal, and then we keep it moving.
B, I can't argue with you. Can't.
Yeah, because you lose. No, I'm kidding. It's easy, man. I should have went to law school. I should have tried to go to law school. I should have took class seriously. Brian Getzheimer, I, Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again.
Then he shouldn't have gone to law school.
I should have took school seriously, man. I didn't. C's get degrees. Hey, if my daughter's out there listening, please don't take that seriously.
Shout out Broadcasting Communications.
Yes, Becker program, the best in the business. SF State, go Gators. Brian Getzheimer believes that the Warriors dodged a bullet this offseason.
They dodged the bullet with George because those last 2 years you don't want to have to deal with of his contract. I can't say they dodged the bullet with Markkanen. I know that it's not going great for Utah. That's the plan in Utah for it not to go great. So that's kind of what they want. But I think I don't till we see what is coming down the pike at the deadline. That's when we'll get an idea if the Warriors dodged a bullet or not.
So, a couple things there.
It's really hard to dodge bullets.
I don't even want to play like that.
Shout out the Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, you beat me to it, dude.
Keanu Reeves.
God. Shout out Superman.
I think they did dodge a bullet with Paul George. I did.
Wait, the guy who hasn't played yet?
I'm so happy. I'm so happy that it. Remember Rotel, we were arguing about it. No. It's not even about that. It's just the things I've heard in Clipperland about Paul George and the diva tendencies. And we have one podcast with Draymond Green. I don't need two podcasts with Podcast B and Draymond Green. It's too much to navigate. It's too much content for us. We're good with Draymond Green. We don't need Paul George's podcast. But two, he's just old. I don't know. I didn't think much of it. Marketing, we'll see. And Utah is taking. But another takeaway from that cut, you hear all the
Yeah, Guru wants stars. Yeah.
He's like Joe Steiny. Steiny. Guru. Now, I know the boss man is in there. Full disclosure, I'll share this because I didn't even reply to him. I said, you're not going to kill my joy today.
What?
I don't know why it's little things with bosses that we all get annoyed about.
Okay.
Because, one thing I'm noticing is you jumping with the well or the And I'm hearing all these M's from everybody else at the station. Now we're cleaning up. Like, M's adds a little, it like emphasizes a point. It like adds like excitement. It's like, oh, I'm into this conversation. Wow, without interrupting the guy. Now it's a problem. I don't. Like, listen to all the ums. We got like 3 ums. Look, Giannis top 3 destination. I'll play it again. Count the ums in this.
The Warriors have their own picks, and I just fired up 4 good young players team. And maybe Moody doesn't have the value that I think you'd like him to have. Jonathan Kuminga, I keep saying it, could be a star in this league. Like that, he has that kind of capability, and he's respected around the league in that way. The Warriors could certainly put some kind of package together to be able to do that. Now, again, players like Wagner and Suggs and Şengün and Jalen Green and Jabari Smith, another guy that I figured Houston would look to put forth in that deal because Giannis would take his position. Those guys may be, so the package of 2 of those may be more attractive than what the Warriors can put together. But I will also say this: if Giannis asks out and wants to go somewhere, the Bucks have the kind of relationship with Giannis that they're not going to screw him on. They are going to. The Bucks are forward thinking group. That ownership group is, and they're going to want to look at this situation and say, you know what, we don't want stars to shy away from coming to Milwaukee because we screwed Giannis. So if Giannis would rather go to Golden State instead of Orlando, and we take a little bit less in the deal, but it's what works best, and we look better to future players as having taken care of them, that may be something they want to do. So I do think that if he asks out, I think the Warriors are one of the 3 most viable destinations for him.
I heard 2 from Steiny and 4 or 5 from Guru.
Yeah. Even Steiny had one in there.
Shiny. Don't make the Warriors better. I don't want to be happy.
And that's something. It's like I'm listening. It's my point of
I think in these situations, when I look at acquiring a Giannis Antetokounmpo, it would make Steph so happy. It would. Would it not?
It would. I mean, I want to see what this team, I don't like to get into it because of my position of like trade guys, because I like all these guys. But the Warriors are big game hunting. They've made that clear. Which makes this start fascinating. And it makes the 5-game road trip fascinating because guys are playing for jobs. Guys are playing for roles. Guys are playing for positions. And if you play well, you know what? You're going to be part of this team if you can help them make a deep. That's the whole point. Joe Lacob wants to get back into the playoffs. Dell Levy wants to get into the playoffs. Kerr and company want to get back to the playoffs and say, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. You heard Draymond Green last week on his podcast when Barry Davis said, I'm not saying we're going to win a championship, but don't let us win a freaking championship. And I'm paraphrasing there. So don't let them win a championship. And they're big game hunting. That's what they do now. This is a star-driven league, and you need stars. At least 2 of them.
I'm thinking about how many years Steph's got left and how the Warriors can kind of catapult themselves back and try to win that 5th one for them and overtake the amount of rings during the quote-unquote LeBron era. I mean, this is the move. I mean, this is more impactful than the Lowry marketing. This is more impactful than Paul George. I mean, this is the one. And we've been flirting with this guy for 4 years. Have we not?
Well, Warriors fans have. You
don't think the Warriors have?
I mean, you know what time it is. I mean, I'll pull up the old tweet where I was in there. I was in the locker room. Sorry, my laptop's going crazy here. I was in the locker room. I was like, hey, Greek night, man. Giannis, do you enjoy it? It was kind of a bait, and everybody got mad. I'll get that tweet in just a second. But Steve Pfeiffer from our sister station out there, The Fan in Milwaukee, hosting Wisconsin Sports Daily, Monday through Friday, 2 to 5 p.m. on The Fan in Milwaukee. We'll talk to him later down the line about the Green Bay Packers because the Niners are traveling to Lambeau Field later in the month. But we love Sparky Pfeiffer here on the Morning Roast, and he joins us courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Latham. Sparky, good morning, my man. Long time no talking. We've always had our eyes on Milwaukee, and I'll just start it with this. When you
no. Hold on. You don't got to start. I'll start. First of all, y'all don't love me. Y'all love having me on to tell me about how Giannis is going to be a Warrior. Y'all haven't had me on in a while because there haven't been any Giannis rumors. As first day after there's a Giannis rumor, I hear from you all. Shasky, hey, you want to come on? Of course, sure. Y'all come on and deal with this nonsense some more. Okay, go ahead. Have at it.
So, no, Sparky. When you heard this at Media Day, it was a very clever way of Giannis Antetokounmpo basically saying, I want out. He had this quote in The Athletic when he told them, yes, if we don't win a championship, they, being the Milwaukee Bucks, could trade me. This is the business we live in. This is the world we live in. No one is safe. At any moment, if you're not successful, it could be the end. If you don't do the job well enough, you are out. And we interpreted that, said, oh, Giannis is already putting his cards on the table, saying, yeah, if we don't win, get me up out of here. How did you interpret that quote at Media Day?
That isn't deemed as factual by every athlete in every sport. Tell me, what did he say? Listen, you're talking to somebody in Wisconsin. Brett Favre, he's going to be here forever. All hell breaks loose, and he's gone to the Jets and then the Vikings. And, I'm doing a Burn Favre jersey day and the whole deal. And then there's Aaron Rodgers. Oh, he's not like Brett. He'll be here forever. And then he ends up going right to the Jets where he sinks. But he left too. So, we're used to superstars leaving. I will say this, though, and I'm bitter. I know exactly what I'm doing. I know I'm bitter. But I swear to you, they, not you, they, the national media, whatever, have been trying to move Giannis out of Milwaukee for a good 6 years or so, maybe longer than that. At every turn, I don't hear this stuff when Philly struggles and Philly gets out of the playoffs with Embiid. I don't hear any of this stuff. Curry and Golden State stink. I don't hear anybody talking about Curry maybe wanting to leave to go play with somebody else to go in. Giannis gets off to a slow start this year, and now everybody wants to talk about it. Bill Ryder, who wrote that article for CBS Sports, I had on my afternoon show yesterday. I've known Bill for a while. And if you read that article, it's executives who would be interested in Giannis that were the ones with the quotes. Well, of course they want to stir the pot and get people talking about this. Come on.
You know, it's interesting that you bring that up because you might not be keenly aware of it, but I've had that feeling regarding Steph Curry. When they did have down years, we started to hear murmurs, specifically this offseason, like, oh, I don't know, maybe he wants to go to the Lakers and maybe he should start thinking. And I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. Just because we're not one of the blue bloods of the NFL, of the NBA going back into the 70s, like, because we haven't been one of the Lakers or the Knicks brands. It's like, no, we don't want him to leave. So I understand your sensitivity to it. Believe me, I do. That being said, I want Giannis like yesterday.
Look, I've been saying on my show, and I need to confirm and make sure I'm right, but this really has a last dance feel to me for the Bucks. Because if you look, again, they're old. It's right. I'm not sugarcoating anything here. I mean, Brook Lopez is old, and, he's coming up at the end of his deal. Chris Middleton has an option coming up. Obviously, he's going to take that because he can't stay healthy to play. So he'll take that for next year, but that doesn't mean they couldn't move him necessarily. Pat Connaughton, he hasn't done much of anything. Bobby Portis, most of the Bucks fan base wants him gone at this point, even though he's a fan favorite. They're just sick of the lack of defense and so forth. But his deal's coming up. So there's a lot here besides Giannis and Lillard that very well could change after this offseason. And then how do you replace that and build that back up around them has been a thing I've been harping on all offseason. Kind of like, I don't have an issue if Doc Rivers pretty much just wants to tell the team, hey, look, this is it. Like, after this year, I'm not quite sure who's still going to be here and who's not. Not saying that they're going to trade Giannis, but they're going to have to redo the thing, him and Lillard, more than likely after this season. If that doesn't happen, I would be absolutely shocked at this point because they know they have an aging core. They've been drafting young guys. Look at their bench. They're a bunch of young guys who they took home run swings on like they did Giannis years ago. Now, obviously, different GM. This is John Horst. John Hammond obviously drafted Giannis, but, they take Marjan Beauchamp, and they announced, or they said yesterday via Chris Haynes, that they're not picking up, the extra year option on him. Why? Because he hasn't been good. When they drafted him, a lot of upside. He could do really good things. Never really developed. And then this year, they had an opportunity again to take guys that could come in and help, and they take two 18-year-olds. So, in fact, again, those are long-term projects.
I love you, Sparky.
Hey, Sparky, I've never heard you this heated before, man. You don't get this heated about the Pack. I get that you're sad. Oh, man, I feel for you. I really feel for you. But why did they do, real quick, because I know Shasky's got a question about some of the Warriors' assets. I want to ask
him about the new Giants GM.
But I do want to know about the Doc Rivers experience here. Adrian Griffin was 30-13. 30-13, and they got rid of him. Before he was halfway through his first season. Doc's 19-24. Like, what were they thinking with that? What did you think was going to happen?
Giannis was coaching the team, guys. Giannis was coaching the team. Griffin wasn't. It doesn't sound like Griffin knew what the heck he was doing. And that all started when Terry Stotts walked out and quit. That was the first red flag of you've got to be kidding me. That's not good because that was the guy that was supposed to come in and help. Him and Joe Prunty were the two lead assistants. So when Stotts left and pretty much said, yeah, I'm out, that was a problem. And then after, if you go back and read the Athletic piece, after they got rid of Griffin, and Giannis was talking about drawing up plays and helping to run practice and all this other stuff and, struggling to sleep at night and getting ready for the game the next day. And then they get Doc and he's like, now I can sleep at night. I don't got to worry about trying to help coach the basketball team or something like that. That's why they got rid of him. Obviously, he was in above his head. Not everybody's meant to be a head coach. It is what it is. Yeah. But I understand it went backwards. People are freaking out about Doc. People are all kinds of freaking out. Zach Lowe had tweets this morning talking about the Bucks and, lack of connectivity between Damian Lillard and Giannis still, and all their other issues that they have. And I get it, but I was texting with a friend last night. I said, look, I understand Doc Rivers, has struggled to close in the playoffs and they've choked and so forth. Now, there's been injuries. There's been other things that have come into it. When they hired Doc Rivers, I said, so essentially we hired Mike Budenholzer again. I go, and Budenholzer, the Bucks overcame and still won a championship. And the Celtics won a championship with Doc, when he was much younger. So maybe they can overcome Doc here. But the one thing about Doc teams they don't normally suck in the regular season. They're normally all pretty good regular season teams. So I'm not going to sit here and freak out and go, oh my God, they're going to miss the playoffs. Oh my God, they're going to be an 8th seed. I don't see how in the world it possibly gets to that level. Are they not organized and look like a mess right now? Yes. But during preseason, and they were missing Chris Middleton, Doc flat out said that, they've been pretty much focusing on defense because he didn't want to install the offense without Middleton on the floor because Middleton's such a big piece of it. So they've been delaying and they kind of put it into the very end. And then Middleton still is on the floor. I think he's practicing still, but he's just not on the floor playing yet because they're taking with baby steps because they want to keep him healthy for the rest of the year. So I'm not as overly concerned as most Bucks fans are right now, but I think it'll be okay. Now, that does not mean that, they're going to go in the playoffs and win. This is the one thing the national media misses too. Nobody wants to talk about it. You want to know why they don't win in the playoffs? You want to know why, Shasky? You want to know why?
Tell me.
Because Giannis has missed playoff games 5 of the last 6 years, including the year they went to the championship when he had that hyperextension of his knee when they were playing the Hawks in that series. And Trae Young got hurt and they ended up winning the series. He came back for the Suns and they won the finals. He's been hurt 5 of 6 years. The one year he wasn't hurt was the year they lost to the Celtics, the year after their championship, but Middleton was hurt. So, again, you aren't going to win a championship without one of the best players in the NBA on the floor.
Totally agree. We're talking to Steve Sparky Pfeiffer, host of Wisconsin Sports Daily, Monday through Friday on The Fan Milwaukee. Just a yes or no, because I want to ask you briefly about the Giants GM who spent a lot of time in Milwaukee. Would you take back some combination of a ton of picks and something packaged around Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga? Does that do anything for you or Bucks fans?
I'm not there, man. I can't. I'm not there mentally yet. Yeah. Maybe, try back in a while. I brought it up yesterday with the topic. When are you going to be okay to start talking about possibly trading Giannis? And quite a few people were like, never. I want him to retire here. I don't ever want to trade Giannis. That's never going to be okay with me. And I even threw it up because in that piece that Bill Ryder wrote, he brought up Oklahoma City Thunder. An executive didn't, but he did. And I was like, to my producer, I was like, Chet Holmgren for Giannis. Do you do it? And my producer's like, nope. And I was like, huh? Okay. I'm like, but Chet Holmgren's really young and has a lot going on there and so forth. But yeah, so I mean, that came up a little bit yesterday. But yeah, it's going to have to, for it to work, I want a young potential star coming back where that team, like Oklahoma City, it's stacked and want a more veteran player to push it over the top and are willing to give up that young rising star, type deal. That James Harden in Oklahoma City that maybe isn't getting as much run but has the potential to be a stud. That's kind of what you want to try and find. All
right, so the Giants, San Francisco Giants, hired a guy who's been with the organization for a couple of years, Zach Manasian, and nobody really knows anything about him. And you look at his bio, and he spent 14 seasons with the Milwaukee Brewers, your team, under Doug Melvin. He was the youngest scouting director in major leagues. He was there for a lot of key acquisitions, CC Sabathia, Greinke, Josh Hader. I mean, that team was really good. Bonte and I have talked about this, and I've told him, I view Milwaukee in terms of how they've structured themselves. The way everyone fancies the Tampa Bay Rays, Milwaukee's right next to them in terms of constantly turning out winners and having really good young talent. Do you know anything about this guy who was with the Brewers for a long time? He's our new GM for the San Francisco Giants, and I don't know enough about him.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know a ton about him. I will tell you this though, if you look back at Doug Melvin and kind of how he went about things, Doug Melvin was far more old school. Yes, Doug Melvin would use analytics, from time to time, but he wasn't reliant on analytics. So that staff that he had, they had a couple of analytics guys, but it wasn't like it is now in Milwaukee. When David Stearns came to Milwaukee to be GM, that's from the Astros. That's when he brought in all the analytics and how to do things and how he wanted things. I mean, back in the day, Stearns and I think it was Matt Arnold. I think both Matt Arnold now running the show for the Brewers. Both would meet with Craig Counsell almost after every game. They'd be down there talking about what happened in the game and lineups and this and that and really kind of micromanaging the whole thing. And then Council, patience of a saint, I think, would deal with all of that stuff and go back and forth, and they came to understand each other as far as how they wanted to be as an organization and the direction they wanted to go in. And that's kind of how it developed. The whole idea of how they go about scouting and drafting, again, there's a lot of analytics in that too, spin rate and certain stuff that they look for. I don't know as far as Minasian goes, as far as whether or not he's on that same train as these guys are, or if he is more along the lines of the Doug Melvin crew of how they used to do things. And I think the Brewers, and you brought up the Tampa Bay Rays, Matt Arnold, who's now running the show, who David Stearns hired as assistant GM when he got here, was with the Tampa Bay Rays. He hired him from Tampa Bay to come here. So you had the mindset of the Astros, who were, one of the first to be all in on advanced analytics, but with decent sized spending. And then you have the Tampa Bay version, also all in at advanced analytics with no payroll. And you put those two guys together, both younger guys, and say, okay, let's figure it out now. And they figured it out. And not only did they figure that out, but they figured out player development with inside their organization and developing guys, at each level of the minor leagues. I think that's the biggest thing. Like anybody, well, I shouldn't say anybody. There are idiots in every sport, but I mean, most people, when you have a lot of money, can determine, oh boy, he's really good. We should give him $30 million a year. Cool. But can you continuously develop prospects where every year you can look at AAA and go, yep, we got one or two guys there. AA, yep, we got one or two guys there. High A, yep, I got one guy there. It's single A, I got three guys there. Can you look at every level of farm system and go, they're going to be here in 2 years, they're going to be here in 3 years, and feel good about it? A lot of organizations look around and they can't say that. They don't have as much confidence. With the Brewers, you look at that roster this year, it was filled with a bunch of young guys. Yeah, they lost in the Devin Williams home run to the Mets, and it crushed the fan base. I get it. But the window is wide open. They got 2 or 3 pitchers coming. This team is going to be set for a while. But again, it's mostly draft picks. And the other area where they took a huge step was their international scouting. When you get to International Signing Day, that's where they've really been cleaning up. A guy like Jackson Chourio, they get when he was like 16, and now he is here in the major leagues at 20, and they give him an 8-year, $80 million extension. That's the steal of the century, convincing him to sign that deal before he played a game in Major League Baseball. Like, he already is going to outplay that probably by the end of next year. So there's a lot of obviously moving parts. A lot of that was put in place by David Stearns and Matt Arnold. Mm-hmm. I'm not taking away from what Doug Melvin did. He had his own way. Doug Melvin was a big proponent of having guys with plus power at every position on the field if he could find it. He was willing to sacrifice average a little bit for plus power at every position. That's how he wanted to win, was with power. Which, again, you look at the World Series, what was that? That was all power. It was one of the biggest percentage of runs scored via the home run in the last 10 to 15 years, I think, in this World Series. So you do win with power in the playoffs. So I would expect that obviously is going to be part of it. But for me, the biggest key is minor league development, right? And then international signing. Can you make your hay by signing these kids when they're 16, 17 years old for, $2, $3, $4 million or whatever else, and then having them be able to develop in your system and get them to that ceiling that they have when you sign them.
All right, Sparky, we got 30 seconds here. The hell with baseball right now. I brought you on to talk about the damn Milwaukee Bucks. 30 seconds or less, Damian Lillard experience. It feels like a failure out there with Damian Lillard. Right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, sure.
That's all you got for me? Come on, Sparky. The hell with baseball right now.
Now, listen, I think there's an out here, and I was giving him the out this year. Now, this year is different, right? If he's not good this year, and right now he hasn't been outside of the first game, then that's something different. But last year, and again, I get it. Oh, I'm not going to work out in the offseason because I don't want to get hurt and possibly ruin me getting traded. Okay, fine. So he comes in out of shape. He plays. He's trying to learn a new offense. They have Terry Stotts, who coached him in Portland. Great. So we're going to run some offense. Terry Stotts walks out. Well, that wasn't good. That didn't help things. They ran no offense for him that he was running in Portland like Stotts wanted to run. So that was all out the window. It wasn't until Doc got here. Doc's like, why aren't you running stuff that you ran in Portland? I don't know. No idea. That's not what Griff wanted to do. So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of, He's away from his kids. He's going through a divorce. There's child custody. There's all this other stuff. He was missing games for personal reasons, throughout the season, had to fly back to do stuff. So there was a lot of distractions for him. He was in a town for the first time in how many years? He's been in Portland his whole career, that he didn't really know. He was trying to figure out, different aspects of where he was going to live and all this stuff. So there was a lot of distractions. Then you get to the playoffs, and what happens? Oh, Giannis gets hurt. Oh, Dame gets hurt. And it's over, right? So now we get to the postseason, we get to the off season, and these two guys don't work out together. Giannis is taking all these young guys. Oh, we'll take him to Greece. We'll work out together. Then I'm going to take him here. We're going to work out together, which is fine and dandy. But these young guys haven't been developing, so that really doesn't do much for me. But there's no Lillard. And Damian Lillard was like, oh, it's not a big deal. We talked a lot. And, that's what we need, for the continuity and to connect on the floor and so forth. We don't physically have to be with each other playing in order for that to happen. Sounded fine then, but it doesn't look any different right now than it did last season when they were playing together. This whole pick and roll thing with him and Damian Lillard, with him and Giannis, were supposed to be lethal. This was what they were supposed to run nonstop and dare somebody to stop them. They can't figure out how to run it. They have no idea what they're doing. They look like, two guys that have never played basketball.
Hey, Sparky, we got to run. That's 30 seconds. You got to lend the plane, Sparky. I love you. We'll call you back when the Niners come up there and kick your ass at Lambeau Field, all right? Have a good weekend, Sparky. We love you, man.
See? You all just, you had to go out and throw a dagger on the way out. You don't love me. You keep trying to hurt my feelings.
We gave you 20 minutes.
We gave you 25. My partner asked you a baseball. I didn't know you were going to 5-minute answer on baseball on some no-name GM. We don't even know how to pronounce his name yet. Sparky, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us on short notice.
Hey, see what happens. All right, buddy. I'll see you.
All right, guys. Sparky on the River Riders Got Side. More coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Soy Oil Change.
Express yourself with personalized cafe appliances at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. You can select custom hardware in 4 finishes that let you uniquely accessorize your kitchen. Experience GE Cafe innovation with 6-burner Pro ranges, hot water dispensing refrigerators, and smart induction ranges.
it's Lindy Waters. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
My boy, Lindy. Man, I like this Warriors team. Pods was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday. Look, I want to make myself clear. When it comes to Giannis, we'll see how it plays out. And we'll see what the Warriors do if it comes down to that. I'm sure Joe Lacob's listening, and I'm sure Mike Dunleavy's listening, and they're out there putting their fillers out there.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Could do a sugarcoat job, but I'm not going to sugarcoat it. So right now, I love where the Warriors are at. I think they're in a great spot with this young core. And let's see what happens over the next 20. Let's see what happens on this 5-game road trip. You know, Milwaukee, that situation will play itself out. But boy, you heard from Sparky right there. And he was triggered. I mean, he's giving us 5-minute answers on the GM we have no idea about.
All I asked was, do you know anything about him? I believe was like the core of the question.
When you asked it, I said, gosh, why'd you do it?
Well, he was there for 15 years.
Yeah, you know.
What do you mean, why did I ask?
Get your takes off on the Giants GM. We're talking Bucks and Dame and Giannis. And
but if you have a Milwaukee guy on, and that's where the guy cut his teeth as the youngest player developmental guy of all time.
Like Sparky said, I don't really know who this guy is.
Well, that's all he had to say.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows player development guy. Oh, man. So give me your takes on the Giants GM.
You were going to give us a Giannis thing.
No. Give me. I want to take on the Giants GM now.
Well, I mean, I think that anybody who's triggered one way or the other, we just don't know. It's obviously a wait and see approach.
Is anybody triggered on this move?
Well, no, I'm saying if you're thrilled and over the top, okay, I'd love to hear why. And if you're angry, it's okay, well, how can you even be angry? We don't even really know who he is. I did a deep dive, and there's an article written by Bob Nightingale about 4 or 5 years ago because his brother is the GM of the Angels. Basically, his father was a clubhouse guy for the Texas Rangers, and they've got stories as a family going back to fetching Will Clark stuff in the clubhouse and whatnot. And so they're very well respected amongst baseball people. And Zach, who is the guy who's going to be taking over here.
What's his last name?
I think it's Manassian. I don't want to mispronounce it and disrespect him.
I think it's Manassian.
Manassian, okay.
I'm going to leave that alone. We'll call him Zach. Bobby Valentine, by the way, sent a big congratulations on Twitter and said he's one of the best baseball minds out there.
Well,
known him since he was born.
Tommy Lasorda, when he passed away, they were pallbearers of the funeral, and so his brother's been running the Angels, and I watched his brother on MLB Network multiple times last year during the winter meetings, and they were pressing him hard about Mike Trout and everything like that, and seems to be a really well respected guy, and a lot of people were saying had the Angels been sold, whoever took over would want to retain Perry because he's a very well-liked guy and he does a really good job with the media. But the point that I'm going at is that Zach was very influential in the Brewers for a long time. This is who the Giants got. And the Brewers aren't going to be a team that pops to everyone. Most people are the Brewers. But if you look up, the Brewers have been successful for 20 years. They're always in the mix, and they never have a high payroll. So this seems to be a guy that really understands baseball. And to his point that Sparky brought up, they love power across the board. And they've done a really good job just replenishing talent over the years, and they're old school. So I'm ready to see what happens here.
I don't know who this guy is. I hope he does well. I hope he knows what he's doing. But it does, when I see Bobby Valentine, former manager in Major League Baseball, most notably with the New York Mets, he says he's one of the best baseball minds out there. Known him since he was born. It just it triggers me because when Farhan Zaidi got hired, he's one of the brightest baseball minds in baseball. He's one of the brightest minds. He's got one of the best baseball minds. We always hear this. He's got one of the best baseball minds. I don't really care about that stuff no more. I don't care if you got a good... I would assume that any GM that gets hired in Major League Baseball has a pretty good baseball mind. They've gone through the ranks, scouting, development. Hopefully they just didn't do it analytically and on a spreadsheet. I would assume that they have a bright baseball mind. Just like any GM in football, I would assume that, hey, he's a pretty bright guy. That's why he got the job. He's got a good mind. Now, can he attract free agents? Can he help develop this farm system? Can he help expedite the development of his farm system? can they put a team on the field next season that can compete in the NL West? That's all I really care about. That's all I really care about at this point. So I kind of scoff at like bright baseball mind. That's I've heard this
thing
before.
We say.
Yeah, it's a cliche thing, and I'm just like, that's not a selling point to me. You know?
I think one selling point that I like is that if you look around the Bay Area right now, the people that have been successful are kind of like sport lifers. Shanahan, he was birthed into the sport of football. Right? Before he was even able to run around, his dad has been a coach since day one, and it's the family business. I look at Mike Dunleavy currently, who's running. It doesn't mean that you have to have this, and you could still fail with this, but it does, give you just a path to it. Mike Dunleavy's dad has been doing this for his whole life.
He's born into it.
Obviously, he did it for his whole life. It feels like this is the family business for them. So that encourages me. This isn't just something that he picked up, at some point. This clearly is a passion, and that doesn't mean that he can't, fail. I mean, anyone could fail.
How about this? Bobby Valentine joining Willard and Dibs today.
Oh.
Wow. What a gift by Lucas Alexander, our director of sports. So we'll see about this new GM hire. If anybody wants to call in, 888-957-9570. Does anybody even know who he is? Does it pop off the screen for you? Are you excited about this move? But the Giants finally have their GM, Zach. We'll figure out how to pronounce his name correctly here.
Manazian
Jr. Yep.
You know how Bonte has king tails? I have a couple squire tails. I've actually run into him a few times. Really nice guy. I don't want to get too deep into it.
It'd be Squire stories, by the way.
Yeah, There you go. There you go.
Or you can go Jester's jokes.
I like that. I like that. Seemed like a nice guy. I'm willing to give him a chance. But like the way I look at this,
we have no choice.
Exactly. Of course we got no choice. Of course we have no choice.
I have no choice.
So you might as well let's see where this goes.
I don't know. I haven't seen or heard from what people triggered about the GM. And I think that is due to the fact that Buster Posey's on top of the throne. He's your president of baseball operations. And I think people see Buster Posey, okay, he's part of the process here. Giants fans trust Buster Posey no matter what, without him doing a damn thing yet.
It's the credibility we talked about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Buster Posey being there, I haven't heard one iota about people who scoff at the new hire with the GM. I haven't seen anything like that. So I think people will give him a chance. And I think right now Giants fans are still saying, whew, they got rid of Farhan Zaidi.
Well, and I guess the number one thing that I saw against Zach is that he was one of the first hires of Farhan Zaidi. And I'm thinking, I don't know if I should hold that against him. So like they're saying like, oh, he comes from his regime. He came from outside the organization.
Yeah, I don't.
So I think we owe it to them to just give him a fresh start and let's just see where this goes.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. All right, back to Giannis here for a second. Back to Giannis because the Bucks are 1-4, and the Warriors are about to enter a 5-game or head on the road today for a 5-game road trip. And it starts in Houston, who beat the Dallas Mavericks last night. They beat our boy Klay Thompson, held him to just 8 field goal attempts. Luka was off. Luka came out the game. What are we doing? Luka was gunning, and I was like, oh, bad Luka showed up today. Bad Luka showed up, and he was gunning. And look, he's not in shape right now. You can just tell. He's using the first month or two of the season to get in shape. That's Luka. He admits it, I think. But they got rolled yesterday by the Rockets, man. The Rockets held their own. So this is going to be an interesting game tomorrow night with Dylan DeVille and Fred VanVleet. And Shea Goods playing very good basketball. Tony Easton off the bench is an athletic big. Jabari Smith Jr., we'll know about him. He can handle the ball. One of those stretch 4s, stretch 3s. So, look, this is going to be a tough game tomorrow. Warrior fans, 888-957-9570. The Giannis conversation, we can still talk about that. What's your thoughts on the Giannis situation? Obviously, everybody would. I would love to hear from a Warrior fan who wouldn't want Giannis Antetokounmpo. If you just want to stay the course with this roster right now, would you want to stay the course with this roster? I want to see this roster through for at least the first 25 games. I want to see what we have first. Because what if Kuminga is a star? And all of a sudden, he pops off the screen. Well, you know what? I have to just roll with that.
What if Kuminga is a star? That's a very, that's a loaded question.
It's what if. It's what if. What if he's a star?
Well, okay, then let me ask you this one then. While Steph Curry is here, can you envision Jonathan Kuminga making the leap to a 22-point-a-game score, which is very difficult. I'm not saying this flippantly.
He was at 16 points last year, but I look at it from January 1st when he started getting consistent minutes. He was at 20.
Okay.
He was at 20 from January 1st on.
Maybe I'm splitting hairs here, but can we get?
Yeah. I mean, But you want like that impact 25. I know he's going to be a bucket.
25's tough. Like you're talking like top 12 guys in the league. You know what I mean? Like
you're playing 12 guys, and it's not only just the points though. I think we get so caught up in the offense defensively where he's at. Is he locking down dudes on the perimeter? Is he grabbing more rebounds? Is he running the floor well? The last 2 games against the Pelicans, I thought he held his own. I thought he was the better player than Brandon Ingram. And they're thinking about paying Brandon Ingram over $200 million. Kuminga borderline punked Ingram in the last 2 nights at Chase Center. Punked him. I mean, just did what he wanted to do. And I've seen this before against Brandon Ingram with Kuminga a couple seasons ago. So Kuminga's playing well. You got Pods playing well. So, but I want to know what Warrior fans want to see in this road trip here. Other than winning games, what are you looking forward to on this road trip if they are fully healthy with Stephen Curry?
I'm very interested to see how their rotation of bigs can continue to build on what we've seen early on in the season. You know, there were a couple of flat games for TJD where it just, whatever, like it didn't feel like it was clicking. And then all of a sudden, boom, he pops. And I felt like they made it a point of emphasis to kind of get him the ball. Like, can Looney sustain what he's got going? I'm looking at the West as a whole, and I'm like, you're going to need these bigs at some point. There's obviously Joker, and there's obviously going to be the Anthony Davis matchup that's going to be staring you in the face at some point. And then you look at what, Dallas, who you referenced earlier, they've got 2 bigs that can run the floor and are really, they're kind of more lob threat, dunk threats, but that's what gives them kind of fits right now. You got Wemby that you're going to have to see at some point. So I know we're obsessed about scores. I'm very worried about the bigs. Just as we start seeing some of these other matchups play, like Şengün's a great example. Like
Şengün's tough.
He's a very skilled player. Who's guarding him?
Well, it'd be TJD and it'd be Looney.
You don't think Dre?
And then Draymond, and Dre, those 3 guys right there.
Yeah,
you may get a little slow-mo, although I don't know how physical slow-mo can get with Şengün, but you may get slow-mo on him at times. But it'd obviously be the rotating 3 here with Looney, TJD, and Draymond Green. That's on Şengün. Şengün's a tough player. Then you got Jalen Green. Now you got the perimeter. That's why it's important to get DeAnthony Melton, Andrew Wiggins, and Kuminga. Like, they got to defend Jalen Green. He's an explosive 2-guard who really came on late last season under Ime Udoka. It's going to be a fun road trip. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is a number. I guess we can do shameless shout-outs next hour, because we had Sparky on. It kind of derailed everything here with Sparky. Not derailed the show, but, we had him on and we kind of pushed the break back here. So we can't do shameless shout-outs. Somebody's asking here, 510. We're going to do shameless shout-outs today. Go ahead, shout-out. If you got some shout-outs here, we can get that rolling over the next 30 minutes here. Spinoni, what you got?
We pivoted. We didn't panic.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing, right?
We pivoted.
We're reacting to new information.
Ariel, Palo Alto. I want to hear from him.
Hi, Ariel.
What's going on, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, so real quick, I just know, Bonte, you asked kind of what we're waiting to see from the Warriors. I just want to see where kind of the past and the future kind of meet in the middle. Pods has definitely shown he's that type of player that he can fit in pretty much our system. Kuminga has been playing great. I want to keep him. I really hope he sticks around. But, he has to kind of show that patience, like his game is developing great. I really want him to stay. But, yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. Thank you, guys.
What do you think about that?
The patience? I mean, does he mean offensively, the patience? I feel like he's actually shown a level of patience because he's been more willing to pass the ball and pass up certain shots. I do think that the 3-point thing's kind of in his head now, like that the team wants to shoot more threes. And his shot don't look great right now. It's kind of flat.
It's 5 games.
Like, you're going to have streaks throughout the year, but I think the path for him to start feeling it from beyond the arc is putting pressure on the rim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. And look, man, I think it's 5 games, and the shot will come around. But just getting your game right in the offensive flow, running the floor, going to the rim, putting pressure on the rim. That's what I want to see right now for Jonathan Kuminga. How about this? 415 Comcast Business Text Line. Very interesting. No. His name is No. He always texts us. In my opinion, Warriors ought to not sell their farm depth for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Warriors stayed the course with their squad and then acquiring a poor man's Bogut for less than $15 million along the way is best for this team. 888-957-9570. Do you want to sell the farm for Giannis Antetokounmpo? I'm kind of with no. I want to stay the course. And, the Bogut situation, when they traded Monte Ellis for Bogut, originally, and he didn't even play after the trade, you're thinking, oh, boy, he got Bogut. Is he damaged goods? Bogut was probably the best defensive center the Warriors have had under Steve Kerr. He was excellent. Draymond Green and Bogut together were unbelievable. So a poor man's Bogut on this roster, I kind of like your thought process there. No. Right now, I'm kind of with you. I kind of want to stay the course here.
Well, I mean, but the other element of Bogut was the passing. He was
excellent.
Elite passer. So it's hard to find over 7-footer, nasty in his physical as Bogut, and who also had the ball skills. I don't know. I think it's easy to say, like, find that guy. Like,
no,
who?
but it's the thought though. Yeah, no doubt, it's hard to find a guy like that. We're not. I don't think he's saying that at all. Like, hey, they just grow on trees. Superstars don't grow on trees. Shooters don't grow on trees. You obviously got to dig a little deeper and find that guy. But I like that thought process of, if we could find somebody similar to Bogut, I would rather go that route. And then let's evaluate the situation. But I'm kind of with him in terms of, let's stay the course right now. Everybody's having fun with the Warriors. Pods was just on the show yesterday. I love where Pods' game is at. He had a hell of a game the other night against the Pelicans. Jonathan Kuminga's coming around and showing tremendous professionalism. Andrew Wiggins is coming out of the gate. Boom, he's balling. Buddy Hield is taking his region by storm and making us sort of forget about the yesteryears of Klay Thompson. So selling the farm now, Uncle Gene, he's with no. He doesn't want to sell the farm. So who wants to sell the farm? We talk about this all the time. Do you want to trade all the debt for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Do you want to go star hunting here or keep the depth and try to find cheaper options that fit this team? Because it is about fit. We're learning that, man. You can't just throw anybody in this. Kelly Oubre Jr. on line one. Thought you'd go get an athletic playmaker? It doesn't always work out for you.
Okay. We also have, Giannis to Oubre.
No, I'm not comparing the two, Shaska. I'm just talking about the fit. Say, we just can't throw athletic players and just bring a player because he's got like everybody wanted Zach LaVine. How was Zach LaVine fit in this system?
But those are all like very lesser players.
No, I understand that.
Giannis
I understand that. But obviously, Damian Lillard is a superstar, right?
Well, I doubted that.
Obviously, it's not working.
I doubted
Milwaukee.
His status as a superstar.
But a lot of people didn't think that. They thought, oh my God, the pick and roll. Sparky just said it. The pick and roll with Giannis and Dame, it's going to be unstoppable. Actually, it's been very guardable.
Well, Dame can't play without the ball, and so anyway, look, there's a variety of things.
Look, I can't believe this. 5-1-0. It's a hard pass for me. Want to see this roster through. Giannis's best days are behind him. Now, I don't know about that. But a lot of people are having fun with this roster right now. Now, maybe it changed after the 5-game road trip. Maybe it changes.
I'm trying to think the last time a team traded for like a bona fide superstar and it worked out.
Anthony Davis.
That's the one, right?
And even they had their shortcomings.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, they've also won a championship, and they've
gone to a conference finals, and then that's about it. I mean,
I think it's been
that. They won a title. It's been successful no matter what because they won a title.
That's one situation,
That's
right?
one, though.
Okay,
and you had the greatest player of all time potentially with him in LeBron James. So
we'll see about Cat in New York, and we'll see about Randall and DiVincenzo in Minnesota. Kyrie so far is working out in Dallas. Has Kevin Durant from Brooklyn to Phoenix worked out yet?
No, it's been underwhelming.
Very underwhelming. Bridges going to Brooklyn. They're to break that apart.
I don't think he's even close to the star, but the big man that the Celtics traded for a couple years ago. Come on.
Al Horford?
No, the big tall guy. The shooter. Come on. He was hurt at the finals last year.
Porzingis.
Thank you. And they got Drew Holiday. I mean, that's a pretty damn good trade.
Good trade.
I wouldn't call him a superstar,
right,
but he's the type of player, like, that was an unbelievable trade for them. Unbelievable.
How many losses over the road trip would you guys consider a bad versus good road trip? Well, it depends how they lose, if they do lose. How does it look? How does it look? I think that's important. That's the question I have. How does it look? So what if they go into Boston and lose by 5 and it's a late game, they hit some free throws, but it's a nip and tuck game all the way through? I would feel good about that loss.
They just got to stack wins. If they can go 2 or 3-2, 2-3 or 3-2, I think that would be a big win for me on this road trip. Big win.
Interesting. Warriors could pick up Steven Adams as our poor man's big. He's on T-shirt right now.
He's really old.
He's getting up there. How old is Steven Adams?
I feel like he's been in the league a long time. He also
31.
31 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys because he's been around for so long. We think he's way older than he is.
It's like George Clooney.
He's been
like
hurt the last couple of years, so you forgot about him.
Yeah, he's looked 50 for the last 50 years, and so he still looks young.
The king-size Kiwi.
He's only 31.
It's only 31 years old.
That's incredible.
See his box out he had? He just threw Wemby the other day.
Yes.
Just threw him out of the way.
That Memphis series, I could take game 6. My vantage point from the tunnel in that series, I say, wow, this is grown man basketball. Like, this was like Wiggins and Looney, Adams, Clark. I mean, it was like, wow. Like, you had to be a grown-ass man to play that basketball game, and the Warriors outlasted the Grizzlies. But the physicality that was displayed, because Steven Adams, man, tried to box him out, and the fact that Looney was able to grab 20-plus rebounds in that basketball game, it's like, damn. I was like going back to the hood. We're not calling fouls. We're just going to box out. And if you can't handle it, to get off the damn court.
We used to play a game at night where on the Covey and Shasky late night show called The Magical Quest. And if you were going to go on a magical quest with athletes around the world, who would be a part of your super team to win this magical quest to go, take on the world and all the monsters and everything? And Haloti Ngata and Steven Adams were on my team.
Haloti Ngata, shout out to him, Oregon Duck.
You're telling me Steven Adams wouldn't be perfect on a magical quest?
Yeah.
He absolutely would be.
All right, 888-957-9570.
Bonte does not know what I'm talking about.
I'll just try to get to the news report. You just keep talking.
Ow!
Macklin Celebrity. Sharks are getting healthy, folks, after winning 3 games in a row, beating the Blackhawks last night. I'm just trying to circle the calendar to find a date to go down to the Sharks game. Sharks game. You ever been to a Sharks game?
Of course I have.
When's the last time you've been to a Sharks game?
Oh, it's probably like 5-6 years ago.
Oh, man, you got to get down there.
It's been a long time.
You have to get down there. Man, Warrior fans, would you want to sell the farm for Giannis? 888-957-9570. Dude, I'm on this, man. I'm 888-957-9570. Do you want to make a deal for Giannis, man? Do you want to sell the farm? I think Warrior fans are filling this roster, and I'm with them. I want to see this thing through instead of going star hunting all the time. I didn't want Paul George. Didn't want marketing. You know what? Let's make it 3 for 3. I may not want Giannis on this roster, but I just may not.
I mean, you also have to bake in that, at the end of this year, let's say Kuminga gets a $35 million contract or a $40 million contract from somewhere else. You're going to have to match that, right? Yep. So, it's not just hey, he's making a little bit of money this year. Let's just stay the course. You also have to make a decision on that.
Sign and trade. Sharks rookie, #1 overall pick, Macklin Celebrity returned to team activities after nearly 3 weeks on IR with a lower body injury. No date has been set for his return to game action, but the Sharks are hot. They're red hot. Watch out for the Sharkies. Beating up on the Blackhawks last night. What a win for them. 3 in a row. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Garrison, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fairmount Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, where are you at with Giannis? And how excited are you for this upcoming 5-game road trip? Want to get into that as well here on the Morning Roast.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Oh, baby! I feel alive right now. I do. It's not a payday Friday. It's not a 50-cent Friday. It's a Mac Dre Friday today as we celebrate the 20-year anniversary of his passing and the impact he's had on the Bay Area. You sense a theme for Spadoni on all our rejoins here. But good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. All the teachers, all the cops, all the kids getting ready for SI Sacred Heart to Bruce Mahoney game today at Kezar Stadium, 5 o'clock. Are you going out there, Shasky?
Nope, we got some stuff going on.
Oh, man. You got to go to Kezar,
and then,
but I hear you.
Tomorrow we got Reardon Sarah. I'm going to be out there.
Reardon Sarah, yeah, that's
for
a big
the
game.
alumni thing. Our friend, I think Anthony Garcia is doing some emceeing out there.
Is he? Wow.
Yeah,
you didn't get the job out there already? How did he go to you? Did he go to Reardon?
I'm doing a thing later on this year. I can't do all the events, Anthony, get your
money.
Yeah,
get
have
your
some
money.
fun. I don't know about money, but I would just say, have fun.
We got Warriors or Rockets tomorrow, so I wanted to go to that Ritter game. Ritter against Sarah. My guy Darius Bell calling the plays for Sarah High School. Love me some D Bell. He went to Ritter, by the way. Darius Bell, of course. And
Him
then
and Cannon were a big connection.
Dude, they were sick. They had a game on a Friday night. They were wearing all black uniforms at Reardon at Kezar against SI. And Darius Bell and Cannon were just boom, boom, deep bombs, deep shots. I was like, wow, who is this guy? Then he came to City. We became great friends. So saw him on the field after Sarah lost to, I actually saw him when they played St. John Bosco. They did when they played SI in the Sunset. But Darius is a good friend, man. I love Darius. Glad he's doing his thing down there at Sarah High School. So a lot of good high school football out there. De La Salle's rolling right now. Rolling. I mean, they might be on a collision course for a matter of day. We'll see about that. But good morning, everybody out there. Hopefully you're having a good Friday so far. Shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. All right, 888-957-9570. We're going to do a lot of things here. 815 shameless shout-outs. 815 shameless shout-outs. We're going to do that. Big Cat, Big Facts. 845. Friday Flush 905. And in 4-down territory at 9:30. But right now, 888-957-9570. Line them up. Deal or no deal? You want Giannis or do you not want Giannis? And explain yourself on why you wouldn't want Giannis. 888-957-9570. Line them up right now. Deal or no deal? Do you want Giannis? And I'm kind of with the Warrior fans right now. That we've read so far, there's been a loud minority here. They don't want Giannis. They want to play the court. They want to see this thing through. I'm kind of with them. I want to see it through, too. I like this roster right now. Do we need to go big game hunting right now? Do you want to just sell, mortgage a future for Giannis right now? Is that guaranteeing us a championship? I don't know. I don't know about that.
In honor of All Saints Day, as a kid who went to St. Gabriel's, let me blast the trumpet very loud for you, okay, as the St. Gabriel did. You sound crazy. It's Giannis Antetokounmpo, okay? I like the young guys too. And I'm not sitting here trying to make hypothetical, mythical trades to get rid of everyone. But if Giannis can find his way to Golden State, you kind of feel obligated to do whatever you have to do to bring Giannis, a multi-time All-Star.
I hear you.
Who, like, obviously, we know he's been injured and all those things. Like, I get all that. There are less risks in acquiring Giannis than there ever were with swinging a deal for Andrew Wiggins. Like, when a guy of his caliber wants to come to you, and you have a superstar like Steph Curry, who probably wants to play with him and has been flirting with him publicly and privately for quite some time in terms of joining up. Come on. We sound crazy. Like, take a step back. Tell the rest of the Western Conference, yeah, the Warriors said no to Giannis. They would laugh at us.
They wouldn't say no to Giannis. That's the thing. But we're not making the deal. Laker would make the deal. And we'd all live with it. We would. But right now, isn't this fun? We can't just preach, man, this is fun. This is new. This is fresh. Wow, look at Buddy, look at Wiggins, look at Kuminga, look at Pods. And then all of a sudden we want to dump all these guys? I don't know. Let's go to Jonathan in San Francisco. Jonathan, you're a big Warrior fan. You're rational. You're logical. Come on, Jonathan. What would you do here? Deal or no deal?
No deal, bro. I'd rather stay pat, stay on course, stay organic. I'd rather win with guys in the draft pick, finds like Yield and Waters, guys that didn't pan out. And now they're blooming like wildflowers. I'd rather win with those. Remember 22? How sweet was 22? Winning with Wiggins, winning with a guy who nobody likes. I'd rather win like that. And also, bro, if this pans out really good, they're going to be in hunt for a lot of years. Going after Giannis and trading for trading away the farm, that might guarantee you one, maybe one, right? And after that, what do? You find another batch of guys. It's hard to find players, bro. They already found their dudes.
What if I told you that Steph Curry is a one-of-one?
So much sweeter.
But what if I told you that Steph Curry is a one-of-one, and the chances of having a player like that, is almost never going to happen again for the Golden State Warriors. And so you kind of owe it to yourself to do whatever you can to get the fifth.
No, but even bringing in Giannis is not going to be a guarantee. Look at what's happening with them. They brought in Lillard, and it's not working. It's
Steph's
not
way better than Lillard.
We're already seeing, what is very good, and it could be great. It could be great.
Jonathan.
Hey, what weighs more?
Jonathan, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm agreeing with you. It's good to hear from you, Jonathan. And look at this, 415 Comcast Business Sex Line. Nope, I like this group. We just need a big that can handle the inside with the better teams. Just like they laughed at us when we passed on Kevin Love, who is a superstar.
Kevin Love.
510, Giannis ain't the superstar that works for the Warriors. The Suns, 415. Suns traded all their core away for KD, and they haven't sniffed the NBA Finals.
Kevin Love, who had he even been in the playoffs with Minnesota?
No, he wasn't, but he was considered a star at the time.
Okay, but there's a big difference.
He was.
There's a bit if we're going top of the mark is a Giannis, right? That's top of the mark. How many elevator floors down before I get to Timberwolves Kevin Love? Come on, people.
He was a hot commodity back then. He was a hot commodity. And they wanted a lot. And Jerry West and Bob Myers stepped in. No deal.
He was a 2020 machine.
2020. He was a machine. Now, there's a lot of people who say, hey, look, we got a deal for Giannis. 408, deal for Giannis. As long as we keep Curry, Dre, Looney, and Buddy Hield. That's a hell of a five right there. You guys are high. Giannis might be a top 10 player of all time when it's all said and done. Come on, bro. Wouldn't you trade for him? He ain't no top 10 player of all time.
Well, I don't know
when
about
it's all
that.
said and done. He ain't cracking no top 10.
I wouldn't say that, but he's one of the greatest players of this generation. It's like you can't even argue it, right?
707, give me some Giannis all day, every day.
I mean, this feels, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I hear people saying, like, nah, especially knowing, like, it'd be one thing of like, hey, Kuminga's contract's like 2 or 3 years down the road. I get a little runway. Like, I got to make a decision in 65 games, 75 games. Like, do I want to give this guy $40 million a year? Now, things could change, like the stock market. I could pivot. But as of today, I'm sorry. Like, I'm taking Giannis.
Joe in the 818. Joe, what's the price for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Well, that's a tough one. And you guys, I wonder if you agree on this. You're going to have to give up the moon, the sun and the stars for him, young players, draft picks. And that's a good thing. He's a good thing. I don't know. He does once in a while have a little injury problem. That's tough. When you look at the team right now, they're so young and they've got such great young players. You wonder, do you go for Giannis or do you say, hey, we've got 25, 26, 20, we got all these draft picks coming at us, and you got a lot of young players, so you can actually look for a big man in the draft. So I don't know, maybe they should get a serviceable. I know it's tough trying to find a big man that can play 10, 15 minutes a game to add to the big guys we've got. What do you guys think?
Well, I think that this team lost in the play-in game last year, and I think they need to do everything they can to catapult themselves into an upper echelon Western Conference team. And this is the kind of move that does it.
Some would say they're already there, Shasky. Some believe they're already there.
So a couple of wins. I just want to make sure we're clear here.
Listen.
So a couple of wins against the Blazers, against the Jazz, and the Pelicans has you saying that they are already there.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying people feel like that. I'm not saying that at all. And don't do that
saying?
Because you, I'm having so much fun. We may have something here.
No, we might have something, but there's a big difference between we might have something.
Shout out to my guy, Brad, Warriors Huddle.
Uh-huh.
He goes, Bonte, that unnamed player who told you they're going to win 50 games, I'm starting to drink that Kool-Aid.
Okay.
And I think a lot of people are starting to drink that Kool-Aid. What if they are a top 4 team right now? It could be in the West. Denver's not the same team.
Who's guarding Jokic?
Denver's not the same team.
I know Giannis can for stretches.
Jokic is good. Hey, Denver has had to go to overtime to beat the Raptors and the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
And their bench is thin. Warriors are running 12 deep, going up and down, letting it fly. Right, Spadone? You kind of look, Spadone's feeling me.
12 deep is not realistic. That's not a real rotation. Like, eventually that's going to get tapered down.
We'll see.
We have to, no, but like.
I've seen Steve Kerr play 10 guys in the first quarter of an NBA Finals game. You want to dare him not to do this?
We'll see. You would agree with me. You would agree with me, Bonte, that a 12-man rotation is not sustainable for the long run, right? Like we could be reasonable.
You want roles. You want roles. Listen. Hey, one texter 510. Give us the Greek freak. If we passed on him, this will be like the Niners passing on Tom Brady.
I kind of feel him on that. I kind of feel him on that.
This is the same Bonte would trade the farm for rental Shohei Ohtani last year. Come on, bro. What the difference is?
What?
The Warriors farm system is a lot better than whatever the Giants farm system was. The Giants had no farm. So, yeah, trade everybody. Clean house for Shohei. Josh on 580. Let's get to Josh on 580. And then we'll get to shameless shoutouts. Line them up 888-957-9570. What's up, Josh?
My guys, happy Friday to y'all, man. Trade everything for Giannis immediately. Immediately. You know why? Because it's like, once you get that, we always talk about, do players want to come to the Bay Area? Do they want to come to San Francisco? Yada, yada. They will if it's Steph and Giannis. Get the bargain, you're going to get all the vet men. You're going to get a bunch of role players that want to come and play with those two guys for the next 4 or 5 years. That's got 4 or 5 years on them. You get Giannis, you're going to get everybody. Buddy will take a cheaper contract. You keep him. If you got to give up Wiggins, Kuminga, 2, 3, 4 first-round picks, it doesn't matter because Giannis is the future. You don't need picks when you have Giannis, right? He is the future. You can then get other people to come play if you have Steph for 4 or 5 years. So, you know, I thought about this 2 years ago before he signed his big contract. I thought he was going to do it. You know, he signed the contract, great, but they're not winning. And, you know, Doc Rivers is not a good coach, so they're not going to win. So he might as well come on, make his way over, baby. Let's go. I'm kind of excited about this, you know.
That's what I'm saying.
You like this, huh?
What side are you on?
Don't worry, I'm on the side of the Warriors winning games. That's the side I'm on. So however they win games, I'm with it.
The Pendulum Hill.
No, I'm not. I like my young guys. I told you, the unnamed player told me 50 wins. I said, yeah, I'm with you. I'm right with you. I'll ride with them.
Okay, so I'm asking you right now to make a definitive yay or nay. If a Giannis deal is on the table, are you in or out? I'm not saying who to trade. I'm not going to just. Are you in or out? I want you to tell me.
I'm in on the process of Mike Dunleavy making the right moves to help the Warriors win games.
What does that even mean?
Mr.
Stand on business. Are you going to stand on business?
I'm standing on the Warriors winning games. Whatever it takes to win games and win championships, I'm all for it. And that's the vision of Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy. If they believe Giannis can help them win a championship, then so be it. If they believe that they don't need a Giannis, I'm with them. I like what I'm seeing right now. Listen to this. 415. Ask me again after this 5K road trip. So I'll give you a hypothetical. What if they went 4-1 on this road trip? What if they went 4-1? How are we going to be feeling?
I still want Giannis. Because that point about Tom Brady's a great one. Like, when the great players want to come to you got it. You got to do it. I mean, like, I'm not saying you do it no matter what. You trade everything. But if there's even a reasonable opportunity to bring a guy like Giannis in, you have to explore it. And you have to do it.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Exactly, BPA. Listen, I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're going to give Kuminga $38 to $42 million.
Kuminga might be that dude. Kuminga might be that dude. And if he's only 22 years old, and look what he's doing. Real quick. I say no to Giannis. 925. I say no to Giannis. This is the first time in a while we have depth. I would not sacrifice what we have for one superstar. That's from the 925. Now, the 510, play that Mike Singletary job. I want winners.
Exactly.
One ring in 10 years ain't it. This is awesome. This is awesome. 510. How about this? Some basketball X's and O's here. Giannis, don't know. He can't shoot. Does collapse defensive for three-point shooters. Can he play center?
Okay. They're playing lineups with Kuminga, TJD, and Draymond, and none of them can shoot. What are we doing?
707.
What are we doing?
707. If they go 4-1 after this road trip, we stay the course.
This is what will happen. The second they get Giannis, and Spadoni, I'm looking at you right now. The second the deal goes through, and if it does ever happen, Bonte will walk in on the morning roast at 6:06. He'll say, what I'm saying is, and I know Shasky believes in me, is that I think the Warriors could go on a deep run.
As we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team can make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely. That's what
Shasky.
we will both be saying
Shasky.
in our Greek freak jerseys given to us by the great Raymond Ritter.
Shasky, who's to say?
I could take one.
Who's to say I don't believe that right now?
Well, I don't know what you believe. Humpty, get off the fence and let me know. Are you in or out?
As a member of the Warriors pre- and post-game show, I plead the fifth. I'm all for winning, whatever it takes to win. So if it's Giannis, great. If it's not Giannis, awesome. I did say I take Embiid over Giannis. I think Embiid's a better player, more skillful player.
I'm not touching Embiid. You want to talk about being injured.
Well,
yeah, but he's injured.
I was going to get into that with Giannis real quick. So last year he played in all of the games that he was available for. Started all. This says 73 here. I don't know why it says 70. Or no, he didn't actually play all of them. Check that, 73. And then prior to that, 63, 67, 61.
More than Draymond.
63. But there's a track record.
I'm just.
There's a track record.
You know,
injury report. He'd be a feature.
He'd be a feature.
Got Boxer and Gerson.
Oh, man.
I think that anyone calling in saying that they're not taking Giannis
had 3
sounds
calls.
completely
We had
crazy.
3 calls.
Bring the state
We had
wards
3 calls.
back. We need some stuff.
No,
Are we in the Arkham Asylum? What is going on here?
Carter, you're a diehard Warrior fan.
This
What are you
sounds
doing?
insane.
What are
There's
you
no
doing?
question. I'm trading anything and everything and going to get Giannis.
So
It
you guys
changes
are-
the Warriors completely.
you guys
They're
are enamored-
immediately in championship contention.
Sorry to cut you off. You guys are enamored by names too much.
No,
let's just sit back and assess the situation.
No, a
What if
name
this
would be
just
like Bradley
fits?
Beal, who's won nothing, who's done nothing.
Well, everybody
That's a
wanted.
name.
A lot
I
of
didn't
people
want
wanted
him.
Bradley
Did
Beal.
I want him?
I don't know what the hell you wanted.
didn't want him.
You vote back and forth every single day. You're the president of the Pivot Don't Panic movement.
Exactly.
So I don't know what the hell you want on any given day.
But there's stars, then
Thank
there's
you.
all-stars, there's superstars, and then there's face of the league. You know what I mean? And
Thank
we're talking
you,
about
Carter.
a face of the league, one of the best players
To my point
that
about
maybe
the top
will play
of
in
the
our
mark,
lifetime.
right? It's like you're at the top of the mark. You're overlooking the entire downtown. I mean, you're in the top. That's where Giannis is. All right, him and Steph are up there. There's a couple of other guys up there. LeBron, whatever. Maybe I'll let Luka up into that room. Right? Jokic is clearly in that room. And then you go down about 12 levels, and then you get to like whatever Minnesota Timberwolves Kevin Love was, or a couple floors below that, you got Bradley Beal making a ton of money. Like, come on. Like, right, Carter? Like, there's levels to this.
Wait till Spadoni grabs his one cut. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. 888-957-9570. Deal or no deal? Are you willing to mortgage your future for Giannis Antetokounmpo? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. 510 Warrior fans that say they don't want Giannis are okay with being marginal and not winning anything. Imagine the Heat saying no to LeBron in 2010. 510. I would trade Bonte to Milwaukee pregame for Giannis.
What? That's not
And you
fair.
know what? I trade myself to Milwaukee if I knew the Warriors. Milwaukee earns a great talent, great brats. I'm not a beer guy, but I do love me some cheese.
Bonte, the second Giannis comes to the Warriors, you know you're going to be like, babe, clear June. We're going to be working.
And you know what?
Cancel the trips.
The European extravaganza will be featuring the Greek islands of Mykonos, Crete, and Santorini.
I'm going to Greece.
Hey, babe, how does Abu Dhabi sound for 2 weeks?
How does Abu Dhabi sound?
202 Xfinity Comcast business text line. Giannis and Draymond defensively is the best front court in the game. There's no doubt about that.
That's a lockdown.
There's no doubt
Come
about
on.
that.
You're like, I don't know the spacing as I'm watching the three guys just throw bricks up, okay, who can't dribble and shoot. Like, give me a break.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Hey, by the way, a little birdie told me back on ESPN 1320.
What's that?
Casey and D'Lo are petrified of the Warriors getting Giannis.
Are they? I love how you're always monitoring what's going on up there.
I monitor everything, buddy. I got binoculars everywhere. I may not tweet as much, but the binoculars are out.
So does Giannis own Sabonis, or does Sabonis own Giannis? Because there's like some odd Anthony Davis Sabonis stuff.
Like Anthony Davis never beat Sabonis up until last week or whenever it happened, and that really upset Kyle Draper.
So Spinoni, you want to set this up here? What did I just send you? I just sent you something here.
So this is from Bonte Hill. You sent me this interview you had in the locker room last time. This was back in 2020, actually.
January 8th, 2020.
Oh, before everything shut down.
Correct. So this was during that season.
God, I miss those days.
It was Greek Heritage Night that night, Bonte Hill. And you had a little back and forth with one Giannis Antetokounmpo in the locker room. Let's take a listen.
Giannis, it was Greek Heritage Night here at Chase Center, and I don't know if you read the internet or newspapers around here, but a lot of people out here obviously want you, a lot of Warrior fans with Giannis jerseys. What did you think about the reception, and what do you think about all the noise here?
It was awesome. It was awesome. I had the chance a little bit in the half. I saw them dancing and playing Greek music, and it was nice. It was nice. It was nice to have Greek fans out there, supporting the Bucks, supporting me and my brother. As I said, it's always nice to have them around.
What do you think about some Warrior fans basically having your jersey, your name on Warrior uniforms? What do you think about all that noise?
I didn't see that.
You didn't see none of that?
No, I didn't see that.
They had a couple out there. What do you think about that?
I don't know.
Just wanted to question.
What the hell?
No.
By the way, I mean, hey, I need you to move over. That's the narcissist seat. That's what I would say immediately when I got to the Warriors.
So,
I'm like, hey, guys, everyone's gonna have to move around. One of you's gonna have to get in the back row. Yep.
Hey, Guy, move out of the way.
Hey, Guy.
Don't disrespect Guy Santos. Don't you disrespect Guy Santos on this show.
Goodness.
That's my guy. But I'm looking at the comments here in this tweet. Bayshawn, our boy Bayshawn. Salute to Bonte Hill. Sam Esposito, Bonte Myers. Our boy Sheev, Warriors World. Legend. My boy Juice. He knew the question before you asked it.
Yeah, he's ready. They have been flirting for 5 years. This is obvious.
Andy and Sam ruined the dynasty, and Bonte Hill is bringing it back for the love of the game. My boy Jason Jones, you got media members out here tampering. What's coming up is your phone calls. Shameless shout-outs on the other side. Line them up during the break. 888-957-9570. Seriously, let's get the shameless shout-outs in. Shameless shout-outs. I want your shout-outs here. Shout out whoever you want. This is how it works. Your local liquor store, your Halloween experience. You want to shout out your baby mama, your baby daddy, your wife, your husband, whatever you want to do. Shameless shout-outs on the other side, and we'll get right back to your phone calls. 888-957-9570. That's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Golden State Racing at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton every Friday through Sunday until December 15th.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, I'm in a goody mood, man. I'm in a real good mood. 5-game road trip. I'm fired up about my Warriors. I'm fired up about the Niners and where they're at. We get to sit back and watch the rest of the landscape. Rams and Seahawks, Lions and Packers. Binocular Bonte will be out in full force this weekend. Penn State, Ohio State, 9 in the morning. Happy Valley. Inject it all into my veins. But right now we're talking Dubs. We're going to get back to the Dubs in just a second. In just a second, all gas on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands gas line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's do it, baby. Let's get to shameless shout-outs. And
I was worried.
I got a shout out to the Bay FC. Bay FC heading into the last weekend of the regular season in the National Women's Soccer League. A win this weekend against the Houston Dash will break the record with 11 wins. Making history is on the line here for Bay FC. And it's the last regular season game. And the players are on the line, Chasky. 3 clubs, Bay FC, the Portland Thorns, and Racing Louisville will duke it out for the final 2 playoff spots this weekend. Bay FC is currently 8th in the standings, sits 3 points behind, 3 points ahead of number 9, Louisville, allowing both to clinch spots. The Thorns and Bay FC, they could clinch spots with a win or a draw. If Portland and Bay walk with at least a point each, the postseason lineup will be set. So one or both teams lose, and it's all going to come down to Sunday's regular season finale between Louisville and San Diego. So Bay FC, an expansion team, can make history with the win and go into the playoffs. Shout out to Bay FC, baby. Let's go.
All right, I want to give a special shout out, fizz in peace to Mac Dre, Andre Hicks. I remember where I was 20 years ago when I got the news in Seamus's basement after a crazy night that Mac Dre had passed away. I couldn't believe it. It was one of the most incredible things. And when I think about the legacy, there's the music legacy, which is obviously really deep, and being an independent artist and selling where he sold and how many albums he sold and the amount of work that he had put in. I mean, almost like Tupac, I'm still hearing new Mac Dre stuff. But to me, it's what he symbolized, which was bringing people together from all different economic backgrounds, ethnicities, communities, areas, and making party music that everyone could dance to. It's part of the culture. It's baked into it. Yep. It's its own Bay Area thing. I know there's been a lot of different artists that have ripped off things from him over time, but I think it's all out of respect to his impact. And I think about just everything that we know about our culture that is currently in place. He is one of the founding fathers of Bay Area culture. So I miss the guy dearly. I wish he would have been around right now in this internet age with TikTok and everything. The guy would have been 50 million times more popular now than ever before. Fizz in peace, Mac Dre, one of the great influences in my life on just how to treat people.
There it is. There it is. Let's go to the calls here. Let's start off with our main man, RJ in Fairfield. Shout out to those Kings, RJ. What's up, baby?
Warriors look good, huh? This your year, guys. Hey, shout out to the ESPN insiders for voting Golden One Center home of the Sacramento Kings as the #1 NBA arena. A banner will be coming soon, Bonte. We are hanging that up, baby.
That banner of being named the #1 arena in the NBA. I get it. You guys hang banners for California Classics, Summer League games. You do what you do. You're right, RJ. Another banner is coming. It ain't an NBA championship banner.
Thank you, Bonte. I love you guys. Yes, you are correct. We will be hanging that banner, baby. We are proud.
Hey, the NBA Cup as well. You're not winning that either. You know that, right?
Okay. All right. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. Long season.
RJ, you gotta start listening to me, man. You're too scary up there in Fairfield. I love you, though. Hopefully the baby's good. Art Robert in Walnut Creek. Art Robert, what's happening?
Hey, thanks so much for having me on, guys. Wanted to shout out my nonprofit called YesAndExercise.org. We serve the Parkinson's community, but even more, like Shafsky was saying, we're talking about community, bringing people together. We say you belong, have fun. What we do is provide cinema therapy, improvisation, these fun things we do online to bring people together and help them with the psychosocial, emotional issues, get them out of isolation. So please check us out, YesAndExercise.org. Peace to everybody. Thank you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Uncle Gene, Oakland. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
What's up, Uncle Gene?
Hey, guys. I'm going outside the box. I want to shout out someone named Ta-Nehisi Coates. You may know him from the Black Panther series.
Oh,
Famous
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
author,
He's
journalist,
got a bunch of books.
Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Yep.
That's right. He's got one out now. It's called The Message, for which he's exposed some very, very uncomfortable truths, and he's been severely attacked for it, but he's standing up to it. And, I want to shout him out. He's a truly courageous man and deserves all our support.
Yep, there it is, Uncle Gene. Our boy Ray Scarabosio. Shout out to his lovely wife, Donna. They were by the gatehouse the other day. Donna always has a critique of the suits and the ties. She keeps me on my game.
Okay.
Just turned 21. I'm not going to give her real age. She just turned 21. We're going to just say 21 on the 5th. They're heading to Cabo. Happy birthday, Donna.
Cabo.
We love you. And how about McKenna from down in Midi? Our boy Mondo, Golden City team kid. McKenna's going to announce her top 10 later today on the colleges she wants to go to.
Wow.
So shout out to Team Kid.
Pretty much can go wherever she wants.
Yeah, exactly. She can
Good
go
for
South
her.
Carolina. She can go to, LSU. She can go to Stafford. She can go wherever the hell she wants. You're right about that. But shout out to Mondo. Shout out to Jason Kidd. J Kidd, Mondo, I got to hit you up. Maybe J Kidd to join the show a day before Klay Thompson returned because Kidd said he'll come on anytime. He loves to roast. He's a roaster.
I want to shout out, there's men as well, but all the moms out there that do all the legwork to prep everything, and plenty of men out there as well, when it comes to Halloween. Halloween, the ladies are they're thoughtful. They have to get the costumes weeks in advance. They have to think about what it's going to look like. Sometimes you're coordinating the full family outfits at times. And, men, we're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, we're fine. Like, whatever you want to go with. And so shout out to all the moms that are out there putting in the hard work. And shout out all the dads who ate all the candy once everyone went to sleep last night.
Yeah, shout out to the boss because Lord knows I can't coordinate anything. Organizing Halloween, all that stuff, that's over my head. I like, it freaks me out. I feel like Ricky Bobby's dad. It's just like, it's too much. It's too much going on here. They're doing the makeup. They're organized. So shout out to Anna. You did a damn good job this year making us all be Frozen characters. I was Kristoff.
Nice. Let it go.
Let it go.
Bring Giannis home to the Bay Area.
Somebody did say, shout out to Giannis. Come home. I've written the quote tweets from 2020, January 8th, and they are hilarious. Like, there's people mad at Bob Myers. This corny-ass organization, how are they going to set up Greek night on the day the Bucks come into town? They're tampering, next-level tampering, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff.
I'm going to shout out one Benjamin Spadoni. My little guy was sick yesterday, so he couldn't do, the school parade for the elementary school where they walk around with their costumes. He couldn't go out trick-or-treating. He was heaving and hollering all night. So love you, buddy. It's okay. I told him, I was like, hey, don't worry. You got Thanksgiving and Christmas coming around the corner, so don't you worry, buddy. You'll get taken care of still. And you're only 5 years old. You got tons of Halloween still to go, but I felt for him. He had his buzz, and I told him, hey, you can wear your Buzz Lightyear costume as much as you want. Yeah. All right, bud? Just wear it every day if you need to.
To infinity and beyond.
Absolutely.
408 wants to shout us out. Y'all keep my wife and I to get ready for work. Keeps us entertained. Always start our mornings on a high note. Wow, that's surprising because there's a lot of times I come in cranky. 925. Shout out to the Liberty freshman football team currently on a 6-game win streak. Nice. After beating their heated rivals Freedom High School 38-0. And then how about the Pittsburgh, the Mega Boys out of Pittsburgh, 6U, 8U, 10U, playing for a championship this weekend. If they win, they go to Nationals in Florida. The Mega Boys, MEGA. Ian San Jose. Got to clarify it. Got to know, Shasky. Hello. Ian San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, boys? Just wanted to get on and shout out my son, Vaden Sudeto. His Leland High School team just won a tough game last night, and they win next week against undefeated team. We go to the playoffs, baby. Go Leland.
Let's go, Leland. And by the way, last shout out here before we get to Willa Marin. 612 Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to my daughter, Annabelle, who finished submitting all of her college applications yesterday. So proud of her hard work this fall. I'm proud of you too, Annabelle. Hell of a job there. The next step, graduating high school, going to college. You're going to make daddy cry. You're going to make mommy cry. Hell, you may make me cry because I'm thinking about the future with baby Ches. So shout out to you, Annabelle. That's how you do the damn thing. Now the tough part is done. The hard part's done. Now you get to sit back, enjoy your senior year, and just wait for a school to accept you.
Bonte, I have a question for you on today's All Saints Day, tomorrow's All Souls Day. When is it appropriate for the big box stores to start playing that Christmas music?
Well, you sickos are going to do it. I mean, it's probably already happening.
I don't have a concrete answer. I don't know, but I think it's a little premature. But when do you think you're allowed to start transitioning?
Well, I always say, let's get through Thanksgiving first, because Thanksgiving is the best holiday of them all. Family, food, football, and some hoops.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my favorite holiday. Christmas, all the month of December is just like, it's a nightmare. Baby Chaz is born on December 4th, so you got the birthday, you got the birthday party, you got to get gifts, you got to set the cake, you got to get the decorations.
Her and Jay-Z, same birthday?
Well, for now, that's a good thing.
50 did say Jay-Z's in hiding right now.
For now, that's a good thing.
50 did have a point.
50 did have a point.
At Langford's wedding, we know, because Shasky wants to talk P. Diddy all the time, baby oil stuff.
I mean, it's one of the biggest stories on the planet.
Oh, and then one of the girl at the table with the Severs, like, I've been waiting for somebody to bring this up.
That's right. I was just like, oh my God.
I felt like I was having my Game 4 Steph second half moment.
Well, I just came in very subtle.
Clear out.
I came in with the game-winning shot by saying, I just hope that Jay-Z's not a part of it because I don't want to stop playing his music. So for now, it's a good thing that Baby Chaz shares her birthday with the great Jay-Z. How about that? I didn't even think about that. My favorite rapper,
Baby Chaz. What's the name of
Baby
one of
Chaz
his songs?
Who?
Jay-Z. On the Black Album, I believe it's called December 4th.
Yeah, December 4th. It's like the first song.
Yeah,
it's a great song.
No, it's great. His mom's like narrating
his mom's
it. Yeah,
narrating.
awesome.
Oh, it's
He
unbelievable.
used to bang on the table.
Yeah. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
No, but that's why I'm surprised you didn't know.
No, I forgot. I mean, it just slipped my mind. I didn't remember Jay-Z's birthday, even though the Black Album is great. Not my favorite album, but it is really, really good. But
Lucifer.
But as I was getting to December, this is why we need the Warriors in the playoffs. We need those playoff checks. December, Baby Chaz's birthday. You got Christmas, you got gifts, you got to get gifts for friends, and your friend circle becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. They become family. We got to get gifts for the show. You got to get gifts for the station. You got to get gifts for the producers. You got to get gifts for mommy and daddy. You got to get gifts for this. And all of a sudden, you're just broke. And so, I like Thanksgiving. I get depressed around Christmas for some reason.
Do you cook for Thanksgiving?
Hell no, I don't cook. That's what my mom's there for. She's the best cook out there.
You got
her mac and cheese.
The Bill Burr, like he's watching a football game and his wife's like, well, what are we going to do for Thanksgiving? He's like, I don't know. Leave me alone. I'm watching the game. It's like, I don't know. Like, what are you going to do? You got to do something. Everybody got to bring something to the table. All right, I'll bake a pie. Yeah. And then like Thanksgiving Day comes around and he's thinking like, I'm going to sit in front of the TV and watch football all day.
All day.
And she's like, what about that pie you said you were going to make?
Oh, dude. Also, don't forget the Secret Santas and the White Elephant stuff. And it's like, Friendsgiving.
And then you have to do SantaCon.
Yeah, it's just, right?
Bonte, we got Black Friday football again this year, too. So not only that, we got the two-step. We got Raiders Chiefs on Black Friday this year, too.
I mean,
in Kansas City.
It's just too much. When does it stop?
I feel like Draymond a little bit.
Well, don't forget. And then after that, like,
Adam, it's too much for me.
You've got Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah, oh my God, that joke of a holiday. Oh my God, happy Hallmark Day.
So when is it up? Okay, the question is simple, and we'll get back into sports, but the question is easy. When are you allowed to start playing the Christmas music?
I always think you got to wait till after Thanksgiving. Now, 916 says one of his associates starts playing Christmas music in his car today.
Today? That feels early.
There's a meme about it. It's like people start playing Mariah Carey music like right now. All I Want for Christmas. Like, it's too much.
It's just too much. People already got Christmas trees, dude. It's too much. What's happened to society? I'm telling you, right this time I lose my brain, I become the sicko. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not the sicko. You're the sicko. You got 5 Christmas trees. You already got Christmas ornaments up already the day after Halloween. You're the sicko, not me. It's you guys.
Right? And you associate Christmas with what time of the year? Winter.
It did get cold in San Francisco.
But it's not winter yet.
The last
Thanksgiving
week
is fall.
Turned.
Yeah, no. Like, I always assume, like, after Thanksgiving, it's like, all right, now I'm officially on winter. It's fine. Yeah. Christmas time, New Year's. Let's just get through the holiday. Get through the turkey.
Yeah.
Right? This is why.
Let's get through the leftovers, too.
Well,
we got the leftovers.
The leftovers are the best part of Thanksgiving, which we all agree, which is the Friday and Saturday after. But I would say to you this. I am with you on Thanksgiving being the best holiday of them all, because it's always on a Thursday.
Yes.
Okay? And so I just got to mail it in for a couple of days throughout that week. And then no matter what job you're doing, and then you're just like, if I could just get to the... What?
You said that.
I know I did say
I don't mail it, Dave.
Because I
go
speak
hard
for the
to
people.
paint.
This is what we do.
No.
This is what
I
we
don't do that. Those people, again, you guys are part of the sickos. You think it's just a 3-day week. You should want to go harder for those 3 days. You should want to go give your best effort. Now, with that said, I'm taking a Wednesday off this year, the day before Thanksgiving. I'm like, a 2-day work week sounds better than a 3-day work week. So I'm going to do a 2-day work week, but I'm going hard to paint for those 2 days. We don't mail it in. Not on this show. We don't mail it in.
Absolutely. You'll be tuned in to me, who I'm assuming I'll probably be filling in for you that Wednesday. And then that Friday, I'll be in. So there you go.
Joe, let me just let you know, that Wednesday, I'm useless.
No, you're not. You got your Shasky Eats segment. What is it?
It's the best. You know you
what
love it.
What is it called again? I don't know. What is it called? The Butcher
Food
Shop?
with Butcher.
Food with Butcher. There you go. There you go.
Oh, God. 415, you really got to go there. Gosh, it's always some party pooper. Line 1, 415.
Why? Why are they a party pooper?
Just read the text, Shasky. Let's go to Will and Marin to get back to Giannis.
Let's see. Thanksgiving, okay, yeah.
You know, it's just
if you feeling compelled to text that in, you're missing the mark.
Yeah, it's always that
you're
guy.
You're probably just miserable.
It's a miserable
I
human
choose
being.
to be happy.
I have people like that in my family that are very similar to that. It's just
you know what? This is why I love Thanksgiving. And let me just tell you, because it coincides with my birthday. But also, you get that Thursday, and then you get that Friday, right? And so for most people, not everyone, most people, Friday, in the sports galore, because usually it's Michigan, Ohio State on that Friday, correct?
Is. No,
or is that
Saturday morning.
Saturday
morning.
And then the Friday, you obviously have the football stuff. But Thanksgiving night with all the football and everything that's going on, like it is incredible.
It is incredible. 408, Shasky said that, not me. What is with the morning show work ethic? Guru always brings a strong work ethic every week. Well, Guru doesn't.
I mean, he's on the 3.5 day a week work schedule.
He's got that is Guru. It is. He does take PTO like once every 2 weeks, and then you never know what's Steiny. I bring it 100% every night, even after getting 3 hours of sleep after a late night at Chase Center. I bring it to you I give you everything I got.
Win.
Hey,
I was rooting against Bonte.
I give you everything I got. 408.
If we were going to list the best chef or cook for a Thanksgiving to entertain all of the hosts here at 95, not their significant others, just all the hosts, who do you think would whip up the meanest meal overall of all the hosts?
I don't trust any of you guys.
Honestly, and we make fun of him for this because he does like watch parties.
Mark Willard?
It'd probably be Mark Willard.
Yeah,
I honestly think he could put on the best party out of all of us. I don't know. I just talked over what you said, so I apologize.
Repeat it, Shasky. Repeat it, please.
I said, yeah, but I want seasoning on my food. It was
that's what the lovely Christy is there for.
Again,
come on.
It's on you to do it, okay?
Well, at the wedding, Michelle kind of blew Shasky out of the water with, well, Joe doesn't like seasoning.
No, she said I didn't love spices way back in the day because my mom cooked everything. Chicken, broccoli, and noodles.
No, she dropped seasoning.
No, she was wrong. She tried to.
I'm always very offended by that. With the white guys always get taken no seasoning. I was like, well, first of all, I'm Italian. We literally have a seasoning called Italian seasoning, so kick rocks.
Burritos.
I mean, come on. The Verde is the best one.
Oh, man.
You guys want to get into some big facts?
Let's get Will and Marin. We've been waiting on hold for 2.5 minutes. We called on them. Will, bring us back to y'all. Bring us back to, hey, you're right, 707. My mom does make some mean greens. Will and Marin, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, thank you for letting me enjoy the show for a little bit. But first, I just want to shout out my mom. I'm a new father. She made raising me and my brothers look very easy. So shout out, Mom. I love you.
Congratulations, Will.
You are the best. Thank you guys so much. But I just about Giannis. Like to me, I'm just like looking at it as like kind of like devil's advocate, right? Like us not wanting Giannis would have been like the boys not going up to Linden for Judge, right? Like why wouldn't we want Giannis? Like I get it. Like and Shasky makes a great point. Like we're trotting out people that aren't the greatest shooters and they're getting stuff done. I think Giannis takes care of a ton of blue collar stuff that we don't do well. Like he makes rebounding just so much better. I think that, he makes other teams have to respect us in the paint and other things like that. I just think that he opens up the floor more for everybody. And it's like, I get it. You may not want to give, you always have to like give to receive. But when my thing in a trade is rather anything in life, whatever you're trading, if you're getting the best piece, regardless of what you're giving up, you've won the trade. And Giannis, with whatever we're going to give up outside of Curry, is probably going to be the best piece. So why not take that? And I think he's going to, he wants to be here. And I love it how they're doing Greek night. It's just like the boys going up to Linden. It's great marketing. I hope we can get them. And I honestly, I'm in the camp of them winning games too, bud. Bring it.
Hey, did you like that tampering, Will? Was that next level tampering or what?
Jay, keep it up, big dog. You're doing the Lord's work out here for us. You keep that up.
Maybe I could take off the suit and just put on a flannel like I used to wear all the time. Remember my little flannels? I miss those flannels. Still got them hung up in the closet. But
that was in the Papa days. The flannel.
There you go, the Papa days. That was actually, you know what, Will? That was the BS&G days. Oh. We didn't last a year, but it was a hell of a 7-month stretch for us.
It was a run.
It was a good run. It was a good run. It was one of those, like, we're like the Florida Marlins. We won a championship, then it just all imploded during the pandemic.
Kind of like the Bucks. We're the Milwaukee Bucks.
Does that make Steiny Dame Lillard?
Drew Holiday.
And Guru's Middleton. He's missing all this time.
That makes Guru Gary Sheffield. It makes Steiny Jeffrey Loria the owner who they had to take the team from.
I would say more Conine. Mr. Marlin.
Who's Steiny? No, stop kissing his ass. He ain't Mr. Marlin.
Who's David Sampson?
Oh,
well, he was not on the 97 Marlins.
Yeah, which Marlins team were we talking about here?
No, he didn't take. His stepfather didn't buy the team till 2001 or something.
I would be Jim Leland in 97. I'd be Jack McKeon in the other team, or it could be Dontrell.
Burning heaters in the dugout.
You know what it is? Actually, I'm Dontrell Willis.
That's 2003.
Guru's Juan Pierre.
Okay.
And Steiny would be David Sampson. But it was a hell of a run. We won a championship. We did.
It is funny.
It is funny.
Does
we
that
did win
make
some championships.
Madsen the producer, Miguel Cabrera?
I like that. By the way, Kyle Madsen, it's not lost on me on what he did. And I love you, Madsen.
What? Okay.
But I love what you did.
Get the chopper out.
Wow. I love what he did.
What happened?
And I saw this on the internet. Speaking of ESPN 1320.
Tell me.
Lubman and Spadoni dressed up. And I had no idea. They dressed up as Shasky and Bonte.
Okay.
It was a very creative idea. Edda loved it. Everybody loved it. It was a hilarious segment. Maybe our best segment all year.
A part of me felt attacked, and I also felt so happy that they had the guts to do that.
Yes, I did.
We were NBC authentic.
That was good. Kyle Madsen and James Ham dressed up as KC and D'Lo.
Oh.
A day after Spadoni and Lubman did it. And part of me thinks Madsen... Look, JC did it a lot. Kind of biting people's style, but putting your own twist on it.
Oh, yeah. You saw all the videos that I've known forever?
No, I've done that
Stealing Slick Rick's lines?
Yeah, we know all about that. Hey, it's all good. We've all stolen something from somebody once upon a time.
We'll call it repackaging.
There you go. That's what Madsen did. I feel like he kind of repackaged Lubman and Spadoni's idea.
I have to see what it looks like. I don't know. Did he post it?
Yeah, they posted it.
Okay.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
Where was that from?
I don't know.
By the way, shout out to Alita. 650's daughter has a ballet competition this weekend, and they're trophy hunting. Oh my God! Oh, that's next level ballet. Can you imagine saying that? My daughter Alita, she has a ballet competition this weekend, and we are trophy hunting.
It's pretty good, actually.
It is pretty good.
I'm looking at their...
It is really good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It is really good.
I just, Damien, I know you can get away with it. I'm just not going to go like the capri pants tucked up slightly. I don't know how he does that.
He pulls it off.
I didn't say he didn't. I said I couldn't.
No. How about this, though? As we talk Giannis, and we're going to get back here because Matt Nahiga just had a meeting with us yesterday, somewhere about 8:45 and through 9 o'clock. He gets a little... Yeah.
What?
I just can't get over this text. Comcast business text line. I don't know why. Because my daughter was in ballet for about a year. Shout out to my daughter, Alita, who I hope does very well. She has a ballet competition this weekend, and we are trophy hunting. Let's freaking go. Now the pressure he just put on his daughter to win a trophy in a ballet competition. Shouldn't everybody get trophies? What are we doing here?
You play to win the game. I mean, it's pretty straightforward to me. I've said this forever, and it is true. Like at the end of the day, does it matter if you win or lose? No. It's a hell of a lot more fun when you win.
Oh, my God.
It just is.
It is sad, but it's true.
Now, here's what I would say.
Think about the intensity this young lady's going to go into that competition ready to roll. So I'm thinking to myself, damn, It's just 9 years old.
No, what doesn't matter? No. The Irish dancing community is very dedicated, and they go at it. So I have my niece, one of the triplets, Elizabeth. She's an excellent Irish dancer, and they go all over the place. I mean, all over the place. Jim's daughter, Emma, is also a competitive Irish dancer. Yeah. I think they're at different schools, and the names are evading me. But the whole world of dancing. My sister did it forever. She did ballet, jazz, tap, hip hop. She did it all, and it's. You want to say competitive? It's a whole nother, it's an ecosystem that I was unaware of.
Safeway in Fillmore, California is closing here. Man, that's had a hell of a run. 888-957.
Don't leave anything in your car in that parking lot.
You can leave stuff in your car. I've parked there many times, Shasta. Stop. Don't stereotype us out there in Fillmore, California.
Any Safeway, Bonte.
No.
The one on Mission near my mom's house, never, ever leave anything in your car.
I just think that's San Francisco in general.
That's just everywhere.
Or in the Bay Area. Yeah. Just
honestly,
don't leave
if you're in, even in your nicer neighborhood, just don't do it. It's dumb.
I don't leave
people. It's I don't lock my doors. Well, you should always what are we doing?
You lock your doors.
Yes.
Yes. I'm with you.
Do you know? Oh my gosh, this happened the other night. I gotta share the story. We're gonna get to Big Cat, Big Facts in just a second. King's Tail.
Best work ever.
So it's a quick tale. Happened the other night. So we got a new babysitter. Shout out Dasha. We appreciate you very much. Had a hell of a time with baby Chaz on her first day. And they took my car seat out of the car so she could use it, put it in her car and whatnot. And I forgot to close the back door. So I walked to my car in the morning.
The door was open?
The door's wide open. I kind of creep up to the door, make sure nobody was in there.
Oh my God.
To see if the window was broke. Nothing got stolen. Everything was there. But the door was open all night.
Oh my God. Were the seats dewy?
Seats are actually not bad. Yeah. No, they weren't dewy at all.
Really?
And I said, Andy, you realize you left my door open? Oh, I know. I've been sick. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Did anybody take anything? No, thank God they didn't. I'm checking the glove department, just check the trunk, and just what? I couldn't believe it. So that's the tale right there. Thankfully, nothing got stolen. People respected the Batmobile. They said, the Batmobiles is probably airing out.
They rummaged through it as quickly as they possibly could.
Noticed that nothing was there.
There's nothing in here.
Or maybe they just saw the press conference. It's that's the key. We can't mess with this stuff. Ah, you like that.
I did.
You like that.
I did like that.
Do you like Giannis? Oh, legal? Play them damn legal, Spinoni.
I need the Filmo one.
Yeah. Come on, you know the drill. You already forget. It is ADD hour on the show.
It's time for you to do the legal.
Good Lord.
Time for the legal.
There you go. You listen to 95.7 The Game.
Before I pass you this, let's get legal.
Yeah. KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. An Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. All right, we're a little behind here. So let's get to Big Cat, Big Facts. And then we got the Friday Flush. So Big Cat, Big Facts. Who's setting this up? Who's got the Big Facts? Let's go. There's a lot of capping going on when it comes to Giannis.
Let's start there, boys.
Oh.
Big cap or big facts? Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak.
That's the part you messed up.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Trust me, I'm there.
He will finish this season in a Bucks uniform. Big cap or big facts?
Big facts. He'll be dealt in the offseason.
It's big cap as I wear my fireman hat. I'm not Fireman Ed, I'm Fireman Shask. And let me tell you this right now. This guy, there's a 5-alarm fire going on in Milwaukee. I don't know if you know this. And the water hose that's going to slow this thing down is a Warrior trade. It's happening. He's getting traded. They're done. It's over. They're not getting better. Giannis is out of there. And he's out of there Because it's getting early quick.
It gets late early out there.
Whatever
Shout out Yogi Berra.
There you go.
It gets late early out there, and you're 1-4.
What I say, it gets early quick.
Yeah, it gets late early out there.
Mispronunciation of the year.
Oh man, that's all good. That's
all right,
good.
we'll go.
What did I say, the pot kettle black or something like that? Yesterday
It's
was
all right.
bullshit. Yeah, that's
we're
what we do.
roasting here.
Hour.
It's the ADD hour.
I have it bad.
It's a feel-good Friday here on the roast. All right, we'll move on. Right now, the Golden State Warriors are third. They're the third seed of the season, ended today. 5 games in. It's early. But you got the Thunder, you got the Suns, you got the Warriors. Big cap, big facts. Warriors will be a playoff team lock this season. Big cap, big facts.
Oh, that's easy. Big facts.
And we're not talking play it like you. No,
we're
play
talking
top six. Top six.
This is a top 6 team. And I'm very close to saying this team can make a deep playoff run. I'm not there yet. I'm getting close. Trust me. I'm feeling it right now. I'm feeling it. Buddy Hield, wow. I know the guy can do what he's doing right now with the bag. Going to the rack. They're 12 deep. I like what I'm seeing. It is a fact. Big fact. They are a top 6 team this year in the Western Conference.
Yeah, I'd be happy either way. Either they don't make it or they do. No, I'm just teasing. They've got to make it. I mean, yes, I'm going to go big facts. There's no doubt about it. Where is our 49er helmet that I brought in? My 1970s 49er helmet. Did someone steal it?
Probably.
I'm looking for it here in the studio.
You remember one time I brought a smoothie in here, my little green juice, and then I came back the next day, half of it was drunk.
People take my yogurt here, too. I don't know what goes on around this building. I don't know.
I'm going to say facts. They're going to be a top 6 team this year, especially after the Giannis trade.
All right, boys. We just had the Dodgers win the World Series over the New York Yankees. Big cap, big facts. You're feeling optimistic about the San Francisco Giants' chances in the NL West within the next, Sam Lubin put this, next four years.
Oh, my gosh. Come on, man. Why 4 years? Might not be alive on Sunday.
Let's just go next season. I'm going to check. I'm going to call an audible here.
I love
it. Do you feel optimistic about the Giants next year and their chances in the NL West?
Lubin put in a question with a 4-year grace period.
The Giants basically were mathematically eliminated with a month to go, right? We all agree, right?
Some may say they were eliminated in May.
I will say this. I think this team this year they're going to make some moves this offseason. I don't know what they are. I think they're going to start with some trades. I think this team this year will be in the mix until the final 14 days of the season. And I think it'll make everyone really, really encouraged. I'm thinking 2009-like vibes.
Optimistic about the next season.
Big facts. I'm very optimistic.
You know what?
I'm optimistic, I'll say.
I feel good today. I feel like a homer. Big facts. They'll be in a race. They're back. It's Buster Posey's Giants. Let's go. Moving on, Spinotti. Let's go.
We're moving on. Let's go to football, boys. And right now, the NFC West is as such. Cardinals, 4-4, first in the division. Tied with the 49ers. Niners are 2. Seahawks 3, all at 4-4. You got the Rams at 3-4 coming up the rear. Big cap, big facts. The 49ers are a lock to win this division this season. Big cap, big facts.
I'm going to say big cap. They are not a lock. They're not. They're just not. They're not. Right now. I'm going off of right now. Things could change quickly. I have to see another month of good football before I'm ready to buy in. So as of right now, I'm going to go cap.
I'm a homer. I'm home team today. I'm sitting back with the binoculars. I told you something was cooking in Arizona. Did I say something sneaky down there happened in the desert? But you know what? The Bears are going to do our work for us. Caleb Williams down in the desert against Kyler. Somehow, some way. Look, I wouldn't bet the game because bets go to die in the desert. That Cardinals team is sneaky good, dude. They get on my nerves. I knew something was brewing down there with that team. But with that said, if this is the last dance with this core group, they will win the West. They will win the West on the last day. I'll go cap. But I so want to go big facts because I think John Lynch is working those phone lines. I think he's dialing up everybody. He's checking in on Myles Garrett. He's checking in on Zadarius Smith. He's checking in with the Miami Dolphins. He's checking in on everybody.
Jadeveon Clowney.
Where's he at right now?
Carolina.
Oh, my gosh. Ooh, bring him out to the West Coast. Even though I think he's underwhelming, but could use all the bodies.
He doesn't need to be a 1 or a 2.
DeForest Buckner, get him out here.
That would be a big move.
Huge. I go Big Cat for now, but I'm you know what? The hell with it. Big facts. Lynch is making a home run splash for the Niner faithful. Let's go. We're making the Super Bowl push. He's working the deal. By the time the deadline coming out, Adam Schefter will have the alert. And John Lynch and the 49ers strike again, baby. They're going to strike gold. And it's going to beat DeForest Buckner, number 99. Let's go. Buck's coming back. Calling my shot.
Did you guys see, as we wind down Big Cat, Big Facts here, former San Francisco 49er, and I guess you can call him a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, although he never came to camp, Randy Gregory trying out for the Seahawks this week.
Oh, boy.
49er legend. Sorry.
He did make a couple plays.
Yeah, the first game, I think I called that. I was like, he'll have a sack in his first game. That's all he did. Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't stick around here, man. The weed is great in the Bay Area.
In Seattle, too.
Seattle, they do got good kush. Moving on here, even though I've never smoked in Seattle. Moving on. Let's move
What was the point of saying that?
I don't know. It's the wacky hour. Friday flush, Bedoni. Give yourself
Sure, it is time,
let's go.
Vontae. Thank you so much for the Friday flush, where we flush the worst take of the week, or it's not really a take this week, but we're going to call it a take. Presented by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. For all your plumbing needs, go check out flowingwater.net. And this week, ladies and gentlemen, we are flushing one Trayvon Diggs, who had a back and forth with a Dallas reporter after the team's loss on Sunday night. Take a listen.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking the question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
And that was the Friday Flush presented by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Be sure to check out their website at flowingwater.net. And Trayvon Diggs has since apologized to that reporter.
That's good.
Back to you, Bonte.
Way to be a big man, Trayvon Diggs. That's how you do business. Take accountability. Be a grown-up. Let's go. But the Cowboys are a mess. We don't have to worry about those jokers anymore. Our mega team means mind elevated, game accelerated. That's a Pittsburgh team that's playing for nationals this week. So I want you guys to win. Let me know. Send us a text and let us know what the results are over the weekend here.
I'm looking at Cam Newton on the television. What is with Cam looking like he's out of New Orleans in the 1900s?
Somebody said it was a good one. They said Cam Newton looks like he drives a hot air balloon. That was pretty good. I don't know if I just saw that on the Comcast text line or Twitter. That was like, damn, that would stop me in my text. That's pretty good. That's really pretty good.
What are the outfits though? He wears these hats, these top hats, and like he's just got sweaters and like what is he wearing?
I don't know.
Just like you guys are talking about Damien of 1320, like pulling off, like he can pull off that outfit.
Yeah, he can. D-Lo KC, the best dressed radio show in the history of radio, sports radio. Not even close, huh? Them dudes walking up to the sports station with Gucci pouches, man.
Well, I know. I want to know what the budget is for the wardrobes on that show.
We know Sacramento Station was up there, man. So the budget was was a lot bigger than ours.
Who's the best dressed person in sports?
Ooh. Great question. I don't know.
It's not Peyton Manning. He's always wearing like a golf polo with like dad pants and stuff.
Honestly, former San Francisco 49ers quarterback, it might be Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, he just wears
a lot of Travis Matthews stuff, though.
He wore a lot of suits.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
Tom Brady. I mean, I saw you and Tom Brady chopping it up last week, right, Bonte?
Well, I didn't get a word in. I just, took a photo. That's it. I didn't really.
Did you tell him that you didn't want him a couple years ago? That Shasky did?
Well, no. I told him that Shanahan didn't want him.
Oh.
It's not up to me. I'm just a dumb hot jock, hot shock, whatever you call a shock jock on the radio. That's Shanahan's problem, not mine. Because you know what? If they would have signed Brady, you know what Bonte Hill would have done? Boy, we got the GOAT. We got the GOAT. Tom Brady. Boy, pivot, don't panic.
Sorry, Joe. We got the GOAT.
So we got the GOAT. Hey, Montana, man, you know what? I thought you were the GOAT, but then I saw Brady throw that ball in training camp. I was like, yeah, this guy's the one. Like, yeah, that would have happened. Best believe that. What my decision was Shanahan's decision. And you weren't the only one who wanted Tom Brady. All right, we got to go. More coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Kyle Anderson, my guy, Kyle Anderson. All right, we got some news here. Cheska, I want you to read it in just a second, but let's pay some bills. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations or millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, all available. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners, Warriors, stations and radio shows like Stein E. Goo. Brian Gessler on, and he gave us some very good Nuggy Nugs. Very good Nuggy Nugs. Now, you were looking for your 49ers helmet. The streets say, and when I say the streets, it's the Comcast Business text line. Now, I'm looking for the text here. Oh, 925, Comcast Business text line. You're looking for the 49er helmet, right?
Yeah, it's from the 70s, from my house.
Yeah.
I brought it here, and I thought it would stay here.
Well, 925. Did Jude Willard go as Brock Purdy, Mark Willard's son? Or do you think he got the helmet?
Did he? Well, if he borrowed it, that's one thing. Did he?
Did Mark Willard give? Oh, I got a helmet for you. Don't even trip, son.
Can we reach out to Mark?
No, don't do that. It's a joke.
Ask him. No, he can bring it back. I have no problem with him borrowing it.
It's a joke.
It has sentimental value to me because it's from my family, and I kind of want to keep it.
It's a joke.
You know, I brought it in as a prop.
Mark Willard didn't do that. He would.
Did he?
No, he didn't.
Carter, can you text him?
No, he didn't do that.
Oh, we have bigger fish to fry.
Oh, wait, is that the helmet? No, that's not your helmet. It looks a lot cleaner.
Yeah, no, that's a 2-bar. That's like 80s, 90s. No, that's not mine.
I'm scared of Willard.
I rescind it. I rescind it.
He was really about to call Mark Willard.
I just want it back.
It's a jokey joke.
All I did is I want it back.
I preface it with a jokey joke. All right, let's get serious. 888-957-9570.
Does this warrant breaking news? Your decision.
You know what? Just hit the sounder. No. Nothing's happened
We're not
yet.
getting Philipponied.
Oh, my God. Remember we hit the breaking news on the report, and I questioned it right away. I'm still mad at that.
All right. So, rival NBA executives believe the Warriors are, quote unquote, more willing than ever to trade Jonathan Kuminga, per John Hollinger and Sam Amick.
Sam Amick from The Athletic.
And John Hollinger also from The Athletic, who used to run the Memphis Grizzlies, I believe. Rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to trade Jonathan Kuminga. What do you think, Warrior fans? Are you more willing than ever to trade Jonathan Kuminga? I think this has a lot to do with the money, the fit, and I think this is a lot of things. I don't think this is just like, do we like Kuminga? I think they like Kuminga.
Yeah, and I also think maybe the agent the other day kind of overreacting, maybe giving Shams that report about being benched, because that's what I'm hearing, that the agent's kind of freaked out. It's like, oh my God, you see this big old graphic, benched, like he was out of the rotation or something. I know. There's a number of things here, but I'm looking at the comments underneath this tweet, and automatically there's like 3. Giannis, he's a Bucky. Giannis a Warrior. Giannis coming to the Bay. So I don't know. Are Warrior fans willing to do this? I don't know, because here's the deal. This is how if we're having a serious conversation, and we'll get to 4-down territory at about 9:45, Spinoni. 4-down territory, 9:45. But for the next 24 minutes, I want to take calls from Warrior fans here on this team. And with the Giannis rumors swirling, with JK, the upcoming money, how are we feeling about Jonathan Kuminga right now?
There's more to the Sam Amick thing.
You got more on it?
Yeah, one name to monitor. This is quote unquote Amick shared. One name to monitor is Jimmy Butler, 35-year-old Miami Heat star who league sources say drew interest from the Warriors during the offseason, did not come to terms on an extension. He will be an unrestricted free agent next summer. Now, he's 35. So that's Sam Amick is saying that, that's a name to monitor. That's what it says.
And Pat Riley would love a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, the pair alongside Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. He seems like Pat Riley would know what to do with Jonathan Kuminga. There's no doubt about that. But I'm looking at Jimmy Butler. Okay.
Jimmy, I think that's playing with fire. He's really old.
The vibes are really good right now. Would you want to break up these vibes that they have right now for Jimmy Buckets?
Probably not. Especially because I don't want to pay, going back to the money thing, I'm not trying to pay 36-year-old Jimmy Butler $50 million a year, $60 million a year. That's not good business.
And I think
Wiggins can do a lot of things Jimmy can do.
I'm with you, man. He's a good player. But can he play in a read and react system? holds the basketball a lot. He's a ball pounder, Jimmy Butler. Pounds the basketball over and over and over again. Takes the air out of the basketball. I'm out on that one. I'm kind of out on that one. I'm out.
I don't think the Warriors are gearing up for a
Jimmy Butler type of deal.
I
They
don't
want
think
something
so.
bigger.
Plus, I just don't think the Miami Heat are taking Kuminga. I just know how they roll.
Well, no, they would like it. I think Pat Riley would love a Kuminga.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. I think they love a Kuminga.
I think they would love a
think the
Podziemski.
opposite.
I don't know about a Kuminga. They're all about like max effort.
Yeah. I think Kuminga will give them that in South Beach, though. I don't think effort's a problem with Kuminga. It's just about knowing where to go, knowing how to play with others. It's just redefining his skills. You heard Reggie Miller over and over on the TNT broadcast say that he's not polished offensively. He's got a lot of talent. Sky's the limit for him, but he's not polished.
Okay.
Effort with Kuminga, I've never walked away from a game saying Kuminga didn't give max effort.
No. I don't think. Maybe I miss the word. Should not be effort. I think they love high IQ half court players.
I mean, so do the Warriors,
with very
right?
specific skill sets. Jaquez had a great year last year for them. Obviously know that they got some bad deals on their books too. Like I don't know. I don't know.
I think Spoelstra and Pat Riley would love a Kuminga type player.
Well, does that maybe tell you shouldn't make the deal then? If Pat Riley and Spoelstra like them?
I mean, think about it like this. It's not just that. It's you get a young asset in Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not talking about him as an asset like we were talking about earlier, but just a good player that you could buy low on, and you give him a team-friendly deal, and you say, okay, we can see what he does for the next 3 years with the Bam Adebayo. I think they're so out on Jimmy Butler in the way his act is worn thin down there. You heard what Pat Riley said in the offseason? We're out here talking trash about the New York Knicks. We got our ass kicked. What the hell are you talking for? Shut up. What did Pat Riley say? We should pull that quote. Pat Riley basically was like, yo, shut up. Like, dude. And so Jimmy Butler wears people out. It's a reason why he's been on so many teams. On this team with the vibes being so good.
For him to say that, I thought, is that Jimmy trolling or is that Jimmy serious? If you're not on the court playing against Boston or on the court playing against the New York Knicks, you should keep your mouth shut in your criticism of those teams.
Pat Riley's a godfather. He don't play that stuff. So if it's for Jimmy Butler, I like the player. I do, Shasky, but that's a tough one for me. That's a tough one. Let's go to the lines. BPA, Brian Palo Alto. What you thinking here?
Yeah, I don't view this as this is not a buy low, sell high. I mean, if you're going to get Kuminga, you basically need to commit to a $40+ million a year deal for his extension.
That's the way I'm viewing it. I agree with you.
He turned down 30 with the Warriors, so you're not going to get Jonathan Kuminga unless he has Klay Thompson's agent. You're not going to get Jonathan Kuminga on a team-friendly deal with the Heat, right?
But what if that changes,
because
though?
He would be taken.
What if that changes after the season where he's like, you know what, I want to stay here, and the number does get lowered?
I mean, if we could get a legit or like even hypothetical second option for Kuminga, that would be a dream come true. There's no scenario where I'm comfortable paying Kuminga even $25 million personally.
Would you be?
He's not a consistent player. He does not show up a lot. He can't shoot still. And he's just not a player you can rely upon, right?
But is Jimmy Butler the answer, though? BPA, Jimmy Butler's the answer?
I'm not. No, probably not. And I'm not saying I'm a huge Jimmy Butler fan, but I think the deal with Kuminga, and I mean if you take the vibes coming out of unnamed sources and such that the Warriors don't believe that this is a guy they want to pay a lot of money to. And I completely agree with him. I don't want to pay a lot of money to him either because he's just a guy that's just not going to show up a lot. And if you're going to pay $30, $40, $50 million to a guy, that guy's got to show up 82 nights a year. And ideally,
I don't agree with that 100% here with Kuminga. I think he's better than what we're giving him credit for. That's just my opinion.
I think Jimmy Butler is where I draw the line of no.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like Giannis, yes.
Right.
Right? And then There are other players that I would obviously consider, but Butler, because of the age and his attitude, like he always plays nice for a year or two.
Yeah, it's yes.
And then it like unravels almost immediately.
Great playoff performer too. I'll give him credit.
Well, what would a lineup look like with him, Draymond, and I mean defensively they'd be awesome.
Did he get along with Wiggins in Minnesota?
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Like, what's a lineup look like with Steph, Wiggins, Draymond, TJD, and Jimmy Butler? How does your half court look there?
Doesn't look bad at all. And
He's
the
a
game does slow
facilitator.
down. And the game does slow down in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But how did he get along with Wiggins? I don't remember the Minnesota situation.
Didn't he play with a Rolex on and kick the crud out of all those guys?
He did. With like
With a bunch of
sweater
the
on.
bench players?
Wow. It was a scene, no doubt. Let's go to Muhammad in Elk Grove. Muhammad, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I think Jimmy Butler, first of all, he's not the answer. This guy is a locker room killer. You saw it in Minnesota. You saw it in Philadelphia. And right now, it's kind of starting to unravel in Miami. But when you go to Giannis, you look at Giannis, that's a guy you're willing to shell out every asset that you've got for. Anyone not named Curry could go in that trade. Curry's done trades the last couple of years of his career. Same with Draymond, because you're probably not going to include him in that. You're looking at a package of probably Wiggins, Hodge, Kuminga, first-round picks. If you could get that deal done, you do it. No questions asked.
Yep. Let's go to Jason in Philly. Jason, all the way in Philadelphia. What's up, Jason?
What's up, guys? I hope y'all having a great Friday. I just want to give a shit. What's that?
Having an awesome day. Sorry to cut you off there.
Good. No, you good. You good. I just want to give a shout out to Jonathan Kuminga's jumper. I appreciate it for being broke yet another season, because it will finally, hopefully, end this two-timeline travesty and get a real player in to help Steph. I don't think Jimmy is the right fit, but in the playoffs, he shows up big time. All his shooting numbers go up, all his points per game numbers go up, and he can operate well in the half court, unlike JK. But if they can pull a miracle, and I'm not betting on it, but if they can pull a miracle and get Giannis, it'd be amazing.
All right, Jason. That's Jason in Philly.
I feel like Kuminga's somewhere listening to that, like, y'all ain't got no love for me? Like Snoop Dogg at the Source Awards?
All right. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, dude, I was like, damn. He's like, shout out to his jump shot.
Dude,
it stays broken.
Dude.
It's like, wow.
Like, dude, the guy shot.
That was a dome shot.
I mean, just a straight-up dome shot. As a 20-year-old, Jonathan Kuminga shot 37% for the three-point line, 2 attempts per game.
He's not a great shooter.
He's not a great shooter right now.
I'm
looking at the percent. No, I get it. He's not a great shooter. The mid-range jumper, though.
Shot.
The mid-range jumper, though, is not bad. The midi, the fadeaway, gets to the cup.
Elbow in.
Right.
He's not
no
bad.
doubt. He's not a great three-point shooter right now, for sure. You want to see Jimmy Butler's numbers from the three-point line?
Oh, no, he's never been good, but he gets to the free throw line a lot.
Right. And Kuminga's on this team gets to the free throw line. I don't know.
Well,
how about this? Hold on real quick. 650. I told y'all about the secret Giannis and Steph meeting at Melo this past summer. Y'all laughed at me. It's a struggle possibility now that the trade might happen. 650-888-957-9570.
Put your name on it.
I would like you to call in.
Even as an anonymous account.
Yeah,
Call in.
Call in. Use a fake name. Use a fake voice. I don't care. I want to hear from you. I want to know about the secret meeting then. Let me know about it. I've heard rumors. Dude.
Hi, this is Tiago in Palo Alto.
Tiago couldn't quit the show. Tiago.
I totally forgot about that.
No, he used a number name at first.
Said he was never going to listen again.
Yeah, he used a number name. He goes, I'm going to the other station. I'm seeking your ratings. And then he came back like 2 weeks later. I love BPI.
We'll seek our own ratings.
Some say we may have. Listen. I want to hear from you, because there was rumors. Giannis is in the marina right now looking for houses. Remember those rumors?
Well, I mean, him and Bryce Harper were looking together. They're going to buy a duplex. But here's what I would say. I remember the day the Chris Paul trade went down with Jordan Poole. I said, God, we traded a 40-year-old point guard to receive a 40-year-old point, and we traded away a 23-year-old player. Like, just say that out loud.
I know.
it's not really a great trade.
No.
9 out of 10 times.
No, it's not.
Okay? So
But-
let's say this one outside.
But it was a money move, though.
36. Stop. 36. I love you, but stop.
It was a money move.
Okay, great. It was a bad trade.
Yeah, I'm with
36-year-old
you.
Jimmy Butler for 22-year-old Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah, I think we need to aim higher.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. 650, I would like you to call in 888-957-9570. Oh, 510. BPA was Gary, then Tiago, and then gave up.
He should call in as the Zodiac next.
No, don't.
What?
Don't.
That was 1968.
Stop it. People are still haunted by that stuff. They're still haunted by it.
I watched the Netflix doc.
They're still haunted by it.
The guy passed away.
Yeah, but
in
they're
92.
still, but people are still affected by that. They're still affected. Got to leave that alone.
My dad was a mailman during that time. Scary hours.
Yeah, you got to draw a line, dude. That's come on.
The 60s, Montana. It was 60 years ago.
Great movie, though.
Frankie
Jake
Albert
Gyllenhaal.
played in the 50s. We always reference him.
Yeah, but I'm not still like walking around like Frankie's gonna get you.
Well, no, you bring up Frankie Albert when he lined up the shotgun to do. Anyway,
he's also a Marlboro pitchman on the sidelines wearing a suit.
What is going on here?
Let's go to
Frankie Albert.
Let's just
Coach
leave
the
that.
Niners.
Trust me, I don't want to be associated with that. Coach and Vallejo. Coach and Vallejo. I get the most heat on the show. With the Twittiets and the DMs and stuff, these guys will take what you say, throw it at me, and just, oh my gosh, it's unbelievable sometimes.
If you're not fascinated by the Zodiac,
No, I am. I watched America's Most Wanted growing up about the Zodiac, but not going to reference anything to that compared. Anyway, let's go to Coach and Vallejo. Coach, what's happening? Just leave it all.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, good morning, guys. And, Bonte, I think let me give you credit for coming to Jonathan Kuminga's back because he's always being attacked. And, Shasky, you said something that kind of broke my heart. When you start talking about Jonathan Kuminga's IQ once again, okay, there's nothing wrong with his IQ. This is basketball. He plays the game differently than Brandon Jim Podziemski. Totally different type of game. Now, the other night, Podziemski tried to call a review with an 18-point lead with 5 minutes to go in the game. If Kuminga would have done that, you'd have been talking about his IQ. What kind of IQ was that? Which Steve Kerr laughed at Podziemski and said, what the hell are you talking about?
Right.
Now, also, Kuminga's jump shot is fine, but you don't never talk about, again, Podziemski shooting, which is a horrible shot. He was one of the worst shooters in the league last year, 44% inside 3 and 10 feet, 66% from the free throw line, but you never mention how bad he is as a shooter. Kuminga is a different type of player. Now, true enough, he may not be the type of player the Warriors like, but he will be fine under Pat Riley. He's a great ball player for what he does. Don't expect him to play or the game like Podziemski because Podziemski cannot do what Kuminga did. What Kuminga did with Ingram the other night and put him on roller skates. What Kuminga did coming across and blocking the shot, going down court, throwing the lob. Yes.
Hey, that's not the first time we've seen him punk Ingram too. He's done that a few times against the Pels.
Coach, I want to make sure I clarify something. When we talk about sports IQ or whatever it is, right? Like Alex Smith, I always thought was really book smart. I didn't think he had great football instincts at all. He would always throw short of the sticks, and it drove me nuts. Some guys have varying degrees of awareness and instincts and feel for various systems. So, for example, when I'm questioning Jonathan Kuminga's, and I threw IQ, but I meant more like his feel for the read and react system. It's year 4, and it still feels very, very, very clunky. Some guys instinctually understand where to be on the floor. Podziemski's one of those guys for this team. What would Pods look like in Miami? A lot different, let me tell you. A lot different. I'm just saying, like, clearly something's still a little off, and it doesn't look great at times for long stretches for Jonathan Kuminga. And no, I do not think his jump shot is that great.
Well, the last 2 games,
I like him.
Well, the last 2 games, he was just fine. He played his role, played his season high minutes, and he was awesome.
Off the bench Kuminga, as a 4.
But who cares if he starts or comes off the bench? But Kuminga just told us that, Coach. He doesn't care if he comes off the bench or not. He's trying to play basketball. He gets his minutes. You play hard. You play fair. It is unfair because I hear things about articulating. Like, Kuminga can't articulate. No, I know you didn't say that, but I hear that stuff. We got to be careful with this stuff here. Go ahead, Coach.
Yes. Finish. You know, he made a play the other night that no Warrior I've seen make in recent years. He blocked the shot, grabbed the rebound,
dribbled down court, threw a perfect lob to Jackson Davis. I mean, that play was Michael Jordan-esque, okay, or Kobe Bryant-esque. No Warrior can do that. So why would you give up on this guy? He put Ingram defensively. He had Ingram befuddled because of his speed. What other guy, 6'7", can guard guards, point guards, that Podziemski can guard and stay in front of him? So why would you ever want to give up on a young player like that?
Because he wants $40 million a year.
Well,
because you have to fit everyone under the salary cap. Like, there are other elements at play, not just, do I like the player?
Well, he's betting on himself here. He's betting on himself. So let's go to Toozy. Toozy in West Oakland, out there in the West. What's up, Toozy?
What's up, man? What's up, fellas? How y'all doing,
man? It's a great Friday.
It sounds like I hate him. I'm going to let him finish, but it sounds like people think I'm, like, attacking Jonathan Kuminga. I like Jonathan Kuminga. I wish he would have signed the $30 million a year deal. I honestly wish he would have taken that deal. I think it would have been a solid deal for everyone involved. Look, all the money is astronomical. I just don't think he's worth $40 or $50 million. I don't. That's just me.
Could he be worth 40? Could he be worth 40? Could he be worth 40 2 years from now?
Maybe.
You're betting on prospects. You're betting on potential. Let's go, Toozy. It's your time.
I feel like everybody hating on him, but at the same time, you got to realize, just like you said, he's 20 years old. He's still learning the game. You know what I'm saying? And if people recognize, not too long ago, Zion Williams, he was still learning the game, and everybody was hating on him. You feel me? But I feel like Zion Williams got, if not the best shooter in the game, he can still learn from him. Yeah, he's asking for money, but at the same time, just like he said, he's willing to sit on the bench and give him his PT.
Yep.
Give him his PT, and that'll help him learn the game. You know what I'm saying? He got just like I said, one of the, if not the best shooter in the game, the best facilitator in Draymond Green. So he has the mentors that he needs to really learn and develop the game. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like people should be hating on him. Yeah, his jump shot ain't right, but he has the best shooter in the game, if not one of the best shooters in the game. You know what I'm saying? So people need to relax. I'm a diehard Warriors fan. I've been a diehard Warriors fan since Latrell Sprewell, Tim Hardaway, Joe Smith, all them. I feel like people should just relax and let him play his game and learn his game. You know what I'm saying? Learn his position.
Good call, Toozy. Look, Kuminga, he may not be a fit here. He may not be a fit with the Warriors. That's what these first 20 games out, but Sam Amick, John Hollinger reported that the Warriors, let me get the exact verbiage here. It basically said that rival NBA executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Now, it could be other executives just whispering, trying to put pressure on the Warriors to make a deal, to kind of force their hand with Kuminga. We shall see. We shall see. This is what we do know. Despite conflicting reports, he was part of the Clippers Paul George deal. There's conflicting reports, but from what I heard, he's going to have to be part of the Utah deal for Lowry marketing. So, who knows with Jonathan Kuminga? He's a solid player. He's in his fourth year. He's still raw. I expect that from a 22-year-old who hasn't had the chance to play as much as his contemporaries in the same draft class. Why? Because you got Steph, you got Dre, you got Clay, you got these veterans, you got Poole, you got everybody. Wiggins, of course, blocking him from starting here. So, he may have to get dealt. Who knows? But I think he should be a solid player. Let's go to Elijah in Silver Creek, Georgia. Silver Creek, Georgia. Where's that at, Elijah?
That's northwest between Atlanta and Chattanooga.
Ah, okay. Huh. Oh, I like that. There's a Chattanooga in Georgia?
No, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, wow. You guys are that close?
Oh, wow.
Holy smoke. Man, I got to get out to Georgia.
I got to look at a map.
Man, Tennessee, South Carolina, you guys can drive everywhere down there. All right, good. I'm a geographer.
Yeah,
I love geography. I'm always looking at a globe, teaching Chaz where to go. I love geography. Anyway, go ahead, Elijah. Dude, that's...
well, I'm feeling obligated to call. I love Jonathan Kuminga, love watching him play. I think his sky's the limit. We look at so many players who develop their game as they get in and turn into all-time greats, and I think that could be him one day. But I think the bottom line for us as Warriors fans is that he is still raw. He is still a project that needs to be worked on. And every year, Curry's window's coming closer to ending, and we need to win now. And I think that Giannis is a proven commodity that really adds to what we need. So a player like that, I'm not sure about Jimmy Buckets, just with the injury issues, although Giannis has had his own. But JK just isn't going to push us over the edge, I think, with how competitive the league has gotten. And so we need to package him and consolidate and make some room for more minutes for all these players that are balling outrageous in our deep team.
Good call. One thing that I've taken away from this, Shasky, is that Jonathan Kuminga is a fascinating conversation. Just a polarizing figure here to go to say in the Bay Area, man. People love him. People don't love him. People want to trade it. It's just what he represents with the whole 2 timeline thing and all that stuff. By the way,
I don't think that's his fault at all.
Right.
I hate hearing that.
No, I don't.
I honestly feel bad for him with that.
He's a polarizing.
I know, and I root for him.
Yep. So
look, B, I wanted him to take the $30 million, and I understand.
Right.
Like, I get, like, all these guys need to make the extra. Every million is a million that, Joe, you would take every dollar. I get all that. But also, like, there is a level of compromise, and you have to also look out into the future. So I'm, like, looking out here like, all right, is Atlanta, I'm just going to do hypotheticals here, $38 million a year, the equivalent to playing for the Warriors at, I don't know, maybe if he views Atlanta as a situation where he can get 37 minutes a game, maybe that is worth it for him. I can't speak on his behalf.
Yeah, I can't.
I just know that, like, what they've got going right now, something's got to give. Either they've got to give in a little and just adjust some of the stuff they do to fit what he's doing and meet him a little down the road. And then he's got to dedicate himself to the things that they're asking him to work on. He's got to rebound better for them.
Yep,
that's what they're going to focus on.
And I'm sure he's trying to rebound better.
I think he does.
But rebounding is so different nowadays because everybody's hoisting up threes and there's long rebounds. So a lot more guards are grabbing rebounds or whatnot.
But he doesn't. So given that play, he in particular is a leaper, not a boxer-outer. And boxer-outers put their butts into someone no matter where they are on the court. Like, Draymond is great at that.
But also, let's study that. I want to study this a little more with Kuminga moving forward in terms of his rebounding. What if he's defending somebody on the perimeter contesting shots? And now we're asking him to go grab a rebound. What if he's guarding the Lucas and, the Brandon Ingrams and they're taking jumpers, you're contesting, and you're boxing them out and somebody else is grabbing the rebound? Like, we don't know where his positioning is at all times. We got to study this stuff before we start saying, well, he's not a good rebounder. What if we're asking him to defend on the perimeter?
I'll say there's a difference between, what Draymond's being asked to do and what Kuminga's being asked to do in terms of defense. That I grant you. But then why do I see guys who are significantly smaller and less athletic constantly get the hustle play rebounds? Well, maybe those guys have a knack for it.
Well, maybe Kuminga's boxing out the guy he's contesting a shot on, and then they're telling him, we need you to run down the floor as soon as possible. You're the guy who's going to run down the floor, and we're going to look for you up the court. And Kuminga maybe is guarding on Podziemski maybe guarding on a weak side, grabbing these rebounds. Look, I understand your point, and I understand how, I don't understand how Pods is grabbing more rebounds than Kuminga or Wiggins or whatnot. Hell, I think he's grabbing more rebounds than Draymond Green.
I'm a big believer in rebounds. There's 2 elements to rebounding. One, some guys are just instinctually excellent at it. Secondarily, it's will. Like Draymond he isn't a great rebounder, but he clears boards out by boxing dudes out so that others come in. We've never questioned ever on air, Draymond's not a good rebounder. We don't, because we know by the eye test that this guy, he's battling.
We know what he does defensively. Maybe Kuminga is doing that too, as well on the perimeter. You're asking him to guard Brandon Ingram. Who's the guy in the Clippers? At times you're guarding James Harden, right? At times you're guarding one of their Norman Powell, who went crazy on Sunday against the Warriors. But right now you look at the rebound leaders. Looney with 8, Wiggins with 6.7, and then there's Pods with 5.6, and then there's Stephen Curry with 5 rebounds a game. And Stephen Curry always seems like he's in the top 4, top 5 in grabbing rebounds. TJD right now 5 rebounds, Draymond 4. So look, team rebounding, they've been really good as a team rebounding team. So I do want to focus on Kuminga over these next 5 games as a show, as an audience. Let's focus to see where his positioning is rebounding-wise, and let's assess it after this 5-game road trip. Really eager to see that because there's some tall trees are playing. By the way, I want to clarify something. Look, the reason why I asked if there was a Chattanooga in Georgia, because how many people would know? No, seriously, question about geography here. I got an A in social studies. I love social studies.
I did?
No, I did.
Oh,
I did.
they said
somebody
I
else.
questioned your geography.
415. You thought Chattanooga was in Georgia. How could you love geography? Well, there's a lot of people who don't know there's 2 Pittsburghs, right?
Well, there's a zillion Springfields.
Right.
For example. Yeah, no,
You know what I mean? So I was just wondering, wow, is there Chattanooga? I didn't know Tennessee was that. Now that I think about it, yeah, Tennessee's right there. There's South Carolina. Anyway, that's stuff. Let's go to Tim and Riley real quick. Okay. Tim and Riley, what's happening?
Hey, Tim.
What's up, guys? I know y'all are running up against the clock. I just wanted to say, look, we all know Kerr has never really truly embraced Kuminga. It's no big secret. I mean, if I'm Kuminga, I'm literally out there every night playing to my best of my ability for others to see me play. Like, he's not going to be here, and we know that. Like, think back to KD and Kerr and how that relationship was fractured, right? Kerr is not an isolation type player, which is ironic to me because he played with Michael Jordan and he fed and ate off of Michael Jordan, but he's not an ISO type player. Like, that doesn't vibe with him. And I mean, and that's Kuminga's strength. So for whatever reason, he's never funneled the offense through Kuminga. He's never empowered Kuminga. He's never, like, remember the other night Kuminga got it in the post and then Pods make that quick cut right off of him? He's never done that stuff with Kuminga. You guys remember 3 years ago, y'all thought I was nuts, but in the Chicago game when they ran the pick and roll with Kuminga at the top and Curry came and set it for him, Kuminga was like a rookie. He could have been doing that stuff with Kuminga from early in his career. He never did it, guys. So if I'm Kuminga, I am at peace. I am playing for others to see what I can do. And unfortunately, guys, if Kerr hasn't embraced them, thus the fan base is not going to embrace them. And that's just what has happened. We all know, look, we in political season right now. There are a lot of followers. It's a follower's mentality in this world. So if Kerr is not about something, people don't even have to know nothing about Kuminga. It's just if Kerr's not about him, they're not going to be about him, guys. We see this every day in our walk of life.
Tim, before you go.
It is what it is.
Tim, before you go, I do want to make a point. I 1000% agree that there are little wrinkles that they could do to tailor the game to make it a little better for him offensively. He does have an element where he can pass a little better than people give him credit for. Doubt. He had the little give and go the other night that he's referencing. Mm-hmm. He had a couple of really nice plays with Lindy Waters going backdoor as well.
We've seen this in the past. Him and Wiseman, we thought the 2-man game between Kuminga and Wiseman was going to be excellent.
And not to get all conspiracy, I truly believe that Draymond likes to suppress the 1-4 pick and roll, and that's why he doesn't want Kuminga playing the 4 because it's going to eat into his value. That's going a little deep, but I honestly think they shy away from that because I don't know why. I think Draymond has a lot to do with that.
Good call, Tim. Really good show. Fun show. Fascinating show. Trade rumors are swirling. What are the Warriors going to do? 5-game road trip. I'm excited about this one. Tomorrow night starts in Houston. Then they go to the nation's capital to take on the Wizards the day before Election Day. Then it's Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. We're going to find out a lot about the Warriors over the next week. We got football. We got a bye week with the Niners. They'll be back at practice next week. But Seahawks, Rams, Packers, Lions. Oh, we got some action, baby. Commanders, New York Giants. Division games are different, right, Spadone? Fast 5 me. What you got, Shasky? What you got?
My final thought, I'm going to go see City College versus Skyline. Women's soccer today. Go see my niece play. And I love watching soccer. And then tomorrow I got Reardon versus Sarah, the little alumni barbecue. It's going to be fun. Got a big weekend.
You love watching soccer.
Gonna do a little, I've been to more soccer games this year than you. And then
my gosh.
I went last week as well.
Oh,
and then on Sunday, I'm doing a little umpiring out in Pacifica. So that'll be fun. Doing a little umpiring. Yeah.
All right. What's the strike call?
What, my strike?
Yeah. Oh, that's so weak.
That's for 1.
What about out?
Oh, out
No. Wait,
got him.
Give me the strike 3 call.
Oh, strike 3? Well, it depends. If it's little Timmy and I'm red, strike 3. Strike 3. But if it's someone who thinks they're sweet, got him.
Oh,
go sit down.
You're the worst. You're the worst, man.
Got to be fun. My other favorite one.
I actually want to fight you right now because of that.
Play at first base. Yep, got him. You got to do the fist pump with the yes, got him.
Oh, man.
And then my other favorite one is on a tag play. Ball, show me the ball. Got him.
All right. I've got to shout out a game I'll be attending tonight. the Bruce Mahoney game. I didn't even go to St. Ignatius. I didn't even attend Sacred Heart Cathedral. But as a Washington Eagle, we always went to the Bruce Mahoney. We actually printed up fake tickets to go to the Bruce Mahoney. We shout out to Igor Spivak, the front office, who worked at Kinko's during high school, and we had that plug right there. Bruce Mahoney game. Who's going to win it? Is it the oldest rivalry west of the Mississippi?
It is.
High school football. So the Bruce, one leg of the Bruce on the line tonight. I'll be at Keysar today. Spadoni, Carter, what you guys got?
What I got is I'm on tank watch, boys, already for the Las Vegas Raiders. So right now, they're number 6 according to Tankathon. So we got Carolina with the number 1 pick currently. We got Tennessee. We got New England, Jacksonville, New Orleans, and Vegas. So of those teams right now, and we'll see with New Orleans because they still got Derek Carr under contract. I don't know the logistics of that, but I know Jacksonville's locked in Trevor Lawrence, and I know that New England's locked in on Drake May, who's actually looked pretty good at times. Tennessee and Carolina need quarterbacks, though. Raiders need to lose and to keep losing, and I'm going to need Carolina to get one more win because they got the head-to-head over the Raiders.
Would you take Bryce if you couldn't get one of the top 2 picks?
I'd rather have Anthony Richardson than Bryce Young.
Oh,
yeah,
that's rough.
But that's where I'm at. I'd rather have Anthony Richardson than Bryce Young.
Rough.
He's shown me more. He's actually won games.
Interesting.
What you got, Carter?
Kind of want to.
Hell, I'd rather have Will Levis than Bryce Young.
No, Will Levis is the
Shador.
No, that's exactly what it is. Like the latest mock I saw that the Raiders got Jalen Milroe in the top 10. I was like,
I like Milroe,
but I'd rather have Cam Ward or Shador. It feels like it's starting to be a 2 quarterback draft, and if you don't have the top 2 picks, it's going to be tough.
I'm all about Shador. I do like Cam though, but I'm all about. I think Shador is going to be an excellent quarterback.
I want my quarterbacks having a flip phone.
I agree, Bonte. He's going to be good.
Yeah, well, we know about that.
That's why I love Brock Purdy.
Oh gosh,
you know. Guy represents corn.
But yeah, you don't know if you want to pay him. All right, it's
a different question.
I'm on a different kind of watch than Spadoni. I'm on NBA's Most Improved Player of the Year watch. Okay, and I made a call on this show a long time ago that Moses Moody would be Most Improved Player this year. The odds were plus 10,000 by Vegas standards. The 2 most favored to win that award were Wemby and Jonathan Kuminga. And both of those 2, their numbers are... Kuminga is pretty much the same as he was last year as far as most improved, and Wemby's numbers are down. Mark it in the books. Get the tape. Moses Moody, most improved player.
I like that. I like that.
Currently, the odds right now, according to DraftKings, Jalen Green right now leader in the clubhouse plus 800. Cade Cunningham, who's actually looked pretty good. Pistons have 1 win, I think.
Barely played in the last couple of years.
Plus 850, but he's looked good.
No doubt. I think that's why part of the most improved part.
And then you got Chet Holmgren and Evan Mobley at plus 1,200.
I love Chet.
Chet is so good.
He's so much better than I thought he would be.
Yeah, same here. I thought he was going to. I wasn't impressed.
He was skinny.
Yeah. Oh, how about this one before we leave? 650. Trey Lance to the Raiders.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
The reverse Jim Plunkett?
That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. I like that call. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a great weekend, everybody. It was a lot of fun this week.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. I'm out.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On Not.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. What a great way to start the day.
Yes, sir.
Giving appreciation and thanks to my main man, Gary Goins. Gary Goins from Crocker. If you're on the
what is that
YouTube chat.
Oh, he sent that to you?
He sent me these things are nice. It's one of those Yeti coffee mugs.
Okay.
Unbreakable.
Oh, from the other day.
And my guy, Gary, said, here's one you can't break. So thank you so much, Gary. I will put it to use at the start of the next segment. Thank you, Gary. Appreciate that. What's up, Goo?
What's up, baby? It's your last day. You go for a week, and you look like Johnny Cash, dressed in black.
Yeah. Tulane.
Yeah.
Green Wave.
Yeah.
34-3 over Charlotte.
They got some beautiful uniforms.
Their uniforms.
You
They got
told
the
me.
best
I'm in on
uniform.
them now.
Well,
what's the quarterback's name?
Darian Mensah.
Yeah, Mensah. Yeah.
Who else you want to know? Makai Hughes,
that
one of
was
the best
it.
running backs in college football.
I want to know if Giannis is coming to the Yay. Dude, we've been talking about this for 4 years. Norm always told me, Stoney, on this Good Friday, son, where there's smoke, there's fire.
You know
they are a mess, the Bucks right now.
You know what's always happened in my life is, at least with like jobs and stuff like that. Let's say you have a job interview and you don't get the job.
Oh, boy.
You know, sometimes you get it 2 years later.
Yeah.
Or 6 years later.
Timing.
It is. And maybe that's the case with Giannis. In case you don't know what we're talking about, the Bucks stink. They're in shambles.
Dame Lillard, man.
There's some
shout out Oakland's finest. Bastani, what's up with them?
Well, there's some there's some smoke coming out of Milwaukee about what are they going to do. And then I'm opening The Athletic on the internet, and I see two well-respected writers, Sam Amick and John Hollinger,
our guys,
with the following sentence. Rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude.
Wow.
I mean,
everybody's on the table but Dre and Steph.
Sam Amick don't make stuff up. I know that.
And you know what? Did you bring up that example of your life in regard to the jobs not getting them? Because let's be honest and put it right on the table early, brought to you by ATCO. So let me get this straight. The Warriors try, allegedly, to go after one marketing.
All right.
You try to go after PG. For whatever reason, you don't close the deal, you don't get them. And you're telling me there's a chance you could get Giannis? That would be one of those, I'm glad I didn't get those first two, Steiny.
What would you give up for him?
Whatever it took. 4 first.
4?
Seriously, 4. Like, this dude would be life after Curry, life with Curry. Steiny, he's incredible, and I think we're just forgetting about him because they made a bad move. They swapped Dame and I love Dame, Steiny, but something's off. Milwaukee ain't it right now.
Boy, I love the idea of Giannis. How do you not?
Man.
I mean, you felt like it was a pipe dream years ago, and now maybe it's within the realm of possibility. You can't ignore it, but also you've built a team of tradable players.
Yes, you have.
Kind of for a moment like this, if it's out there. So, Evan did a real nice job of kind of putting together what he thinks. Giannis is making 50.
Okay.
So you got to come up with 50 in salary for the Warriors. And then you got to start throwing around first-round picks.
Yes, you do.
So this is what Evan put together. And the other thing about this deal is you might want a guy, if you're Milwaukee, who's a free agent at the end of the season so you can come off his money. All right. This is what Evan threw together. He just Putting it out there.
GM Evan.
Wiggins, Kuminga, Melton, Podziemski, and he has 3 first-round picks.
Oh, okay. So
it would be first-round pick and 4 you have.
Wow, so I was right.
So 25, 27, 29, and 31?
Yep.
Oh, my God.
That's what Durant cost.
And
that's a good
this
point,
man, Evan, I love that. If they could fit in the caddy, I'd drive them all to the airport. It's tiny, like, boy. And I love what they're building and what we're working on now. But Giannis Antetokounmpo, oh, my gosh. Him and Steph.
So then you'd have Curry.
TJD.
TJD.
Louis.
Giannis.
Yep.
You'd have Draymond. I need a shooter. Oh, you still have Buddy.
Oh, man.
Still have Buddy Hield. Still have Moody in this deal.
Come on, Scotty.
Curry, Moody Hield, Giannis, Draymond, Trace Jackson Davis, Looney. Kyle Anderson ain't going nowhere.
Slow-mo. What scares me is they might say, Milwaukee, that's not enough.
They might.
That's heavy, they might say, Stotty, that's not enough.
They might.
Wow.
They might. They're going to have, you would think, other teams with a lot of interest. Houston said to be a team with a lot of interest. They have Jalen Green and Şengün.
See them tomorrow.
Yes, sir. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Just throwing that out there. And is Giannis the one? Is he the one you would want? It's amazing how this always happens is you talk about players and they're not really available. And what I always say is, well, let's see what happens because players always become available. They just do. A couple guys do every single year.
Look at Brooklyn with the big 3.
And maybe Antetokounmpo is one guy who's ready to come free. Maybe another name, Jimmy Butler's out there. That's the other thing that Sam Amick and Hollinger talked about is that the Warriors had interest this summer in Jimmy Butler. He's a free agent at the end of the year. He's 35. It's getting up there, obviously.
And he's been hurt.
But he's still a pretty... Oh, boy.
What happened?
See, this is not fair, and I'm not going to have it. My main man, our A1 number 1 producer, Evan, is doing his due diligence.
Yeah, E-Dog.
Trying to come up with $50 million in salary.
Right.
And he puts together a package that is very interesting to talk about. And the 916 says, why don't you send Evan to Milwaukee instead?
Milwaukee's beautiful.
It is.
Never been there.
Everybody thinks I'm kidding about Milwaukee.
You did a show from the hotel.
I'm considering spending 6 months a year in Milwaukee when I shut this thing down. Me and Dana.
Yeah.
Do people think you're getting Giannis Antetokounmpo for beans? I mean, seriously.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, some people do. Yes.
No, Evan, that's the package right there, buddy. Now, what's scary is what other teams could put together.
It is a lot. Don't get me wrong.
No, it is.
But it's worth it.
Here I go again. You ready? God, I hate those 4 first-round picks we're giving up.
Which kid? Yeah.
Oh, my God. He ain't going to be here in 2031.
But I'll tell you what, that's maximizing the Curry window on steroids, getting Giannis. How about that? We'll deal with that when we can.
First of all, are we convinced that Giannis makes this a title contender?
I believe so.
If you have to lose these guys.
I believe so, Stotty. He's a walk-in fast break, man. And right now he's working with nothing.
Well, Middleton's hurt.
Yeah, and water's wet. Dude, we got a few it's time to hang it up guys that just stay hurt in the league.
Who? Middleton? Yeah. All right. How you feeling about Giannis? Are you like Norm, Guru's dad? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Couple things, and this is the reason why we're talking about it. The Bucks are 1-4. They got hammered last night by the Memphis Grizzlies. Giannis, before the season, talked about, well, if it doesn't work out, maybe they'll trade me. And then you read today in The Athletic that rival executives, and I'm quoting from Sam Amick and John Hollinger, rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude.
Damn.
I mean, there it is.
You're saying there's a chance.
There it is. Whether we like it or not, the Warriors look like they're open to moving Kuminga. But is that really news?
No.
They didn't sign him to an extension. One of the reasons they likely didn't sign him to an extension, one of the reasons, is because he's probably easier to move. Well, he's definitely easier to move this year because he would have been a poison pill contract with a new extension, which makes it incredibly difficult to move him. But they didn't. So he's just a player with a $7.5 million salary that you can aggregate in a trade.
Yeah, and if they were in, and again, I know I'm being redundant, if they were in on Paul George and marketing, my gosh, it takes two to tango, Stoney. They'll be in on Giannis.
I mean, you would think this has been Joe Lacob's MO.
Man, we've been talking about this for 5 years.
Casting a line for any big fish that's swimming in the pond.
Well, this is a whale. Orca.
What do you do? Last night he had 37, I think. He was the only guy on the Bucks that played well, it felt like.
Yeah.
But 888-957-9570. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Within the realm of possibility. Are you breaking this team up?
Man.
I mean, I can't say no, even though I love the start they've gotten off to. But let's get into it. We also have Ryan Hollins. He's going to join us at noon. 10-year NBA veteran. He's the pre- and post-game host for the Houston Rockets pre- and post-game shows. So we will talk about the Rockets with him. They're also apparently in the mix for a big deal. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it, Warrior fans. Where you at? Giannis? Yes or no? Well, that's what the story of the day is. Hoops. Milwaukee Bucks stink right now. They're 1-4. And more is percolating around Giannis Antetokounmpo and his future in Milwaukee. Along the same lines, Goo, Sam Amick, John Hollinger of The Athletic, they wrote today about guys who might possibly be traded.
All right.
And Jonathan Kuminga was high on the list, along with Austin Reeves, by the way, but we can get into that later.
AR-15?
And here's the, as they call it, and no Snickers because this is the term. This is the nut graph. Rival executives believe Warriors are more than willing than ever to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude.
Damn.
All right.
I'm all in, Steiny. I am in the pool wet.
By the way,
skinny dipping.
There was one other part about the Sam Amick story that I found very interesting, and to me, it left something to be figured out. Sam Amick reported that the Warriors offered Kuminga 30-ish.
Wow.
And Anthony Slater did the same. But he said, but they weren't close. And that Kuminga wanted in the 35 range. That doesn't sound far apart to me. 30 and 35?
Right.
35 doesn't sound that far from 30. But here we are.
And this is a dream for me, Steiny, as a lifelong Golden State Warrior fan, that this is what sports talk is about, right? Part of it is dreaming, but we've been focused, and there's been noise about Curry and Giannis years ago. And now if you're telling me that we already know, we have factoids, proof that they went big game hunting over the summer, didn't come up with anything, and now the default could possibly be Giannis, I would gut my team. But I'm really not gutting it if I don't take the brains and heart and soul away, which are Dre, Steph, and what did you mention? TJD? You still, Steiny, this is, man, if they could pull this off. Now you're talking about not just Steph and Giannis, you're talking about life without Steph to where you would build around Giannis.
He's 30. He's not 24.
Yeah, but he ain't 34.
Well.
And look at his body. I know he had an injury, but Steiny's already a champ. And I got to believe what I watched last night, that's getting stale and old to him. But maybe he was the one that told Milwaukee, who cares, to make that trade and swap Dame for Drew. They have no defense intensity at all. We had Geltzeiler on yesterday, and he was saying they couldn't guard. And the new Anthony Davis street clothes is Middleton. It's rotting away for him in Milwaukee, Steiny.
Let's go to, let's start out with Ike in Springville.
Ike
in Springville. Where's Springville, Ike?
Springville is about an hour and a half below Fresno, probably about an hour above Bakersfield. I'm out in the woods, man. Check it out.
Yeah.
Hey, I hate to disagree with you guys because you guys are really good at analyzing players and everything, but my mind says okay, but my gut says no. I say no.
Why?
Why? Because finally Coach Kerr has found a way to get all the guys involved. There's no one that's saying, well, I'm not getting my minutes. He's saying, hey, we're just going to lay it all out on the table. Everybody plays. I think he got that from coaching the USA team, where everybody played, and he said, hey, I'll bring it home. So, no, we're not going to trade nobody. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ike, and appreciate you listening from outside Bakersfield.
He said the woods.
And as Raymond Ritter once said, you know what they call Bakersfield? Lakersfield.
Now that's, I think that's where their affiliate is, their G League, right?
Yeah, Bakersfield's.
My Aunt Glenda lived in, God rest her soul, in Bakersfield. I hated it.
Why?
It was hot. Nothing to do.
Yeah. Bakersfield used to be all Lakers, but I think in the last 10 years they've gotten their share of Warrior fans, obviously.
Well, I'll say this to his point.
Sure.
I'm not arguing. He's in euphoria. He's in the honeymoon stages right now. Ralph Cramden. Because
who?
The caller.
Oh.
Because right now, the 12 deep, you're 4-1. It looks great. But there's going to come, I believe, a juncture of this season to where we're going to be like, hey, Warriors are, I like it, 4th, 5th, 6th seed. To me, you get Giannis, Stoney. This puts you, OKC is trembling. That's what he represents to me.
All right, Warrior fans, am I don't know what the word would be, nitpicking, or am I getting too in the weeds if I say Giannis, Draymond, Trace Jackson Davis? We don't have any shooting in that.
Buddy,
any of
we
those,
still got Buddy.
Right, but in those 3 spots, can you really play with just 2 shooters?
Well, let's put the right on the table.
I'm asking. In this
Pods
NBA,
is at 20% 3 right now. Kuminga's at 18. Like, what shooters would be leaving? And I love both of those youngsters, but
Wiggins would be leaving.
All right, well,
Melton's got a 3-point shot.
He got a back issue too, Stoney.
Yeah,
I don't like that flaring up early.
I mean, we see how the NBA's going these days with the 3-pointers.
But Giannis is. Give me this, partner.
Yeah, he's good.
Giannis,
I'll give you that.
He's one of a kind.
I'll give you that too.
He's incredible, man. And I think he's. When you don't win and get there, Stoney, and go deep, almost an afterthought. Oh, Joe Lacob, if you could pull this off.
It'd be Mike Dunleavy. He'd get the credit. Dunleavy set this table perfectly up to this point. But you can give Joe Lacob credit. Josh in Tucson. What's going on, Josh? How you doing, man?
Good as always. Love you guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Love the excitement. I think if you're able to get Giannis, if he's willing to come to the Dubs, I think you have to take a swing. I think you have to. I think, it's the one superstar that I think you could really extend, the last 3, maybe 4 if Steph really extends his career down to the wire. But I think you have to take a swing. Giannis, he's an MVP. He's won a Defensive Player of the Year. He scored 50 in a game 6.
Closeout
out
game.
of this world.
Yes, sir. That was an incredible
game 6. And I think you have to do it. I mean, I love this. I love this new look. 12 Warriors all doing their thing. But if this team gets to the playoffs, you're not running 12 guys. You're not having a 12-man rotation in the playoffs. I think you have to do it and let the chips fall if he's willing to come here.
Thanks
as always, guys. Go Dubs.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. Appreciate the call.
And you know what?
I guess nobody cares about 3 unprotected firsts.
Like, a bird in the hand is better than 3 in the bush. You like that?
What are you going to say? That you made that up?
I was about to, but I stopped. Right. That was too obvious. I'll say this. I love hard, and I was the kid, Stoney and Evan. Mom, put that back, boy. Because my eyes got big in the department stores or the grocery store. Stoney, when I watch him tomorrow, I'm going to be thinking about Giannis. So I need to get that out of my system because, these are reports, but I really think it's eroding in Milwaukee for him. And then, what did you say yesterday where he made the comment and he could have just been joshing, if we don't win, they'll trade me. I just feel like he's, he ain't meant to be in Milwaukee his whole career.
I don't know. And listen, if you're asking me how I feel, I mean, can you really say, we have a chance to get Giannis, but you know what? We're going to pass on it. I'm not that naive to not want to do it.
Right.
But it'll come at a big cost. It'll single-handedly change the future of the organization because you're going to have 2 guys making 60. You're going to have no picks down the line every other year. Again, let me be clear. I'm not walking away from it, but I'm going to give you the old guru. Oh, boy. But you know what? Sometimes the best decisions are the hardest ones to make.
Yeah, and how did those picks work when you landed Durant after you went and recruited him? They were Jordan Bells of the world. You know what I mean? They were much of nothing, because you were playing long in the deep end of the season. So if you got Giannis, Steiny, you got action. You got a chance at multiple championships. I'm sorry. I'm risking the picks of what could be for the known.
Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Good morning. Good talking to you.
Talk to us.
Hey, before I go to my Warriors take, if I can sneak in a shout out to the San Francisco Youth Soccer playoffs around the corner. Let's go. Excitement around. So on the Warriors, Steiny, it's a no-brainer. I like the Evans suggestion because, and here's the thing, between Jimmy and Giannis, I'm a no on Jimmy. I'd rather keep what we have if the option is Jimmy. But if Giannis is out there, I think we should go for it. The problem I have with the trade effort Evan suggested is there's no point guard left to back Steph up. So we will have to find somebody on the market unless there's somebody coming on the trade as well. So that's the only problem I have with the suggestion. Because, come on, Steiny, you said you have 4 more years on the radio. Why are you worried about 2031? These drafts are so unpredictable, man. I don't even know who was picked top 5 last year, to be honest with you, because it's so.
Oh, Alexander Sarr.
No, yeah. Him, yeah. And the kid and the Hawks. The kid at the Hawks pick is good too. So, no, let's go. So that's my point. If Giannis wants to come, let's go with him. If not, I'm keeping what we have. Thank you, guys. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm not saying I'm out.
Yeah,
I got it. I'm not saying I'm out. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you know how I feel about just throwing out 3-4 first-round picks. I get it.
How did
you never know who they're going to be.
But how did the Durant era, how did that work out?
What do you mean?
It worked out. You should have won 3 in a row, but like it was worth it, right? And I know this will probably be a steeper price, but
how many
it
picks
changed.
Did the Warriors give up in the Durant deal? I don't think that many, right?
Wait, they signed Durant as a free agent.
Yeah, so they didn't have to give. Yeah, thank you. So they didn't have to give up any picks for Durant.
Yeah, but it was a dynasty. You went to 3 straight,
right,
4 straight.
But you didn't give up anything for him. I mean, I think it ended up being a sign and trade, actually. But the point is taken.
Well, they had to basically give up Harrison Barnes.
Right.
The Black Falcon.
And Bogut, I think.
F them picks, Steiny.
Man.
All right. I don't know if you're going to be able to talk me into it.
And the line's going to be around the corner.
I don't know if you're going to be able to talk me into it today.
Yeah.
But
you love Giannis.
Pods.
Hey, we love you. He'll be back home.
See ya.
Milwaukee.
Yeah, that's true.
Milwaukee.
That's true.
Yeah.
Let's go to Vin is in Danville. What's going on, Vin? How you doing?
Vinny.
Man.
I'm doing good. Thanks for taking the call, fellas. Hey, that Giannis deal, they got to do it. I think it was you, Steiny, the other day saying you didn't believe in this 12, 13-man rotation, that Kerr was rolling out. I think they got a bunch of C+, B- players. They need to condense 4 or 5 of those guys down, get an A-, A+ player, something like that, whatever you want to grade it. And they got to go in. They're going to maximize the window. And when it comes to the playoffs, that one coach said it best. I'm going to botch it, but it's something like 8, trust 7, and play 6. We're not going to need 13 guys in the playoffs. You know what I'm saying?
No, that I agree with. That I agree with, Vin.
Rotations shrink in the offs.
Thanks, Vin. Appreciate the call.
Vin is in. You're in too.
No, I like. He's not right on the 12-man rotation. I think it can work. I do think in the playoffs, if you get that far, yeah, then that advantage kind of goes away of playing 12 guys. I think that can work over the course of the season if it's handled right. But I agree with you that
if you
go into the playoffs with Giannis and Curry,
oh my God,
I'd probably rather have that than having a 12-man rotation. We had Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA radio on yesterday, and we asked him, well, why didn't the Warriors extend Kuminga? What happened there?
The reason I don't think they extended him is because if this is going well this year as they come into the trade deadline and a star player is available, they're going to lead a package with Jonathan Kuminga. There's a reason that Mike Dunleavy pieced together these $10 million contracts in the way that he did, Melton, Anderson, Heald. You can put all these together with someone like Kuminga and bring in, a $40 million player. And I think Warriors have their picks to be able to do that. They want to be prepared to do that. Kuminga is a lead piece in a deal like this. They could not put Kuminga in a deal if they sign him to a contract extension right now, to an early contract extension. He will be poison pilled the entire season.
The one thing I will say is, and the reason I would probably lean toward you have to do it is because the reality of the situation is the strategy for the last year has been put together, go after Paul George, didn't work, I'm glad. Go after Markkanen, didn't work, I'm glad. But now put together a roster after you don't get those guys of players who are attractive in a trade. And so when I look at, like Steve Kerr referenced it, Mike Dunleavy's referenced it before the season. And we feel like the roster's in a really good spot where if something is out there, we'll be able to capitalize. So it's already part of their strategy to think about going down that road and to go down that road if it pops up. Yeah. So,
I'm excited. I don't know why I'm excited. I am excited.
I don't know why you're excited either, because you were the guy who 2 weeks ago said, Steiny, I don't like going into the season and thinking about, well, we're going to make a trade.
Oh my gosh, because we didn't identify what
we knew
you
was going to be a big fish.
But this is a whale. Giannis, 30-11-5 on the early season. Already an NBA champion. Steiny, if I get another text saying he's 30 years old, who cares? His body's like 25, 26. I'll say this about Kuminga. If you're right, what you just said a few minutes ago.
Go ahead. I'll let you go.
Where they tried to get that number down, man, if he knew, or he should have, if I take a little less, it'll be more difficult for them to move me. That would have incentivized me to kind of do that just from that standpoint. The fact that you didn't do it at all, now you could be trade bait.
The one thing I haven't heard mentioned, but maybe that's part of the equation. Maybe one of the reasons Kuminga didn't sign a long-term contract was he wants to keep his options open because maybe he doesn't want to be here.
Wow, man. Wow.
I don't know that, but maybe that went into
I'm not mad at that.
Went into his thought process. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're putting 2 and 2 together here. One is more and more smoke coming out of Milwaukee. They're 1-4.
Doc Rivers, what are you doing?
Everybody who's got a national NBA show, Giannis's name is the one that's coming up right now. And to take it one step further, Sam Amick and John Hollinger of The Athletic had this line in their story today. Rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude. So,
man. You think Curry is perk up?
I believe it. I have to tell you, I do believe it.
I do too.
But I also believe that it's going to have to be a deal that the Golden State Warriors think is to their way of thinking a no-brainer.
Right.
So we'll see.
Do you have a problem with me or anybody out there taking this to the next level in regard to, we talked about Jordan Poole. There was a night, Steiny, or there were games where I thought he might be the successor to Steph Curry. He's not Steph, but he had that cathedral jumping. I was like, oh my gosh. Then I thought it might be Kuminga. Then I thought it might be Wiseman. This was before we found out. But Steiny, if somehow you pull this off and get Giannis, do you have a problem with me saying he's next? Curry would pass the baton to Giannis.
Well,
and
if you want to say that one of the reasons you would give up the picks is because, well, look, I mean, we drafted Kuminga and we're going to trade him, and we drafted Wiseman and he didn't work out, and we drafted Moody and he's okay.
Yeah.
Well, what if I said those were Bob Myers picks? That Mike Dunleavy short track, like, I get it.
We're talking about a superstar, though.
No, I get it. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, let's not dismiss the picks if we really think Mike Dunleavy knows how to judge talent. then the odds are more likely that he'll find guys in the draft. Just throwing that into the equation. 888-957-9570 is the number. Giannis Antetokounmpo, yes or no?
Man.
I was surprised. I thought most people would be absolutely positively, let's do it.
Are you getting some stuff and saying no?
Yeah, Bonte's a little skeptical of it.
Huh?
Bonte's a little skeptical of it. But I do, there's part of it where you think, well, you got to. I mean, if you have an opportunity, you got to do it. I get it. And if they did it, I wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, this team is in big trouble.
Well, give us the StarNet synopsis on where you think Giannis is at on an individual basis in his career right now. Because I got to give you credit, Steiner. You were the first, but you love Giannis early.
It's great.
But do you feel like he's slipping or like?
I feel like he's still really good.
And if he could do
he's great. He's a great player.
What if he was LeBron and got 10 more years out of that body? You got him for 10 more.
Yeah. What's funny is,
and that's in the room.
And that's the other thing about the NBA right now that is really, to me, a coin flip is, well, what if Giannis is LeBron James and he's got 10 more years?
Oh.
Well, that's great. But most players in today's day and age are not playing a lot as they get older. They're playing less and less and less. I mean, we're just seeing it with most of the players who are getting up there. Paul George hasn't played yet. Embiid hasn't played yet. Curry has missed a couple games already.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm just bringing up info that I want to throw out there.
How many games would you guess if I said how many did Giannis play last year? And I know he's still young, but
65,
73.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. I mean, that's a full season in this day and age. Oh, I'm sorry. 510 saying Bonte was out on Butler, not Giannis.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I'm out on Butler too, and the hairstyle.
I'm not out on Giannis, but I do think we have to discuss reasonably all the things it's going to cost. And are you a championship team with Curry, Moody, Hield, Giannis, Draymond, TJD, Anderson, Lindy Waters?
No, I love them all.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a championship team. I don't.
Oh, right. But I'd love to find out.
Well,
I'm sorry.
How do we know this isn't a top 4 seeded team right now, as is?
I think
know.
If you had people to come to the counter and bet, because we haven't seen it enough yet, Stoney, we'd be like scratching our head. I don't know. But if you're telling me you can get an NBA champion still in his prime, to go with what you already have with Steph and Dre, 4-time champ, Looney, buddy, Looney's playing, man,
against second unit guys is when he's really.
I wish he was in here. You wouldn't have that.
Of course, I would.
Looney's playing his ass off, and he worked on his body. But then you're going to say, why did he have to work on it?
No, that's what the boss says. He doesn't understand why we let Looney off the hook for being out of shape last year. And it's because we love Kevon Looney.
But what if he bulked up to try to throw the stuff around? The bricks in the pocket.
Don't make excuses for him. He was heavy last year.
You are incredible.
Don't do that. I got a big ass. I do.
We're going to play that all next week,
That's
man.
I said it. I deserve it. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Suzette. I see Andre. I see Dale. Skinny Bob's in the house. We'll get to your calls on the other side. This is certainly interesting. It's certainly interesting. I do think the one thing that's good is nothing's going to happen tomorrow. This is going to take place, I think, or play itself out over the next weeks and months.
But if the rumors
and a guy like Melton can't even be traded till December 15th anyway, or something like that.
Well, real quick, Sonny, what I like about this, if the rumors are true, he's got the Warriors on the list. That's a big part of it.
Gotta go. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
It's your boy Guru, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over
Giannis Antetokounmpo's name is out there. Plain and simple. It's out there. The Bucks are in a shambles. They're struggling. There's noise. And there's also a story in The Athletic today that the Warriors are more willing than ever to trade Jonathan Kuminga if they have to for a significant major trade.
Yep.
All right, we had Brian. I want you to listen to this whole thing because we asked Brian Geltz. I think actually you asked him the question specifically about Giannis. What's the situation with Giannis? Geltzy's on top of it. This is what Geltzy said yesterday. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio, about Giannis's possible destinations if things go south.
The Warriors have their own picks, and I just fired up 4 good young players team. And maybe Moody doesn't have the value that I think you'd like him to have. Jonathan Kuminga, I keep saying it, could be a star in this league. Like that, he has that kind of capability, and he's respected around the league in that way. The Warriors could certainly put some kind of package together to be able to do that. Now, again, players like Wagner and Suggs and Şengün and Jalen Green and Jabari Smith, another guy that I figure Houston would look to put forth in that deal because Giannis would take his position. Those guys may be, the package of 2 of those may be more attractive than what the Warriors can put together. But I will also say this: if Giannis asks out and wants to go somewhere, the Bucks have the kind of relationship with Giannis that they're not going to screw him on. They are going to. The Bucks are forward thinking group. That ownership group is, and they're going to want to look at this situation and say, you know what? We don't want stars to shy away from coming to Milwaukee because we screwed Giannis. So if Giannis would rather go to Golden State instead of Orlando, and we take a little bit less in the deal, but it's what works best and we look better to future players as having taken care of them, that may be something they want to do. So I do think that if he asks out, I think the Warriors are one of the 3 most viable destinations for him.
There it is. That's Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio.
Yeah, he's great. And how much sense did he make talking about Milwaukee wants to do right by him or would want to so they could, they don't ruin their chances with other big fish. Like, it makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, we'll take some calls in a second, but before we do, let me take a sip out of my new Yeti mug sent to me by Gary Goins.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. He heard the funny story about me breaking another mug, and he said this one's unbreakable. So
it's a big mug, too.
Yeah, every once in a while, it's just nice.
Yeah, I should know this about you. Yeah. You drink black coffee?
No.
I'm French vanilla. What are you?
I just cream and sugar.
All right.
Well, cream and sugar substitute.
All right.
Steiny, did you clean that?
Clean what?
Oh, boy. The mug.
Yeah, what do you mean? It's new.
No. Like wash it first.
I actually looked at it and was like, I don't even think I need to run water through that.
Boy, remember we talked about it with
Gary Goins would send me a mug?
It's not about Gary.
That isn't sterile?
It's not about Gary.
Yeah. Look at him.
The coffee will kill any germs in there.
My man. Yeah.
All right, let's start out with Dale in Walnut Creek. What's up, Dale? How you doing?
Hey, doing well. How are you guys doing?
Hey. Doing good, thank you.
So, a couple of things. Obviously, I take Giannis. You got to take Giannis if you can get him. But on the unrealistic scale, that seems high. You guys are talking about Houston's also interested. Let me throw this out there for now and for the future. How about a more realistic trade where we would not have to give up so much for Şengün? What are your thoughts on that?
See, I feel
Thanks for taking the call.
Absolutely, Dale. Thanks for the call. Here's what I feel about Şengün. I think Şengün is the player the Rockets, if they're going to trade, are going to trade for the big boy. I could be wrong, but I don't see Houston saying, we'll give you Şengün for Kuminga and Melton.
Yeah.
I that one I don't see. I think they're sitting with Şengün and Jalen Green, and those 2 players would have intrigue if you're getting a star. If the other team is giving up a star and you're getting Jalen Green and Şengün, that ain't bad.
No doubt.
That ain't bad.
But if, Steiny, you had told me the Warriors made a move at the deadline and it was Şengün and I would be excited. But when you put him next to, hey, you could also possibly land Giannis, it's like Michael Jackson and Rick James. I love Rick, but you ain't Mike. You know what I mean? So Giannis is a game changer, man. And if somehow the Warriors are on that short list, I know you mentioned and bothered me yesterday, but you were just reporting it, Miami and Brooklyn, like if those were his destinations. But if the Warriors are on there, that means him and Curry have talked or had fun.
You don't think him and Butler have talked? Him and Adebayo?
I don't know why I'm not down on Jimmy. He played, but man.
650, people that don't wash new cups have lower IQ than the rest of society.
Yeah,
they're literally
why
the
am I
bottom.
laughing?
If I don't wash a brand new cup and I use it, how is that hurting anybody else on planet Earth? What do you care?
Well, we're looking out for you. A lot of stuff going around, Steiny.
Yeah, and when's the last time I took a sick day? Sick day. Exactly, Goo.
I didn't feel
exactly,
comfortable answering
Goo.
that.
Well, the answer is not for a while, Steiny. Suzette.
Hey.
Suzette is in Oakland. Hey, Suzette, how you doing?
You made me laugh with Goo with you not taking a sick day. I'm sorry. Hello. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
You made me laugh. Sorry. In regards to Giannis, it's a no, and no. And I'm going to say why. Just from my point of view, it just seems that something's not right over there. And I don't think it's just on the coaches. I'm not a Doc Rivers fan. But, I mean, you're going to be, like, going on maybe 4 coaches in less than 3 years. So I think something smells kind of fishy over there. That's just me.
Yeah.
And anyway, in regards to happy belated birthday, I was out ill, so I wasn't able to call in and wish Steiny a birthday. You said you made the 60 now?
Yeah, 6-0.
But yes.
Because I am too, so welcome to the club.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Any of us that can make it to 60, we're warriors. That's how I look at it.
Hey, Suzette, tell me if this is the truth. When we were 20 or 30, didn't we think that our age we were going to feel older than we actually do feel right now?
I know.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? When you can wake up every day, like you had your surgery, you know, and you can just take your own shower and tie your own shoes. That's a blessed
Suzette.
day.
Good point.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And this is the first time I'm getting over COVID. I'm blessed that I just got it. I'm doing well, but you know, I'm just blessed. But anyway, I just want to say one thing to Goo.
Hey.
Goo, you're 50, right, Goo?
Yeah. You guys make me feel like Evan.
So I just want to say, because your laugh, okay, if you guys have ever heard of Wacky Racers,
yes,
it's an old cartoon.
Dick Dastardly.
Okay, Goo. They got to look it up. The producer has got to look up Wacky Racers and look up Muttley. Because when Muttley laughs, oh my God, Goo. You sound like him. You got to do it.
That is great call.
Have a blessed day. Have a great day, and have a good holidays, you guys.
Thanks, Suzette. Appreciate the call.
I haven't heard Muttley, Steiny. Wow. Not my takes, Muttley. Wow, boy.
Yeah, and 650, this is the kind of humor I enjoy. If Steiny washes the cup, he might break it.
That's a 4.
Let me be clear. The cup that was sent to me was brand new. I opened it right out of the package. It wasn't like my main man sent me a cup that he'd been using for 3 years.
But you're missing the... Yeah. It's your cup. You do what you want with your cup. Yeah. You do make me feel like Evan a little bit. I'm in your, you know.
First of all,
that's like when you say
I'm not
60,
I'm not gonna put somebody's business out there. But the
you said I'm lying about my age?
The one age I know you're not is 50. You're not 50.
Oh my God. Wow.
Hey, real quick, when did you graduate from high school?
91?
Nice try. All right.
Dude, I just said 91.
Don't dude me. Don't dude me. It's not about germs, Steiny. There are heavy metals and lead in an unwashed ceramic mug.
Yeah.
This fish is stinking from the head.
It's affected. You hadn't sipped it in a minute either. Who's Muttley? We got it.
Muttley. She's right. I think it was called the Wacky Races. And there was like, I think Dick Dastardly. There was Muttley. It was a great.
I'm laughing at the name. Muttley.
Great
Damn.
cartoon.
Yeah.
There's no doubt the Muttley laugh is she's right on the money, Suzette.
Yeah.
Let's go to Andre in San Jose. What's going on, Andre? How you doing? By the way, Sharks 3 in a row, and Celebrini on the mend.
It's that week to week.
Yeah, he's back to hockey activities.
All
right. Hey, Andre.
Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you, man?
I'm good. And yourself? Really quick, I told my buddy if I get through, I give him a shout out. So speedy recovery to you, Bruce Ventura, recovering from cancer surgery. Get well soon, buddy.
There you go.
He and I, we talk along with my buddy Nick. We talk all the time. We all try to be GMs, but I just want to remind you guys. Do you guys remember the last time that our 3-4 spot opted out of a contract that we offered him? Do you remember what happened?
Tell me.
Harrison Barnes opted out the same way Jonathan Kuminga declined the contract, and we got KD. Now the same thing is happening.
Wow, good call.
I got you.
Good call, man.
We're about to land that big fish. So, Steiny, you got a good point with the shooting that we're losing. But let me ask you a question. I got a question for you and a question for Goo. First question for you, Steiny, is how do you feel about replacing that shooting with 2 former defensive player of the years in the lineup?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
And you add one of the greatest defensive minds to somebody who has already won an award.
Oh man!
And those two together, man, oh man.
Yeah, that Harrison.
So we got action. Now the question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm interrupting
you. The question I got for you, Goo, is kind of in jest, but what if in the deal we got to take Donis too?
His brother.
Oh, yeah. Hey, bring him on and his cousin, too. We'll take him.
Thanks, Dre.
I got to say this to you and Dre, Steiny. Who's the shooting outside of Wiggins? I get it, who shot 38-40% from 3, and I respect his three-point shooting, but it ain't. Look, and I love Pods and Kuminga. It ain't those two.
Pods shot 37% from 3 last year.
All right, so he's off to a slow start this one.
And he's wearing a mask. Yeah. So there's a little shooting. Melton is a guy you got because you thought he could make some threes. And Wiggins is somebody who, when he helps you, he's making 37, 38%. 415, wait. That's not actually a soundbite of Muttley's laugh. I thought that was Muttley the whole time. No, it wasn't Muttley. It was Guru.
I got no sound on
and
the
Evan, just give me
here.
a thumbs up when you got them side by side, because I. Which that was the same one, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I hadn't heard him, but we'll see, man.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Coming up in an hour, Ryan Hollins,
he's good.
Houston Rockets pre and post game host. We'll talk to him.
You remember him as a player?
Yeah, absolutely.
Clippers.
UCLA.
Yeah.
Timberwolves.
There's no way, man.
That's Muttley.
Dude, one more time, Evan.
Let's do it this way.
I think they owe me something.
I'll say Muttley, you give me Muttley, then I'll say Guru and you give me Goo. Muttley.
Oh.
Guru.
Oh my goodness. He stole it from
We could
me,
almost have a
Stein.
contest where people call in. We'll play one of them and see if they know the difference.
The Hanna-Barbera music is a dead giveaway.
Yes.
I gotta tell my kids. Wow.
Skinny Bob.
Our man.
Skinny Bob's in El Granada. Hey, Skinny, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys, and good morning to you.
Yes.
Hey, I take Giannis in a minute.
Sure.
But I got a question about your 12-man rotation comments.
Okay.
I'm a couch potato watching the games. I don't miss one from the TV. But so far, a 12-man rotation looks good, and it looks like the guys on the bench can beat any other bench. So everybody's got a rest. So why is in the finals it would be a detriment?
Okay. Here's Here's what how the thinking would go on that, Skinny, is you'd go into the playoffs and the Warriors are still playing 12 guys. Meanwhile, the other team is only playing 8, which means now your 12th man and 11th man are playing against more starters during the game than they normally do during the regular season. That would be one of the thought processes there.
I see. Well, 4 games in, I like the looks of our team. I don't care if they, if they lead with Kuminga and Wiggins, that's a hell of a good trade, I think.
Yeah.
But, we'll see.
Yeah.
In any case, you guys are doing a great job. Keep having fun, and I like the audience comments today. You guys take care.
Thanks, Skinny Bob. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Skinny Bob.
I mean, you still got Buddy, essentially. If he were still, man, so you got Steph, man. You got Draymond, 35%.
That's funny.
He had 3 of 5 last
funny.
game. He had 3 of 5.
No, it's funny.
What part?
The part that you're including him as a 3-point shooter.
Yeah, I'm having some fun.
Yeah.
But he has improved.
What did he shoot last year?
Well, I want to say 30. Now, people are going to break it down.
Well, don't say he improved if you don't know.
But don't do it quarter-wise. Just what's the number? I think it was 35, 36%. But in the fourth quarter, it's 18%. Like
that doesn't matter?
Just give me the number.
You know, we used to have an old truism in basketball, which is, you know what the best thing could happen to when Draymond make your first one. Go ahead and make your first one. Because you know what that means? You ain't making any more the rest of the night.
Well, it sounds like my coach, Will Biggs. He used to be like,
you're open for a reason?
Johnson, you're open for that. That's a boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. And we're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Man.
And whether the Warriors would be in on it or not. And look, they say they're in on everybody. I mean,
well, they went after 2 guys that a lot of people didn't want. I was excited.
People forget that when Joe Lacob took over this team, the first name we heard was Dwight Howard.
Well, I got to tell you, I didn't know you then. I wanted it.
Yeah, I know you did. I know you did.
Best trade that never happened, man.
There's no way this is right, is it? Let me check.
I don't have it up.
Let me check. Golden State. Draymond shot better than Clay last year from 3?
There's no way.
That can't be right. That can't be right.
What, 25 attempts to 400? Come on, man.
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Let's see. I'll give you the numbers right now. Andrew Wiggins, not Wiggins, 3-point percentage.
Clay was at 38.
Clay was 38-7. Yeah. Draymond, where is he? Draymond, 39-5.
That is right. But don't smile as if, put some respect on Clay's name. That 38 is different. Which one would you take? 39
Clay's.
I
would take Clay's 38-7 because he was taking 9 a game and Draymond was taking 2.3.
Yep.
What was his percentage in the second half of games?
Yeah, that was.
I'm glad somebody finally called out the fact that Guru sounds like Muttley. Every time he laughs, that's what it reminds me of.
Dude, and I was a cartoon head. I don't know what happened with Muttley.
Wacky Races was a good cartoon. Yeah. By the way, I do want to get into, maybe we'll do it on the other side, this Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs thing.
Boy, back at it again.
And we'll talk about that.
Evan left the room. UI and the boss kind of got into it. Like, what do we want from people?
I had to do that to you.
No, you just say sorry to the boss.
No, but, man, before the show even started, I called you a hypocrite.
But it's the greatest hypocrite ever. You got to share it on air.
We will. We will. We'll do it on the other side.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll do it on the other side. Warrior fans, you want Giannis? Would you give up Wiggins? I know, yes. Would you give up Wiggins, Kuminga, Melton, and Podziemski?
Keep going.
4 firsts.
Keep going.
That's it.
Dude,
I mean, we need to field the team after he gets here. If he gets here.
Well, who would be the Rockets would be the one that you would, just from an attractive standpoint.
Well, and you know what?
That's who scares me.
Evan, can I bring you in here? Because you have been talking about the Houston Rockets draft picks They've got an arsenal. Check this out.
Well, so they own their own, obviously, for the foreseeable future. But I believe they also effectively own the Phoenix Suns' unprotected first in 2025, 2027.
Wow.
And then they also own, which is a big one, the Brooklyn Nets first-round pick in 2027. And the Nets are in shambles. So I don't think the issue is, I don't know, people have been calling in saying like it's too much to give up for the Warriors. I think the bigger issue is that someone like the Houston Rockets just has more to offer and they could outbid you for Giannis.
So hopefully it would be one of those. He wouldn't want to go to H-Town.
He'd be probably one of the few NBA players that don't.
Yeah.
For whatever reason,
No state
NBA
taxes.
players love Houston.
Mario Elie loved it.
They
He lives there.
love Miami. They love Houston.
Well, you know why.
Why?
The nightlife.
In Houston?
And the clubs. The James Harden.
In Houston?
The James Harden
Have you ever
clubs.
been to Houston?
Come on, Steiny. Yes. Acre Homes.
I'm not a big Houston guy.
Because of the thing where you get out to shower and then you got to take it. The humidity, it sucks.
No,
it's terrible.
It's the sprawl.
Oh,
It's so big.
I like Houston.
Like, if if we were living in Houston.
All right.
Hey, Goo, you want to go grab one? Yeah. Okay, let's get in our car and drive 30 minutes to meet each
Now,
other.
that's a stretch,
That's what
Donnie.
you have to do in Houston.
Yeah.
Everything's a highway.
Yeah.
They got this highway that goes around the city.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, it's
I think you're stretching that. 30 minutes. Nah, Steiny, we got something 10, 15 for you. Maybe even 5.
Let me ask you a question, Goo. If you could be the number one lead sports talk host on a radio station in any city in the United States, would it be San Francisco? Or would you go somewhere else? Would you go to New York?
Yeah, remember, I'm tired of the Bay. Remember I told you that. I'd go to, seriously.
Any city. You can go to any city and work. Where would you go?
Manhattan. Yep. That New York trip turned me out, Steiny.
All right.
Yep. Damn!
Trying to think where I'd go.
Give it to us.
It'd be tough.
Because you like a lot of different stuff.
I mean, how could you not go to San Diego?
Now I'm mad I didn't say that, but yeah.
And I would also go
getting
to
that accounted.
Philly because I still have a lot of family there.
I heard Philly's grimy, though. The people are
you
mean,
heard wrong.
And the crime is worse than the Bay.
Please.
Philly. Dude, I've
Please.
seen the video. Are you watching what's going on out there?
Where?
Philly. The inner city? It's off the chain.
Stop. There's nothing going on in Philly that's not going on anywhere else in any other big city.
Boy, I want no part of Philly.
Oh, we got a minute left. Let me just throw this. You hear what your guy, Joe Mazzulla, said?
Tell us, remind us.
He wants the NBA to bring back fighting. He said, I wish he could bring back fighting to the NBA. He thinks the game's lacking emotion. If you let him go at each other, he said, look, they fighting hockey.
I kind of like
it. The bench is clear in baseball.
They're fighting!
That is the greatest, but that is the biggest hypocrisy is that's a facet to the NHL that they can have fighting, but the NBA, it's like a prison brawl.
Hey, who led the league last year in free throw percentage?
Oh, come on, Steiny. You know I know that.
Who?
He's in the ATL. Trae Young.
Nope.
Devin Booker.
Nope.
Steph Curry.
No. That's why I'm asking. This one surprised me.
Don't say Giannis.
No, of course not. Evan, did you know who led the league in free throw percentage last year?
I got it, Steiny. Jordan Poole.
No.
Wasn't it Klay Thompson?
Klay Thompson.
What was the number?
92.7%.
Put some respect on his name.
1.8 attempts per game.
That makes it even
I
more
want to throw
impressive
my
in a
keys
way.
at the glass. Evan said 1 point. Oh, I got a stat for you, and it's trivia for you and Evan.
Okay,
on the other side.
Sweet. We will tease
And I got
that.
it right.
We will tease that
Yeah.
because we're at 11:11. But okay, I love trivia. 888-957-9570. We're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo and whether or not you'd give up the farm and some picks for him. Is it a no-brainer? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
John Sally. All right. We're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo because his name is out there on all the shows.
Man.
The Milwaukee Bucks got hammered last night by the Memphis Grizzlies. The Bucks are now 1-4, and Damian Lillard's not playing well. Chris Middleton hasn't played. Giannis is still Giannis, but there's talk brewing in Milwaukee. There's also a story in The Athletic today written by Sam Amick and John Hollinger that say rival executives believe the Golden State Warriors are more willing than ever to include Kuminga in a trade package of on a significant major trade. We had Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA radio yesterday, said he believes that if Giannis becomes available in a serious way, the Warriors would be in on him, and they have pieces and picks that the Milwaukee Bucks could like.
Man.
Our great producer, Evan, came up with this trade that we're throwing out there because someone on the Comcast Business text line, Goose, says, what's the farm? And here would be an example of the farm.
All right.
Wiggins, Kuminga, Melton, Podziemski, and 4 first-round picks. And the reason Evan's saying 4 first-round picks is because that's what it took for the Suns to get Kevin Durant.
Cost of doing business. But and this no shade at those players, but that would be the farm to me, Steiny. The farm would be the 4 picks.
And so what I think is interesting is 650. A lot of people are saying absolutely, but we're getting a few of these. 650. Anybody that would trade the farm for Giannis, yes, I would consider it a no-brainer. That is, they have no brain.
Oh.
Which means they wouldn't make a trade like that.
Why?
For Giannis. Well,
if the goal is to get back to championship, this does it to me.
Does it?
Yeah. I'd rather do this than, hey, we play 12.
I mean,
because that 12 is going to be condensed, Steiny. Who we fooling? 9 to 8 come playoff time. And now you have 2, 3 Hall of Famers.
Yeah, 650 saying, and it's different. It's a different 650 saying that's too much.
Well, how about this then?
Okay.
I'll dumb it down on the Guru computer. I'm not comparing Giannis to Kevin Durant, but they are superstars. Last time you had Curry playing along with Dre with a guy that caliber, what happened?
They lost in the finals?
No, they won 2 before that.
Oh, but you said the last thing that happened.
No, meaning there was a dynasty. That could happen again to me. If you get Giannis, there's nothing.
I'm not like I'm not saying, Giannis, I wouldn't. No chance. Bring it. No, I'm not saying that. But to say that the dynasty's back if we've got Giannis.
And the future is brighter.
I don't know.
I see.
I mean, if you're giving away
assuming health.
If you're giving away, 2 of your really good young players and 4 players in the future that could be coming your way through the draft.
Well, see, and I got to be careful here. You're not going to not win a championship because you don't have Pods or who else? Kuminga. I like those guys, but if you get Giannis with this core, that's not going to be the reason you don't win it, I don't believe. So that's why I would do it. And yes, the 415 is asking, isn't Pods for Milwaukee area? Yes.
Couple from, let's go to Bill. Bill's in San Francisco. Hey, Bill, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, I love your show.
Thank you.
I want to push back against Steiny's argument that a rotation of 11 or 12 players wouldn't work in the playoffs.
All right.
And basically, I'm remembering the first time the Warriors won a championship in 75. Al Attles used 11 players.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Al.
He had 5 guards. He had 5 guards who shared the minutes pretty equally. And then he had, of course, Rick Barry and Jamal Wilkes, who did the majority of the time at forwards, and Bill Bridges and Derek Dickey to back them up. And then he had the 2-headed centers, Clifford Ray and George Johnson. And basically, the similarity between that team and the current Warrior team is the emphasis on defense. And so the Warriors just wore teams down. And if you remember from those playoff games, the Warriors would often be trailing into the fourth quarter, and then they'd come back and beat the other teams. In that case, the Washington Bullets.
Right.
So anyway, that's my point.
Yeah, Bill, and you're not wrong. In fact, this has been brought to my attention, and I've gone back and looked at the minutes of that 75 team, and they had 10 players on that team who were averaging more than 11 minutes a game. And then they had Steve Bracey, who averaged 8 minutes a game.
That was, and I love the comp, but that was 50 years ago.
Yeah. Yes, it was 50 years ago. But
it happened.
It did happen. It did happen. They used a lot of players that year. From No Brainer, what's happened with Durant and the Suns? Isn't Giannis on the backside of his prime?
See, I don't think he is. I know he had that one injury.
Well, I mean, he's in his 12th year, and he's 30.
But did you watch him last night at all? And I know he had a good game last night.
I watched Tulane.
I was watching that.
They were, I'll tell you what, their defense coming around,
my neighbor had Tulane team total.
What was it?
34.
That's what they scored?
36, excuse me.
Well, then they didn't score that. They won 34-3.
The kicker missed a field goal.
Evan, what did you think of that text? And Spadoni, you too.
Spadoni.
Out of nowhere, Guru goes, I hate, he said basically was very derogatory about Tulane. And apparently they needed to score 35 for Guru to win the bet. They scored 34. The spread was 14.5. They won 34-3. I mean, it's like Guru, the only guy I know that whines and cries when a team covers without any stress involved.
Well, not if you're not on that bet.
I don't care about that. Yeah,
it's a bad beat's a bad beat.
And the left-handed left-footed field goal kicker comes out. Started. He didn't have a chance. It was a chip shot, and it went like the wind was blowing. I said, "You boy, my neighbor's got some bad luck."
Oh, it wasn't you?
No.
What do you care?
I want my neighbor to win.
We'll see.
Oh, I got some trivia for you and Evan. It's Spadoni. It's early season. Here we go. All right. So it's only 4 games, right? In the early NBA. Some 4.
I thought you meant for the Warriors.
So through 5 NBA games in the history of the NBA, there's there's 2 players that have had 20-plus points in each game and 10-plus steals through the first 5 games. You got me?
No. You're saying that there's a player averaging 10 steals a game right now?
No, 20 points per game and 10 total
10-plus steals through the first 5 games. 4 games, excuse me. First 4 games.
Seems like such an obtuse stat.
And Steph Curry's one of them.
I have a feeling this has been butchered.
Oh, no. I got it right here. I'm looking at it. Steph Curry's one of them. Through the first 4 games, he's accumulated 20-plus points in every game and 10-plus steals over the 4 games.
So 20
in a different year.
Yeah.
So there's someone that's done it this year.
Yeah.
And Curry's the only other person to do it.
No.
Wembanyama.
How about you, Evan?
I don't.
Steals?
This is great word, obtuse.
I just happened to see
Anthony
this factoid. A good call, but no.
LeBron.
Nope.
Ja?
No, that's a great one. The answer is
Trae Young.
Nope. They'll see him on the road trip. Former Warrior
Jordan
Poole. Wow. Only him and Steph have done it through 4 games. 10-plus steals total through 4 games and 20-plus points in each of the 4 games.
with the Golden State Warriors.
He's having a good year, Steiny.
They're having a good year. They're 2-2.
Wizard math.
Well, for them, that's a good year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Boy, the way you guys try to scrutinize me to make me think
you know what?
Air was thin.
Send me the link to that.
I got it right here. I'll show
where?
you.
No, that's your handwriting.
No,
I don't
this is
believe
Twitter.
That. All right. Let's go to JK and I'm sorry, JC.
Yeah, I got it right here.
JC in Fremont. What's up, JC? How you doing?
Oh boy.
Hey, how you guys doing? You probably can't hear me. I'm driving to work.
No, I can hear you.
Anyway, I love the show. I listen to it every morning. My point is, you guys bring up a great point. But my thing is, what if we do give up the farm for this guy, right? And then what if it don't pan out, right? We've lost the farm. I think right now, yes, we played Utah. Yes, we played the Jazz. Yes, we played New Orleans, right? But I still think this team is just like the other team. We need to bring back our slogan, strength in numbers. That's what they're showing me these last 4 games. Once again, the competition's not been there. But I would rather play what we got, bring that slogan back, strength in numbers, and not give up the farm from Giannis, because if it don't work out, then we'll be really in the back.
Well, what if
Thank you guys.
Hey, what if you don't win with the farm though? What if you stay status quo and you don't win because you find out you're not good enough?
I get it. I understand that, but I would rather go with what we got than give up give up our future for a guy that we don't win. Then what are we going to be talking about later?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey JC, I'm boy.
Wow.
I hate the idea of not. I hate.
I'm
those
going
picks.
for the gusto, man.
I
get you.
I hate those picks that you have to give up.
Do you hate the picks more than you love Giannis? That's what
I'm not convinced that Giannis makes them a title contender. I'm just not, especially if you give away 3 or 4 of your role players. Again, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it, and I think this, and what I will give the benefit of the doubt to is Mike Dunleavy, because look, we know that they want to get another star in here. They basically said as much. They've also talked about how this roster, the makeup of it right now, is conducive to getting another star if they have to. So if that is the strategy, and they've thought about it and they've tried it with Paul George and Lauri Markkanen, well then, yeah, the strategy would be to go get him, and then can you go get him? But there are no sure things. That's all I'm saying. And again, would I do it? I think I don't like to answer it this way, but I think you'd have to. But that doesn't mean that I necessarily think that it'll work no matter what, and we'll be sitting pretty for the next 5 years.
I'll say this to
not guaranteed.
I know Boston is a class, obviously, of the Eastern Conference. Right now, it's early. Milwaukee's 1-4. But if you tell me who's a threat at the end of this season, if there is no trade and Giannis is on Milwaukee, they figure it out, and they'll probably lose to Boston. But we seen him go toe-to-toe with Boston. Now, we did have Holiday on his team then, but I'm still in on Giannis and Milwaukee's chances for them to figure it out. My boy Silk Basie, you tell me if this is too much. He says Doc Rivers is the reason Milwaukee's falling off. Maybe. I almost want to say that's unfair to a coach. Is he making Dame go 2 for 12? I know Dame after the game is talking about how he's getting the ball and he's being face guarded by 2 guys. And I'm like, okay, and? Is that new? Yeah.
I mean, if Doc Rivers, I'm less interested in who the problem is in Milwaukee, only that there's a problem in Milwaukee and that Giannis may come available.
Oh, my gosh.
888-957-9570 is the number. You know, we talked about this guy years ago, Giannis, and always felt like a pipe dream.
Man.
But Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio, saying if Giannis were to come available, the Warriors would be in the mix. It feels like the Warriors either are in the mix or say they're in the mix for just about everybody.
Now, that's why I feel like they're going to be in the mix, because we just saw them try, to see what was going on with the 2 guys, one in Utah and the other in L.A.
Let's go to Devon. Devon's in an Uber. What's going on, Devon? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, how's it going, man?
Hey.
Going well.
I'm you know what, Goo? I love the optimism. I hope it happens. I love that. Really quick before I get to the main point, Mike Dunleavy, a lot of people were a little worried. I like the fact that he's at least actively trying to make the team better. He may not be able to get them done, but he's trying, and that's what we love to see. But to get to the main point, Giannis, I mean, we know the king of the crop out here. They got bigs. The Lakers, they got bigs. The Nuggets, they got bigs. And Draymond can hold his own, but if we're pairing Draymond and Giannis,
oh man,
defensively, along with Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins, you better shoot over. You're not getting to the lane. There's nothing you can do. You see what I'm saying? That frees up Steph so much. And now you hide Steph, even though he's played better defense over the years. You can hide him and utilize that energy offensively, And then I think that with Dame and Giannis, this is Dame's first time playing with a guy like this. He doesn't have the chemistry yet. Steph has deferred before. He understands. That's one of the most selfless players in the game, I think, in the history of the game. And so I think that their tandem can work. I get that you got to give away a few players, but, hey, one of our happy misfortunes is we got too many guys. So we'll see. I don't want to take too much time. I'm thankful. But what do you guys think about that?
I think it's intriguing, obviously. And the roster, to me, was put together with the idea in mind of, can we at some point pull off a trade where we trade 2 guys for 1 guy, or 3 guys for 1 guy, or 3 guys for 2 guys.
Man.
And the built-in part of that trade is then the rotation automatically shrinks by a player or 2, which might be good in the long run if you don't want to really go with this 12-man rotation all season long. This from the 707 on the Comcast Business text line. I would not give up more than 2 first-rounders since you can't give up consecutive picks. We don't need to give up 5. We don't need to give up years 5 and 7 when Steph is gone. Let other teams make those crazy trades. And what the texter means there is the Warriors can't trade their next 4 first-round picks in consecutive years. They would have to be every other year. So if the Warriors, if it took 4 draft picks, or 3 or 4 draft picks, the picks would be 25, 27, and 29. And if it were 4, it'd be 31. 20-31. So
why do they have it set up like that?
Because it's called the Ted Stepien rule. The former owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers traded consecutive first-round picks, and the Cleveland team was just a doormat.
Wow.
Because they'd given away all their picks. They were terrible.
Ted Stepien.
And so the league said, when you trade, you can trade first-round picks, but they cannot be in consecutive years. So if you want to give up 4 picks, it's going to have to be spread out over 7 years. 888-957-9570 is the number. Would you go all in for Giannis Antetokounmpo? 3 or 4 players: Wiggins, Kuminga, Melton, Podziemski, 4 firsts, unprotected.
Don't you think the Warriors, if that could get it done, they would do it?
I don't know. I don't know if that would get it done. It might.
Yeah, but were you shocked that they went to the extent they did with marketing and George? I know they didn't get him, but they were on the phone trying to make it happen.
We don't know what they were willing to give up.
Right. But for now,
those guys.
But now we're talking about Giannis. Steiny, I believe if that could get it done, they would be throwing confetti in the room.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. You run this by Mike Dunleavy, he might be like, of course. I would do that in a heartbeat.
Right.
But maybe he might be like, we could get him for less than that. I mean, I don't know that he's saying that, but I have no idea what the Warriors think would be the farm for a player like Antetokounmpo, but it's certainly going to be talked about a lot.
415 on the Comcast Business text line. Giannis is not KD. Don't expect the same results.
What does that mean, do you think?
I guess his game and the fit they wouldn't reach the heights that the Warriors did with Kevin Durant, with Giannis.
I mean, keep in mind
I would love to see it.
Well, when Durant was here, they had 3 stars. They had Curry, Clay, and Draymond. So Giannis is going to get here with 1 star because Draymond's not quite the player he was. Nick's in Clayton. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. I actually kind of had a question about this because for you guys, if it's feasible for them to do this, to get Giannis, and they don't do it, aren't they really passively not going to stick with Curry? And there's got to be a plan to get rid of Curry then at that point. Because Doesn't this really depend on how much Curry wants this? Because if he wants this and you don't do it, what's going to make him want to stay?
Well, that's a great point, Nick, and
I'm with Nick
and to me, it's less about Steph Curry than what I heard Mike Dunleavy say, and everybody from Dunleavy to Kerr, even Joe Lacob, they, when we've talked about this in years past, when I've said, I mean, do you really just are going to do everything and anything for Steph? Yes. Well, that's what Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob have seemed to indicate, that they do owe it to Steph. So if they owe it to Steph, or they feel like that's the number one way to go about this thing, then you do have to go get Giannis.
No doubt about it. And if you look at the...
boy, it's going to come at a cost.
But, Stoney, everything in life, anything worth something, you got to pay. Cost of doing business, right? And everything that Steph Curry has said from Vegas, I'll never forget it. Things change quickly in the NBA. And the fact that you, and I appreciate it because that's how I took it, to where Lacob and Mike Dunleavy were saying the same thing, like we're all in for Steph. It's about him. This would be ultra perfect, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at Giannis the last... Since 2019, 63 games, 61, 67, 63, 73.
In the new NBA? Well, I'd give that an A-, Stoney.
I wouldn't quite give it that high.
60 is a new 80.
It might be.
Man.
I'd like to say 65 at least, though. But, look, I mean, yeah, you're going to have to play 20 games a year probably without Steph and 20 games a year without Giannis. That's just... You're right. That's the way it is. JP's in the city. What's up, JP? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey,
just a quick call here. I don't know, what the track record of these kind of trades are, but I think about the Nets giving up Michael Bridges, whatever, for 5 first-round picks, and you got to think the Nets are like, we'll give up 5 first-round. We'll get 5 first-round picks for this guy. And if you're the Bucks in this trade, though you're losing Giannis, you're not looking like you're going to win anything significant right now anyway. And you're getting 4 picks and a bunch of players. I just think there's winners and losers in these kind of trades. And I don't know. I'd love your input on if it typically favors the sellers, but it seems like it does. So it would be great to get Giannis, but if you're the Bucks, don't you think you win a trade where you get 4 first-round picks and all these, pipeline of players, and then, maybe you could do something similar with Dame? I don't know, but curious your thoughts.
No, I mean, you just explained the risk. To me, it's the Bucks would be very interested in those kind of picks, and the Warriors have to be ready to give them up. Ready to live the next 7 years without a first-round draft pick.
Gotcha.
And probably not a ton of cap space because you'll have 2 guys making 60, so you won't really be a monster in the free agent, in free agency probably, because Draymond's under contract for a while yet, and they still have some guys under contract, but... I'm not saying I shut the door on it. I'm just trying to bring perspective about the other side and the risk involved in, right now, the Warriors, there's no risk. The expectations aren't high, and this team's gotten off to a good start, and people are feeling pretty good about it. If they get Giannis in here and have to give up 3 or 4 players, the biggest question is, Are they all of a sudden a championship team with Giannis?
Man.
And Steph and Draymond Green?
How would Steph and Dre answer that? I believe they would say we're closer than we were with the 12-man rotation. So I know the fans are excited, and I'm part of it, of what we're watching now, Warriors basketball. But damn, if you're telling me you could swap some players to get Giannis in here, what if for the next 4 years, Donnie, they may not win one, but you knew they are going to be a problem.
What if Draymond's part of the trade? Would you still do it?
Well,
I mean, would you be when you say the farm? Let's throw every player in there except Steph.
But we got to know that he won't be a part.
Why? Why would you say that?
him and they're two peas in a pod, man. I really believe Steph
so what you're saying is if the Milwaukee Bucks say, well, look, we do not want Kuminga and Wiggins.
That's different.
Because we know they're the same player, just like you know they're the same player. So we got to have Kuminga and Draymond Green.
They would give Draymond Green. But then, I would be a little more about the back end of, oh, boy.
Back end of what?
The defense. Yeah, now I'd be like, oh, man.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. We'll stick on this on the other side for 10 minutes. So if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570 is the number. Then at 12 o'clock, we're going to bring in Ryan Hollins. He's the Houston Rockets pre- and post-game host. So we'll get into some more Warrior talk. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine.
When are you going to get a heart?
It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't be watching the TV, Giants fans.
Or Willard. I'm with Mark Willard. Dodger Parade.
Dodgers World Series parade's going on right now.
Numbers are numbers.
Magic
and
Johnson.
numbers are numbers.
Speaking of which, I got a new leader in the clubhouse of
4.
put a shirt on. Did you see Clayton Kershaw?
No.
His body looks worse than mine. And you look good. Stoddy, you didn't see him with no shirt on?
Where did you see him with
when
no
they
shirt?
clinched the game, the series.
All right.
You need to feel handy.
I got a big ass.
I was like, he had the beer gut and the moves. I was like, oh, put a shirt on, bud. This is HD.
It's 90 degrees in L.A. today.
Well, today.
Yeah.
He did it in New York.
That was warm. I heard it was warm back east, though.
Yeah.
I did, too. We're talking about Giannis and how realistic it is for the Warriors to get him if he comes available. And the sound and the noise is getting louder and louder about Giannis and
Curry
the Golden
wants
State Warriors. Do they have the package to put together to get a Giannis? And if it's going to cost you 4 first-round picks, unprotected, do you do it?
Yep. Dude, I love you, Bastani. This is where I'm like, fire! Right. And Mike Dunleavy might be like, man, do you want a fifth pick?
You would do it even if it included Draymond Green.
That's a monkey wrench, but I'll tell you what, I still would be happy about the feat and the acquisition. But Steiny, to be real with you, there would be a little part of where I'd be sour that you don't have a front line of Giannis and Dre.
Well,
Dre.
I mean, I'm actually looking at it from like Damian Lillard's point of view. And if they go to Damian Lillard and say, we got to move Giannis, and we're thinking about, the Warriors, if I'm Damian Lillard, I want Draymond Green because I want some veterans with me who have been there before.
But remember, you can't be greedy. If BG was correct, saying the Bucks want to do right by him, so they might not want to get sticky, or
well, doing right by him is fine, but you can't take less of a deal just to say.
Can you not do the deal if if it's Draymond? You know what I mean? You can't let that hold it up if you're Milwaukee.
And we have Ryan Hollins here in 10 minutes. He's the Houston Rockets pre- and post-game host. And the Rockets are another team that a lot of people feel have kind of been put together with the hope of being able to swing a big deal for a player like Giannis, too. So we'll get Ryan Hollins' opinion on that. Let's go to Butkus in Walnut Creek first. What's up, Butkus? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
So just kind of bringing together a little bit what you've been talking about earlier this week. I was wondering what your thoughts are on this. First of all, I'm all for Giannis getting them. But do you think the reason why the Warriors are playing 12 is basically to showcase everyone right now so they can try to get a good trade, like a big trade?
It's possible.
I don't know if that's like...
It might be about... it might be an offshoot. It might be part of the reason. It might be a consideration.
Yeah, so that's what the whole thing I was thinking. I'm like, first of all, we have a bunch of, we're really deep, but I think it makes sense to play 12. And so we could say, look, we could give you these 4 or 5, whatever, and kind of showcase them out for the first part of the year, first half of the year. So we could get a good package deal for the big baller like Giannis.
Yeah, it's a lot to put in the processor. 510 with a very, very logical point here on the Comcast Business text line. If you were ready to sell the farm for an older second-tier star like Paul George, and you were considering it for another older-tier guy in Butler, you'd be crazy not to do it for Giannis.
Preach. And that's why I'm praying, Steiny, that if this does come to fruition, that this Warrior package would be something that would be attractive enough for Milwaukee. That's what worries me. Like, the line's going to be around the corner, but if you're telling me there's a secret list or he's got some locales in Golden State, like that's half the battle. That's more than half.
I'm just trying to put myself in Milwaukee's position they've said to themselves, and
we're gonna lose them.
they haven't yet, but if they eventually say to themselves, we've got to move Giannis.
Oh man!
And the Rockets are offering Jalen Green, Şengün, and picks. Can the Warriors match that package? I don't know that they can.
And I'm with you.
So,
but what if it was one of those? I want to play Giannis saying in the Bay, not Houston. Like that could happen, but
it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. 415. Yes, you put Draymond in the package and you get back Brook Lopez, who's a stretch 5. It's a good idea, but now the trade's getting monstrous. But I'm not saying no chance. I'm just trying to keep it relatively simple.
And we hadn't even mentioned there's a big Greek population here in the Bay Area. I think more than Houston.
Don't do that.
You don't think that matters?
No.
They had Greek night, couple.
Des Moines got a big Greek population too.
Des Moines. Des Bryant. I got an error. I got to share with you guys.
You made a mistake?
Yeah.
Okay. You sure you want to do this next?
Yeah, let's do it before Ryan.
Okay.
It wasn't 20 points. It was 23s.
I knew it. I mean, it just I couldn't understand the stat.
Well, it still was 20. It wasn't points. It was 23s.
Oh no!
23s and 10 steals. Curry was the first one to do it, and the only other on that ledger is now Jordan Poole. He's on fire. I'm happy for him.
Playing terrible.
What they say?
What Draymond Green say about Oklahoma City?
No, it's a great city.
There's sound on the board. Draymond talks about Oklahoma City. Let's take a listen, just for kicks.
It's always fun game. The one thing I would say about them is there's a certain readiness when you're ready to win, and I don't care how old you are. The one thing I see with the OKC team that is a little alarming for me is like their post game. 7 guys in the interview.
Wow.
There's a certain seriousness that it takes to win in this league, and there's a certain fear you have to instill in a team in order to win. You should have fun, but you have to understand their moment is now. Their moment started last year. You go out, you had that great regular season, your clock starts now. You're no longer the team that's just building through the draft. You've arrived.
Dude, that is the basketball version to me of Malcolm X. Like, he's earned the right to say that. And I told you, I don't like when they do that where 8 dudes, it's kind of kiddie table stuff, Stoney. I'm still that from Vontae. But Draymond saying the clock is ticking, it has, but there's just a level of mature. Like, I appreciate that, Stoney.
This is
I really
this is
do.
where you're
if I had a beverage, I'd sip it right now.
Well, and it's also where you're a first class A1 hypocrite.
Now, I don't like that word.
I know, but that's why I'm going to use it. By the way, that was from the Draymond Green podcast with Baron Davis.
Great.
If the Golden State Warriors, in their post-game interviews this year, would gather around the 2 people getting interviewed with 6 to 8 guys, you think that you think anybody would criticize that? Please, what you just gave is the quintessential example of homerism. If the Warriors did the same thing, we'd be saying, look, strength in numbers is back. We would be saying, look at the camaraderie on this team. They're interviewing Lindy Waters, and there's Kyle Anderson, and there's Hield, and there's Melton, and there's Steph, and there's Draymond, and there's Trace Jackson Davis and Looney. This is unbelievable. The vibe is incredible. We love this team. Look at how everybody supports each other. But it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. So now there's a level of seriousness they apparently don't have.
I got a rebuttal.
Hit the pipe.
They were the Thunder, and they got to the mountaintop. The Warriors did in 14-15.
So we're declaring that the Thunder has failed already.
Oh no. That doesn't even compute. It's not even about that. It's just, I get what he said. It's kind of cheesy, Stoney. It don't mean you can't win a chip, but Draymond is the guy, the steward, that I feel like can speak to how, what word am I looking for? Basketball version of corny. Like, we've seen Clay, Steph, Dre, Iggy, in their heyday as babies, never do that. And that's all.
Please.
I'm not saying that it's a fit. Oh, come on. OKC is about to win.
If the Warriors did it, you would never, ever criticize it.
This is where you don't know me.
It would be Strength in numbers.
I would tell you it's corny.
Please. Just be true to yourself.
That's what I tell my kids.
Well,
and I told
you should
them.
really take the lesson upon yourself.
See, this is where you get personal. Dude, I'm telling you, it's corny and I don't like it. I told you this last year.
Okay.
They go come around. It's not CYO or yeah.
Because the Warriors have never been corny. Like, nobody would ever think we play with joy. No one would ever think that's corny, right? Because why? Well, it's a Warrior thing, so it's not corny.
You are so...
Just be fair. That's all I want.
And that's what I am.
Yeah, you're really not.
Like the foul pole in baseball.
You're really not.
I am fair.
You're really not.
You are so... Like, the one you got me
Draymond
with,
says they lack a little seriousness. Oh, he knows.
When are you going to get a heart?
Draymond says they're not serious, so I'm going to take his side. Well, the Warriors do a lot of things similar to that. Yeah, but we're the Warriors. Yeah.
No, I'm irritated. The wife just sent me a text.
Oh.
It's almost about you.
Uh-oh.
So I'm playing hurt today. So I brought a mug from home to work.
Okay.
And I just get a text, don't leave or break my mug. How about how's your day going, babe? How about are you feeling okay? Don't leave or break the damn cup. Come on, Steiny. You typed that.
Did she think you were going to let me use it?
Is she listening?
No, she's not. Don't break or leave the cup. How about how you doing?
Let me see the cup.
It's the UCLA cup. It's in the kitchen.
I bet he washed that cup. Unlike you.
Oh, boy. I did wash it. Why would you not?
That's between you and me.
That's what I signed up for. Not how are you doing?
Oh, my gosh.
Don't break or leave the cup.
Well, don't.
Mudley. Out of boy.
Don't. Go ahead.
I'm embarrassed for the part of the show that you really called me out, and I bowed down to you like West Side Connect. I shout out Ice Cube. When you brought up something about a team.
I can't wait to talk about that.
You killed me. That might be your fine. That was checkmate.
So, yeah.
Don't do it yet. Don't blow
do that.
it.
No. We're going to do it after Ryan.
Okay.
After Ryan Hollins, who's joining us.
Can I ask you a quick question? Because I'm about to ask Ryan about Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Seriously, Steiny. I know his foundation started differently than Kuminga, but this dude is going to be a superstar. Like, he may be a.
Why don't you tell it to Ryan Hollins?
I told him I'm saving it.
Ask him about Jalen Green. Yeah. He's seen him play probably infinitely more than we have.
Yeah. Well,
here you go, 707 Guru. My wife does the same crap.
Like, I couldn't believe. I said, oh, okay, take it on me. Don't leave a break.
Oh, my
gosh. Wow, man.
All right. 888-957-95. Here's another, you know who I'd be more interested in than Giannis? I know and I'm not saying he's as good
I'm
as
about to get mad because they're
Zion. Well, I'd be more interested in a guy like Zion who's 5 years younger, but that's.
But I think he's cemented unless he wants out.
I will bet you right now, Zion Williamson does not spend his whole career in New Orleans. I will bet you
after hearing you and Evan talk about my bets and sucker and all that, I'm done. Ain't getting no bets from me.
And you do realize if you made the bet on every single NBA player, if they'll retire with their franchise, you're going to win most of the bets because most of them don't.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Pelicans could be itchy to make a move at some point too. They can't pay everybody.
Ingram's bad, Stoney.
Bad as in good, or
bad as
good
in
as in bad.
Remember, because he got hurt and I got mad at him.
I was listening to the morning show today.
What they say?
And Bonte Hill said the last two nights, Kuminga punked him. Brandon Ingram.
Well, he had 31 the first game, though.
Take it up with Bonte.
I'm going to text him. But that second night, Bonte's right. And even Zion got punked. But he dropped 31 when Zion dropped 30.
Okay.
Man, I'm excited, man.
For what?
Sports. We got the Niners. Well,
what do we have tonight? Exactly.
No, we got basketball and college football.
Who's playing? It's Friday night. Who plays in college football?
Oh, dude, they play every night college football.
I know they do. Tulane played on Halloween last night.
Speaking of which, did you get trick-or-treaters? We got none, and we turned the light on.
I
got the mini Snickers.
I have this on my list of things to talk about. Where have all the trick-or-treaters gone?
Yep.
All right, let's head out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Ryan Hollins, 10-year NBA veteran. He now works for the Houston Rockets on their pre- and post-game show. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Listen, I'm not going to let y'all disrespect Calvin Murphy like that. Calvin Murphy is the legend on the pre- and post-game show. So,
okay, Ryan, we got you.
we can't, no. We got to take care of Calvin, man.
Hey,
so what the hell are you doing then?
Right.
You're on it, right?
Yeah. No, I do the broadcast. I do the broadcast.
I got you.
Yeah.
No, I was saying the pressure to keep up with his thread game, because he stays fit.
You know what? let me establish this. So I'm tired of him for one, because when I think I have a good suit, he puts me in my place, but I got his number. So when you got to catch Calvin on a Sunday.
Okay.
Because he's coming from service. So, he likes to tone it down. So Sunday games, I figured out that's when I got to roll out.
There you go.
Stuff, Yeah.
Well, I'm old enough to remember watching him play, and he was unbelievable. He was an unbelievable player, Calvin Murphy. Hey, Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. Let me start with a little Warrior question for you. Right now, Steve Kerr says he's going to try to play a 12-man rotation if everybody's healthy. He thinks there's a lot of balance on this roster, and he thinks 11 or 12 guys deserve to play. And so far, he's kind of done it. Is it sustainable, do you believe?
Today's NBA. It's a AC monkey do league. The reason that I say that being is when the Warriors, when you guys were good, everybody tried to get 3-point shooting and a bunch of 6'8" guys and, don't need a center anymore, try to match the Hamptons 5. Now what Boston showed us is they won with depth. And everybody was saying, man, well, Jason Tatum isn't doing that much. He's playing limited minutes. He doesn't have to do as much. Is he the superstar that everybody is used to seeing win the championship? They won with depth. So Steve Kerr gets it that the game is so fast that if you want to last late in the June and July, you're going to have late in the June, you're going to have depth. So he's right on page with that. And again, that comes with trust, because I got to trust 11 or 12 guys, and those guys have to be efficient with their minutes or else it doesn't work.
Wow, good stuff, Ryan. Let me ask you about a guy that's becoming one of my favorite watches. Is Jalen Green. And I've always kind of compared him to Kuminga here. Young guy, upside, but Kuminga, didn't get the contract. But how good can Jalen Green be, Ryan? Because when I watch him, man, on a good day, I'm like, oh, boy, the league is in trouble.
You can't cap him right now. It's too in the air, when you talk, and that's the fun thing about Houston is, Rafael Stone and company have done a good job of saying, hey, we can organically try to get to a championship level, or, we're in a position where we feel like we need to go out and make a move, we can get there too. So you have two different options there. And to answer your question, we don't know how good Jalen Green can be, but he's got that it factor. Those guys that just hit tough shots. Obviously, you've seen Steph, and we got to see your guy Clay last night in Dallas, and he still can make shots at a high level. But those are the guys that when all the defense is set and you're mano a mano, they find a way. Jalen Green's one of those guys. So the excitement is there. He just has to continue to put it together. But that it factor. Ryan Hollins didn't have the it factor. I was going to do my job, but, we all don't have it. And unfortunately, I don't believe you can teach it either.
Ryan Hollins joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you about Şengün for a minute. It was a smaller sample size, but when he got hurt, Houston played well. I don't watch Houston enough to say, they're better without Şengün. Can you give me what was the dynamic? and the timing for, why did they keep rolling after he got hurt last year?
Jalen Green went on a darn tear. You know, he just stopped thinking. You know, sometimes you get, I don't want to say addition by subtraction, but you get in a position where you're not thinking. You know, when you know you're going to get minutes versus, hey, I don't know when I'm coming in or I'm not coming in. You know, that changes things. And I think Jalen Green got to see the rewards of a lot of that, and it put him in a space where he could just hoop and play basketball. So it wasn't a knock to Şengün, just the thinking wasn't there of, hey, I'm going to play my game how I feel like playing it rather than fitting in, with what's going on here. So that's what we really ended up seeing. So it wasn't a knock to either of those guys.
You know what, Ryan? It's I'm going to play fantasy basketball with you because you played in the league. And right now, you and my partner just mentioned, and I'm excited about this Warrior team. Didn't make the offs last year, obviously, but they're 12 deep. But there's some rumblings in Milwaukee about Giannis. And I'm like, man, the Warriors they tried to get, we think, Paul George and Markkanen. Didn't happen. But if you could get a guy like Giannis with a guy like Steph and Dre, from a player standpoint, is that something so sexy to you? You're like, I'll do whatever it takes?
I think for Giannis, it's a lot about relationships. And he's so loyal that if he ever pulls that trigger to get up and go, I'll be extremely surprised if that does happen. But to your note, Steph Curry is the guy that he'd be excited to play with, and obviously he has Dame Lillard there. And those two had drew a connection that we found out behind the scenes. But that would be a situation where he say, wow, I work the inside, you can work outside shooting, and you would give me wide open layups. And then the biggest thing that from a culture standpoint, when I look at, when players make those moves, why championships work and why they don't work, they move it. Steve Kerr, he's got to establish a new culture. He's got to establish his way. And it's a plug-and-play situation. If you can get a big name, and guys will want to be a part of that. Where does that come into play? An example is in Toronto. Toronto had a great culture, so that's why Kawhi was able to plug and play there with what was happening. You can't plug and play Kawhi Leonard everywhere, and it doesn't work in places without culture. With all due respect, it didn't work because the culture wasn't set there, so you could not recreate the same things. So for the Warriors, to come back to you guys create a good culture. You're rolling. You still have Steph Curry who's going to be able to shoot the ball until he's old and gray. A guy like a Giannis or another name, because these young boys ain't too shabby either, to look at that situation and say, I could fit in what's going on. And these superstars are a lot smarter than what we think. They're not just looking at sexy destinations where they can kind of vacation and have fun. They're looking at stable situations that they want to be a part of. And that's a big part of the free agency or the trade or demands or guys saying, they want to be a part of what's going on.
Ryan, let me ask you, I'm looking at the Houston roster, and it is unbelievable how young this team is. You got Jalen Green, 22, Jabari Smith, 21, Şengün, 22, Thompson, 22, Eason, 23, Whitmore, 20. How do you think the Rockets are going to determine whether they grow with that group and pay as many guys as they possibly can, or use those guys to maybe make a trade that changes the dynamic of the team more quickly?
I think the best thing in Houston's favor right now, they have the ability to be patient. And, there's a lot of questions about how Alp will work with Jalen Green. And I thought last night was an unbelievable game because the Rockets aren't in that position, even though you can say numbers-wise, maybe it wasn't Şengün's best game. Luka kept switching on to Alp. Luka ends up with 5 fouls. Gafford trying to guard Alp. Gafford has 5 fouls. The other young fella from Duke, he ends up with 5 fouls. So Alp did his job fouling out those guys. We're not in that position if they don't have that trouble. And then Jalen ends up hitting the dagger, go to small lineup, and you speed things up, and Jalen Green starts getting loose. So those two are finding ways to fit. And for Coach Ime Udoka, it's like, forget what y'all doing offensively. Give me energy and effort, and I'll put you guys in positions to be successful. He called Wedge 1 million times to post Alp. because he knew that's what the value was. So, those were things that we were see last night, and you can glean from and say those two are going to be able to work near talent, and there's not a lot of Alpes or Jalen's in the league. So that's why the teams are like, hey, we'll take one of them.
Hey, Ryan, you mentioned that Dallas game last night, who you guys played. You got to see up close Klay Thompson, who will be here in the Bay November 12th. What did you see from Klay in that fit in Dallas thus far?
Luka really looks for him early. When Klay runs, he really looks for him early, getting out and running. Klay Thompson still, when the game gets tight, he wants the ball in his hands to go take over. I still don't think Klay's completely comfortable. And I think they're going to have to find a way to call his number a little more, or put him in actions, because people don't switch pick and rolls with Klay. But there was a moment where, Luka got rolling. Okay, team rotated to Luka, double team Luka. Kyrie was rolling. So that second rotation jumped Kyrie. And then that third guy on the swing was Klay, and said, oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Darn, that's money. So I think there's some fine-tuning going on over there, and Dallas is kind of figuring it out. But it is tough, because once those guys are cooking, you're like, we can't help. We can't help. And we saw that a little bit last night. So they got some things to work with.
Ryan, let me throw this at you real quick. We all know that, a few years back, the Rockets and the Warriors had a little thing, and the Rockets, they never were able to scale that mountain. And now, the Warriors come in years later to Houston to play the Rockets. Do the Warriors, do they still have juice in Houston? I mean, does anybody care more about the Warriors anymore than any other team because of the past?
Well, yeah, it's always a sore spot. It is. And obviously for the things that like Steph has done, and then it was even a little sore seeing Klay last night, and it's like, he had the game gets tight. He hits 5 straight. And like, oh, we've seen this before. Chill out.
Right.
So it was like last night was, I don't want to say like those moral victories, but like it was kind of a hump victory for the Rockets, honestly, just saying like, Kyrie killed us, and we kind of won this game. So hopefully a lot of those hurdles are those mental hurdles get jumped over this season. But you're on point with that.
All right, hey Ryan, enjoy the game tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us, and appreciate the Calvin Murphy love.
Hey fellas, who you got tomorrow? You got the Rockets? You got faith in the Rockets tomorrow? Talk to me.
I'm going Warriors 113, Houston 108.
Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable, man.
Oh, man.
We'll talk soon.
Have a great one, Ryan. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
All
right, Ryan Hollins.
I had to rep for the base, Donnie. Yeah.
No, good for them. He's got a great demeanor. Yeah. Really like him a lot.
I didn't understand the beginning. I thought he thought we slided his partner, Calvin Murphy.
So Calvin's
that was my bad.
That's all right.
No, Calvin's the man.
If you don't know Calvin Murphy, I want you to close your eyes because I can draw a picture for you. I want you to look. I want you to pretend
it's radio.
I want you to pretend you're looking at a black gentleman's hairline. You know that he cuts his hair in the shape of an M.
Yeah, right. He
for
got
Murphy.
the Batman going. Yeah.
So but when you look at it, it looks like an M because it comes down in the middle. And if you don't know him, who wins a dress off between he and Walt Frazier?
I want to see it. Can I call it a tie? A push?
Yeah, I think we got to call it a tie.
Man, that is great stuff.
Calvin Murphy was incredible.
What a word he used for one of your answers. The Rockets can afford to be patient.
So can the Warriors.
Well,
maybe not to the degree because I think they got Steph. But, the Warriors do have a little, they got to get a move on a little bit.
Right.
Not saying they got to make a move today.
Do you think he plays tomorrow?
I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor. You know what? Actually, ask me that again.
You think Steph plays tomorrow?
We'll see.
We'll
see.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
That's the greatest thing so far.
What are they now? 2-6?
No, they're What happened now?
You stayed alive last night. Oh, my God.
And you look at their schedule, I got action. Their next 4 for the Jets. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, the Jets.
Evan told me to
the
take
Jets
Texans.
are so good, you can just pencil them in for 4 straight wins.
Aaron Rodgers bothers me, man.
You bet on him.
No, I'm just saying I don't like him.
Why not?
He stinks.
Yeah, no, he's just an ass.
Well, if we didn't like every
He's a
player who
jerk.
stunk.
And he's a finger pointer. I didn't do it. Steiny did it. He's that dude. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. There's some things I don't like about Aaron Rodgers, but there's some stuff I do like about Aaron Rodgers. I like to hear him talk about football.
This is going to be a Guru special, but he's the type of friend, when I was single, and maybe you're, seeing 2 people at the same time.
Well, I'm out of this one.
Your girlfriend calls Aaron. You seen Daryl? Yeah, he's out with Elizabeth. he's like that. I've seen him with Elizabeth. Like, he's that dude,
Oh,
man.
I thought you were going to go like,
Give me some discreet.
You have, like, let's say you're out somewhere and you see somebody and you're like, I kind of like, she's cute. And Aaron Rodgers would be like, well, yeah, but let me just go talk to her real quick before you do.
I don't put that past him either.
You're saying that you wouldn't want to go to Yoshi's with Aaron Rodgers.
Dude, Yoshi's. Maxwell was just there, too. No, Music Soul Child. Maxwell was at the arena last week.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah. Dude, I'm going to miss you. We're going to miss Evan and I got to hold it. It's Spadoni. We got to hold it down.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here next. Oh, God. Did you hear the boss give me grief about it yesterday during the meeting?
I missed it.
I can get into it. Look, this is an important time of year.
Oh, no doubt.
Football season,
but
basketball season.
It's your family.
I mean, my daughter's got an engagement party in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. And that's why he's letting you go, man.
I'm her father.
No
She's
doubt.
getting married next year.
No doubt.
It's parents' weekend at my youngest daughter's college.
Yeah.
My middle daughter's coming in for the festivities.
You don't got to sell me. I get it. I love you, man. You're only a dad once.
How about this? The party's getting scheduled, and hey, we should have something. So hey, like I love this. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're gonna need to take a week off. I'm like,
you don't. Yeah.
I can't just do that.
I get.
I'm not Guru, and so.
Wow. That was
so. You know what? So you know what I did?
Different. Did he shave his beard?
But this is what I do. I said, look, this is going to be a first-class problem. Me asking for a week off, but let's do it this week because the Niners are on a bye.
No, look at my man.
Anyway,
yeah.
Hey, by the way, no Sarah and Vinny today on Alice.
What happened?
The studio's dark. Apparently they get the day off after Thanksgiving.
You are so nosy. Like, how did you get that info?
I walked by their studio and nobody was in it today. And I went,
I get that. That's
where
the
are
visual.
Sarah and
so
Vinny?
Who did you go get that answer from? Because you are the village.
Tim Jordan.
You are the village. How much do they make? Where are they at and why?
Oh, I'll tell you what. I'd love to know how much they make.
Why does Ken look different?
Sarah
he shaved something. He looks different.
He does. He looks clean cut.
Yeah. Did you shave the beard?
Yeah, it was for Halloween yesterday.
Wow. Look, he looks like a different. I'll never forget.
I'll show you pictures, Steiny. You'll understand.
What'd you go as?
You don't even watch the show I'm going to mention, but it's from Bob's Burgers.
That's a show?
Yeah. I'll show you pictures.
I think he's thinking of SpongeBob.
Oh,
no.
Boy. Squidward. Yeah, Squidward. It always looked like Kaepernick.
Hey, by the way, where the hell have all the trick-or-treaters gone?
Dude, I turned the light on by Starburst and Snickers.
Can you please, with that thing, and you know what I'm talking about.
The Dusty Baker?
Please. I'm begging
the fact that you don't like it. Dude, you just did a drive-by on me. I'm not Guru. I'm keeping it in the rest of the show. You got an hour, bud.
This is a tip for any young men out there. There's 2 things.
Norm always had a toothpick. Distinguished. Women like it.
No, they don't.
Dude, in the South.
Okay, there are 2 things where...
Women like the toothpicks, Donnie.
No.
You got to know how to do it.
2 things. If you are a man and you have a toothpick in your mouth...
It says so much about you, man.
You can't look
You look in charge.
You look dumb.
No, see, you don't got it.
And here's the other one. I've never seen a guy smoking a cigar who doesn't come across as an ass.
See, Sonia, I
Seriously.
like that, but you're wrong,
It's
dude.
impossible to smoke a cigar if you're a man and not look like a horse's behind.
If you know how to smoke a cigar, Steiny, and you're fitted, the women will come to you.
You're smoking a cigar, you're going to look self-important, and you're going to not bring out the best in yourself.
Man. Wow.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
Hey, Ryan Hollins is good. He's got to
get a better connection.
Great demeanor.
Yep.
Great demeanor from Ryan Hollins.
I was like, I don't want to fight. I thought, because when he started with the don't leave my partner out, I'm like, oh, boy.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
That's all right. It's no harm, no foul. Could we do a 3-team trade with Houston? Sure. Why not? Why is everybody...
I got
flavor of the month crap I can't stand.
This goes
Şengün.
Hey, 18.
Şengün.
We go back to 18, Steiny, with this Giannis talk. Remember, you were getting so mad back in the old building on Battery. We talked about it. Now it's like, oh, boy.
415. No. I saw Taj Mahal at the old Fillmore Yoshi's. You ever heard of Taj Mahal?
I have.
Honeybee?
Yeah.
They're great. Taj Mahal's great.
Give me the number one hit. That's my point. Like,
hey, Goo, don't do that.
No, I'm just give me their number one hit. We gotta.
There's one song. I think it's called "Rock Me to My Soul." Oh, she rocked me to my soul. Oh, she rocked me to my. You never heard that?
Huh?
Yeah. All right. Oh boy. Oh, that's no. We got 3-4 minutes here before break. Goo.
Oh boy.
So, by the way, this is good. This is a great 2-minute topic here. Kevin Durant. Give him credit for being able to read the room
and brushing his hair. Dude, what
does that mean?
Dude, he had taco meat up top. It was hard to watch him. Now he didn't brush it, got a little line up.
Taco meat.
And when you leave taco meat in the skillet, you ever see ground beef in there? It's like all tight. That's how his hair looked. But anyway, go ahead.
I don't think I'm allowed to say that.
You can't. You said worse.
Kevin Durant says they asked him about getting a statue, and he goes, I'm not going to get a statue. I'm never going to get a statue.
Reverse devil tongue. Yes, you are.
That's right. 415, you're the man or woman. Yeah. Queen Bee. That's a big tune of theirs. Taj Mahal. Saw him at, I've seen him a couple times.
That's Nicki Minaj, Queen Bee.
No, it's a song by Taj Mahal.
Yeah. But anyway, go ahead. Durant knows he's getting 2 statues.
He's not getting any statues.
And one in OKC. He knows what he's doing.
He says
Be
the guys
humble.
who get statues stay with the team for most of their career, if not all. They're Hall of Famers. And he basically said, I'm like an Army brat. I've been walking, I've been playing a...
Well, you weren't always like that.
Kevin Durant is not getting a statue in the Bay.
You don't think so?
No.
Lacob said his thing will hang from the rafters.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I told you what I do.
But OKC probably will give him and Russ
That's
one.
what I was thinking. And I said that to Evan. Evan, does Russ and KD get a statue?
No.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you why they wouldn't.
They put
if OKC wins a title in the next 3 years, then you can't give them a statue, right?
They put you on the map.
The map ain't the championship.
Durant's a supersonic.
Oh, wow. That is a great one. Key Arena. I missed that place.
Have you ever been there?
I'd see when you... No, I haven't.
Well, then what do you know about it?
Ray Allen and Kobe used to have wars when Ray was on the Sonics.
It had no suites. That's why there's not a team in Seattle anymore.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. It's a good, but you're
barbaric.
Right. But
no suites.
It's still around, by the way.
It's a great arena. It is a great arena. I'm with you there, but they don't have suites, and that's all.
Do the Storm play there, Evan? Yep.
Yeah, I love Key Arena.
And we got to do something to get these women paid in the WNBA. Seriously, Steiny.
All right. Okay, on the other side, we're going to get into how would I bring this up? Like what we're going to talk about. Oh, here's what I mean.
Locker room politics.
What are not those kind of politics?
You got to
not election politics like other politics.
But you blew it. We gotta go.
No, what I'm saying is,
You got to go, my brother.
all right, hold on.
How do you
You're
miss
right.
Key Arena if you've never been there, Chris?
Exactly. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. When we come back, we're going to get into what your obligation is as a teammate when talking about another teammate.
Wow.
Because Guru has no consistency when it comes to this issue on 95.7 The Game.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. Excuse me. On 95.7 The Game. You see Caitlin Clark has been offered $1 million to play in the Unrivaled League.
It's so funny that I appreciate the effort, but the people know, the entity knows, Steiny, she's not going to bite and play for $1 million. But she's a baller and got a new coach.
Yeah, the woman who was fired from the Connecticut Sun.
Look at my man.
Stephanie Waters.
Yeah. The beautiful Stephanie Waters.
She can coach, Goo.
Why would you take it there?
Because
she can coach.
Why would you take it?
Because I'm a gentleman.
There.
I'm a gentleman.
That's ungentlemanly.
Please, you don't judge.
I do judge.
Only guy
it's
can judge.
2024.
And you better vote Tuesday. You send yours in?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, I'm all signed, sealed, delivered. All right, your favorite players on your favorite team.
Yeah. But what did I tell the boss? I set it
I don't know. Yeah, why don't you?
All right.
You tell you what, you set this up, Goo, because I'm not as familiar with the particulars.
I would feel this. Okay, what we're about to get into is something that's been going on with the Dallas Cowboys, and I told the boss this, that I find this interesting, and it's not about the team with the star on the side of their helmet. This is about a dynamic. And Draymond Green on the Warriors has his podcast. I think it gets in the way. He says stuff he doesn't need to, but it's his prerogative. So we talked about the run-in with Trayvon Diggs, the cornerback for the Dallas Cowboys, and the reporter.
Right.
We played the sound last week. All of a sudden, they've hooked up again, Micah Parsons and Diggs. And we're going to play the sound here, Steiny. They were going over their top 5 to 8 quarterbacks currently in the NFL.
All right.
And this thing is going crazy now nationally. And I want you to hear this sound. Okay. And you, Evan, and I have a discussion and the listeners on it.
So we got 2 Dallas Cowboys talking about who the best quarterbacks are in the NFL.
Or their list, their top 5 to 8.
Sounds fun.
All right.
Where would you rank him among quarterbacks right now? I would say he's definitely top 10.
Higher.
You think he's top 5?
For sure.
Jaden Daniels.
Give us your top 5 right now.
I'm going to go him. I'm going to go Mahomes.
Barr. Gotta have Barr.
Yeah. Lamar. Josh Allen. Jalen playing pretty good right now, too.
Jared Goff is a top 5 quarterback right now.
And Matthew Stafford. I love how Matthew Stafford played the quarterback position.
Sam Darnold could be in the top 5 conversation right now.
Yeah, Sam Darnold looking crazy too. So it's hard. There's a lot of good quarterbacks right now.
I can't give you a top 5 right now based on how everybody's performing.
Yeah.
You know? It's just...
So we got Jaden Daniels.
Go ahead.
Mahomes, Lamar Allen. They mentioned Goff, Stafford. They mentioned Sam Darnold, who's having a great year.
Now, who did they not mention?
Justin Herbert.
No. Dak Prescott, their quarterback. And all hell has broke loose. So what do we want? I'm asking you, and you hit me with the hypocrisy that Steiny, you checkmated. Yeah, go ahead. But
you tell me where you're coming from.
I appreciate their honesty. I don't think there was any slight towards Dak Prescott, who is not having his best year after being in the MVP conversation last year. I feel like Dak and the people that are making this something need to worry about the team as a collective, 3 and 4, and can't play offense nor defense. Who cares that 2 guys on the Cowboys left off their quarterback on the list? And as an American or a sports fan, do we want the truth or do we want flub?
Well, what do you want?
I want the truth, and they gave me the truth, and we'll watch the truth. Dak's not playing like on anybody's top 5 or top 10 list.
Okay.
Do you feel bad that Dak was left off? And if you were Dak, how would you feel?
Well, I'm not putting myself in Dak's position. I'm putting myself in your position. And please explain something to me.
Okay.
So,
oh boy,
the Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons were talking about the best quarterbacks, and they left out their teammate, Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
It was just, I would think, 2 or 3 years ago where Andre Iguodala was a Golden State Warrior and was asked about either who has the best handled or who you taking with a big shot.
With your life on the line.
And he said Kyrie Irving. And you, at that juncture, had a monster problem with the fact that how can Andre Iguodala not take Steph Curry, a teammate?
Okay.
That sounds to me like a double standard.
Okay, and here I go. I love you for bringing that up, and I hid this from you. I have some arsenal towards that. Iggy was already retired.
No, he wasn't.
No, when he wasn't. Steiny, he was.
No, he wasn't.
He was.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He might have seemed retired, but he still had a uniform.
All right, I'll tell you what. We'll go with that. We'll go with that premise.
Yeah.
The difference is, Steiny.
Oh.
They didn't. I don't believe the players talk
Doesn't
too
sound
much.
like you really have one for this one.
Yeah.
But I'll let you go. No, go ahead.
They didn't do anything wrong. Do they got to placate to Dax, the two players?
Okay.
They gave their list of the current right now.
Okay.
And I just thought Iggy's comments were more grander in regard to of all, if my life was on the line, who do I want to? So to me, just my 2 cents, that answer means more than the meantime and the immediacy of a top 5 list for the current year.
You know who Goo reminds me of right now?
Who?
Jerry Jones.
No.
Like, what are you talking about? Like,
that's a 5.
That explanation
I believe the answer, it was more egregious for Iggy and his answer, which was kind of all time, more so than these two dudes talking about after 8 games who their top 5 or 8 quarterbacks are. I was more offended by Iggy saying that answer because that was everything.
So you're changing your mind?
No, I'm not. I just don't. My whole point to you is this is a big story because people are saying, what message does it send Dak? I think it sends Dak the right message. Dude, you ain't having a good year.
So Iguodala sent Curry a message.
Nah.
Get better in crunch time.
And then, hold on, let me double back. Iggy owes Curry everything.
Well, apparently not, because he said he would.
And I didn't like that.
Kyrie.
I
but
didn't
you like the Cowboys,
so explain
who are doing the exact same thing.
But I did my best to try to decipher the.
But I didn't understand
differences.
it. I didn't understand it.
I think there was more of a reward for Iggy's answer as to these two dudes talking after week 8 who their top 5 to 8 quarterbacks are, as opposed to who's the greatest and who's the clutchest of all time. That's the difference to me. And if you want to say I'm hypocritical, I get that. But the bottom line, Steiny, is you said you don't want to play ball. If you're Dak Prescott, do these guys like the boss used this? He's been around. He's managed many Steiny and gurus. What if he was doing an interview and he said his top 4 shows that he managed all time in his career and we weren't on there? Would you be hurt?
No.
Would you want him to lie? I wouldn't be hurt.
He can do whatever he wants.
So you think Dak has no? So people make it. This is a national story. So if you're Dak Prescott, what would you tell Dak that the 2 of your teammates left you off that list after 8 weeks?
Well,
some are saying
he's not a top 5 quarterback. Does Dak think he is?
No, but
should you just say Dak because he's on your team?
Yes, that's what we're. That's.
Well, I got news for you. If I'm a senior at Franklin and Marshall and somebody says to me, hey, Steiny, who are the best big men in the Middle Atlantic Conference? I'm not saying Ed Lackman.
Wow.
Because he was our starting center. I'm saying Reno Brugman from Muhlenberg.
Wow. But you get what everybody's like, how dare you do that to your teammate?
He's not in this one. Prescott.
Wow. So, and I'm trying to make a correlation with Evan. We gave him love. We always give him love about his career and his future career of broadcasting. He's on his way.
All right.
But what if we had a segment and we said, you know what, Steiny, who are the young and up-and-coming play-by-play guys?
Okay.
And we left Evan off. I feel like Evan, if I were Evan, I'd feel some type of way like, oh, really? Y'all didn't clap me and said this, and then the list comes out, we got Grandy or whoever. I feel like we owe him some type of, that's my guy.
But you just said you wanted them to tell the truth.
Right, no, but I'm coming at this from how everybody else is reacting. And you said you don't want to put on Dak's shoes. Do you feel like they should have did their quarterback a solid and said, hey, anybody but our quarterback, give me your top 5, not named Dak, and it would have went away. But
well, they didn't. That you're right. That would have been the way to do it.
I think they were sending the message like you ain't playing, you ain't having a great year, bud. And they were confident in doing so. And if I'm Dak, I'm driving home like these mother. Or do you want me to lie to you and say, oh yeah, Dak's top 5, knowing you've been stinking?
I want them to answer the way they want to answer,
Wow. Like, and they did that then. So there's nothing to see here. You think, like, if Dak was your son or your brother, would you be telling him, man, they really threw you under the bus?
Well, they didn't, because they never mentioned his name.
And that's why people are saying that's what's so crazy about it, Stoney. Should they have?
You know what? 888-957-9570. I mean, if Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are talking about quarterbacks, the best in the league.
Wow. Well,
I mean, I think they're probably going to bring Purdy's name up.
Well, he's playing like one, so that's kind of hard. You know what I mean?
But what if 4 years ago they're talking about the best quarterback, and the quarterback on the Niners is Jimmy Garoppolo? Do they owe it to Jimmy Garoppolo to say he's a top 5?
I don't think so. But, man, this thing is picking up steam like, oh, they did.
Let me guess, on Twitter?
No, just
on the internet.
TV.
Social media.
The world.
Yeah. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, there's a serious issue there about whether a great teammate would phrase it one way versus another way. I guess I get why they're getting
some attention,
hit a little bit, but put it this way: if the Cowboys were 5-2 and didn't mention Dak Prescott, I don't think they would be getting as much attention
all day long.
What's coming up on the game? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Xfinity here. It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Is Jan?
Oh, go ahead. That's part of the song.
You want to bring us out of breaks? You can.
I mean, if they got bangers like this and slapper,
who
Bonte
sings
text
it?
us, 50 Cent. I get money. Yeah.
What Bonte text us?
Watch the game again, Goo. Those were 30 empty points for our boy Ingram. Nah, not that first game, B. He was scoring. I like Ingram.
They lost by 20. How full could those points have been?
It's hey. I said what I said.
They lost by 18 and by 15. Who cares what Ingram did?
But he saucy.
He didn't do enough.
He's smooth.
He didn't do enough. See, I think you're jealous of Bonte and me right now.
We had a show.
Maybe that's part of it.
Went to Vegas.
I'm out.
That was our highlight. You and me, we'd have had two partners. Dibs. What was it?
I don't know.
Steinmetz, Dibs, and Goo?
I don't know.
Oh, you all right?
Excuse me. I got a frog in my throat.
Lock in.
Yep. Lock in.
I am locked in.
People are laughing because the last segment, you kind of flipped the whole question and answered a different question. When I tried to say, what would you, because you didn't want to put yourself in Dak's shoes. I get it.
No, I just don't understand why it, you think it's fine.
For Iggy.
And I don't,
that one bothered me. Yeah, the Iggy one bothered me.
I know. So,
because I thought
so
it was.
Iggy tells the truth and it bothered you, and the Cowboys tell the truth and it was the right
no, but
thing
Steiny,
to do.
you got 4 rings because of Steph. That question to me was grander than this one.
But he didn't tell the truth, is what you're saying. You wanted him not to tell the truth, or at least his truth.
Yeah.
You know, that's all I'm saying.
Well, who would you pick?
Between
Kyrie and Steph.
For what
your life on the line, game-winning shot. Yeah. I know who I got.
I'm going Mr. Clutch.
Steph. You got that jersey there.
I got a jersey from Steph.
Yeah, no doubt. And a phone call. Yeah.
You know what? I'll take the guy you don't pick. How about that? How about that for the easy way out? We're talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Bucks start, which is at 1-4. They do not look good. Middleton's hurt. Lillard's not playing well. And the noise around Giannis is starting to grow. And at the same time, there's a report in The Athletic from Sam Amick and John Hollinger. And this is the key line. Rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude. Steve Pfeiffer is a host of Wisconsin Sports Daily and works at the Fan in Milwaukee. He was on with the morning show, and he was asked about what's going on in Milwaukee. That's the team he covers.
I don't have an issue if Doc Rivers pretty much just wants to tell the team, hey, look, this is it. Like, after this year, I'm not quite sure who's still going to be here and who's not. Not saying that they're going to trade Giannis, but they're going to have to redo this thing, him and Lillard, more than likely after this season. If that doesn't happen, I would be absolutely shocked at this point because they know they have an aging core.
All right, so it sounds what he's saying is that maybe Giannis won't be going anywhere immediately, but yeah, at the end of the year, there's a good chance that the Milwaukee Bucks start retooling. The question, I guess, is if they're 10-25, and I'm not saying they're going to be, but what happens if the year goes sideways really early, like from the start?
I think we know. I think we're getting a glimpse of it. And you're right. That would be that's heavy, 10 and 25. But man, I'm looking at Dame and I'm questioning him right now, Stoney. Like, is it the offense or the system that has him looking this pedestrian, or is this who he is at his price tag? Like, how attractive can he be?
Who?
Dame. Like that. Like, is it the system? I don't know.
Why would it be the system?
And because I'm reaching, I don't know.
I mean, maybe Damian Lillard's getting up there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. How realistic is it for the Bucks to move a star like Giannis?
I don't hear this stuff when Philly struggles and Philly gets bounced out of the playoffs with Embiid. I don't hear any of this stuff. Curry and Golden State stink. I don't hear anybody talking about Curry maybe wanting to leave to go play with somebody else to go in. Giannis gets off to a slow start this year, and now everybody wants to talk about it. Bill Ryder, who wrote that article for CBS Sports, I had on my afternoon show yesterday. I've known Bill for a while. And if you read that article, it's executives who would be interested in Giannis that were the ones with the quotes. Well, of course they want to stir the pot and get people talking about this. Come on.
Oh.
Wow.
So there's a little brushback.
And I'm talking about Dame, Stoney, 23, 5, and 6 on the young.
That's not very good.
For him.
No. What's he shooting from the field?
I'm about to give it to you.
And give me the
26.7% from the 3-point line.
Maybe it's just off. Maybe
and
it's
then
just off
41%
That's not very good.
Yeah.
Maybe. He might just be off to a slow start. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens also in Milwaukee. But
I'll leave this show today knowing this and believing it with every fiber of my body. If he does become available, Giannis, the fact that the Warriors allegedly were in on Paul George and marketing, there is no way in hell if this guy became available, they wouldn't be knocking on the door. And maybe that's why, you're right, you said it earlier, Kuminga didn't get re-upped because they knew what time it was and they wanted to keep something up their sleeve.
I'm going to phrase the question this way to Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. If Giannis becomes available, we've seen the packages that Kevin Durant fetched. It's multiple draft picks, and it's a lot of players. If I were to tell you that the Warriors have a shot to get Giannis, is there anything that's off the table other than Steph Curry? Is there anything that's off the table? Is there a combination of players that's too much, or are there too many draft picks and you wouldn't give up all those for Giannis? And we're using the generic term, the farm, but would you give up the farm for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Here's an example of what maybe the farm would look like in some form.
Because real quick, Sonny, before you say it, the farm last year is currently constructed, got you to no playoffs.
The farm would be Wiggins, Kuminga, Melton, Podziemski, and 4 first-round picks.
See, man.
Listen.
For Giannis.
Really scares me.
Yeah.
It really scares me.
But what if one of those picks ended up being Wiseman? You never know.
And what if one of them could have ended up being Wembanyama?
But in the meantime, you got Giannis. Like, you're in the game. You may not win it, but you're going to be in it. You know what I mean? Curry, Giannis, and Dre? And Buddy?
415 says it can include Moody in a trade. And he probably wouldn't be involved anyway because he's a poison pill guy. Also, Draymond is untouchable. Okay?
Yeah.
That's from the 415. But I just want to gauge, listen, I know it's only 5 games and there are a lot of people that are enthusiastic about this Warriors team. I am too. That doesn't mean I wouldn't want Giannis if I could get him on my terms. But listen, we've talked about Paul Joe. We've talked about a lot of guys like this.
Big boys.
And you know how I feel about not having first-round picks after Steph Curry's gone. That scares the living daylights out of me. It just does. And maybe the equation changes if Giannis is here because maybe he guarantees you a certain amount of success, certainly with Steph Curry. But what does poison pill mean from the 925? It means that Moses Moody got a contract extension, but it kicks in next year. So this year, Moody's, let's say, making $5 million, and he's going to go up to 13 next year. The team that's trading for him has to be able to accept not the salary this year, but the salary next year.
Right.
So it makes it a lot more difficult to put together a trade. Let's go to Pat. Pat's in Foster City. What's up, Pat? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Steiny, you're going to like this, and Goo's not going to like this.
Uh-oh.
Here's what I think. Keeping it real, it depends on whether the Warriors are looking to make a PR move or whether they really want to improve the team. If they're looking to make a PR move, then bringing Giannis in here, a super, super talent, a guy that's going to bring people in and get excitement and buzz and all that, probably have to give away so much that I don't know that the team would be any better at all, actually. It may be worse. But it'd be a great PR move. If they're looking to improve the team, here's what you're not going to like. Then Steph Curry's a guy that they need to consider putting in that trade package. Because I'll take a whatever Giannis is, 26-year-old, 27-year-old superstar, and trade him for a 37-year-old superstar who's in another year or two not going to be worth much to us or anyone else. I love Steph. Don't get me wrong, but if you're looking to improve the team, imagine Giannis coming into this team with the guys that they have on that team now. That to me would be that's what I would look at doing, and not selling all the draft picks and not getting rid of all of our young players and young talent. Because otherwise, I think in 2 years it sets us back too far.
Good point, Pat. Appreciate it. Anytime you talk about Steph in a trade, it becomes unlikely, obviously. But I know,
they signaled they're going all in for him.
Right, but what I think, here's the other thing about the call, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know what Steph Curry's value is around the league, but I mean, it could be. This whole thing could be a joke if the Milwaukee Bucks say, "Yeah, hey, Golden State, we're not giving you Giannis in anything that doesn't include Steph Curry."
Yeah, but
then it's night. Yeah. It's over.
But the line would be around the corner for Steph, Stoney.
You think?
Yeah. Now you could say Guru, like you're talking about the year he was unanimous MVP. Maybe not that, but the dude is still a baller, and that's why I think what he did. You're gonna laugh at the Olympics was a reminder. Yeah, I know it wasn't NBA basketball, but it was like, okay, the Warriors didn't make the playoffs. Steph had a pedestrian second half, but he's not why they didn't make the playoffs. He needs help. So if BG Gelsiler is correct, Steiny, I don't think Milwaukee could play hardball like we want Steph. It's like we got to take what we can get for Giannis to appease him and not have us look bad or our reputation take a hit for future Giannis's.
I mean, it also might be the case of the Bucks go, we can get Şengün and Jalen Green hit the pike.
No doubt.
And better draft picks.
I'll tell you what to Warrior fans. Again, I'm in denial because I'm hoping he wouldn't want to go to Houston. I know you're fond of you. I'm just like,
I hate Houston, but I feel like every NBA player loves Houston.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Curry and Giannis have a relationship?
Probably.
I do. Okay. And now what's that worth? We'll see, but man, what if they've been plotting if the opportunity ever arose, and we could be looking at that now here or in a few months?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
We saw Kyrie and KD in the tunnel at Oracle plotting, and a year later they were together. Remember that?
Yeah, and that's, to me...
But it didn't work out.
Well, we've seen a lot of those, I think, haven't we? Harden's gone here and there. Nothing's happened. Durant's gone here and there. Wow. Nothing's happened. Are we so sure that Giannis goes here or there and something big happens?
I'm willing to take that risk. That's all.
And I'm not saying I wouldn't take the risk. And this is one of those where there's two different things. There's what, Sonny, what would you do it? I'd probably do it, but the only reason I would do it is because it feels like this is part of the Warriors' strategy.
Yeah, no doubt.
To be in play for Giannis. And maybe it's not Giannis. Maybe it has to be Butler. Maybe Zion becomes available. Maybe Zion becomes that player. But if part of the strategy in the offseason was putting together a salary structure that made it easy to make a trade that could get you an impact player, and that's been the strategy in the back of your head, and it's been a strategy that you've tried to execute with Paul George or Markkanen, then they would do it, I think, if the opportunity became available, because they've given every indication that they would do it for a big name, and there aren't many more names bigger than Giannis.
And, we're talking about the Bucks doing right by Giannis. What about the Warriors doing right by Curry? Stoney, what if you had it this way? You got the 12-man rotation. You make the first round the next 3 years. You lose in the first round.
I'm sorry, one more time.
The Warriors stay status quo.
Okay.
You got the 12-man rotation. In the next 3 years, you get bounced in the first round. Okay.
All 3 years?
Yeah, all 3 years. Or you get to 2 Western Conference. You make the Giannis trade, gut your roster, lose those picks, but you get to 1 finals and 2 Western Conference finals. I think the Warriors and Lacob and company, and you laughed at me, could look at Steph and say, yeah, we didn't get it done. We got close, but we went all in, man. Kenny Rogers, the gambler, we went all in. Like, if I'm Steph, I look back and say you guys did everything you could.
Yeah. 5-1-0. Giannis is not worth the farm.
What's he doing? What's scaring people about Giannis? I know he had the injury, 30 years old.
I think what's scaring people is the idea that if it, that's bottom of the ninth, and there's one thing we're trying to do, and that's hit a grand slam. And if you don't hit a grand slam, then where does that leave you?
Well, why does it have to be why can't it be the top of the ninth and we have the lead? The fact that
because you're going to give up
superhero
because you're going to give up 3 or 4 really good young players, and you're going to give up 3 or 4 picks that if this thing doesn't go well, you're going to have them. Here's the other thing you're giving up. I understand this argument. Don't worry so much about the draft picks because they're not. You know what? You never know you're going to get it. You're giving away the asset of the pick. Also, if you give up 4 first-round picks, that means you no longer even have picks to dangle in a trade.
But what if we got one championship out of that trade?
Yeah, I guess if you got a championship, you would do it.
Yeah.
But I'm also not convinced that dropping Giannis on this team and losing, 3 or 4 guys who are pretty good role players, and I wrote down the names. I don't know, Warrior fans, is this a championship team? Curry, Hield, Moody, Giannis, Draymond, Trace Jackson-Davis, Kyle Anderson, Looney, Lindy Waters. There's about 9 or 10 guys. Oh my gosh, what?
That's a hell of a team.
Okay. You worried about shooting at all?
We got Buddy Hield and Steph.
Okay. You worried about spacing the floor at all?
No.
All right.
Well, do you have those problems now?
No.
Well, I got 2 dudes.
You have one problem with Kuminga in terms of spacing the floor.
Well, you told me Pods hit 37% in totality for last year from deep, so I won't hone in on 18 or 20% right now. But
hey, Evan, would you trade the farm for Giannis?
Yes.
You would?
Wow. I don't know why I thought he was going to say no. Like, Sonny, you understand if we polled 100 people, probably 80% of them would say do the deal?
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying I wouldn't. Reading the tea leaves, this is what they've set themselves up to do. So I'm sure that they're prepared to do it depending on who's included, or not do it depending on who's included.
Man.
Well, can I ask you this, Danny? Let's say that the Warriors, whatever the hypothetical trade package is, right? We throw out Kuminga, Wiggins, Pods, Melton, and 4 firsts.
Okay.
Just take it for what it is. If that offer was on the table and the Warriors said no, what would your reaction be? Could you honestly say that they are trying to do what they've purported, which is maximize Curry?
Yeah, and that's a great point. And I take Dunleavy and Kerr at their word, and Lacob, that, yes, that is the goal. To get a guy in here with Steph, have enough pieces surrounding them. And that's why when I say, you know what, I think I'd have to do it, is because I am looking at it through the Warriors' point of view. And I feel like they've set themselves up to try to do something like this. So they've been thinking about it for a while.
There you go.
But yeah, if they walked away from a trade like that, I would probably say they must have thought that was just too much for Giannis.
Well, but in my reaction to that might be, well, then don't you put even more pressure on yourself? Like
with Steph.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. And right. And no, that's exactly right. And Goo, in that equation, we're leaving out something that we don't believe, which is, well, what if they're not beholden to Steph Curry?
But I think we know now they are. Remember, you wanted to throw something at me a couple months back.
They're saying that.
And it looks like their actions followed that up too, trying to get marketing in Paul George.
I mean, this is a great point from the 510. Who do the Warriors have right now to take over the team if when Steph leaves? Well, yes, they would have Giannis.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
At 33.
And again, I'm looking at him through the LeBron thing. 40 years old, and not an ounce of body fat.
And I wouldn't, because I'm looking at games played the last 5 years with Giannis and compared that to the way LeBron James has played games over the course of his career, and he's never really been hurt, but for a time or two very late in his career. Again, I'd probably have to do it.
Doesn't
mean I love what we're looking at down the line. I mean, go ahead.
No, from the 202 to you and Evan, who plays more games in the next 5 years, Zion or Giannis? I know what my answer is. I'll let you two answer first. If you had to bet Zion or Giannis, more games played in the last 5 years.
If I had to,
I'm going Giannis.
That is a bet that I would say, you know what, I'm going to sit this one out.
And why would you?
Because
you can't.
Then I would.
The Carfax
report
is
I would take Zion.
Evan? He's missed way more time.
I know.
But Giannis has been injured. I'm sorry. Yeah. Zion's been injury prone.
I know.
In college, in the pros.
I know.
Man.
Now, Giannis was hurt during the postseason.
He was.
But here's the other thing.
That he was.
If you're talking about the next 5 years, you can't really do that with Zion. You got to say the next 10, because Zion will be if
all right,
let's say,
I see you thinking
he might. Maybe Giannis plays more in the next 5 years, but what about the next 10? But
why would you just assume that Zion's going to get to age 35 in the NBA?
I'm not answering, like, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying under the best case scenario, then Zion Williamson has more years on his career than Giannis. All, if things fall into place.
Why would Zion be any less expensive than Giannis?
Any less expensive?
Yeah, he's younger.
Salary-wise?
He has a higher upside. I'm saying if you're going to trade for either of them, wouldn't it cost you just about the same?
Yeah. I mean, how old is Zion? 24?
Man.
Close, yeah.
Not even yet? You think he's younger than that? I don't know. If you said, Steiny, you can drop Giannis on the Warriors or Zion on the Warriors.
Yeah, he's 24.
I'd probably be on an island here, but I might say Zion.
People wouldn't be mad at you, but
I might.
There's a risk involved, I believe, with that.
I think Zion's a better player, like a basketball player. Giannis is way more dominant.
So I'm taking dominant all day, Steiny, whatever I do.
But Zion's pretty dominant when he's like, I think Zion could take another step in the right situation. Like, I think he's really, really good. I really do.
But what if I told you?
He's got.
Yeah. And what is Giannis's game missing right now? I'm not saying he's perfect. Well, he's almost perfected it.
Well, I'll bet you Zion is a better shooter, a 3-point shooter than Giannis right now. And I think Zion's got the ability to shoot it a little better. I don't think Giannis is ever going to shoot it well.
Right. But that's what makes him so great, Steiny. It's almost like you don't want him shooting it. But I know everybody's letting him fly. But coming downhill, the dude's incredible. Defensively, Steiny, Dre throwing lobs to him driving, kicking out to Steph.
This is very important. I'm not saying Giannis stinks. I'm not saying I don't want him. I'd probably make the trade if it were there. But what do I always say? Be careful what be careful what I factor in life after Steph Curry and
that's what he represents to me.
Needing a plan after Steph, and no draft picks after Steph is just something I'm very scared of. Yeah. If I were a Warrior fan, particularly because I am a Warrior fan right now, because I like this team. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you guys think?
Man.
What do you guys think? Giannis at all costs, or is there a price too high? 888-957-9570.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
feel bad that Ricky Pearsall got shot?
It went right through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Seriously, I don't like that. I delete that footage or audio. You sound like a jerk.
He caught 4 passes last week.
Now he got ran one for 38,
I think he's
39
doing
yards.
fine.
Now you didn't turn Bonte into a mini Steiny. Empty calories, Goo, more to the game than scoring. I know.
Thank you, Bonte.
He had 30 points. Gertie.
You think Bonte hasn't been learning stuff sitting next to Chris Mullin for 3 years?
Well, we all do.
And Bonte, here's where Bonte is a little bit different than you. When a guy like Chris Mullin says something, he listens. When I say something, you don't.
Please.
Did you just compare yourself to Chris Mullin?
I think he doesn't know that's how you're special.
Thank you.
Yep.
By the way, our main man, Ken, a second main man.
Brought in candy.
Yes, he did. He said, Steiny, how about those Tulane helmets?
Oh, dude, they
are unbelievable.
Sick.
And then, of course, Guru goes, yeah, they're unbelievable. He said, you know what? They're my team. I like them.
And you got all through a hissy fit.
I said, they're my team.
Oh,
they can't be. You can't have them.
Then I said, you're that kid that didn't like to share, or can I get a bite? It bothers you.
I don't like when I have a plate of food and someone says, can I have a bite?
You are the most
You're right.
Dude, wow.
You are right about that.
No, but you like unwashed coffee mugs.
That is a
By the way, a
4.
little queasy. Feel a little queasy.
That's a 3. Hey, remember our guy Travis King? He does all the rapper. The musician does all the anthems for the Niners.
Absolutely.
He came out to, we did the remote. And he came out, had the tats. Anyway, he said this to me. What if Steph tells the Warriors he doesn't want them to trade the farm? Travis, why did they go try to trade the farm? For PG-13 and marketing. They're trading the farm. Curry wants to be a factor. Dude, do you know if
Are we sure that he can't be a factor with this team?
Well, let me ask. You put your. You
I mean, the beauty is they're not going to make the trade tomorrow.
Okay,
they're going to have to let some stuff play out.
But who would you want to go to battle with if you could? Giannis or the master? What is it? Jack of all trades, master of none.
Giannis.
Yeah, no doubt.
I get it, but I'm not a short-term thinker though. The idea of the 4 draft picks scares me.
Well, what if you have no choice? The Warriors
I'm
would
pull a
Curry.
dibs. I'm allowed to be scared trading 4 unprotected firsts.
Right.
I'm allowed to be scared about that in 2031.
What if I said this? Curry has the what word am I looking for, Sonny? It's in his advantage. Curry has told you and basically given you an ultimatum of get me some help, some real help. So you can feel like you do, hey, I want to have this, but you might not have that until Curry's gone. And if you can get him next to Giannis, my gosh, and Dre.
Steiny, what players in our league would you take over Giannis? There's not a lot.
Oh, man.
I understand it. And again, for the 8 millionth time, I'm not saying no chance. I wouldn't do that.
He's a top 5 player now.
I'm just saying that if you do it,
yeah.
If you do it,
yeah. No. Well, Curry, the bottom line.
I get it. Nobody cares about 2027 now.
Right. Curry doesn't. Curry doesn't.
Let's go to Cockroach in Oakland. By the way, should I tell the Tiger? I'm going to tell the Tiger story today.
Yeah, I don't know it. I've been waiting.
It's pretty funny.
You've been teasing it for 3 days.
Well, let's see if the tease works.
Yeah.
What's up, Cockroach? How you doing?
Hey, what up, Steiny and Groove, man? I'm having a good time listening to you guys.
Right on, baby.
Fantastic. I just wanted to make 3 quick points in there to chime in with you guys. Yes, the Warriors should go big game hunting for Giannis because he's a plug-and-play player. He's the exact opposite of Steph. He'll work just like KD did. And then secondly, I will be more concerned with what we have for Curry now more than what we would have 9 years from now with the future players. And then the only caveat on the back end is if the Warriors don't make a good move for Giannis, then OKC could end up getting him. And we'll really be in trouble in the West if he teams up with Shea Gildress, and then we have to go against him instead of play with him. what you guys think about that.
Well, it's not what I think about Oklahoma City. It's what Draymond does.
The one thing I would say about them is there's a certain readiness when you're ready to win, and I don't care how old you are. The one thing I see with the OKC team that is a little alarming for me is like their postgame. 7 guys in the interview. There's a certain seriousness that it takes to win in this league, and there's a certain fear you have to instill in a team in order to win. You should have fun,
What music
but
is this,
you have to
Sonny?
understand their moment is now. Their moment started last year. You go out, you had that great regular season, your clock starts now. You're no longer the team that's just building through the draft. You've arrived.
How long was Boston a factor before they finally won a title? They had 4 years?
Yeah, but
5
they got
years?
to the Eastern Conference Finals umpteen times.
Right. So I get the clock starting now for Oklahoma City, but it's going to be running for 3 or 4 years.
But they might have 3 chips in that time, like the Warriors did. OKC.
Not according to, that's my point, not according to Draymond.
No, well, I don't know how you took it. I took it as he's saying that he didn't say they couldn't win it now. He's just saying it's go time, and now everybody's pointing at the Thunder like, okay, let's see it. And it is kind of wanky and wonky.
We have 3. Chet Holmgren's in.
Yeah, but have you seen it? I came in and told you, because that was his bigger takeaway. They interview you because you had a good, like the Bosa thing, and they come crash. It's like we're not junior varsity.
That is the worst analogy I've heard in a long, long time.
Well, my boy Gerard's giving you love when you said I sounded like Jerry Jones earlier trying to answer that question, but you didn't even answer it. But that was a bad one. The bottom line is grow up, and I love you. Steiny, think about the young lady or the man doing the interview. Hey, great game, Steiny. Here comes Evan, Ken, and I. Put my finger, doing all this stuff. Come on, grow up. And I get Draymond saying that. I love it. And I'm not saying that's going to cost him a championship, but he's saying, y'all, come on now. The last time you saw Clay do that, they'll throw water on the guy and then walk off.
Yeah. I think it's
Trey is a savant.
I can't think of anything less important to make a judgment off of than that.
Because you're not Dre.
You're right.
Play it one more time, Stouty. Just give it to me. But what is this music in the background?
Oklahoma City's got 9 guys on their roster who are like 24 and younger.
It's always fun game. The one thing I would say about them is there's a certain readiness when you're ready to win, and I don't care how old you are. The one thing I see with the OKC team that is a little alarming for me is like their postgame. 7 guys in the interview.
Damn.
There's a certain seriousness that it takes to win in this league, and there's a certain fear you have to instill in a team in order to win. You should have fun, but you have to understand their moment is now. Their moment started last year. You go out, you had that great regular season, your clock starts now. You're no longer the team that's just building through the draft. You've arrived.
Yeah, just like the Warriors' clock started Mark Jackson's first 2 years.
But boy, we never, who saw that first chip coming? Year one occur. But, Stouty, I think it ain't selective here. And he's also giving them love, too. He's saying OKC is, I hear it, you know.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is 26.
He's so good, man.
Holmgren is 22.
Oh, my God.
Jalen Williams is 23.
Santa Clara.
Dort is 25. Cason Wallace is 21. Isaiah Joe is 25.
I get it, Stoney.
The oldest guy on their roster is Caruso at 30. So, you know, the question isn't, the question is, can they keep it together for long enough? But I can't.
Read that from the 408. If you don't, I will.
Go ahead. Why don't you read
Is
it?
Guru really saying grow up? The guy that ran on the court at a high school game after his kid hit the game
It wasn't
winner?
his kid. That would have explained it.
It was the teammate, and I'm part of the fan club. God, these jackals, man.
Well,
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I did too, Evan. That wasn't Goo's finest hour.
My son's team is my team.
Right.
I root for my kids more than any player that I've ever rooted for, so I'm emotionally and mentally invested. We hit a buzzer beater, Evan, and I ran on the court, and I would do it again.
Well, that I believe.
How many other parents ran out into the court?
I was only one, and I felt like there was a circle of looking.
Did Lil D hit the shot?
No, he didn't. Dude, you know I run hot.
Yeah, I know.
I'm the guy you can hear in the crowd, the parents.
I know.
Put a body on him.
I know all those. Things.
Evan, I'm that guy. Little Daryl licking
You're
up
also
like,
the same guy that officials have kicked out of the gym.
One time.
I mean, that is...
What?
I mean,
yeah, I got kicked out the high school game.
I didn't hear about this.
I was letting her have it. It was a woman, and I let her. That's the worst call I think I've ever seen in my life. And everything stopped. Hey. She went to the coach. He had to do the shameful walkover. You got to come out. But little Daryl saved the game. Hit 2 free throws to seal it, and I had a tear. I was crying because I was outside still looking in. Dude, I shed a tear. My son did it for me. Yeah. So, yes. Oh my God.
You know how a lot of times somebody will say something and I'll laugh and you're like, so that's funny. Yeah. Notice I'm not laughing now.
But we're different.
I'm not laughing about you running out on the court as if you were a high school player. And
Evan, when you have children and his teammate or her teammate hits it,
I have children.
He's running out there.
And my daughters have had very emotional late game soccer wins.
I live my life. I don't do all that fake stuff.
No,
I'm just being me. It was a buzzer beater. I ran out.
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed.
No, we know. We know you did it. We saw the video.
Willard said he thought something was wrong with my pants. I didn't have a belt. That's why I had to. Yeah. Anyway, man, I'm fired up.
All right, so
when I see you again, there will have been 8 Warrior games. What will their record be? Let's put this in the cap. Evan and I are going to hold it down. But when you return next Monday, let me bring up the schedule.
Well, find out exactly how many. There
was some sarcasm there. What are you blowing for?
Let's do it this way.
Steiny's going to miss the whole 5-game roadie.
Okay, let's do that. So when I'm back, the next game will be the Klay Thompson game back.
Oh, right.
They'll go 2-3 on this road trip. They're going to come back 6-4. Yeah, which is pretty good.
So you're still, if they go 2-3 on this roadie, you're still saying everything, like, because last year, I got to give it to you, Steiny. You were the only one when they got up to 6-2. They hadn't played anybody. Almost beat Denver, didn't.
Well, I'm not saying if they go 2-3, they're going to win the title. That would be the goal of this trip, seeing their opponents.
But 2-3 on the road wouldn't have you being like,
Well, then they'd be 4-3 overall on the road, and that would be good. Because they beat Portland in Portland, and they beat the Jazz in Salt Lake City. All right, should I tell you this story?
Yeah, here we go. Come on now.
I don't think I can be fired for this one. Because all's well that ends well.
I'll send it to HR.
Yeah, be careful.
If we have one.
Okay, so it's
radio.
It's not a fireable offense because of the way the context goes.
If they didn't fire Orlovsky.
Dude, you're really wrestling this. Be careful.
So,
go ahead.
Don't
be scared, dog.
About 3-4 months ago, I was playing golf, and I happened to be paired up with this gentleman named Matt Blackie.
Call it like you see it.
He was on the European tour for 10 years.
Matt Blackie.
Correct, Matt Blackie, and he's about 50 now.
All right.
And
we're same age.
He was unbelievable golfer. So he tells this story where it was about 20 years ago, and they're in Dubai. And there's some kind of overlap or something. The Europeans were there. Tiger was there. And so Tiger was playing in a tournament. And Matt Blackie, toward the end of the round, goes out to the driving range because he's going to work on his game.
Right.
So Matt Blackie is hitting balls on the driving range, and he's by himself. And he's hitting balls, and the next thing he knows, a guy comes with a bag and puts it down, 2 stalls over. It was
Yeah.
And
no way.
The guy was Steve Williams, who is Tiger's caddy. So Steve Williams had brought down Tiger's bag because the round had ended, and Tiger wanted to hit some shots after the round. So Matt Blackie continues to hit his balls, and then here comes Tiger Woods. And he doesn't say anything to him because he doesn't know him, and Tiger's hitting maybe 2 stalls over. There's nobody else on the range.
Man, go ahead.
So, Matt Blackie's hitting his shots, and he's He's telling me about how the sound when Tiger hits his ball is different than anybody else. But Blackie's still, Matt Blackie's still hitting some shots. And they're out there for about 10 minutes, and Matt Blackie happens to look over his shoulder and realize now that there's a crowd that's gathered because they all want to see Tiger hitting off the tee.
Okay.
And Matt Blackie had a buddy there who was part of the group. And so Tiger's out there on the range, and Matt Blackie's out there on the range, and they're both hitting, but they're not saying anything to each other. And one of Matt Blackie's friends yells out, "Hey, Blackie, why don't you show the guy next to you how to hit that driver?"
Oh, no.
And Tiger Woods and Steve Williams were like, what?
It's on.
And they like look at this guy, and Steve Williams is like, starts to.
Like, it's about to go down,
It's about to go down. And so Tiger and Steve Williams start to walk toward this guy. And Matt Blackie's like, no, that's not what he meant.
Come on, man.
Look. And he showed him his bag, and he was a pro, and it said Matt Blackie. And
come on, man.
So Tiger and Steve Williams ended up getting a big kick out of it. But
kudos for Tiger and Steve. They about to go put hands on him.
They were like,
Blackie will get you, boy.
Are you kidding me?
This ain't Mississippi. I was like, oh boy, where's this going?
Anyway, but
Tiger walks over. They was about to put something.
Yeah, like Tiger looked at him, and I guess Steve Williams was the one who was really gonna.
And your boy had to show ID. No, I'm Blackie.
Yeah, he kept saying, "Oh, stop. No, he didn't mean it. Here's what he meant. My name's Blackie.
That's pretty good.
Anyway.
I'm honestly surprised he hadn't run into an issue before. Just calling people.
Dude, you got to be careful, man. Boy.
No, but if you Google Matt Blackie, he played on the European Tour for 10 years. Anyway.
And I thought Matt was going to tap into his groupie side and just go say something to Tiger. Nah, he just kept hitting, professional. And then the crowd came to watch Tiger. This buddy was in there.
I'm a back off.
Hey, Blackie. Yeah. Boy, he was about to get hands put on him. I'm sure Tiger's strong.
Hey, it's Tiger.
Go ahead, say it. Why did you say his name? Why did you say it?
You deserved everything that came with that. Well, she knows who it is. Boy, not that I would know.
My dad would scream and yell at my wrestling meets, says the 415. He was the loudest in the audience. It gave me a spirit that was unrivaled.
That's all.
Never feel shame for cheering for your son, Guru.
And daughters.
This is beyond cheering, though, 415. This is beyond cheering. This is high school Harry stuff at the highest level.
Nah.
Guru, you can't jump on the court.
The game was over.
They're.
You seen
we were talking about. Evan and I were talking about this yesterday, and you've got to
quit dragging me into this.
Evan, I'm all ears now.
You know, you have.
If Evan was a part of it.
You were born with a gift, Goo, an absolute gift, and no one can explain it, but you have it, and the gift is that you are given the opportunity to just break rules and. We just say that's Guru, and it does work for you.
Dude.
There have been so many instances where I'm like, no, you didn't. Well, but that's Guru. He can do that.
Could you imagine if he spoke at my funeral?
If I smoked at your funeral, I'm going to do that.
And you said Guru had a gift. You can't explain it.
It's like the Barkley effect.
Wow. Oh, Steiny, man.
Oh, man.
Quit talking about me when I'm not around. But I'll never apologize for loving my kids, man.
Nor should you.
Yeah.
But would you apologize for running out onto the court as a parent when you didn't play the game? When no other parent... We know the answer.
I never drunk around my kids when they were looking. Oh, Evan, boy. Y'all something else, man.
Let's talk about this.
I think it's just been good to have some new coaches around, some new players around. All of us gel really well together and are kind of on the same page and want one thing, which is a championship.
Pods, this team is on the same page. Do you really want to risk that?
No, and that's his
like
truth. And I
Giannis?
believe me. Stop. Giannis is incredible.
Did you hear the other part of the interview with Pods?
No.
where he's discussing his future baseball career.
Oh.
Basically, he sounds like he's Ohtani.
No. I see Pods. This team's on the same page. How the game changes when Steph's not there. Ask if Draymond. Oh, how about this one? Asked if Draymond has changed this season.
100%. Definitely a big swing from last year to this year.
Wow.
He's done a great job being a leader, both in practice, in the locker room, during games, in halftime, during timeouts, all kind of things that the old Draymond before last year was bringing to the team. And he's been great. And I think just to see him, how he handles the officials and stuff like that now, how that's changed has been super impressive. And it's led to, the officials giving him more calls. Obviously, he's 4 out of 5 with his challenges this year, which is pretty good. But it's just been impactful, I know, for our young guys still. To see what he brings to the table and what he's providing for us on a daily basis from a motivational standpoint and also a skill standpoint. It's been incredible to see.
Well, let's see if he can keep it up.
But if that were a report card, Pods gave Draymond a D+ for last year.
I was going to say.
For leadership.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Absolutely.
Has Draymond changed 100%? He hasn't punched anybody, hasn't been thrown out.
Oh, the Dubs.
Wait, where did you hear the thing about Draymond and the technical fouls?
Oh, yeah, on his podcast. He said he's going to get under 11 technical fouls this year. He's already got 1, so he's got 10 to go.
Well, I think it's because you can bet on his season total, and the total's 10.5.
Wow. Yeah, him and he's got a new partner on there, Baron Davis.
Oh.
Yeah, so he's on the Draymond podcast, and they were having fun, the fact that Evan was right, that Vegas has a line on how many texts he can get.
So Draymond's podcast is now with Baron?
Yeah.
All the time?
Well, last couple have been there.
You know what? You know what? I would bet on the under then. If Draymond is driven to hit the under on a technical foul bet, I actually think he could pull that off.
And I love Day-Day. I've been whispering sweet nothings about you if you're listening while you're in Houston. But Steiny, he gets away with so much that when he does get the tech, it's almost like worth 3 because they're scared of you. So when you do get one, you really deserved it, man. But he's incredible, Steiny.
So far, he's been pretty good this year.
So when I call him Joe Frazier,
that was so God.
Oh, I got a lot of. He's not Shaq O'Neal, right? He's giving up LBSs and inches.
Joe Frazier was 6'4".
Well, okay, now you're going technical. You know what I mean. Like, dude, what he did with Zion, who all that girth and young energy, he battled with them. Let me guess, if Bonte's listening, he punked him. Zion had 30 that night. Zion was a beast, man. That shoulder.
So you don't. This is what Bonte means, though. You didn't notice the 7 turnovers.
Right.
That hurt him.
Nobody's perfect. I get that. I get it.
Joe Frazier was 6 feet on a good day, by the way.
And
you know what? You did not have to tell him that. I knew he was not 6'4", but why did you have to tell him that?
I'm sitting there to myself, 6'4", Joe, 6 foot.
Swinging up at Ali.
No, damn. Down goes. Yeah.
I think Ali was at least 6'3".
So I'm the only one riding for the women, huh? No, seriously.
I don't know what you mean.
If I had a magic wand, I would get these women paid, man. The WNBA is more popular now than ever. I ordered the league pass. Get them their money. And every report is, they're losing $40 million. What's going on? Adam Silver, where are you? No, I'm being real.
I mean, one of the reasons they don't make a ton of money is because their season's 3 months long.
But now it's changed.
A lot of them play in other leagues outside the WNBA during the WNBA's
But what about the Caitlin Clarks and the Angel Reeses now that are, and Juju's that are coming?
Well, Juju's in college.
No, that are coming to the league.
I mean, there's been stars coming into the WNBA for a while. It's just getting more attention.
Well, it goes back to the NBA finals being on at 11:30 at night, and the money wasn't what it was then. Look now. Well, the ratings are down.
Well, this is one of those things you picked, and I'm not going to disagree with you. I'm for pay raises all over the place, not just for WNBA players, but for sports talk show radio hosts in the Bay Area. 888. Oh, no, we got crossover time coming up with Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs in a good mood?
No, he's waved.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Dibbs and Willard on the other side.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and Prize Picks is the best place.
Steiny, Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, crossover time with Willard and Dibbs. What is up, gentlemen? How are you?
Pretty damn good.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Willard full. I get jealous you come in here with your little snacks.
What's bugging you? Coming up in 10 minutes, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. But now's when we exchange pleasantries.
It's not like somebody made those for me. I put those together.
No,
I work hard on that,
brother.
Yeah.
Kudos.
You got to get up early around my parts.
Look at you.
You got to get up early. Get some stuff together.
You want Giannis?
There we go.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey,
for what?
Exactly. So if you want to talk about
for the farm,
for what?
The generic farm.
Give them what we talked about. I'm sure they heard, but give it to them.
Yes, I heard every bit of it. I heard it all today.
So you think it's a pipe dream?
Goo, it sounds like they're very enthusiastic about it.
Well, no, I didn't hear. I've been in the weeds today.
I just want to either
let Dibbs go first.
Either let's live in fantasy land or let's live in reality, and wherever you want to live, then we can have an actual conversation.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
What's the fantasy part? You got to clue the listeners in.
The fantasy part is, well, we'll trade you Wiggins and 3 of our garbage players in a second, and you're going to give us Giannis.
Well, no, it's 3 number ones. Along with 4.
What's your proposal?
Because that's what
the proposal.
What's the proposal?
Okay, we got to be.
Oh, Lord, it's like walking around a store with
Giannis
no price
is making
tag.
50
out loud.
Evan just put one together with 50.
Only 50?
He's not making 50. He's making 58. But anyway, go ahead. You're making 58. Don't look at me like that.
Go ahead, Evan.
This season he makes $48 million.
So
48. So 48.
Anyway, you got to come up with $50 million or whatever. And so Evan just threw together Kuminga, Wiggins, Melton, Podziemski, and 4 first-round picks, 25, 27, 29, 31. And the reason he used 4 is because that's what it took to get Durant to Phoenix. So I'll say 3 or 4.
Right. And didn't Mikal Bridges command 5 firsts?
Something like that.
Yeah. So I don't even know if 4 first would be enough, but if that's the package, sure. Why not?
Oh, okay. Right.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that Milwaukee would do that, although I do think that if I'm Milwaukee, I am intrigued by those later picks because I'm thinking after Steph leaves, this team's going to stink. Right. And apologies to Joe Lacob, and we'll never be in the lottery, although you're 1 for 1 in the lottery, Mr. Lacob, since you said that. You've been in the lottery every single year since you made that statement on the TK pod, so there's that. So if I'm Milwaukee, Giannis, I'm thinking about those years, Steph. And I'm thinking about, yes, you'll be in the lottery, and you probably will be. So you're in 4 years, you're going to have Giannis and...
Well, that's already a good start, though, Dibbs, because it's kind of it's hard you doing that. You get the win because we don't know.
Yeah.
But he's a top 5 player, and he would extend the Curry window.
Yeah, but, I mean, is the Curry window going to be extended in 5 years just because Giannis is here? Steph is going to be old. And I don't know if Steph's going to play when he's 40 and 41. And
Giannis is 30. If you just give me the LeBron model, he played till 40. Oh, my God.
That's an unfair model. You're talking about the one of 2 athletes in the history of our modern American sport to do that. And shout out Minnie Minoso, who played when he was 50. LeBron and Tom Brady. Right. So you can't use the LeBron model, in my opinion, because LeBron is 1 of 1.
Steiny, give the names again. One more time. Give the names
Wiggins,
again.
Kuminga, Pods, Melton, and 4 picks.
For Giannis.
Now, here's the way I answered it. I'd probably do it. But the reason I would do it is more that I'm putting myself in the Warriors' position. And their position, it feels like it's been clear.
Yep.
That they've put together, they went after George and Markin and didn't get him, and they put together a roster of tradable contracts. We've heard Kerr, Lacob, and Dunleavy talk about, and we're poised if something comes up. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if that would be the exact deal, but I do believe the strategy is if something like this were to come up and it works, that they would do it.
I think it's completely the strategy. I also think that you could probably do it and remove some of the younger players that you're talking about. Because think about this less as a deal that's just Milwaukee and Golden State. And think about this as if this is 3 teams or 4 teams. And what are some of the younger teams, the bad teams, if you will, that are going to get into this kind of a conversation. What are they going to be after? They're not going to necessarily be after more pieces. They're going to be after expiring contracts. So this has already been put out there by Bleacher Report. Sub out Jimmy Butler, put in Giannis. And then obviously sweeten it because Giannis is a little bit better and younger than Jimmy Butler. But what if it was this? What if it was Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney, Peyton, and a couple of first rounders?
I'll draw you to the airport. That a lot better. Okay, no doubt.
And I, by the way, I don't think that that's crazy unrealistic at all.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you're keeping Pods, you're keeping TJD.
Yeah, that would be
Buddy Hield.
Sure. Yeah, Buddy
shooting.
Buddy's like a I mean, at this point, Buddy Hield is probably not. What was the length of Buddy's deal?
He's under contract longer than anybody else right now.
It's 3 years and it's tiny money.
It's like
tiny money.
Therefore, he is relatively unattractive to other teams, because A, he's not like the centerpiece of your team, and B, he's not expiring.
Yeah.
So I don't think, you can keep Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield has become a big-time rotational piece.
Dibs, we had Gelsiler on yesterday, and he said Milwaukee, if it came to this, needs to do right by Giannis or wants to, so they don't look bad. So when they try to get another big fish, it won't look like they did Giannis wrong. And that's why I'm thinking maybe they take something on the dollar as opposed to trying to bring the house down.
Yeah, I don't see it because I do think that if Giannis really becomes on the market, there will be 22 teams that are trying to get there. So I don't think that they have to take pennies on the dollar based on doing right by him, because I do think that one of the various LAs or OKC or New York or any of the other teams that are maybe one guy away, Minnesota, who I'm sure would love to have him. There's so many teams that are a Giannis away from being a championship team.
Well, he had a list, and the Warriors are allegedly on it with, I think, Miami, Brooklyn.
It's great.
So that means a lot, too.
Does he have a no-trade clause? Because I wasn't sure about that. Because I think that only 2 or 3 players in the league have one.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But you know how this works in the NBA. The player's going to have some say.
Man.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Blake Snell has officially opted out. Opted out.
Wow. I don't know why.
Ask him why it's a wow, Mark.
It's not a wow.
Does that mean?
I don't even know if that was
he's
worthy
coming back. No chance he's coming back.
I mean, sure, there's a chance he's coming back. I don't think he's coming back.
Wow, man.
But he was gonna opt out no matter what.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I mean, of course he was gonna opt out. He pitched really well in the second half. So yeah, that's not surprising.
Will he be a Giant or that's over?
No, it's over.
Okay, wow.
It's just over.
I don't think he's going to be.
It's over. It's like, damn.
Yeah, I mean, if he would have had a full year and pitched well, he still would have opted out. And do they want to re-sign him for, I don't know, what's Blake Snell going to get right now based on what he did in the second half?
The Yankees are waiting for him now. All those teams.
He's going to get probably $35 to $40 million a year.
Yeah.
Let's just put that as the neighborhood. And you're the Giants, and you love Logan Webb. He's your ace. Kyle Harrison had an okay year, but you still believe, and he's under team control. Hayden Birdsong looks like he's on the come, and you still have Robbie Ray, if I'm not mistaken. So there's 4 right there. Plus, you have a ton of other young arms. So you're not that thirsty for Blake Snell to give him $40 million over 5 years. Give him $5 and $200. That's going to be a no from them, dog.
Wow.
No,
I'm like, they're throwing the ball against the Padres and the Dodgers. No, I get that.
I didn't mean to stop the conversation with that.
I was just in love with the idea of, man, remember I said if they get to the series, you got to face Webb and Snell. Like, that's a tandem. Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah.
And not even in the first quarter, he's gone. I thought Posey would put the spell on him to stay.
You could tell. You can, I always feel like there's a tell with people who are, unless they're really, really good at it and they don't want you to know. Some guys are too honest, some guys lie too much, whatever. But the GM, you can, for instance, when you talked to the Giants 2 months ago about Matt Chapman, you're like, oh, they're keeping him. Like it's like there's this like love that pours out. Oh, we're interested in that. And then when you ask them about Blake Snell, they're like, wow, we certainly would be interested in potentially having a conversation. I'm sure that they'll be poking. Like, it's just, I got it. Buster was asked. It's just like, And so you can tell. They're not going to break the bank for Blake Snell. They're going to go elsewhere.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is time for the What's Bugging You segment. Got spiders? Atco Pest Control is here to help. They specialize in eradicating those 8-legged intruders with precision and care. Don't let spiders take over. Go to atcopestcontrol.com and reclaim your space. What's bugging you? Goo, you want to start?
You start. It's your last week.
I'll start.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not his last week.
Whoa.
He's just off next week. Okay. That got scary for some of us.
Yeah. Well,
my hopes got up. My hopes
me most of all.
Kyle Shanahan was like, no, it's his last week. We have no idea if he's going to be back. No clue what's going to happen.
Go ahead, Will.
No, I can be so quick. There's a Dodger parade today. That's what's bugging me.
Wow.
Next.
Look at JT.
Don't torture him,
That's not Justin Timberlake.
No,
looks like him.
Justin Timberlake.
It looks like him.
Was that Gavin Lux or something?
Did you see Magic on the bus?
No.
Magic acts like he put it all together.
Any of this.
If you turn around, you can see
I'm
it.
not going to turn around. I'm not watching this.
All right, here's what's bugging me.
You should look at the graphic because it says it's their 7.3rd World Series title in franchise history.
I'm not turning around, Dibs.
It says 8th, but, you know. Oh, and there's your guy, Kike Hernandez, who will forever remind me of my 3-day run doing LA Sports Talk Radio. I did a 3-day tryout on a station that lasted about a year.
Can you give the call letters?
It was with the Beast.
It was the Beast 980.
Thank you, Beast 980.
Marcus Johnson?
Marcus Johnson and Jeannie Zelasco.
I tried that too, but it was in a hotel room with Yogi Roth.
Dude,
yeah,
so
it was amazing.
I get fired by this very station, and I'm scrambling, and my guy, the great agent, who will remain nameless, he called me earlier, and it's like, dude, I'm doing an interview. Call me later. And he got me a tryout for 3 days in L.A. with Marcus Johnson and Jeannie Zelasco. So I go down there blind. I've never met Jeannie. Frosty, by the way. The Ice Queen. And Marcus Johnson, who is like, what the hell is this guy doing here? It's a 2-person show, and I was the third man in. By day 3, I got Marcus Johnson doing impersonations and running material and singing songs. And we had so much fun. All Jeannie Zelasco could talk about was Kike Hernandez and how much she loved Kike Hernandez and Kike Hernandez. So every time I see Kike Hernandez, World Series champion, Dodger, apologies. I think of Jeannie Zelasco and how I had to wear a parka in the studio because she was so cold.
But why only 3 days?
Wow. It was a 3-day tryout.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and then, the PD loved me and the show, it looked like it might work. And about 17 hours later, the station was off the air.
Was that Tom Lee or Owen Murphy?
Tom Lee?
Yeah,
Look at you.
Tom Lee's a great dude. Yeah. Owen Murphy, who was running some of the tryout stuff, that's a wackadoodle human being. I don't even know if and nobody cares about that. Do you ever meet someone where you're just like, what you got going on back there, man?
So when
you got stuff hidden in the other room?
When this station launched in 2011, before Jason Barrett took the reins, Owen Murphy was one of our temporary PDs.
This history right here.
You summed it up pretty accurately.
Man.
Yeah.
How you doing, Owen?
He is. His numbers are 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 because he's odd.
Wow.
You're welcome. Anyway,
my turn.
Please, I'm sorry for that one.
As you know, I went to the Niner game Sunday night and had a great time. And I got to tell you, words really cut and hurt. And the reason I'm saying that is I was having a conversation, he'll remain nameless, with a diehard Niner fan, and he gave me this material, and he doesn't know how it's just sat with me since Sunday, and words can be so cruel, right? So on my top list of quarterbacks ever to do it, Joe Montana's number 1. I'm a Cowboy fan, but I give respect where credit to Joe Montana, okay? Ponte's listening. I know his is Steve Young. But this guy said, do you know why Steve Young wore number 8?
No.
He was half the quarterback Montana was.
Wow.
And when he said it, I said, I'm sipping my margarita like you can't say that. But words are incredible. Who did the math? I had to give a so anyway. All week I've been like, I wonder if Steve's ever heard that. Steve was a Hall of Famer.
I bet
but
he
when
has.
the dude said it started, I said, words, that's too cruel for me, man. Steve was 16 and 8.
Yeah.
You do the math.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, we got that part. Now you got that part. Nothing gets by you, pal.
Totally.
No, you know what?
That's cold.
I don't claim to know Steve well. I bet Steve
I love Steve.
I bet he would laugh his ass off if you said that to him. I bet he would laugh his ass off.
I said, folks come up with
was the person you were talking to of a certain age, maybe like you plus?
Yeah.
See, I think, and not everybody knows this. Like, if you go back to a certain time, Steve Young was sort of like the messenger who got killed.
Well, no.
Like it wasn't his fault, but he represented
Dallas,
the way that the organization, quote unquote, treated Joe Montana, which, by the way, was an operation put forth by everybody's favorite, greatest coach of all time, Bill Walsh, who was cutthroat as you can come. And so Steve Young sort of represented that to certain fans of a certain age.
Wow, man.
Who they're still sort of, and by the way, I think Joe is one of them. Like, he's still rubbed a little raw with the way the organization treated him.
Well, damn, I didn't even let the person know. I was like, that's cold. Boy. Yeah.
It's inaccurate, too.
No doubt.
Anyway.
What you got?
I tell you, you guys are this is kind of an upset, but what's bugging me is where have all the trick-or-treaters gone?
To my neighborhood.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, trick-or-treaters up. Yeah, they were up last night.
Man,
you're in
we've been on the decline for about 7 years, and last night
Describe your hood. Describe your hood. What are the streets like? You know what I mean? Like, how would you describe it?
It's nice. It's not compact.
Is it hilly?
Yes, it is.
It's a little hilly, and it's slightly,
at the end of a
slightly remote.
But you've had traffic before.
Yes,
to Willard's Place.
But it has diminished greatly in the last 7 years.
But to get to his house, you have to go in, and there is no real out unless you go down and through and around. So
we decorated the hell out of it. We used to play music and everything.
So I mean, I've noticed this every set of few years. Trick-or-treating is now a destination. Like it used to be, you just walked out of your door and you trick-or-treated in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
And every hood especially turns over every 15 years or whatever. There'll be a bunch of little kids. But now it almost feels like buses come and pick people up, and you pick 2 or 3 neighborhoods in any city, and people blockade the roads, and that makes it safe, and everyone goes there. I live in a spot kind of like you do, but probably even more. It's low hilly.
Yeah.
It's remote. It's dark.
Yeah.
Not one human being was seen anywhere near. Like I put a bucket of candy there because I'm like, just because I don't want to be the guy that like turns the lights off and curmudgeon.
Yeah.
I turned them on last night.
It's all still there. Now we got to eat it.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that's bugging me.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to ask about
I'll bring it in on Monday.
The age of the trick-or-treater, because I was at the neighbor's house, because by the time I got home and pay the under on my 2-year-old, the over-under was 6.5 houses. She went to 6 houses.
So
the line was good.
I won!
I tried to get her to go for a round 2, but my was done after 6 houses, but I'm at the neighbor's house, and I'm kind of manning the door, and we're all having fun, and this group of 5 boys comes up, and they're like my height or taller. And so I'm like, how old are you guys? 14? They go, yeah, we're 14. And I said, when is it too old to trick or treat? And they said, the new thing is 16. We got 2 more years.
Wow, I love it.
And I was like, whoa. And I didn't know that was the new thing, but these kids were like, some of them could have shaved for crying out loud.
I got done in Sac. They got a neighborhood called the Fab 40s.
Okay.
And they're like $1 million homes. Oh, I mean, just
it's
the 40s.
ritzy.
Yeah, the 40s.
Yeah.
And the wife goes, I go, well, we're going outside. Kids were young then. They go, no, we're going to the Fab 40. I said, why are we going to somebody else's neighborhood in the glitzy glamour?
Yep.
And all I hear, I'm already embarrassed. I hear the neighbor talk to my wife and say, are you from the neighborhood? And at this point, I'm like, just lie and say yes. And she goes, no. And I just felt so puny, like, We didn't borrow your hood to go trick or treat. I don't like that stuff.
I think
I
you
let her
actually
have it in the car. You should have said we live around the corner.
You should. I think you just defined it. If the neighborhood has a name, then people will trick or treat there.
Well,
My neighborhood doesn't have a name. Everyone talks to each other now. We're going to the whatever, and you have to fill in the blank. I don't even know how would you describe my neighborhood? I don't even know.
My old neighborhood, we used to get those car loads and bus loads. I lived in the Upper East in Oakland, not the Deep East, and so we would get. Thank you. We would get car loads, vanfuls, bus loads, and it was great because these are kids who maybe needed a place to trick or treat, and so they would come up to our neighborhood.
See, I could see your old neighborhood being lit for Halloween.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think there's something about like the tidiness or the compactness of the neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, the streets need to be flat, and then the neighborhood needs to be into it. They need to put little signs and blockades out, and don't drive here, and do all of that. And then if there happens to be a few houses with trampolines, you're done.
Sure.
That's it.
Inflatables. Our new neighborhood has one of those like blocked off blocks where they'll put like a couple cars and they'll block it off. And so people, older kids can just go crazy.
What's the rudest trick-or-treating experience you've ever had at your door? I had somebody come in the house one time.
Come on, man.
Took candy off the table that the little kid had trick-or-treated and gotten
Get out of here.
earlier that night.
You can't. Wow.
Because how sometimes they come in bunches?
Yes.
They'll come to the door and there's like 12 of them. And then they're impatient because they're children.
Yeah.
At least at Dibley's house.
And
Some of
sugared
them,
up.
Yeah. And so they didn't want to wait. I was trying to get to all the pumpkins as quickly as possible. And then one of the little ones just squirted through and went into the kitchen. Just grabbed stuff off the table. I was so dumbfounded I didn't even know what to say. It squirted right out quick as possible.
When they start going in the fridge, that's right, draw the line.
Like, can we use your restroom?
Seriously.
No, you can't.
Exactly.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway.
Did you dress up?
No.
All right.
No. I always go as a dad that will drive in circles.
All right.
And I nailed it.
And you do.
I did, yeah. I had a hoodie, jeans, and drove no less than about 8 kids to about 5 different places.
Nice.
Steiny still got his mask on.
All right, daycare's over.
Kitty table, Vontae.
What's bugging me is simple, and it's been bugging me for a while, and I'll keep it brief, but it is the 3-point shot in the association. Boston is averaging 51.6 3-point attempts a game. 51.6.
It's out of control.
So they are shooting 43.6 twos a game. What the NBA has become is a glorified 3-point shooting contest, and I think it diminishes the product. And we all love athleticism. I like the nuance of being able to score at 3 levels, and we'll get into this about Kuminga because last couple games, it's been fun watching him get to the cup and do things, and he doesn't really shoot the 3 well, so he's doing other things. The fact that Boston's averaging 51.6 threes a game, it's a joke.
They had a doubleheader the first 2 games, 162 3-point attempts between 2 games. Minnesota Lakers, Knicks, and Boston.
It's a joke.
Did you see the awful announcing? The ratings are, for the first week were abysmal.
What's the fix, though? Like, it's out
I have
there.
the fix. I've said the fix like for 17 years. You widen the court and you make the 3 real again.
That's really, really big.
And I don't want to have to get a hat and make the 3 real again, but I will.
You make that sound simple. And like
it's very simple.
Changing the dimensions of
Willard,
the court
I'm
is
going
quite
racial.
a large.
I'm going racial.
What's that?
Because back in the 80s, me and Pops used to watch the NBA Finals on tape delay.
Okay.
And I think our country is going back to that. We're going the wrong way. And I think rich guys getting paid with tats and what it doesn't play everywhere. And I just think people are fed up.
Oh, you're talking about the ratings.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the 3-point shot.
No, well, that too, but I think that's a big part of it.
You can widen the court and still let the fat cats have their courtside seats. You just move them back 2 feet on each side.
But you think
move
that's why
the corner
watching?
3. I do think that it's part of the ennui or the boredom of the product, which is dribble, dribble, penetrate, pass, pass, pass. Shoot the 3, make or miss, rebound, push, dribble, dribble, penetrate, pass, 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 3. Like basketball has become the same thing all the time.
Man.
And I think there's a lot of different factors. That's certainly one. And maybe these guys will talk more about it on 95.7 The Game.
the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's go. Happy Friday, everybody. Willard and Dibs. Let's do this, okay? 888-957-957. Did you see this headline? See this headline?
Yeah.
From Sam Amick and John Hollinger?
Which one?
Well, there's the headline and then there's the sub-headline. The headline, Jonathan Kuminga, Austin Reeves, and 4 more names to watch as the NBA trade market takes shape. Which is funny because I didn't know that it took shape 5 games in.
Right. I mean, what are we doing?
The deadline is after the Super Bowl, for crying out loud. But anyway, the first 2 words of that headline, look at that right there. Jonathan Kuminga.
Of course.
Yeah.
And, we've heard that name already in the offseason and as the season's gone on about how tradable he is when, his number's not big in terms of getting salary back. But if you do acquire him, then you become the team that has the call on whether or not you want to match a Jonathan Kuminga offer in the offseason or not.
Now, the sub-headline within the article, and I'll paraphrase just a little bit, but here's the basic idea. The Golden State Warriors have never been more willing than they are right now to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade, whether that be Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo, or an unnamed player. So start with that idea just right there. And we did do a little research today and actually reached out to some NBA capologists because I'm not an NBA trade machine guy. Like, I can go on there and we're like, oh, I got a green light. It works.
It's so fun.
Yeah, but okay.
It's one of the great internet tools out there.
It is.
Because you can think something crazy and you can put it all in there, and if it works, now you're a GM.
Internet tools. That'd be a good name for a radio show.
Yeah.
We could call our show that.
There's so many great internet tools, and we talk about NFL teams against the spread. There's a site that does a great job of that, or red zone scoring percentage. There's a site, there's a tool.
Against the spread.
All that. PFF.com, that's a tool. DVOA, EPA, those are tools. You can find all that. Internet tools.
I'm a 3-letter acronym guy. You get to 4, I'm like, this is too smart for me.
DVOA is EPA's big brother.
Okay.
DVOA greater than EPA. It's just a little bit smarter, I think.
EPA for me, that it sounds too much like BPA, so I get confused there.
He still owes me lunch.
He does?
Yeah, from years ago.
Why don't you make him pay off?
Because he is one of those listeners that I never want to meet. Like, the idea of Brian in Palo Alto is greater than the actual BPA could ever be.
You don't know that, though.
I do know that because what I think of him is like an 11 out of 10. There's no way he could possibly match up with what I think that he is.
Never going to know until you try.
There's no chance.
You're never going to know.
And I'm a guy who's actually become good friends with many listeners. Yeah.
Sure.
Curtis Abbey, Brian Feely's brother-in-law. Dr. Brian Feely, Derek Petrak, the great Derek Petrak, who I met through Steiny. There have been so many listeners who I've made friends with, and they've lived up to billing.
How do you think I met Christy?
She was a listener?
No, that's not true.
That'd be so cool. Hey, Mark, it's Christy in Mill Valley. I love your takes.
I think I want to marry you.
Your takes are hot.
Anyway, 888-957-957.
That's a great setup.
Let us throw this at you because this is, I felt like, because there's been a lot of talk about this, obviously. Bonte and Joe were talking about it. Steiny and Goo were talking about it. And sure, John Hollinger and Sam Amick, those are real NBA reporters, okay? They're tapped in, dialed in. We've known them for years, all of those things. And so when they say it, I'm listening, and it's not surprising. Just the mere idea of including Jonathan Kuminga in a trade. So that's part one. Part one is just how do you feel about that? So why don't we answer that first, and then we can go to the actual mock deal, which has been researched, and we threw it off the wall, and we talked to some people, and I don't know what Milwaukee wants. I don't know Milwaukee Bucks basketball from the inside out, but you made a comment, for instance, earlier. You're like, well, if Giannis is available, 22 teams will want him. Well, actually, all of the teams would want him, but I'd argue very few would be in position to get him because, A, you know this, the NBA player has power. And so that player is going to be able to dictate to a certain degree.
Right.
Not the whole way. I know Dame Lillard was like Miami, and he's like ended up in Milwaukee, and he goes, that's spelled differently. And so that's different.
First two letters are the same.
They are, and maybe that's where it got lost in translation. But the player's going to have some say, number one. And number two, does the team have the flexibility and the assets and the space to actually make something like that happen? And so I actually think that the Warriors would be on a very short list of teams that could pull this off if Giannis truly does become available. Let's start with Kuminga. Willingness check. Just Kuminga, because we know he'd be in the deal.
From the Warriors?
Yes.
Like, are they willing?
What would you be willing to do? Are you willing
If I'm the Warriors?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Because I like Jonathan Kuminga. I think that he is a better player than many of you actually think. And I'm not just talking about you, but I'm talking about fans in general. And I do think that when this year is done, if he's still a Warrior and he plays a full year as a Warrior and he goes out into the market as a restricted free agent, his deal will be between $30 and $35 million a year. So I think he's that level of a player. He's not a max guy, and he's not a Moses Moody $13 million a year guy. I do think that he's $30 to $35 million a year, and that's a lot of money. So if I look at the Warriors and I think about maximizing the Steph Curry window, do I want to pay him $30 to $35 million a year over the remaining 2 or 3 years of Steph? I probably don't. I'd rather have a more ready-made veteran player who I'm paying that much or even a little bit more to help Steph maybe get one more ring. So it's not that I don't like Jonathan Kuminga. I actually love him more than most of you, but I also don't think that right now is where I'm set to pay him that much money.
Okay, and I'm actually with you, and I think that some of our conversations, especially over the last week, have made you think that I don't like Jonathan more than I don't like. I like Jonathan Kuminga. I really do. I would not hesitate to involve him in a deal if it helped out the remainder of Steph Curry's career, which I also think is the thing that keeps getting lost here. It keeps getting lost because when we play NBA Trade Machine Radio, what do? We go, well, I wouldn't do that. Well, good. You wouldn't do that, or I wouldn't do that. That's fine. Would they do that? And what does Steph want? And as much as that's gotten to a point of bothering some people, well, we can't just do whatever Steph wants. Well, that's true, but it matters. It matters. You can't look at these deals just on their face and say, like, would I give up Jonathan Kuminga just for Jimmy Butler? Straight up. Would you do that? Like, I know you can't.
Right.
But would you
Yes.
do that? Actually, see, if you're thinking about the health of the organization for the next 7 years, that's a hard no. Jimmy's going to be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. And he's Jimmy Butler, and he's a big, right, personality.
He's got a player option next year, so he'll probably probably pick that up.
Maybe, but he can be an unrestricted free agent.
Yep.
So if I'm thinking about long term, no. Why would I want Jimmy Butler? But you have to think about this in more ways than one. And one of those is, like, when I heard all the people today on this station go, play it out. This roster's interesting. Is it to Steph? Is this roster right now for this season interesting to Steph? Do you think he has any interest in, quote, playing it out and seeing where it goes?
At 4-1, probably more interest than he would otherwise.
Maybe.
And I don't know what he thinks. And if you get toward the deadline and you're 28-13, then his opinion might change because he does have some veterans alongside who he can play with, Melton and Anderson and Buddy Hield. And so it's not just him and Draymond and a bunch of pups. You do have a nice mix of veterans, younger players, and so far so good. So I'm not going to totally put my eggs in the basket of, Steph's not happy with this roster. You're 4-1, and I do think that there are things you can do, but I think that Steph would look at this roster and think if it wins, then he's probably okay with it.
Right, but if it wins what? Right? Like if you're the 3 seed in February, are you like, okay, I love the way we're playing, let's run this out? Or you have a chance to add a Giannis or a Jimmy Butler to your roster to actually be playoff ready, but it's going to cost you some things that you're interested in keeping for the future. What do you do? And I would argue that as painful as that is, you probably do it. You probably do it. And I'm just trying to get into the mind of Joe Lacob here and the mind of Steph Curry, and I think you probably do it.
You do it, but you realize that, and if you're Joe Lacob, you understand that if you do bring in Giannis Antetokounmpo, he's got 3 more years on his deal, and he goes up, and he drives you most likely into that luxury tax area where you've been before. And I know Joe's not afraid of doing that. This year, I do think they wanted to be below so they could do things like aggregate salaries in contracts and make it so that you could make these sorts of moves. And I do think that the roster is built to make these sorts of moves, a 3-for-1, a 4-for-1. And even if you have to bring in a contract that's going to be big 3 years down the road, if you have Steph and Giannis and the two of them are both making roughly 55, 60, you feel okay about it because you think that gives you a chance over the next 3 years.
Yeah, and you're only doing that for a short period of time. And then if you think about it from this perspective, let's say because next year Giannis makes, I think it's 54. I think next season, so his first full season with the Warriors in this imaginary game that we're playing.
Right.
So he makes $54 million. Well, what will Jonathan Kuminga make that year?
Probably 30, 35, somewhere in there.
I think you might be low if he has a good season.
Well,
he wants more than that.
Of course he does.
You know what I mean?
The Warriors did not engage him in that. And we could look at all the contracts that his fellow draft class mates signed, and I think 3 or 4 of them got the max. They got max money, which I think is like $5 and $240, and then the rest of them, they got lesser deals. And so is Kuminga a guy who would get 30, 35? Let's say he gets, a 5-year deal worth, let's call it $200 million. Well, the first year might only be 33, and it goes up from there. But
maybe.
That's about, I think, the neighborhood. But to your point, so Giannis comes in next year, and he's making 54, and you're sending out Kuminga, who's going to make 35.
And Wiggins.
Right. Well, and the deal, and you got me hyped up on the NBA trade machine. Here's what I just put in, and this does not include picks that I think would be involved.
Yes.
And this one works now. This trade works.
You got a green light?
Green light. This trade is successful.
Perfect.
Wiggins, Melton, Kuminga, and your favorite, Lindy Waters III. They go out. 48.9 goes out. 48.8 comes back in Giannis. And I do think that you'd have to attach probably a couple of firsts or
for sure,
maybe 2 firsts and a second round swap or whatever it is. But Wiggins, Melton expiring, Kuminga, the bright star in the deal. Lindy Waters, I do think, becomes more interesting.
Maybe, but there's so little salary there, and it's not expiring. This is the way it was sort of described to me, and this is more of a Butler deal. However, it was described to me as just replace it for Giannis. You might have to up the picks.
Yeah.
But the proposal, and this is a multi-team trade, and we won't bog you down with the other teams that may or may not be in it. But it does include Wiggins and Kuminga, and actually 2 other names that are not in your current green light trade machine. We will unveil that to you coming up next, and then you can be in or out at 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. It's Willard and Dibs.
Whole House System, we help your water reach its full potential. Clean, tasty, and ready to pamper you from head to toe. For factory direct pricing, call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered. with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9%.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Always have to pause after all of these. At least till probably, 20 games in? We're kind of like Steve Kerr with the rotations.
Yeah.
20 games in, we'll know which Warriors think your picks stink and which Warriors think your picks are kind of good. And last night, it was kind of good.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm him. I'm back.
You're hot.
I'm him. I'm not hot yet. And
You're hot.
Right. You know, I think 3 in a row to be hot is a high bar, but I do think it's fair.
Yeah.
And I think about NBA jams, the old game, when you would hit one, and then you'd hit another one, he's heating up, and then you'd hit one more, he's on fire. And so that's 3 in a row to be on fire, to be hot. So I got one, not in a row.
You got one in a row.
I got one.
Yeah.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Don't do it.
You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
That's my guy, JK. You can't trade him. I'm going to go to my trade machine. I'm going to change that.
Jonathan,
I'm going to find another player to put in this deal.
I like your picks.
You know what?
I told you last night that I liked your pick. I had made the pick before you made the pick.
You did.
And you want to know what I thought of? And I know it was Halloween, so were you all drunk last night? Or were you all, because that's the thing, right? So you're in that, she's 2. So you got to mind yourself.
You can't really get hammered when you're with a 2-year-old in a neighborhood with no sidewalks.
You can, and if I know anyone who would, it would be you, but you didn't.
Not this time.
Okay, good. Exactly.
First go around with my 23-year-old.
Yes.
When he was 2, dude, Katie, bar the door, because here we come.
At a certain age, then it becomes they're old enough to move around on their own, but you want to stay somewhat close.
Yeah.
So let's get a group of parents who are all about a block away, and those people get after it. You get after it. And then they get to a certain age where you're just like, bye, and they leave, and you either worry about them, get mad at them, or you still get drunk, but you just do it in the privacy of your own home.
Exactly.
Because you're not chasing them anymore.
And you're not driving anyone. They're going to walk home, and they're going to be home on their own. We did have a couple, and I didn't get home for this, but my wife was manning the door before they went out and trick-or-treated, and one of the neighborhood moms came, and it was, trick-or-treat, and they clearly were clinking bottles, and there were coolers involved, and a lot of wagons being pulled by parents. Like, kids not in the wagon, but the wagon was full of beverages. So it was a festive time out in my neighborhood.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Per Anthony Slater, Golden State Warriors Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton, after being reevaluated, will remain out tomorrow for the game against the Houston Rockets. Andrew Wiggins has been upgraded to probable, and so he is very likely to be back on the floor for this one, but still no Steph Curry for at least one more as the 5-game roadie begins.
Makes sense, and it's kind of what I was predicting yesterday based on what I was hearing and what I was reading, and you got Steph coming off an ankle, and you've got a 5-game road trip that takes you obviously to 5 cities, and you've got Boston on the trip, and you've got OKC on the back end of the trip. The Houston game is not a small one, but you figure you got Washington on the trip. That might be one that you can maybe play with a little bit. Boston, Steph wants to be ready, up and ready for that game at the Garden. And then, the OKC game on the back end is another one that you would expect that he wants to be ready for. So I don't know if you pick and pop like that early in the year, but I do know with the ankle, and he rolled it not once but twice on his own, better to just give him an extra day, extra couple of days, and let him get ready.
100%. I think maybe it is even a little less strategic than what you are sort of suggesting, because dude, just how's your ankle? And if it's not 100%, then you sit. It's early in the season. You're off to a good start. I wonder how much of it's like he's circling games, like I want to be back for Boston or whatnot. Who knows? But Steph's not ready yet. So Steph Curry and Melton remain out for the Warriors tomorrow night in a game that you'll hear right here on 95.7 The Game. Okay.
Melton, to me, I'm just real quick, is a little bit more of a concern because that one feels to me like it's going to be a longer term deal. The Steph one, I do think that he'll either play Monday or Wednesday, and I think he'll play for sure on Wednesday against Boston.
I would hope.
Monday is a maybe, but you can slow play that. The DeAnthony Melton one, he came in with back issues and now already has back issues. That's one that really concerns me.
Although the lessening of the concern is Lindy Waters. Like, I sort of believe, like the Warriors, we haven't even gotten to know DeAnthony Melton yet, so I don't even know necessarily what the Warriors are missing, but I do know that there are other people who can kind of step forward and play that role, at least in theory, that I already feel comfortable with. So, yeah, that one, I'm with you. It's more concerning. However, I don't know that craters anything for the Warriors if he's unable to play for a while. Okay, so 888-957-9570. Here's what I think, based on our research and our texting and people and capologists and all of that. What if it looked like this? Are you in or are you out? 877-957. No, I did that wrong. 888-957. You'd think I'd remember the phone number.
It's only been 3 years.
888-957-9570. Are you in or are you out on this idea? I think the Warriors, if they do end up in a conversation for Giannis or Jimmy Butler, and I'll make sort of a caveat between the two. If they end up in a conversation for Giannis, it probably ends up as a 3 or a 4 team deal. And I think the Warriors have to give up Jonathan Kuminga, Andrew Wiggins, Kevon Looney, and GP2. And I actually think that's it. That's it as far as players. Now, if they get Jimmy Butler, throw in 2 second-round picks. If they get Giannis, throw in 2 first-round picks. And sure, Dibs, make it the first-round pick for the year after you think Steph's retiring, although we have no idea when that is.
Right.
But if you want to do that, great. The Warriors have picks. So they have picks that they can trade, and that can all be movable. But that's basically the idea. It's going to be Wiggins, Kuminga, and then you're putting in Kevon Looney and GP2 and a couple of picks. You want Giannis, it's 2 firsts. You want Butler, it's 2 seconds. Are you in or are you out on that idea?
Well, I'm in from the Warriors standpoint, and I just put that in the trade machine, and you don't need a third team to make the money work.
Right. I understand that. I think you might need a third team to make all the teams want to do something like that, because the Bucks would be interested, obviously, in Kuminga, probably Wiggins, but then after that, they want assets, and I don't think they want expiring contracts as much as they want probably picks. And so you get one of a Pistons or a team like that that's not a contender.
Somebody that wants GP2's $9 million to write off,
correct,
or Kevon Looney's $8 million to write off. And I do think that this whole deal, the whole idea, hinges on what do other teams think about Jonathan Kuminga. Because Andrew Wiggins at $26 million this year, and he's got 1 more year, then a player option at about 30. If you think that Andrew Wiggins can be as good as Andrew Wiggins can be, well, then that contract becomes a little bit of a bargain. But you have to be a team that wants Andrew Wiggins to be their 4th best player, like the Warriors did when they won a championship with Andrew Wiggins as their 4th best player. And then in the playoffs, he was amazing, and they won the title. But if Andrew Wiggins plays as well as he can, $26 million is not a lot of money. So it kind of has to be a team. And if Milwaukee's going to trade Giannis, the thinking is they're going to reset the whole thing. So maybe Wiggins is a piece that would go to another team. Maybe it's a team that's looking for a player, and they would be willing to give Milwaukee picks. So if you take those 4 players, Wiggins, Payton, Looney, and Kuminga, and a couple of firsts, and make that your outgoing package, then maybe, a third team is involved, and that team will take on Wiggins and give Milwaukee a 2nd-round pick, or they'll take on Wiggins and the Warriors end up getting a veteran minimum kind of a player thrown back to try to balance it out. Whatever the deal is, this actually works in the trade machine.
888-957-9570. Are you in or out on that idea? The Warriors would give up Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney, GP2, and a couple of future first-round picks if they want to get in on the conversation for Giannis. Again, this is just a starter. This is a mock deal, but this is based on some conversations that I had earlier today. 888-957-9570. You can weigh in. Are you in or are you out on that idea? Couple of things here. First of all, we want to read this to you. There's one line in particular out of the article today from Sam Amick and from John Hollinger. And this is one that I think you need to know. And I think this is a powerful position for the Warriors. Listen to this line. While rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude, the fact remains that they're setting their sights very high in terms of possible targets. So this is kind of, for me, what I always hope for whenever you're in a negotiating position. That's where I think the Warriors are, and Mike Dunleavy deserves a ton of credit for this. The negotiating position that you want to be in is A, defined by flexibility, but B, defined by, oh, we'll make a deal, but we don't have to make a deal. We are absolutely fine playing this out. We like Jonathan Kuminga. We think Jonathan Kuminga can be a big part of the future, and we will keep Jonathan Kuminga. But we will also deal him only if only what you're sending back to us is a big freaking current player. That's a wonderful negotiating position to be in.
In November, yeah, it's early, and it's nice to do that. But when you get deeper in the year and you get closer to February and the trade deadline, well, then a lot of this stuff starts to crystallize in terms of what do the Warriors really want to do. Because if you don't trade Jonathan Kuminga, you have two choices in the end of the year. Either pay him or let him go as a restricted free agent. And if you let him go as a restricted free agent, you get nothing for him. And I'm looking at all the deals that were signed by his draft class, and right now they don't want to pay what he was reportedly asking for. And I'm looking at Franz Wagner, Cade Cunningham. They got max deals. Scotty Barnes, 5 years, $224 million, which is almost $45 million a year. So do the Warriors want to give him $45 million a year? No. If they did, they would have done so. What would the Warriors want to give Jonathan Kuminga at the end of the year? And if that number is, $35 million, I think they could have done that already at $35 million. So that, for me, becomes the interesting part of all of this is how do they see Jonathan Kuminga going forward? Because if you really want to land a big fish and you want to bring in Giannis making 48, turning into 60, and Draymond's making 24, turning into 28, and you've got a lot of big contracts already out there, if you don't want to give Kuminga big, sizable money, then it behooves you to trade him.
Yes, if it plays out that way. I read it this way. The fact that Jonathan Kuminga didn't get an extension is less about what the Warriors think of him, and it's more about them maintaining flexibility. Like if you sign him to the contract and then he goes out and he doesn't have a great first half, and there's all these things you didn't know about your team. Do we want him to start? Do we want him off the bench? Is he going to play well with Wiggins? What's going on there? Let's figure that whole thing out. If you do that and Jonathan Kuminga goes out and he's averaging 11 points a game by January, now you signed him to $35 million a year and you're shopping him and teams are like, what are you doing? No, we don't want Jonathan. You signed him to $35 million a year. Yeah. We don't think he's worth that. Now the Warriors play this game of it all is still allowed to be in the imagination of the beholder. The Warriors may think he's worth 30 or 35 or whatever it may be. And now every other team who may want to acquire him gets to do the same. Well, we still like his trajectory. And hey, boss, you know what I mean? Whoever's having this conversation, there's some flexibility there because we like him and we're not sure exactly what he's going to be worth. In fact, if we want to, boss, we can just let him hit restricted free agency.
Exactly.
We can let the world decide what he's worth. And then if we want to match it, we do. And if we don't, we don't. And then you move on. So to me, this was somehow processed as Warriors don't like Jonathan Kuminga or they're not sure about Jonathan Kuminga. I think they're sure to a degree. I just think that they didn't want to lock them. They didn't want to tie their hands at this point.
Of course. And, sure to a degree is very nebulous. And I look at what they did with Moses Moody and he got 3 years and $39 million, which is a good solid deal for a good solid player. And is Moses Moody going to be able to earn $13 million a year with the Warriors over the next 3 years? Sure. And if he might out-earn the contract, he might fall short of the contract, but $13 million a year is the mid-level. That's what you're paying D'Anthony Melton. So you're saying to Moses Moody, we believe in you, ? We believe in you to the extent that we like you and we want you to be our 8th or 9th man, and we're going to give you $13 million a year to be that dude.
One other point before we go to the phones on this. 888-957-9570. Would you be in or out on a Giannis deal if what it costs the Warriors is Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney, GP2, and 2 first-round picks? 888-957-9570. Every time we have one of these conversations, and trust me, from my perspective, I'm by no means calling this likely, but we have arrived at what, for the last 3 years, what if Giannis, we've arrived at like, this could really happen now.
Right.
I think it's been imaginary for a long time. And now we've arrived at the season where, what are the Bucks? 1-3?
1-4.
1-4.
Yeah.
And Doc Rivers is he's freaking out at the end of every game. And then you got Lillard and it doesn't look right. We're heading this direction for sure. And big-time NBA reporters are talking about this on November 1st. So we've reached a time where I think this is realistic. And every time we do this, and we got it already on the Comcast Business text line from a few of you, I saw you, the person who accused me of smoking weed in the middle of the show, because they're like, you think the Bucks are taking that? You're smoking the good stuff. First of all, I'm not smoking the good stuff. And second of all, if we get here, yes, the Bucks are going to have to take a crappy deal because that's how it works. When there's a big star in the NBA who puts the bat signal up and goes, I want out, you get a bad deal. Raise your hand if you can tell me what the Blazers got for Dame Lillard. Was it an exciting package?
I'd have to look it up.
Nobody even knows what they got.
And be fair that Giannis has not put up the bat signal.
He has not.
At all.
But we are very much, for the first time, I'd argue, in his career, truly headed that direction.
It could be. Or he could be one of those guys who wants to stay and reboot it because he's a different guy.
He's different.
And he had a chance to leave Milwaukee already, and he chose to stay in Milwaukee, and he had won there. And I do think that he values being the guy in Milwaukee. So would he want to play with Steph Curry? I would bet the answer is yes.
I mean, he has
without
said
a doubt.
as much.
Right.
Yep.
So does that mean he wants to leave Milwaukee? And even Dame Lillard, it took him a lot longer than Giannis has been in Milwaukee before he decided that he finally wanted to up and leave Portland.
Well, I think the Dame Lillard thing is important to note here, though, because look at what's happening. You've had a team that's changed coaches in the middle of the year. It didn't work. You got him Lillard. It didn't work. This is a guy who is forcing the organization to also have his brother on the roster. Giannis has a little Brock Purdy in him, where you look at him and you go, oh, he's so nice. He's so nice. He's not going to ask for anything. Again, don't look at what they say. Look at what they do. Giannis is pushing pressure points all over the Bucks and has been all along. I have no hesitation that he would do this too. If they get to a point where they're like, this isn't working anymore, we got to blow it up. Hell, the Bucks may even want to do it. It's not working. They're getting their butts kicked in the East.
Pretty early.
Yeah, but
1-4.
But look at the last 2 years in the playoffs also.
And they've got injuries. Chris Middleton's out, and so their team is not whole.
He's always out.
Fair, but he is hurt. Yeah. And when they have him, they're a different team.
Nah, to a degree. But again, it's not like it's gone well in the playoffs the last 2 seasons. They've had early bow outs. Let's go to Otto and Marin. Hi, Otto. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hey, I've been listening to you guys all day long since Steiny. I love all the trade talk, but I actually have kind of a question in the theme of the turkey dinner is, how far you think we'd be off from something like this? You know, like, is turkey dinner, an hour away, or are we going to wait 5 hours smelling all this good stuff, right? That's the first question.
Okay.
Second question.
Ooh, second question. Hold on, Otto. Otto, we don't hear you. Do we have you in a good spot?
I assume Joe Lacob would do it, right? I mean, no problem.
Yep.
The third question would be, do we have to go increase Giannis's payroll because now he's paying 10% in California, right? So these are my three things.
Okay, Otto, thank you. We completely missed your second question because you're.
It was would Joe Lacob do it? And that answer is a yes.
Well, he backed it up by saying, I assume Joe Lacob would do it, and I don't know what it is. If he's just talking about the Giannis deal, I agree with you.
Yes, that's what the question was, I believe.
The other question, would you have to up his salary? No. He's signed.
Can't.
Yeah, he is signed for a few more years already anyway.
You literally can't.
Right. And then the whole when it would happen, like you could say up against the deadline, something like this could happen earlier if the Bucks season, the way it's going, really continues to go poorly. I would only answer that by saying Giannis has a lot of say in when this would happen. He'd have a lot of control. And if the Bucks season really, really goes out of control and haywire, I'd argue it's something that I would think would happen this season. I don't think it'll happen before the holidays. I don't think it would happen, before 2025. But I could definitely see this happening before the trade deadline if Milwaukee's season rebounds a little bit and they sort of do what they've been doing the last few years, which is make the playoffs and then bow out. I could see it happening in the offseason.
Yep, February 6th is the trade deadline. So that's still 3 months away. Yeah. I can't imagine it would happen anytime before you get up to the deadline because even if Milwaukee's season goes south, I don't know that Giannis is the type of player to go full-on tank mode. And if he does, that might ultimately hurt his trade options. And I don't think that he has quite the same amount of control as you do, based on how many more years he has on his deal.
Yeah, no, not as much control as every star, but he's still Giannis.
Yeah.
He's still Giannis, and he's going to have some say in this. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll keep taking your calls. Stay right where you are. Oh, Peter in Palo Alto has a hot Kuminga take, he says. He's got a hot take on Kuminga. All right, so that's coming up. 888-957-9570. For the Warriors, would you give up Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney, GP2, and a couple of first-round picks? Would you do that if you want to get in on the Giannis conversation? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Sports at the Art Museum. Sports at the Art Museum. I'm not saying wear your gym shorts. Hey, why not? Downtown, top 4, greatness on display. Like football's first helmet. And the black and red shoes that sparked the rebellion. Ooh, the OGs. From the court.
App, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Here's Curry with a high bounce pass.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was Steph and Giannis doing the dang thing at the All-Star game.
Oh, I thought it was from the future. 2026.
It might be. It might be.
You got a green check on your trade. You should be excited.
Thank you. I
Wiggins,
told you.
Peyton, Looney, and Kuminga for Giannis.
I don't want. It's funny. I actually had a buddy yesterday who he's a Dodger fan, and so he's being.
And he's still a buddy?
Yeah, whatever.
You better check yourself.
No, we go way back. You know this. I have family.
I know.
Who put those stupid hats on their heads. Listen, we don't get to choose everything in our life. All right?
Yeah.
But,
You're not kidding.
Inner circle. I told you the story. There was the one time that Ella wanted to play T-ball, and that we still lived in Southern California, and she ended up on the Dodgers.
That's going to be a no from us.
I'm like, right? And then you get to the end of the season, and everyone's, we got to keep all the little clothes and put them away for safekeeping. I'm like, I'll take care of those. Hand me the Dodger jersey.
And the lighter fluid?
Gone.
Yeah.
We're not keeping that. We're not keeping that crap in my house.
It's a keepsake.
We're not keeping
Ella's first jersey.
We're not contaminating the house by putting that crap in it. Now, if people I love want to put that stuff on their head or their face or whatever, I'm not that kind of a control freak. Do your thing. And if I find it in my heart to still love you, we'll try. Anyway, good college buddy. And he was talking the smack or whatever, and he referred to me as a journalist.
Okay, fine.
He's like, I don't know what some Bay Area sports journalist thinks about this. And my entire response, my only comeback to him was to put the word journalist in quotes and then a laughy emoji. That's it. Right. Just sent it back. Don't call me a journalist.
No, we're not journalists.
We're not journalists.
Like the people who go out there and cover the team, like Jake Hutchinson, who covers the Niners for us. Hutch. He's a journalist.
Yes.
He goes to press conferences. He goes to practice. He asks the hard question. He reports on the team. He's a journalist. What you and I do is sports talk, which is entertainment. It's information. It's entertainment.
I hope.
It's a little bit of second-tier journalism where we get news and we pass it along.
Yeah, we're and obviously we I don't even know if I want to say necessarily we're quote in the know. We can be if we want to be. Like we're credentialed to be. We know all of these people. I talk to a lot of people, and that's kind of what I want to get across today. This is not a report of mine. I'm not a capologist, and I'm not a journalist. but I talked to people today who are. And so this is not just me with a computer going, hey, would you give up? No, this is like an actual thing. This is an actual thing that no one's reporting is going to happen, but more along the lines of this is probably pretty close to what it would take. Kuminga, Wiggins, GP2, Looney, 2 first-round picks. And for those of you who want to text in or tweet in or whatever and be like, no way the Bucks would take that. The Bucks are not going to be in position. They're not going to be in the power position here. That's the beauty of, in my opinion, of what Mike Dunleavy has done so far. He has at least put the Warriors in position where they could be the power broker. If a team has an expiring star like a Jimmy Butler or an unhappy star like a Giannis, you want to reboot? Hey, give us a call. We got expiring. We got young talent.
You got everything you need.
We got flexibility.
We got all of it. We got picks.
We got Steph Curry.
Sure.
Like, we've got what you need.
Well, you're attractive if Giannis wants to go somewhere and play with a star, or Jimmy Butler wants to go somewhere and play with a star. And I don't love the Jimmy Butler part of it because he's very volatile, but his deal is up a lot sooner than Giannis's is. So if you want to just play the game of Jimmy or Giannis, there are attractive things about the Jimmy Butler piece of it, especially when you look at a team that is suddenly now refocused on defense. Jimmy Butler is a great defensive player, and if you still have Draymond Green and you have Jimmy Butler, then your defense all of a sudden is one of the better ones in the league, in my opinion, and Jimmy Butler is a guy who can go out there and score, and you'd still have Buddy Hield and the rest of it. So I'm not going to make this exclusively about Giannis, but today it's about Giannis.
It's kind of about Giannis, yeah.
You know, all of the scuttlebutt and all the chatter is that, you know, if this continues and everybody now in the Bay Area rooting against Milwaukee, and you're hoping that they have a home and home against Cleveland tonight and I think on Sunday, and so if they drop them both and they're 1-6, then this drumbeat only gets louder come Monday.
Well, and one thing I think we do know, because this has been told to me everywhere, if the Warriors are interested in a trade, it's to aim big. Very, very big.
Yeah.
They're not interested in fact, I think they already believe that their roster is filled with tons of B pluses. They already believe that. So they're not interested in acquiring, let's give you 3 B pluses so we can have another B plus.
An A minus, yeah.
No,
I don't even know if they have B pluses, but whatever you want to grade them as, they have probably 7 or 8 guys who are roughly the same, making between 7 and 10 million, and they're all interchangeably the same kind of player. Good. Rotational.
Right, but this is obviously mainly about Kuminga. From the perspective of an acquiring team, this is about Jonathan Kuminga, and the line that has us talking about this today from John Hollinger and Sam Amick is, while rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude, the fact remains that they're setting their sights very high in terms of possible targets. Now straight to the phones for this hot Kuminga take.
I can't wait.
We go live to Palo Alto, where Peter is standing by.
PPA.
Hi, Pete. What are you doing?
Hi, guys. Hey, Willard, I'm a longtime fan, but I got to disagree with you.
I knew there was a but.
Disagree. Now,
Okay.
I'm a longtime fan, even though your father gave me a freaking C in 1981.
Wait a minute.
Tom
Hold on.
Willard shutting him down.
Tom Willard, who, by the way, Peter, I'm about to make you feel old because Tom on what's today, November 1st?
Yep.
Okay. On Sunday, Tom is turning 82, Peter.
Dang.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Eat that, Peter.
He was talking about 1981, so Peter's no spring chicken either.
Hey, and what did you do to earn a C? Because my dad is like the nicest dude in the face of the earth.
I had horrible study habits. I got to admit, I didn't do my homework one time. God dang it!
All right,
I still regret it.
Then don't
regret it.
Then don't get mad at him for giving you a C. It sounds like he could have given you worse.
Yeah, it might have been a gift.
All right, glad we worked that out. Now, what do you disagree with, Peter? What'd I say?
I disagree with your whole take on Kuminga. All you have to do is watch the Warrior games, Watch how Steve Kerr treats him. Steve Kerr is not a fan. They have no leverage. Everyone that watches knows he benched him a couple years ago during the playoffs, knows that he doesn't like. Kerr loves Podziemski. Podziemski's the antithesis of Kuminga. The Warriors are dying to get rid of Kuminga because he's all athlete, no basketball IQ. That's the problem.
Well, first of all, Peter,
I'm going to have to give your call a C.
I'm going
to be honest.
Peter, can you regurgitate what I said that you disagree with, though?
Well, you said that the Warriors, you didn't think that the Warriors didn't want to pay him, they just wanted to have flexibility and leverage.
That part. Okay, yes, Peter, all right. Like, what I think is that what you're saying is not totally wrong, but you're overstating it. You're overstating it. And Peter, thank you for calling. Thank you for listening. And my dad says hi.
And C's do get degrees, Peter. So you got that going for you.
He's still living, man. It sounds like he was driving around in a car. I'm assuming he bought it. So it worked out okay.
And he had your dad in class 43 years ago. So that would put him at about 60. So you hang in there, Peter. Me and you both. There you have it.
Yeah, brighter days ahead.
And I don't think that the way that Steve Kerr is using Kuminga, for me, is indicative of a like or a dislike of Kuminga. What I'm seeing, and what I guarantee you will see leading up to the deadline, is a propping up of Kuminga. It's a use of Kuminga. It's a highlighting and a showcasing of Kuminga. And you saw the last two games against New Orleans. He came off the bench and he played great.
Yep.
And they praised him and he praised himself because, especially in the second game, he's doing the things that we all want him to do. He's going to the basket. He's scoring with finesse. He's dunking. He's hitting the mid-range. I think that they're going to give him every chance to look great heading up to February.
So that's what I meant by him overstating it. His statement was they're dying to get rid of him.
Right. No.
I don't feel that. But again, the article, while rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Kuminga in a trade, there you go. And so, yes, Peter, I do think you're on to something. You're just overstating it. I do think the Warriors have questions about whether or not Kuminga is really going to pop to stardom someday. He's still 22. Then again, had him in the system for 4 years. So I do think they've got questions there. And I think they love Kuminga while he makes $7 million. That's my point.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think they love him on the team when he makes $7 million. But next year, do you love his production at $35 million?
Right.
And I don't think the Warriors are big on that idea.
I don't think so either. Yeah. And if they were, they would have found a way to pay him $35 million in an offseason contract because, Kuminga wanted the max reportedly, and that was the end of the conversation. We didn't hear any back and forth about it.
888-957-9570. Coach Duran and Douglas, you stay right there. Rest of you, get online. 888-957-9570. The idea is Wiggins, Kuminga, Looney, GP2, 2 first-round picks. That gets you in a Giannis conversation. Are you in or are you out? We'll keep taking your calls. Plus, we'll tell you, coming up next, how exactly you can make good on your last chance this week to end up in Vegas with someone you like for free. Okay? All that's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Meantime, it's Dan Dibley to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel, and they are so committed to contributing to their clients.
Dibs, I like your picks.
Yeah. Yeah, you should. I'm hot.
Although, I was watching last night. Did y'all do that on Halloween? Did you like, go house to house and look through people's windows and be like, how's Aaron Rodgers doing? Did you do that creepy thing?
Yeah.
How's the game going in there? That first touchdown that wasn't a touchdown.
Oh, my God. I was still here for that. And so I walk into the control room, and I look through the window, and I see the guy drop it, and, Grandy's like, oh, that ball's out. And I look at Lucas, and Lucas goes, fade.
By the way, do you know who that was? Do you remember his name?
Jerry Cooney.
No. That's Malachi Corley.
The next Deebo Samuel.
That was my draft crush. Do you remember?
Oh, that's right. That was your guy?
That was my guy.
Dude, memo to your guy.
Yes.
Here's how it goes. Cross goal line, celebrate, drop ball.
Then drop ball.
Not drop ball, cross goal line, celebrate.
First touchdown of his career.
Why are you dropping the ball, Malachi? That's one that goes in the trophy case at home.
But I think like many of our listeners immediately think of you. I'm like, oh, there's some forces at work right now.
Yeah.
Dude,
Lucas right away is like, fade.
At a certain point, it's like the Jets are just doing it on purpose.
Dude. And both teams are just throwing mud at one another's faces for an hour and a half. And then finally, Joe Mixon goes in, and I'm just like, oh, for Christ. Because as you know, I was rooting for you last night.
You had vested interest.
I had some pretzels on the game.
You did.
I had a couple of peanut M&Ms on the game last night. Jets -2.
Cash me out one time.
And so I'm like, what the hell's going on around here? And then the second half came, and Aaron Rodgers threw 3 touchdown passes, and 2 of them were to your fantasy team.
Yep.
And one of them was to mine.
Which was cool.
And they won by 8. And I was like, well, just look at everybody all happy.
Happy.
This is wonderful.
Happy as can be.
Yeah.
By the time I left here and got to the car, because I left here before I saw the resolution of the Malachi drop ball.
Corley.
And by the time I walked 15 minutes to the car, get in the car and put it on the radio, we're still scoreless. And I was like, oh my God, the ball was out.
Dude, I didn't know. I was blind because I ran out of here.
You did.
And I'm walking through the streets.
God.
Here, I'm going to pull it up for you. This is the funniest thing. Because look, with your people, you can be mean in private. Do we all agree with that?
Yeah.
With your people, no, like it's just not for real. It's people we don't even know. They're professional athletes. They play in New York. I don't know.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I'm not going to meet, right? I'm not going to meet Malachi Corley.
It's like your little brother.
Yeah.
You're allowed to make fun of him. No one else is.
I'm not going to go to Twitter and be like, I'm not. But to your people in private, so this was the exchange. I'm walking home and, where is it? Oh, now I can't find it.
Oh, boy,
oh, there it is.
Awkward.
Okay, there it is. So we're texting, me and the lovely Christy, and I'm walking, one foot in front of the other. And the only text I get, it's 2 words. Idiot Jets. And I'm blind. So I go, what did they do? And she says, finally, this rookie runs in for a touchdown and for celebration, drops it before the ball crossed the plane. So touchback for Houston. So sad. Showboating. And I wrote, dumbass. I don't call people that to their face. That's not my jam. I don't call people, you know what I mean? But it's okay to be mean to people just with your text and with your lovely, right?
Yes,
okay.
Especially when you have a situation where the player kind of exhibits that characteristic.
I mean, dude.
It's a beautiful end around. You are untouched. You are coasting from the 10.
First career score.
All you have to do, when it wasn't though.
Right.
All you have to do is score. And this is different than sometimes you see a player like dive and reach the ball out and it gets slapped out and it's a touchback and it's like, well, that's not a smart play. We know this now. You may not like the rule, but you got to protect the football in and around the pylon just in case that happens. This man was untouched. All he had to do is take one more step and then do I'm so good I can't even hold this ball anymore.
It's too hot like me.
Totally.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Good Lord. Anyway.
I thought for sure the Jets were going to lose that game.
Oh, I'm like, Dibbers, I'd never.
Totally fade.
I got to wait for him to make his picks from now on. This is ridiculous. Okay, 888-957-9570. Promise you the Vegas thing, and then we're going to the phones. The idea is, the concept is, and by the way, Dave McMenamin, ESPN's NBA reporter, is going to join us here in 20 minutes. So start to shed some light on what's actually going on behind the scenes in league circles. That's in 20 minutes. Dave McMenamin, ESPN. If the Warriors were to give up Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney, GP2, 2 first-round picks to get in on a Giannis conversation, are you in or are you out? Also, between 5 and 5:30 today, that is your last chance this week to get in on the Vegas soiree, okay? 2 tickets to see the Scorpions, March 6th, PH Live, Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. You also get 2 nights at the hotel. You also get airfare, round trip for 2 on us. We'll give you a code word in that window, 5 to 5:30. By the way, lucky you, while you're listening for it, you also get to hear Hall of Famer Patrick Willis, who's going to join us on the show. Okay? Listen for that code word. You text it to 20357. You're qualified, and hopefully with some luck, you end up winning the darn thing.
That'd be awesome.
All right? Let's go to Coach Duran in Union City. Hi, Coach. What's up?
Hey, Willard and Diaz, my 2 compadres. What's happening?
Come on, Coach. Let's do this thing.
All right. You'll dig this, man. Right now, Giannis trade, or if he signed with the Warriors, I am all in, gun blazing, full throttle, maximum effect. If there's somehow, some way Giannis comes to the Bay Area, I'm taking that deal instantly.
So you don't even care who the Warriors give up?
It does depend a little bit, but yeah, so GP2, Wiggins, Kuminga, Looney, if we have to give up those guys and a couple of draft picks, I'm all in for it. Giannis to the Bay Area, let's go.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think that's going to be the most popular response.
Probably.
Giannis to the Bay Area, let's go.
Well, I mean, look.
Short of trading Steph, and I don't think that Draymond would go, I think that anybody else and everybody else is possibly on the table.
It is funny. We've watched this in cities before. It's one of those things where people, because I think a right-thinking person could be like, hold on a second. You know, like, is this good for the future and all that? And they'll be like, I'm out. And then the second it happens, they're like, let's buy tickets. Like, you got to remember that this isn't just basketball. It's a show.
Right.
And Joe Lacob is thinking that way. And Giannis he's a damn show. Like, you win championships by having those types of guys. And so when you factor that with Steph Curry not having a whole lot of time left, even if you think, this hurts a little bit or this isn't the smartest thing, I mean, put it this way. I think it's smarter than what they were trying to do last offseason.
Yes.
Paul George and Lauri Markkanen.
And I also think it's smarter than what the alternative is, which is do no bold moves, make nothing bold. Steph leaves, Draymond leaves, Wiggins, whatever. Everybody else slowly ages out and retires, and you're going to rebuild this thing with draft picks. That is such a long shot.
That's a long road.
Even look at San Antonio, who's trying to rebuild it with draft picks, and they got the number 1 pick, and they got Victor Wembanyama, and he looks really, really good. But does that mean he's going to lead you to a championship?
They're not winning basketball games.
And they probably won't be a playoff team this year.
Yeah.
So the rebuild is going to take a lot longer than just one number 1 overall pick.
888-957-9570. How about Douglas in Sunnyvale? Hey, Douglas, thank you for the call. What's up?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. I wanted to ask if anybody had yet raised the issue of the similarity between a historic West Coast entrepreneur buyer of a basketball team who then makes a trade for a center, which is what we used to call fives. We used to call them centers. And he made a trade with the Milwaukee Bucks.
Indeed.
And that center came to the West Coast, and his name was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, so are you likening Joe Lacob to Dr. Jerry Buss? Is that what you're doing right now on this show, Douglas?
Well, except for the hair.
Well, there are a few other differences, too.
Yeah.
And the 17-year-olds in the... Anyway, but...
Yeah.
and
the butt.
Look...
And who did they trade? Who did they trade for him? A bunch of Schlebecks.
Well, that's how it works.
Bunch of Schlebecks.
That's how
Thank
it works.
you for the second Schlebeck. Schlemiel, Schlemazel,
Wasn't he
and
the
Schlebeck.
host of Jeopardy, right? Thank you, Douglas.
That's a
Appreciate it. But
rest in peace, Alex
rest in peace.
Schlebeck.
Schlebeck, yeah, he was
That's
the
a
best.
5.
Anyway,
Really good.
That's how it works. That's how it works. It's very rare. Let's go to the Anthony Davis trade. Okay? Who did the Pelicans get? Now, you could say, well, they got Brandon Ingram. Okay? Yeah. First of all,
sorry.
Well, right. What has that gotten the Pelicans? And what else did the Pelicans get?
Lonzo Ball.
How'd
and
that go?
Josh Hart. And they got the number 4 overall pick in the draft as well.
Okay.
So 3 players and the number 4 pick. 3 first-round picks.
No Julius Randle? That wasn't part of that deal either?
I don't think so. I'm looking at ESPN.
It was? Lucas is saying it was.
I'm reading from Woj right now.
Yeah, no, I think Dibbs is right.
Lakers acquire Anthony Davis for 3 players and 3 firsts.
Okay. And what did we use those first? Did we use one of those first to get Zion Williamson?
Possibly.
Or was that their own first?
I'd have to look at exactly all the picks they got. But
anyway, my point.
I'm just looking at Davis for 3 players and 3 firsts.
My point being is that even though those players who went in the deal largely ended up being good players, Brandon Ingram's a good player. Josh Hart is a good player. He's now a good player for another team. And Lonzo Ball, obviously, I think he was a pretty good player, and now his career has been potentially ruined by injury.
Yep.
We'll see if he's able to mount a comeback. And I don't know exactly which first-round pick ended up being what. But the Pelicans...
Zion was the number 1 overall, which they had. They
already
that
had
pick.
that.
Yes.
Okay. So
the number 4 pick was DeAndre Hunter, which was then traded to Atlanta via New Orleans.
Okay.
And you know how these things always work. And then Jackson Hayes was drafted by Atlanta and traded to New Orleans. And so,
I mean, New Orleans has been, I would describe them as viable. I would describe them as sort of relevant, but by no stretch have they been competing for anything. Meantime, the Lakers won a bubble chip, and they've got LeBron and AD, and they went to another conference finals just a year ago. And so, you understand that when the big name changes teams in the NBA, the team that gets the big name usually wins that deal. I'm not saying it always leads to a championship, but what you get in return is not dollar for dollar.
Especially when you've got a player like Anthony Davis who wanted out and he wanted to go to a certain place. And so that's kind of the way that went. And I don't know if Giannis will be in that same spot of trade me to Golden State or else. And if he is, well, then what you have to give up suddenly goes down a little bit as it compares to, if he was just going to be thrown out there in the open market. And that part of it, Mark, is maybe the most fascinating piece for me is what will Giannis want? What is he going to look to do if he, in fact, does want to leave Milwaukee?
Can I run another test with you?
Yeah.
On this conversation? And by the way, we'll keep taking your calls. Dave McMenamin in 13 minutes. 888-957-9570. If the Warriors were to get into a Giannis conversation for Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney, GP2, and 2 first-round picks, are you in or are you out? Do you have any memory whatsoever? Because this is maybe the most recent one. Do you remember what the Suns gave up for Kevin Durant? This happened on February 9th, 2023. So a little bit over a year and a half ago. Kevin Durant goes to the Suns. Lucas, you can weigh in on this. Steven, if you remember, does anybody remember what was sent to Brooklyn for Kevin Durant?
I would imagine it was, a variety of players and at least 3 first-round picks. That's what I'm remembering.
It was 4. 4 future first-round picks.
And all of their best players besides Devin Booker.
And those would be?
Mikal Bridges.
That's one. Doesn't play for them anymore.
Nope.
Go ahead. Next.
Cam Johnson.
Correct.
Believe Jay Crowder was in that deal.
Very good. Are you doing this from memory or are you Googling?
No, the wings.
Okay.
The wings. It was all their wings.
Yeah.
And that's all I got.
And that's all it was.
And 4 unprotected first-round picks and a swap in 2028. That swap is coming up in 4 years.
Love a good swap.
Now,
up in 4 years, we swap.
I'm going to acknowledge the unfairness of the conversation because of those 4 future unprotected picks. How many of them have happened? Any of them? Have any of them happened yet? Let's see. First round picks. Oh, yeah. First round picks in 2023, 25, 27, 29. So one of the 4 has happened. So I will acknowledge the unfairness of what I'm about to say. But how the Brooklyn Nets doing?
Well, they took Mikal Bridges and traded him for 5 first-round picks.
Great. So now you've got
all them picks.
You got buckets of picks. And what would the Los Angeles Rams say to the Brooklyn Nets?
Make them picks. Or maybe they use a different 4-letter word in place of make.
F them picks.
Right.
Like, you've got them, and maybe 7 years from now, you'll be Oklahoma City.
Well, Brooklyn this year,
maybe.
In 2025, they have 4 first-round picks.
Great.
26, they've got a pick. 27, they got 2 firsts. 28, they have 3 firsts.
Great.
29, they have 4 firsts. So I'm counting 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. They've got 13 first-round picks over the course of the next 5 years.
Okay.
So in 2031, you watch out. They're going to be good now.
Great.
If you're looking in the futures market, you want to buy net stock now because up in 7 years, they're going to be elite.
Well, this is what the Thunder did. This is what Oklahoma City did.
And it's worked.
Don't say
it's
that
working.
Yet. It's working.
It hasn't worked yet.
Correct.
Although, if you look at the biggest deal they made, it was not for a pick, but a player, and it was Gilgeous-Alexander.
Right, but they
also got a boatload of picks.
Dude, and Chet, and they're filling it in, and they're
hitting, yes.
Yeah, they may well be the team this year or next year or whatever.
And that becomes interesting when you think about the Warriors and Joe Lacob. If, let's just say that they eventually acquired picks and then did the Oklahoma City thing, which is stink for 4 years and then start to really be good. I don't think that Joe Lacob wants to go that route.
I agree with you.
He would rather go this route of, I'm going to give up multiple assets to bring in a known commodity and try to do it now.
Absolutely. And by the way, there's a very, very big difference between the Thunder and the Warriors. One of them plays in Oklahoma. The other one plays in San Francisco. And that, I think, often dictates how you go about doing a rebuild. Oklahoma City, as you said, might be about to be really good. And what did it cost you? You'd been sitting here for 7 years waiting for this. Brooklyn, which is in New York for crying out loud, going up against the Knicks, literally sends the best player in this deal to the Knicks, and they're just picking up picks. And as you just said, we're hoping they're good in 2031. No Golden State fan wants to sit through that.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to have anything to do with that.
And the Thunder kind of turned it around a little sooner. They had 3 years where they didn't make the playoffs. They lost in the conference finals. Well, they lost in the finals way back in 2012. And then
that was when they still had their dudes, though.
Right.
Yeah.
But after that, they made the playoffs in 7 of 8 years. So they at least were in the mix.
Yes.
But they lost in the first round 4 consecutive years. And that's where in 2019/2020, that's when they kind of bottomed it out and started the whole thing over.
Yeah, they had lost Durant and then realized that Russell Westbrook can win
and
MVPs,
Paul George,
but you're not going to win games.
Right.
And then, Chris Paul, Paul George, blah, 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 all that stuff. They let Harden go, still a head-scratcher, but okay. But I just, I understand why certain teams in the NBA have to do this. The Warriors aren't one of them. And largely, when the star changes teams, so this is sort of a message to the people who are like, the Bucks will never do that. Yes, they will. Yes, they will, because they have to. And what they're going to want, you want picks, and you're going to get probably two players who have a future, and then
a couple of expiring,
and then you get into expiring and all of that stuff. So can Jonathan Kuminga on his own be the centerpiece of a major deal? No, but I do think he can be the headliner of the young asset players that another team receives.
That becomes the interesting piece of it, because I go back to the offseason where all we heard from, all the reporters and other teams is that it's pods that teams want. Brandon Podziemski, who is I think he's more of a known commodity. like Jonathan Kuminga's upside is greater than Pod's, but you also were going to have to pay him a lot sooner. Pod's is under team control for 2 more years, this one and 2 more. So if you want to acquire him, you already kind of know what he's going to be. He's about 9 or 10 points a game, 5 or 6 rebounds, 3 or 4 assists. He's going to take a couple of charges. He's a high effort guy. He's going to be this player. Like, you kind of know what he is.
I think he can get better, though, too.
Of course.
Yeah,
he's allowed to get better.
He can score more than 9 or 10 a game
right.
if he's...
I don't think he's ever going to be 18 or 19.
You're probably right.
I mean, by the time that happens, he's going to be off to Major League Baseball, and he's going to change careers. But,
can't wait.
Friend of the program.
Yep.
But I do think if you're going to acquire a guy, you might be more interested in that because of the cost control and a much smaller number.
You might, but the Warriors are going to be, for all those reasons you just said, the Warriors are going to be less interested in giving him up, and it's really hard to start matching salaries from a guy who makes very little. Like, I mean, he's a first-round pick, but what's his number this year? What is it, about
4, I think.
3.5,
Yep.
I think it's like $3.5 million. So, yeah, that becomes tough. So, and I know what you're referencing, which is kind of the rumors out of Utah, that they were more interested in Podziemski than Kuminga, but ... Danny Ainge. Like, I mean, Draymond even said it a couple of weeks ago. We missed out on Paul George, then we tried to get Markkanen. Danny Ainge started acting like Danny Ainge. We out. Because Danny Ainge does that, at least in that situation, which is just he asks for the moon, and then, I don't know, once every 4 years, somebody gives it to him.
Yeah. And, he's going to win the deal. And he's not going to lose the deal, especially to an in-conference team like that. Pod's making 3.5 this year. Then it's 3.7. And then they just picked up his option for 5.7 2 years down the road. So that, for me, as an acquiring team, Kuminga's great. He's intriguing. I like the player. But the idea of giving him $35 million a year is daunting.
Well, and you have to package this the way I think the Warriors are probably packaging it. We as fans look at it and we're like, okay, we think about Giannis in 3 more years, and then do you still get to keep Pods, and what will the Warriors look like in the post-Steph career? I honestly think that what drives the Warriors, can we win a championship doing this or not? Now.
Yeah.
Right now.
This year, next year, the year after.
Right.
That's what now is
if you're
to me.
giving up enough young players to where you're excited to require Giannis, but it weakens you in too many areas to still be a contender, you have to be very careful about that. That's kind of what the Bucks did. It's kind of what the Bucks did in getting Dame Lillard. And now they're not even a good basketball team. Not at this moment, at least. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Dave McMenamin is going to join us coming up next. Bobby Valentine in a half hour. Yeah, the former baseball manager who apparently really good friends with the family of Zach Manassian. Manassian. The new GM of the Giants, which became official today. Patrick Willis is joining us in less than 2 hours. We're trying to send you to Vegas in less than 2 hours. You'd be crazy to leave. It's Willard and Dibs.
Is your water heater on the fritz? Upgrade to reliable comfort with Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. They've got the best selection.
It is. Yeah. Thank you, Chef. Get better soon. Steph Curry out tomorrow. DeAnthony Melton out tomorrow. Andrew Wiggins is probable. Blake Snell has opted out. Michael Conforto is officially a free agent.
Oh, boy.
Who else? Kurt Casale, officially a free agent. Mark Canna, officially a free agent.
Okay. Big news out there.
Things are always a-changing, man.
Man, how are the Giants going to fill those shoes? He said with a chuckle, trying to get through it. Blake Snell is an interesting one, but this one to me feels like I personally would file it under the file of good riddance and not thanks for nothing.
Good riddance to Blake Snell?
Like,
that's interesting.
Couldn't even make it into camp and couldn't even give a full year for $32 million.
They didn't even sign him until camp was almost over, but I get you. That's the job of Zach Manassian, the new Giants GM, and we'll have more on that coming up in about a half hour. But let's keep it with the Warriors and hoops, and excited to bring in on the River Islands guest line someone I haven't had a chance to talk to in quite some time, but does a great job covering the NBA for ESPN, and that is none other than Dave McMenamin. Hi, Dave. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Mark? Just another NBA season. Let's get it going.
That's right. We're 5 games in. Let's trade Giannis. What's the holdup? Come on, Dave. Come on. What's happening here?
I will say sometimes these reports come out of nowhere, and you do kind of raise an eyebrow and wonder what the motivation is here. But in this case, you look back at the comments that Giannis Antetokounmpo made on the record to the Athletics' Sam Amick during the preseason when they had their training camp out in California, basically saying, you never know. This is results-oriented business, and I could be traded. He kind of left the breadcrumbs for people to pick up on.
And if you think about it from those terms, I've always wondered about Giannis because he seems so loyal to the market, and then loyalty, as we saw with Dame Lillard, can eventually wane and dissipate. What do you think the chances are that he just grows tired of that situation and actually does want to play elsewhere?
Well, I think certainly you would already say he's checked off the loyalty box. He's played for the organization that drafted him for 10-plus years and delivered a championship. So I don't know in what realm of a Webster's definition of the word that we could say that if he was to go somewhere else, he would not have already shown his loyalty to the city of Milwaukee. Ownership had the franchise value spike. The city got a brand new arena out of the partnership of having Giannis there. And Bucks fans got some of the best basketball they've ever seen since Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Oscar Robertson were wearing Bucks uniforms. So all that, I think, is already in the loyalty bucket. To me, he's any professional who has tasted the champagne after winning the clinching game of the NBA Finals want to get back to that feeling. And they've been pretty stagnant as an organization ever since. And you look at the pieces around him, Brook Lopez is not getting any younger. Neither is Chris Middleton, who's barely been able to stay on the court. Look at some of the role players they've had. Grayson Allen, he was becoming one of the better three-point shooters and role players in the league. They can't retain him. They just haven't been able to kind of build around him ever since. And, listen, you look at LeBron James, he's got a lot of flack for it in the back half of his career going from one spot to another. But he could see that once an organization has kind of exhausted all of its resources in trying to keep a championship window open for so long, there's no more tricks they can pull. There's no more levers that they can try to enact in order to all of a sudden have more resources to continue to go for it. And sometimes you have to look at the landscape and say, well, this place, they got a ton of draft picks. They have some young talent. I can restart the process all over somewhere else.
Dave McMenamin, ESPN, with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So, Dave, what's the list of teams? I know here in Warriors land, they certainly believe they would be one of the teams where it makes sense. They've got the assets to get into the conversation. they've maybe got the Giannis desire that would be needed? How long is the list of teams?
Listen, I'm not saying there is a list, right? So I'm not reporting on Giannis's potential desire to leave. Let's be clear. If you were to try to consider the type of places where Giannis would want to go, I think you'd say big market, considering all of his off-court business interests, would be something that would make sense. And organizations that have proven to be winners, that they know what it takes in order to put the pieces together, from ownership to front office to coaching staff. And so certainly the Golden State Warriors would be a group that would satisfy that. I think you start to wonder, though, if the Warriors were to make a move in order to get him, what would it take to send out, and what would be left? As great as Steph Curry is, borderline top 10 player of all time, he's on the back nine. So is Draymond Green. What would be left for him to continue to win? Giannis is in year 12. We see LeBron, his prime extends to year 22. What is the runway for him in order to win over not just the next couple of years, but over, next 5 to 10 years? And I think it's kind of similar to when there was a report last year that the Warriors were considering trading for LeBron James. What were the pieces they could send to the Lakers to make that make sense? I think you're in the same boat now. As good as Trace Jackson Davis and Brandon Brzezemski and, Kuminga have looked at times as young prospects, is that the type of package that can get you a Giannis Antetokounmpo in his prime? I don't think so. And so, I'm not so sure that there's much of a conversation to be had there. I think you have to look at it, a team that's really well positioned to do it would be a team like OKC, who has untold amount of draft picks and some great young talent. So whereas maybe ideally Giannis would be like, I don't know about OKC as a market, but if you can convince him that you are best set up to win here, and certainly there's something has to be in it for Milwaukee, because Milwaukee can just trot Giannis out and continue to fill the seats, whether they're contending or not. They need to have the package to keep them going, to be able to reset on their own. And again, to me, it's going to be one of these teams that have a ton of draft picks that they could throw towards the Bucks to convince them to do it.
That just sent a shiver down my spine. The mention of OKC with Giannis, a team that's already stacked and looks like maybe the best in the West here in the early going. I do want to ask about just the construct of the Warriors roster, Dave, and they've got, I think, 9 players making between $5 and $12 million. Does that make them financially flexible enough to aggregate contracts and go after any one of these big guys, even if it's not Giannis?
Listen, again, it will take the enticement of draft picks, and then you also have to be dealing with teams that have the financial flexibility under the new CBA to not be in the second apron, where they're able to aggregate contracts or accept aggregated contracts in a deal. And so I think Golden State had a wonderful offseason. You lose a franchise legend in Klay Thompson, so on its face, that's going to take some wind out of your sails. But to be able to add Kyle Anderson, D'Anthony Melton, Buddy Hield, while obviously we mentioned those other guys who had good rookie seasons last year. Moody had a great offseason. He's looking good so far. Jonathan Kuminga accepting the role off the bench that clearly wasn't willing to take last year. The Warriors are in a great spot, in my estimation, not to feel the need to go for a major deal. And obviously they spent the offseason, wondering whether they would be able to pull off a major deal with Utah. They pivoted from that direction. I don't necessarily see the need for them to pivot back.
Dave McMenamin, ESPN, with us on Willard and Dibs. Dave, what does the league think of Jonathan Kuminga?
It's a great question. I think the jury's still a bit out there. And obviously he has the creative player body of what you would plug into a video game. And I want to have a prototypical wing to be able to play two-way against the stars of the league. He has that, right? And it's just about the consistency piece for him. as he matures in this league, where we know he's capable of putting up 25, 10, and 5. But can he do that over the course of a week, over the course of a month, over the course of several months in leading a team? And that's still TBD. And if you are unable to do it in a stable franchise like the Warriors, it makes you wonder, would he be able to do it better somewhere else? Because there aren't too many franchises out there that are viewed with the same reverence around the league as what the Warriors do day to day. And so, listen, there is value there, don't get me wrong, but I'm not so sure he's the type of player where, you know, the league, they're always looking for the next Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, where, you know, he was in with the Clippers and a young role player and becomes a star, or James Harden, young role player with the Oklahoma City Thunder, Houston gets him, becomes a star. Everybody's canvassing the league for a player like that. I'm not sure if Kuminga's done enough to convince enough front office people that he could be in that category.
Kuminga doesn't shoot the three very well, but he can be an explosive scorer. Is there another player in the league that you would liken his game to?
I don't know. I hadn't really pondered that before. No one kind of jumps off the page immediately while I'm thinking about it. I'd probably have to. That's some homework for me.
That's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Dave, but Mark and I were talking about wing players like Jonathan who don't necessarily shoot the three very well, and I was thinking about other players who are of that ilk, because Jonathan doesn't shoot it great from three, but he's showing an ability to score at the other two levels, and I was just wondering about other wing players who maybe don't shoot the three in this day and age where it seems like everyone shoots the three.
I mean, listen, like, you got to be elite defensively if you're going to really prove your value there, right? Because, you know, or be really good at getting to the free throw line. So, because you need to have some way to find a offensive consistency while providing a plus value on the other end. I mean, a guy shooting 15% from three in today's league is borderline unplayable. You don't see starting centers that have that number. Now, of course, I'm not saying Kuminga is unplayable because he does do other intangibles, but it's hard to sell that as a player that another young building team could take out of one situation and say, you know, if we put a jet propulsion pack in his back, give him more minutes, give him more opportunity, give him a bigger role, he can become a legit star, because that's a glaring spot that's missing from his resume. Like, maybe you could say he's like a young Andre Iguodala, right? When he was in Philly, because he couldn't shoot it and he was athletic as all get out. But by the time he was contributing to winning teams in Denver and Golden State, he was a consistent 3-point shooter.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we're talking with Dave McMenamin of ESPN. We have a Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton injury update that we'll get to here in just a couple of minutes after we're chatting with Dave. Dave, how do you think the season plays out for Jimmy Butler and the Heat?
It's really TBD. I mean, listen, they're a team that, as we saw, they are dangerous so long as they are on the map. They made the NBA Finals a couple seasons ago as the 8th seed. Jimmy Butler missed way too many games for them last year to develop any sort of consistency, and by the time they made the playoffs, you didn't have Jimmy and you didn't have Terry Rozier, and, you know, how can you expect to win in that scenario? I look at the East, and much like the West, like, there are kind of 12 teams that you can talk yourself into. And so because of that, because of the stability of their front office, because of the great coaching of Eric Spoelstra, because Jimmy is the type of player, when the chips are down, you're going to believe in him, I think there's still a ton of opportunity then for them to be a tough out this year. At the same time, Miami didn't give him the extension he was looking for. And as we know, the business side of things, sometimes that is a sign of what's to come. And maybe that will be, you know, kind of laying the carpet out for his exit through a trade. But again, Jimmy's the type of player if you're another franchise, when we talk about Kuminga, okay, you point to he hasn't done it yet, and the 3-point shooting, et cetera, maybe why you'd be reticent. Jimmy, he's done it, but Jimmy is like a culture piece where he's only had success given all the keys to the franchise. Are you going to want to give him that at the stage that he is of his career, aging, injury prone, while looking for another deal? So needing all the touches and stuff that come with getting another contract? I don't know. And so I don't think he's a very easily tradable piece either.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That one is pretty complex. Dave, thanks for jumping in and helping us out today, man. Good to hear you.
Yeah, great to talk to you guys.
There he goes.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Dave McMenamin, ESPN. And from the Giannis perspective, and kind of the first answer that he gave us, and this is what, of all the things he said, what I'll take with me the most.
No doubt.
Is he's like, yeah, you look at these big star rumors, and that's just what comes with the NBA. But this one feels real palatable because essentially, Giannis said so.
Right. Yeah, and also the loyalty box has been checked.
Totally.
The way Dave explained that was perfect, and I didn't mean to imply that he owed Milwaukee anything because he doesn't. I just have always wondered about Giannis and the comfortability of being there. And you are the king. You are the unrequited king. You will never be anything other than the king of Milwaukee. You went there. You stayed there. You chose there. You won there. So there's a certain amount of comfort that goes with being in that spot, having already won a championship. And so you have that. And if you go somewhere else, now you're exposing yourself to a whole new world of challenges, joys, blowback, things that maybe you would never have in Milwaukee.
I got Warrior injury updates.
Oh, yeah?
You want them?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, time for the updates.
So we told you earlier that Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton remain out tomorrow for the Warriors and that Andrew Wiggins is probable. But here comes some context and a little extra info and outlook.
All right.
Let's start with DeAnthony Melton. He will miss at least the next 3 games. So that's Rockets, that's Wizards, that's Celtics. He is, quote, making progress. This is all courtesy of Slate. And he's
Nice.
making progress on the back issue. Reevaluation next Thursday. So he's going to take almost another week. Reevaluation next Thursday for Melton. Now, Steph Curry.
The chef.
Steph Curry will start to participate in portions of practice tonight.
All right, let's go.
In Houston. So he is out tomorrow, but the reevaluation comes Sunday after tonight's practice and whatever tomorrow's sort of game day walkthrough would be. Then reevaluate Sunday, and sounds like, in theory, a return Monday against Washington is very much on the table.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that to me is the most logical timeline, and I thought it initially. The 2 games against New Orleans were automatically out, and then the 3rd game I thought was a little bit of a stretch for him to be ready. And yeah, if he's able to get back on Monday, that to me means come Wednesday against Boston, he's a full go in a game that I'm sure he is marked on his schedule. He's played pretty well there in some big games in Boston, so that one's going to be a huge national game that I know that he wants to play in.
We want to take this call on the Warriors, we will, but before we bounce to Bobby Valentine, who joins us in less than 10 minutes, I also have a Nick Bosa baseball cap update.
Oh, boy, okay.
A Nick Bosa baseball cap update.
Is that cap now available for purchase? Because the holidays are right around the corner, and I was thinking about what I'm going to get you. And, I've been racking my brain. What do you get a guy who has everything?
He's got everything.
For one thing he doesn't have. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have one of those.
Yeah, I won't. Trying to stay in your good graces. Although,
Warriors
we should do gag gifts this year for each other.
Not bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Fanshop.leavemealone.com.
That would be a make me gag gift for you.
Make me gag again?
Totally.
Aaron from the Bay Area is on the phone with Willie and Dibby. Hi, Aaron. What are you doing?
Yeah, hello. Hi.
Hello.
Love the show. Yeah, how are you guys doing?
Doing great.
Show loves you too, Aaron.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm on here today. There's a lot of trade rumors about Kuminga. And so I wanted to ask you guys some questions about the Warriors, if that's okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Wow, it sounds like we're about to get interviewed.
It's a little Q&A here.
This is pretty intimidating. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of controversy amongst fans as well as the organization thinking about whether or not we should prioritize our future, so players like Pods, Kuminga, Moody, or if we should go all in this year, whether that's, I don't think Giannis is realistic at all, but let's say Jimmy Butler, an aging star, right?
Okay.
So I wanted to ask you guys, because like the front office, they try to do the two systems approach. They won the championship in 2022. I still think it's a mistake, but I want to hear your guys' take on it, because personally, I believe we should maximize Steph's window.
Okay, Aaron, thank you very much.
2 timelines is what they went for, yeah.
Thank you, Aaron. So the question basically is, what do you prioritize going forward, the Warriors' long-term future or the current Steph window? And I don't know what you think, Dibs. I grapple with this a little bit, but for me, because I can see both sides, and I want the Warriors to always be good, even if that doesn't mean championship contender. I want them to be relevant. But Steph Curry is Steph Curry. And so for me, it's not so much about the way people say it, like they owe this to Steph Curry. I look at it from this lens. What's your best chance to win a ring? Is it to think that some good players you currently have 3 years from now are going to be great? Or do you go with what you already know is great and try to give that person everything that he can have? So the only way I can answer it, I would lean in the direction of prioritizing Steph, provided that those moves that you're making around him are very smart and effective.
And don't totally gut your future.
Correct.
Like you can sacrifice some future. You talked about a deal where it's 4 players and 2 picks for Giannis, and that is a sacrifice. More with the picks, I think, and you're giving up on Jonathan Kuminga would be a big piece that you would part with. And so it would be a little bit of a sacrifice now and a little sacrifice later, but it's not the same as giving up 5 first-round picks, for example, to try to bring a player in. But I do think that the organization is all set on the first of those 2 scenarios. They're going to try to win now because winning then is a huge, huge unknown. You know that Steph and Draymond have been good enough to win 4 of these things, so you feel like if they still have something left, and I do believe that they do, and Dave said that they're on the back 9 of their career, and he's not wrong.
Yep.
I don't think they're at the 18th hole.
Yeah,
they might be on
15th
14 tee.
Yeah.
You know, they're somewhere deep in the back 9, but if you feel like they still have enough to get one more, make one more run, then it's an easy choice because the unknown of, you know, Kuminga in 5 years and all the rest of those guys, you don't know what they can be.
And you just don't do it recklessly. So you do it, but you don't do it recklessly. If they wanted to do it recklessly, they'd have Larry Markkinen. They could have had him.
Yeah.
But you got to give up everything. And that's, I think, what Draymond was referring to when he was like, that's a bad deal. That's a bad deal. Don't do that deal. All right. We're brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bobby Valentine is really close to the entire family of Zach Manassian. You're going to hear me call him Manasian because we talked to Bobby a little bit earlier today, and you'll hear that, but it's actually pronounced Manassian, and we'll get there. We'll figure it out, okay, together.
You may have called him Malaysian, too, which we'll have to tune in for.
I mean, maybe he is. I don't know where he's from. I have not looked that up. But before we get to all of that, I've got this Nick Bosa baseball cap update. According to Eric Branch, Matt Mayoko, and others, the National Football League is looking into a potential fine of Nick Bosa for displaying his Make America Great Again hat on Sunday Night Football in the middle of the interview of Brock Purdy, George Kittle, and Isaac Guerrero. As it turns out, the rule reads this way. The league prohibits The league will not grant permission for any club or player to wear, display, or otherwise convey messages which relate to political activities or causes, other non-football events, causes or campaigns, or charitable causes or campaigns. And when they say displays, you cannot do it, quote, throughout the period on game day that a player is visible to the stadium and television audience. That includes pregame warmups, the bench area, or post-game interviews in the locker room or on the field. Based on the reading of that rule, it sounds like he broke the rule.
Yes, and he will be fined. And instead of finding a multi-millionaire, just make him slap on a hat of the other candidate. Or a shirt that says, to the window, to the walls, WALZ. Till the vote strip from my... What's wrong? We got to go. I know. That's why I stopped.
That's why I stopped.
I know we got a break. Skeet, 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 skeet.
Clock, clock, clock,
Thank
clock.
you.
Bobby Valentine saves the day next on Willard and Dibs.
Love the show. How are you guys doing?
I'm paraphrasing, but I've known him since he was a baby. And Bobby joins us now on the River Islands guest line. Hey, Bobby, how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. Thank you.
So tell us about Zach. Tell us about the new Giants general manager.
Well, first off, you got a great man. And secondly, let me just say that this is a great family that the Giants are getting into. You know, in 1968, I was 18 years old. Zach's father, Zach Sr., was the clubhouse guy in Ogden, Utah for the rookie league team that I went to report to.
Wow.
He was 17 years old. He was in his third year as a clubhouse guy, but he was more than that. He was the traveling secretary. He was the everything guy as a 17-year-old in a professional baseball team working for Tommy Lasorda. And, years later, I became a Texas Ranger manager, and Tom Grieve, the general manager of the team, was smart enough to hire Zach Sr. to be the visiting clubhouse manager. And what he did is he revolutionized the entire business. He went from guys who were just going to make sure that your shoes were shined and your uniform was clean to creating an atmosphere where you ate well, you felt well, the place was filled with memorabilia and tradition. And Zach Jr. and his three brothers got the opportunity to experience all of that with their dad as very, very young guys. So for 40-plus years, Zach Jr. has been involved in Major League Baseball. His dad always did it the right way. His mother was probably the most amazing gal that I knew because she took care of 5 boys, 4 children, and her husband, and did it in a spectacular fashion. And now she has 2 sons who are general managers of Major League Baseball teams. I think it's absolutely incredible.
It is incredible, and the story you told about Zach Sr. is great, and I'm glad you shared that, Bobby. But Zach Jr. is really where our focus is because now he gets to have the reins, the 11th manager, the general manager in Giants history, and you think about his skill set, how does that fit with where the Giants need to get to?
Oh, it fits in perfectly because, he's the 4th son. He's the one who learned from the other brothers, and he was always the one who was standing there listening, watching, figuring it out. As I've known him as a professional, no one is more prepared. No one knows the minor league players on other teams as well as his team. I knew him when he was in Milwaukee working with Doug Melvin as an assistant and followed him through his path to San Francisco. And if ever there was a player that I needed to know about if I was announcing or whatever I was doing, if there was ever a personality, not only, the statistics that everyone could look up, and he's spectacular with all the numbers, but he also knows about the person. He understands how people work together. He's seen what does work in a clubhouse and what doesn't work in a clubhouse, and he's seen it firsthand when he was a child, and then he lived through it as an adult, being an executive with different major league teams. So when you're talking about someone who has to put a team together, somebody who has to understand how to work together with people who are in uniform and not in uniform, I don't think you could have gotten a better choice.
We're talking with Bobby Valentine, longtime Major League manager, and the Giants have a new general manager in Zach Minasian, and Bobby knows Zach and the entire family, obviously, very, very well. Bobby, this might be sort of an odd question, but to give you a little bit of a background on where the Giants fan base is right now after the Farhan Zaidi era, it's great to hear that he knows all the ins and outs and the margins and the numbers and everything. Giants fans right now are almost triggered by that idea. They want big fish. How can Zach help with that, and what's his philosophy on that?
Well, you'll really have to ask Zach about his philosophy on how he's going to fish, but I could tell you anytime that he puts his his hook into the water, he's going to come out with the fish that he wants. He always has an idea. He's prepared and conscientious. You know, he's not just a guy who sits there and thinks he knows it all. He's always asking questions. He's always figuring out the right way to do things. And I think you're in good hands. I mean, obviously it's day one and everything has to move forward, and you're in a division with the world champions, la-di-da, dee-da-dee-da. But if you're trying to build a team and build it the right way, you got the right guy.
And if you look at what he's done in terms of like analytics versus old school, because that's something that Giants fans are really kind of focused on, because the previous regime was more of an old school one with Sabian and Bochy, and they won 3 titles. And then you had Farhan come in with Gabe Kapler, and it felt a little bit too far in the new school direction. Where would you think that he falls on that timeline?
Oh, I think that he understands that analytics are a major part of his job. But he thinks of them as only one part of his job. He sees the entire player, and what analytics are great for is to let you see a little better. You could see the player, you could feel the player by watching him play and understand where he came from, and then the numbers could help you understand a little deeper. I mean, this is a guy who has a complete understanding of people as well as a complete understanding of numbers. What more could you ask for?
Bobby Valentine with us here on Willard and Dibs. Bobby, I'm just speaking for me. I associate you mostly, when I think of you, I think of the Mets and your time with the Mets. And I know you still follow the Mets. What do you think Pete Alonso is going to do this offseason?
Well, I think he's going to be a free agent, and I think that the Mets are going to go fishing in another pond. That's what I think, and I think he's a pretty good home run hitter.
Okay, so let's go a little deeper there. You think he's going to be on another team? Do you think he makes sense for a team like the Giants?
Well, again, I don't know the ins and outs of your team. You know, Pete's he's a quality player. He's a little different personality. You know, and his defense is. He brings his glove every day, but his defense has been questioned a little. I think he's a spectacular player, and whether or not that's the perfect fit for your team, I have no idea.
Thinking about this ballpark, and it's a park I'm sure you've managed at and you've seen it over the years. If you're trying to build a team around this park where it's not very hitter-friendly, certainly for left-hand hitters, and it's much more pitcher-friendly, what would you think about doing to try to build a team around this park?
Well, the park is something you're going to play 81 games in, but you're going to play 81 games away. And, I mean, I don't think you could possibly build a team without power today. You know, 70% plus of runs scored in these postseasons were because of a home run. And the others were a double had a lot to do with it. So you got to be able to hit the ball today. And it's difficult, you know, guys aren't as good a hitters as they used to be, I believe. I don't think it's necessarily the pitching. I think it's the idea of the swing, but that's a story for another day. But you got to have balls flying out of the park, whether it's there in San Francisco or on the road.
Bobby, you know New York so well, and it got everybody's attention all over the country when the World Series ended the other night and Juan Soto said, I'm going to listen to every single team out there. Do you buy that, especially when he's already wearing the Yankee uniform?
Well, I buy that Scott Boras is his agent, and I think he was well versed in what to say. But they'll listen, and I think there's going to be a major bidding war for a guy that many consider is the best hitter in baseball.
He's incredible, and you look at what he had done in New York, and obviously Freddie Freeman in L.A. and Shohei Ohtani, and I wonder about like what you mentioned about Scott Boras and what he did last offseason, which felt like he was, trying to hold these players out a little bit too deep and trying to get a little bit too much money. Are you sensing that the pendulum might be swinging back toward the club in terms of these high-priced free agents?
Boy, I've been watching that pendulum now for a long time, waiting it to swing back. Is this the year? I'm not sure, but I doubt it.
Bobby, I tell you what, when you look at what guys are looking to join, like Dibs is sitting here talking about the ballpark, that's one thing. There's the city. There's been a lot of talk about that in this day and age, like the locale. And then there's just like joining a winning team, which, for instance, we watched a lot of the guys who joined the Dodgers last year do. What do you think really makes an organization attractive to free agents in 2024?
I think authenticity, and I think with Buster and Zach and Bob, leading the charge there. I think a free agent could sit down with three real people and understand that they're authentic and that they're going to present exactly what they have to offer. And I think those free agents are going to have a tough decision not to go there, regardless of the size of the park or the newspaper headlines that they might read. And
just glancing at the Giants roster, what they're going to have coming back, you have Logan Webb, a legit ace, Patrick Bailey, a solid catcher, Matt Chapman, an anchor at third, Jung-Hoo Lee out in center field. Do you think the Giants have a good cluster that could be attractive to free agents?
I think absolutely. But again, it depends on what guys are looking for. And, there's plenty to be attracted to. And I think when you look at the playoffs, there were a lot of teams out there that weren't the perfect team. And I don't even think the Dodgers nor the Yankees were perfect teams, as was demonstrated in the 5-game series that they played. So, I think putting a team together it isn't not necessarily about having all of the best players at the entire on the entire team or at every position. It's about putting a group of guys together who could actually pull together through that 162 game season and pull together enough so that they get to the dance. And once you get to the dance, you never know who's going to be on stage.
Bobby, you hit on a lot of this off the top of the conversation, but I kind of want to circle back to it so it leaves our audience with this. If a Giants fan ran into you on the street and went, "Hey, Bobby, why should I be excited about Zach Malaysian?" What would you say?
Zach Manassian is a real person, a real baseball person, I'm proud to say. He knows the game in and out, but he's also as straight a shooter as I've ever met. He'll analyze the situation, whether or not he's shaking your hand on the street or signing a free agent, and analyze it as well as anyone, I think, in the game. And I think that they could relax and feel that the team's in good hands.
And maybe we should have started with this. How do you pronounce it? Is it Manassian? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
see, I was going with Manasian, but it's Manassian.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you better ask him because I messed that up a few times too, and I knew the grandfather, also, and people called him Manassian and Manassian and everything else, and just never late for dinner.
But
nice.
but yours is pronounced Valentine. You can firmly say that.
I know how to spell it. I know how to say it. You got it.
Nice, Bobby.
Bobby, thanks so much, man. Great to talk to you.
Have fun, guys. Take care.
Always. There it is. Bobby Valentine on Willard and Dibs. And talking about the new Giants general manager, which right now I know for most people it's just a name. Let's go ahead and get it right. It's Zach Manassian, and he was officially introduced today, and he and Buster Posey chatted things out on Zoom with the media for a little while. But everything else is TBD. I do think that when you hear people talk about Zach, and this is something the Giants are going to have to deal with here, no matter who it is, when I hear people so far talk about what he does and who he is and what his background is, everyone's kind of tooting the horn of like, man, he's really good with the numbers. He has been a part of a lot of these fines that the Giants have been able to pluck from other organizations. And it's almost like, yeah, that's a good thing, but y'all realize that no one wants to hear that right now, right? Like, no one wants to hear, here's our new GM. He's amazing with the spreadsheet.
Right.
Nobody wants to hear it, even though I admit, like, it's fair. It's that's a good thing, but it's a difficult putt for the Giants right now.
Especially when you think about who hired him, which is he was hired by Farhan Zaidi. So you go from Farhan Zaidi and you replace him with somebody who Farhan had hired, who was in charge of scouting. And scouting is not something that I would say they've done very well in the Farhan Zaidi era. They've produced some prospects who've come up to be major leaguers, but you look at the farm right now, and the farm system is not rated very highly by many people who look at farm systems. And so this guy was the VP of professional scouting, and the scouting department, I know they just fired a bunch of scouts before Farhan lost his gig. That was one of his final acts as president of baseball ops. So it does feel a little bit of a question mark to me, where you hire from within, and it seemed like what was going on within wasn't good enough at the top because the guy at the top lost his job.
Yep. At the same time, Buster Posey, I guess, passed along that initially this is not someone who was on his radar, but it got recommended to him a bunch of times. And then he kind of nailed the conversations and moved up the chain and got the gig. Now, this media availability happened during our show today, so we didn't get to be on there and ask any questions. I do know what I think everybody's first question is. Are you big game hunting?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing this offseason? Here's Juan Soto in the clubhouse after Game 5 the other night.
I don't know what's the teams that want to come after me, but definitely I'll be open to this and every single team. I don't have any doors closed or anything like that, so are we going to be available for all 30 teams?
All 30 teams, I'm available.
Man, there's a shock.
Come and talk to me.
Free agent says he's open to all 30 teams.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have to say that.
I'm open to 7 teams, and that's it. The other 23 you can pound salt.
I think the stock answer would have been, look, we just went to the World Series, so obviously there are some strong ties that have been developed here. I very much enjoy it here. And so hopefully that conversation goes well. But I'm a free agent, and certainly we're going to be having some conversations, and we'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
I think that would be the stock answer. Put it this way, Dibs. If I'm a Yankee fan, didn't dig the answer, didn't dig it at all.
Yeah, I guess, but how could you think that he would say anything else? He's not just going to say, man, I love it here, and I'm going to be a Yankee. Darn it, we're gonna make this work. He's a free agent, and I'm looking at some of the reports. John Heyman reporting that Juan Soto is eyeing a historic $700 million contract in free agency.
Why not?
Exactly. Well, then you're going to say I'm open to all 30 teams. If you're looking for max money, you want a bidding war.
Right, but again, there's what you're thinking, and then there's what you're saying in front of a microphone, especially inside the visitors' locker room at Dodger Stadium. Or actually, no, this happened in Yankee Stadium. Inside your home clubhouse, right after a frustrating World Series loss, and this question's being asked of you. So Juan Soto's 26 years old. He's already played for 3 different teams.
Yep.
Even though I don't think anybody ever wanted to give him up, but they've had to. And so to me, this is sort of the question for Giants fans. Do you even want the Giants to engage on this one?
Of course.
You do?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, you've been very, very critical of them engaging with Aaron Judge.
Right. Well, because they got clowned.
Well, but if you engage, that's sort of like, don't ask that girl out because she may say no. Like,
the
him
thing about Judge was he was never going to leave the Yankees.
Maybe Soto won't either.
Well, then if you have that conversation with him and you don't think that he's going to leave the Yankees, then don't engage.
Yeah, but maybe he said the opposite. Maybe Aaron Judge said, and he has said after the fact, he has said 2 things. It was always the Yankees.
Yeah.
And then he's also sort of indicated, but if that didn't go the way I wanted it to, then the Giants was probably going to be my next bet. I do actually think that. I don't think he ever wanted to leave the Yankees, but if the Yankees at the 11th hour hadn't done what they did, then I do think I think Aaron would be at 3rd and king.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, that's conjecture, and it doesn't even matter if I think that was the case or not.
Now.
If Juan Soto is going to stay and be a Yankee, then don't engage. But if he really is going to throw it open to 30 teams, why not? Why not go out there and throw your hat in the ring. It's the Manassian era now. And Zach's out there, and as Bobby Valentine just told us, when he puts a hook in the water, he gets a fish. That's what Bobby Valentine said about a young man who he's known his entire life. So we'll see if he's going to put that hook into that water.
Let's keep over-promising so that we can under-deliver. Let's keep that going.
Well, it's better than the alternative, which is, under-promise and under-deliver.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is how I'd answer it. Sure, do you want the Giants to try? I don't want the Giants to act small market, even though I think a lot of their fans think they are small market. I want the Giants to think big. Do you want them to get a meeting? Do you want them to make a phone call to Scott Boras? They obviously know him well. So, sure, all of that is fine. I think the difference this time around is not the Giants. I think it's us. I'm not buying it.
No, of course
not. For me, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to believe for 1 second that Juan Soto is, forget coming to the Giants, I'm not going to believe for 1 second that he's leaving the Yankees. Period. And I will be thrilled and surprised if I'm wrong. That would be great. But I will not believe it until I see it.
Well, even if he does leave the Yankees, and let's just pretend for the sake of this conversation that Juan Soto is going to leave the Yankees for whatever reason, where is he going to wind up? I don't know if the Giants would be in the top 3, probably not. Top 5, maybe. Top 10. That feels a little bit closer to where Juan might actually land, where the Giants might land.
I don't even know if there's 10 teams that would offer $700 million.
Yeah.
If that's what we're talking about. That's where the Giants come into play, and I know their own fans are like, come on. The Giants' problem right now is not meeting the contract. The Giants' problem right now is that they don't offer free agents a realistic chance to win consistently.
Right.
That's their problem.
I'm looking at a Bleacher Report breakdown, and they list 9 teams that don't spend at that level, 4 that aren't going to be good enough, 2 that are shedding, 5 that are focused on pitching, and then you get to a top 10 destinations, and the Giants are among those 10.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's that.
Sweet. We made the Bleacher Report, everybody.
They're 8th.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're going to keep going with your Warrior phone calls coming up next. We're also 18 minutes away from the window opening for the Vegas trip. Tell you about that. But we probably haven't mentioned this enough so far today. Freaking Patrick Willis is going to be on in a half hour. Patrick Willis is going to be on in a half hour. Not only talking about the big event this weekend, but we'll go through it. This guy's still very tapped in on the Niners. And so cannot wait for that conversation, which is a half hour away on Willard and Dibs.
Is your water heater on the fritz? Upgrade to reliable comfort with Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. They've got the best selection of energy-efficient water heaters, perfect for
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Moses.
Yeah.
Still think you're maybe the only player in NBA history to both be a starter and a mop-up duty guy on the exact same night.
That's crazy, yeah.
Weird.
That's what happens when you have a 13-man rotation.
12 minutes, Vegas, people. Okay, 12 minutes, the window to the walls.
Yep.
Opens 5 to 5:30. Scorpions show, airfare, hotel. We got it all covered, and this is going to be your last chance to qualify. So more info and details coming up on that. Plus, Patrick Willis in 11 plus 15, 26 minutes.
Okay.
26 minutes.
5:15. Yeah. And
Patrick
also, we do need to fade the dibber. Even though the Niners don't play, I got a Sunday night game that I am willing to give you as I try to scratch and claw back to 500 on the year.
Does it have to be the Sunday night game or any game?
I'm going to give the Sunday night game.
Okay.
I like the...
That's the Vikings and Colts?
Yeah, because we've done Thursday night, and we've done Niner game, and we've done Monday night. It's kind of been the tradition. And so no Niner game this weekend, so I'm locked in on this Sunday night game.
Vikings -5? Is that it?
I had a different number, but I'll double check on the duel.
I'm just like I wasn't on the duel. I'm not on the duel. So
yeah, I'll have it for you shortly.
Yeah, okay. The number in the Vikings Colts game. So we got that. Hey, before we moved on though, real quick, we're going to go to the phones.
5.5 is the official number.
Okay,
yeah, cool.
And if you missed any of the first half of our show with the Warrior trade target ideas, what rival executives are saying about the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga, super interesting. We'll get to that in a second and go back to the phones. One of our favorites is on the line. But I just wanted to put a little tidy bow on the Juan Soto conversation with this. I always try, when it comes to situations like this, let's go find out what's going on out of town. Sometimes, right, the Giants beat the Slussers, the Pavloviches, the Bags. All of these folks, they're super tapped in, but obviously all that they can give you is what's going on inside the Giant hallways and their perspective. What is the rest of the league thinking? So I went out to the New York Times, also now known as The Athletic.
Yeah.
For the Juan Soto projection, destination tiers for Juan Soto. And this was just written yesterday. Destination tiers. Tier 1, the Yankees.
Okay.
Tier 1A, the Mets.
Yeah. All right.
Tier 1B, always lurking, Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah, always lurking.
All right. So there's those three teams.
Okay.
Then it says Tier 2, and the headline is Rich, Desperate, and Aggressive. And it lists the Phillies, the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, and the Giants. The following written piece, for your enjoyment, actually focuses mainly on one of those four teams, the San Francisco Giants.
Okay.
Listen to what it says. They aren't front runners, but cases can be made for these large market teams to join the sweepstakes. Multiple executives linked both the Giants and the Red Sox as clubs that should be part of some kind of second tier of potential suitors. Both the Blue Jays and Giants were finalists for Shohei Ohtani last year. San Francisco also whiffed for different reasons on Carlos Correa, Bryce Harper, and Aaron Judge, though it was not due to an unwillingness to spend. The Giants are under a new regime with Buster Posey taking over as president of baseball ops. He's expected to jumpstart the team, and his competitiveness could lead to an aggressive approach in his first winter as head of the franchise.
There you go. That's exciting. I mean,
it's not.
Well, it's exciting in that the idea of it, they do have a lot of money and they do have a certain amount of desperation. And Buster, I'm sure, is looking to do what his predecessor couldn't do, which is land a big fish. So the fact that they're even in one of the tiers is somewhat exciting. And all those teams you mentioned aligns with this Bleacher Report story I'm looking at where, you've got the Yankees are number 1, the Mets are 2. The Cubs weren't mentioned in that. Bleacher Report has them as the 3rd most likely.
Oh.
Followed by the teams you mentioned, Toronto, the Dodgers, the Mariners are in here.
Okay.
And then the Red Sox, then the Giants.
The Athletic has Tier 3 already had their chance, Nationals and Padres. Then it moves right to Tier 4, and it says Doubt it. And that's where you find the Cubs, the Mariners, along with the Cardinals, Braves, Rangers, Astros, Tigers, Orioles.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Tier 5, hell no.
Well, yeah, and that's where
Tier 5
Bleacher Report has a similar group of teams.
That's where the A's are.
Right. They got 20 teams that are out, including the non-spenders, and the A's are in that group with Tampa and Miami and Kansas City and, Cincinnati and Cleveland.
All
and the
those
rest.
teams. Yeah, sure. Diamondbacks, Pirates, Reds, White Sox, even the Guardians. Not happening.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. But, yeah, I'm going to change my behavior. I'm not getting into this at all until, at minimum, the indications are very different.
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Like he's coming to town for a meeting in person.
Yeah, he's right. If he's on a lawn chair at home plate having a one-on-one with Buster Posey, okay.
Get excited about that.
I mean, I'll start thinking about it at least.
Yeah, and I do like what they did last year in free agency. I don't necessarily like the results, but I like the approach, which was get a top-of-the-rotation starting pitcher. He didn't pitch for a couple of months. That hurt. Get a third baseman who can be a cornerstone. You signed him. He played well. You kept him. Get a center fielder who is young and relatively affordable with some speed and athleticism. I like his promise, but he got hurt. Bring a slugger in to be your DH. Well, they tried. He didn't really slug, and then they shipped him out. But on the surface, I like the approach they took because, this year, they need more than just one player.
Sure.
They need probably 4 or 5.
Yep. And I'm with you. And the fact that he's a Boras client, I guess. It was Farhan dealing with Boras, but Boras sent people to the Giants.
Yep.
Sent a lot to the Giants over the last couple of years, and 2 of them this year, even though one of them today opted out and will very likely be moving on, and that's Blake Snell. All right, take a listen to this. This is Giannis Antetokounmpo talking about the Bucks' identity.
Right now, we don't have an identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are we going to win a game? Are we going to defend 48 minutes? Are we going to move the ball for 48 minutes? Are we going to attack? We won't play fast for 48 minutes? Or 36 minutes, slow down the last 12? Got to find an identity. We don't have that right now.
We don't have an identity. He says it at the beginning. He says it again at the end. He insinuates, are we going to play hard defense? Which means we don't. Are we going to play fast? We don't. What are we doing? And they are 1-4. And before they were 1-4, as Dave McMenamin pointed out to us earlier today, Odyssey app, YouTube, if you want to hear the whole thing, he said Giannis, before the season even started, was the one who started leaving breadcrumbs about the idea of a trade.
And now you have those comments 5 games in, and it's Doc Rivers who's the head coach, just in case people need a refresher as to the situation in Milwaukee. And it's been a long time since Doc has had a really successful run with the team.
Absolutely. So just letting everybody know, we're going to try to rework things with Patrick Willis at a later date.
Okay.
Something has come up. And so now what that means is the door's open even more for you.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that, the Giannis part, and then add this in. Listen closely to this. This comes directly from an article written by Sam Amick and John Hollinger and released earlier today. Rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Jonathan Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude. The fact remains that they're setting their sights very high in terms of possible targets. Now, it goes on to say one name to monitor is Jimmy Butler, because sources say he already drew interest from the Warriors during the offseason. It did not come together. He'll be an unrestricted free agent next summer. So Butler is one real possibility, and an offer that got floated out that we did some research on and talked to some people earlier today. And the thought was Kuminga, Wiggins, Looney, GP2, and 2 second-round picks for Jimmy Butler. So take those second-round picks and make them firsts. And are you in the conversation for Giannis? And hey, Warrior fans, would you be in or out? Could be a 2-team deal, 3, 4, a lot of different
6
ways to structure. Not 6, not 7.
We had a 6
not
this
8.
year.
We sure did.
Yep.
But again, the idea would be Wiggins, Kuminga, Looney, GP2, and at least 2 first-round picks to get into the conversation for Giannis Antetokounmpo, who is on a Bucks team that's on a wayward ship.
And one that does not have an identity, too.
Correct.
As according to him, and he said it twice in that sound clip. And that was really, to hear that so early tells me that is not just a this year problem.
He's frustrated, yeah.
And he's frustrated going back to last year.
I mean, he got a coach fired, brought in a new coach. They got a new star to pair with him. None of it's working. It's getting worse.
Yeah.
Drew Down is in Tracy on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Drew, what's good?
Hey, what's up, Dibbs? What's up, Willard? Long time no chat, no talk.
Where you been?
Willard, first things first. I've been listening, but apparently I'm not sure if my computer's broken or something, but I'm not able to chat on the YouTube. So, I'm here,
We feel you, brother. We feel
first
you.
things first. Yeah, first things first, Willard. I got to congratulate you on the engagement to the lovely Christy.
Thank you, sir.
Love to see it. I think that's so awesome. I'm not sure if that's still within the realm of timeline for Dibley. I know Dibley's very particular about, timelines and holidays and things of that nature. So,
no, it's well within the realm of respectability. He did it outside of a major holiday. It didn't inconvenience anyone, Andrew. I don't know what the problem is.
All right. Well said then. Nothing to see here.
There you go.
My only problem is, when people are bowling a near perfect game and they can't close it out. That's something I have a problem with.
Man, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't either.
I'll just move.
Yeah, let's keep it moving.
I'll just move on. That's definitely never happened to me.
No, 11 strikes.
Before I get to
12 strikes. 12 strikes. No, 13 strikes for a perfect game, right? Yeah.
It's actually 12. I guess those years at college didn't really help out. But
13 years in college, 12 strikes. Yeah, that's right. Because I miscounted because you had 11 and then you gacked it, or you had 10 and you gacked it. I can't remember. But go ahead, Drew.
Yeah. I choked you like a 3-1 lead in 2016. Anyways, before we get to the Warriors, I think Soto stays with the Yankees. I think his comments, I think it's purely about money. Just leverage, saying, hey, if you don't pay me what I want, I'm going to go somewhere else. But I definitely think he'll stay with the Yankees. And then just the whole Warriors, Giannis and Kuminga trade talk, I think there's a little bit of overreaction, to Kuminga's performance this year. I definitely think he's better off the bench. With the starting unit, I don't think the offense flows great, but off the bench, he's able to kind of, break the paint, and he's able to, when he's patient, he's really able to collapse the defense, command double teams, and do something that nobody else, maybe outside of Wiggins, can really do for this team. So I think, Giannis aside, I think Kuminga still has tremendous value for this team. Definitely better off the bench. But if Giannis does become available, I don't know about it happening during the season. It's possible. But I believe that it will probably be more of an option in the offseason. And I think if we could sign and trade Kuminga and with that salary, I think it'll help match and make the trade a lot easier. In season, Kuminga doesn't make a lot. So, you have to detach a lot of other salary to that. So, and then Jimmy Butler, I don't know, man. I don't know about Jimmy Butler. I'm kind of out on that, but I'm definitely all in on a Giannis trade. So, I'm rooting for pure chaos over there in Milwaukee. So let's see what happens. But in the meantime, 4-1. Let's keep it rolling. Maybe let's get some wins on this road trip.
Seriously, hey Drew, thanks for calling. It's great to hear your voice. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on the Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, contest window officially open.
All right, let's go.
We are open for business. So if you want to win a flyaway for two to Las Vegas, you see the Scorpions in March perform at Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. You stay at Planet Hollywood for 2 nights. You get airfare for 2. We will tell you the keyword at some point in the next 28 minutes. You will text it into 20357 and hopefully you'll win. That's how this is going to work. Thank you so much for being with us every single afternoon on Willard and Dibbs. All right, now to what Drew's saying. I mean, I think this whittles down to 2 questions. First of all, it's where are you on Jonathan Kuminga and what is your openness level to a trade there? And then the second part of it, I think I hear people trying to deal with is how do you pitch all this to Steph? Because what I've noticed that's happened is we as fans are so quick to jump on and off boats. And right now, everyone wants to jump on because the Warriors have 4 double-digit wins in 5 nights. 2 of the wins came without Steph and Wiggins. So there's excitement because there's depth and intrigue that we didn't know was going to be there. And what we love in sports more than anything else is when you are surprisingly good, like 2 seasons ago when they won the title, when you're surprisingly good. So now everyone wants on the ship, but I also don't think anybody looks at the roster and goes, yeah, the Warriors are contenders for a title this year. And that's the only thing Steph cares about. So if you get to the deadline, which is what, about 2/3 of the way through the year?
Yeah, February 6th, I think.
Right. So let's say you've played about 55 games.
Yep.
All right. Let's say in those 55 games, you've won 35 of them. You're 35-20. And you're bebopping around somewhere in the top 4 or 5 seeds in the West. Do you make a deal to get even better, or do you ride it out? And what does Steph think about that? To me, that's the question. And I lean in the direction of Steph, provided that you're not reckless in doing so.
Depends on how you go about being 35-20 at that point and how healthy you are and what these other pieces have done. If Buddy Hield is playing like this, Clay light, or as good as Clay was last year, or however you want to couch it, if Buddy Hield is this, and he is just a bucket, and he's getting you 18 a night, and Kuminga is your 6th man, and he looks to be every bit the player you hoped he'd be, and Andrew Wiggins has shaken off a couple of years of personal struggles, and now he's back and consistent, well, then I think you can stand pat, and you can rightfully think at 35-20, we've got a very good shot. We still have one of the best players in the league, and we've got a good, deep team that might be able to go on a run. But if you're 35-20 and it looks wobbly, and maybe you've had injuries and you've got guys who maybe aren't playing as well as you thought, you can make a move at that point. Maybe you're 35-20 and you've been really good against the bad teams and not good against the good teams, and you kind of look at it and think, well, this is a little bit of a house of cards at 35-20.
I mean, do remember what Monty Poole told us, though, like a week and a half ago. In many ways, the function of this roster is to make a trade.
Right, but it doesn't mean you're going to make a trade for an absolute big boy.
No, it doesn't, but that's what Joe Lacob wants. Like, that's the hope is to go big. Who did they try to get in the offseason? Paul George, Lauri Markkanen. If that doesn't happen, never mind.
They try to get both, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. And we're either doing that or we're doing nothing. Oh, that didn't work? Fine. We'll turn the Clay thing into a 6-team whack-a-mole and go crazy, and we'll get a couple of good players out of it and move on. That's it. It's almost as if, though, the reason for this roster is to make a trade.
Right.
It's built for that. So you're right. It may not materialize, but by the same token, everyone I talk to is like, that's why the roster is what it is. Nobody wants to do a 13-man rotation.
Agreed, but it doesn't mean that it has to be 4 guys for an absolute superstar and you give up 2 picks. You could find your way into a 2-for-1 or a 3-for-1. You could trade 3 players who are making 8 or 9 and get 1 player back who's making 27.
But do you want that? Does Steph
Depends
want
on
that?
the player. Like if it's a really good piece, and if you part with players 9, 10, and 11 in your 13-man rotation and you bring in a guy who can be a legitimate starter, then yeah, you would do that.
I guess, but again, the Warriors seem focused only on deals that make them contenders. Right. I don't think they're not trying to Farhan this. They're not trying to win on the margins. So that, like, to me, it's almost like if we can't go get a big boy, well then what we have is good. Why would we undo our flexibility for the kind of trade you're talking about and bring in a nice trade, but in theory, you're giving up some of your flexibility. You make a nice trade, then 2 months later, the big boy becomes available, and you're no longer ready to go after him.
Depends on what that player is who you bring in. And I just was looking at the average salary list just to try to cherry pick a name of somebody who's in that range. And you got Zion making 36.7, Ingram's making 36, Brandon Ingram, and I know he's not necessarily a great fit. I don't love the player. I don't like that idea in a trade, but there's other names in that kind of that mid-price range of guys who aren't necessarily stars anymore, but they make a good amount of money, the kind of money that you could trade for. There's, DeAndre Ayton making 34. If you're looking for a big man, he's a guy who's interesting. Julius Randle's making 33. I don't know if Minnesota would part with him, but there are guys out there in the $25 to $30 million range who might be easier to come by, and you don't have to give up as many draft picks, and you can make your team better that way.
I totally hear you, but can you make it a contender? I just think from what I've seen with the Warriors, when they walk into the club, they go upstairs.
Look at you.
They do not have any interest in who is down there on the dance floor. No interest at all.
Well, sometimes you have no choice, but if you want to get your team better.
Yeah, but then, I mean, we're talking, the premise being that they're 35 and 20, they're already good. So you just keep your flexibility and keep playing the way that you are. That is an option.
Yeah, sure. And, you keep dealing with a 12-man rotation, which is probably not sustainable in the playoffs. You usually don't get to that point. Or you can, make an incremental move with some of your guys who are making 8 or 9 and just looking at their salaries. They got a guy making 9.1, 8.8, 8.8, 8, 7.6, and 5.8.
Yep.
Not to mention Melton at 12.8, who's your 4th highest paid player. So you've got a ton of C-level salaries that you could combine 2 or 3 of them and get a B-level salary, or you combine 4 of them and get an A-level salary. You do have flexibility, and you also have it next year, but the difference is Peyton will be gone off the books, Looney's gone, and, Kuminga's going to have to be paid or he's gone.
Right.
So your ability to aggregate and trade, it's kind of a this year or none situation.
This year or this offseason.
But then you're looking at free agents.
Yeah,
because
but I mean,
Melton comes off the books and Peyton comes off and Looney comes off. That's $30 million right there.
But Jonathan can be in part of a sign and trade situation. You can reach out to a team that's like, yes, we want him, we'll pay him X, and then work with that premise. That's something you can do. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Hi, Tom. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, Willard. Hey, Dibs. Happy Friday, guys.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
We're doing good, Tom.
Hey, so I'm doing good, man. I think I would like to see a larger sample size. I'm not ready to jump off the ship, man. I think I like Giannis, but I think we should wait until February to do this thing. I look at New York and Minnesota did a trade, and you got to adjust when you make trades because now you got different staffing. And they're struggling, I think, because they're trying to implement the new players that they didn't have before. So I think, let's step back and let's take a look at it, but I don't want to do it until February. I'm intrigued by this team, and I want to see a 13-man rotation. I'll tell you why. Never been done. I know you're laughing, but it's never been done. And look at, we're getting fresh legs coming in. We're getting rest for our other team. We're running like crazy. I want to see that run, and I want fresh people coming in. There's no team that's never done it because they've never had 12 or 13 great players or good players. Let's rephrase it. But that's my point, man. I just think we need to step back and take a look at it.
Well, Tom,
what do you guys think?
Yeah, it's a good call. I just think that what we're talking about only works for so long. As Dibs just said, you're not doing a 13, 12-man rotation in the playoffs. You're not doing that. And Steve Kerr told us last week, we asked him, how long do you want to kind of experiment with this? And he said by the quarter pole, which is 20 games. And you think to yourself, okay, that's a little while. Well, peep this. At the end of next week, that's 10 games. That's halfway through those first 20 games already. So you're already a quarter to the quarter. And you're gathering info, and you've had to do it a little bit without your best player. So, I get what everyone's saying. They're fun. They're good. Strength in numbers is cool. But you have to blend that with the brain of Steph Curry and Joe Lacob. And they are not focused on, well, this is fun.
13-man rotation.
This is look at these guys overachieving. That's great. It's wonderful, but it's all focused on a bigger goal, which is if we can take this fun and turn it into the adult stuff, we're doing it. That's the only thing they're focused on right now. Steph's got no time for, hey, you're surprisingly good. Congrats on the 6th seed.
Of course. And it's, 5 games in, and what you've seen so far is intriguing. And I'm with Tom as far as getting more information. And, maybe you find out when you get to the quarter pole, Mark, that Lindy Waters really is a good rotational NBA player. Right now, we've seen very little of Lindy Waters, and it looks pretty cool, and it looks pretty exciting. If you find out after 20 games that not only is he a good player, but he's a guy who could play 15 to 20 minutes a night for you, he can play smart, winning Warrior basketball, that changes a lot as far as what you might do with other players, because he's only making 2.1, I think. Right. He's making nothing, and so he becomes a guy that you look at and think, okay, if he can be a player we keep, we'll go ahead and keep him, and that makes somebody else expendable, and it makes you more eager or more able to make a trade in February.
I tell you what, man, I'm just listening to everybody talk about this. I'll tell you what really bounces in my head, and I know everyone knows he's 22, and you want to like somehow blend patience with also like, dude, you're going to pop at some point, right? The season that Jonathan Kuminga has now already started and is about to have, I just want to highlight for a second what's on his plate. Like this is going to be a thing because his name is already in lights. John Hollinger and Sam Amick it's for 5 games in. We're 5 games in. He's had a graphic on Twitter with the all caps benched in front of his face, and he's handled that well. And now Hollinger is like, the Warriors have never been more willing than they are right now to trade the guy. Every single game he plays is going to be its own narrative. And it's almost like Brock, stock up, stock down, stock down, stock up. And where are you going next? And the Warriors signed up for this. They decided, we're not signing him. Let's see how he does. Let's see how his value moves. Let's keep our flexibility. This is a very, very intricate situation to watch unfold with regard to how he handles that. When's the right time to move him or not move him? Blend that with what big name is available. This is going to be a lot on his shoulders. He's 22.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be more on fan shoulders than it is on his, because if you're Kuminga, and I do think that he's handled it great as far as saying, you know, my role hasn't changed. I'm still just playing basketball. My job is to go out there and play basketball. And if he has his head in that space, then everything else will work out. If he plays great and gets traded, if he plays great and doesn't get traded, he's going to get paid in the offseason. And that is really, I think, the baseline to everything. If he goes out and has games like he did the last 2, and he winds up averaging 16 a game, 5.5 rebounds, shows improvement, whatever happens for whoever he plays for, when he hits the open market, he's getting paid.
Yeah, he's going to get paid. It's just a matter of like, is this 35 or is it 20? It's 25.
Yeah, I don't think it gets down that low.
Probably not. But
Moody got 13, and
yeah, this is a $100 million contract. This is a.
Oh, it's bigger than that.
Yeah,
it's closer to $200 million. Yeah,
correct.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this is a whatever many figures that is, whatever that is.
That's 9 figures.
That's a 9
figs. Yeah, no doubt. And so I don't think that it's as much on his plate, and all the talk about trades and all the rest of it. None of that will go away until you get past the deadline, because he is such an intriguing trade piece. If you're a team that wants to acquire him, if you're a team that likes Jonathan Kuminga, you'd be better off getting him at the deadline as opposed to trying to bid for him in the offseason. You would be the team with the control of that next contract if you got him in February.
Well, but he's a restricted free agent.
So you would have the control of matching or not matching.
Right. So that doesn't mean you control the contract, just controls if you like it. I mean, we've watched teams before put the poison pill in and do all that stuff and sign someone to a deal because they've got a bunch of cap space, and it's like, watch this, you're not going to be able to keep them. I mean, so there's a little lack of control.
Little cat and mouse. But,
yeah.
And, or you could be in a situation like the Warriors were with Jordan Poole, where they gave him the contract, and before the contract even kicked in, they then traded him.
Right.
And they traded that amount that they never had to pay once the league year started.
Let's go to Telmo in the city. Hi, Telmo. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday.
Indeed, Telmo.
So a quick thing. I'm just kind of calling that last caller because he's like, I don't know. We should wait until February. And we're kind of, it's either you're looking at it, you're either a bird in the hand person or a two in the bush person, and it's really how you want to look at this. If the Giannis situation is really does really present itself and the opportunity is really there, I think waiting till February, you're playing a dangerous game, because what you're doing is you're giving other teams to find out if they have that need, if they have a hole, if they think that he can help them, get them over the hump. And then you're in a situation where you might be trying to outbid somebody, maybe somebody that is going to compete with you directly for a playoff seed or a spot like that. In regards to Jonathan Kuminga, I think he's super athletic. I think he has, I think his basketball acumen isn't really developed the way that we want it to be, because he just started playing later and that development isn't there. But people are like, oh, he needs minutes. He's still – look at the Poughkeepsie kid, Look at Podziemski. He forced his way onto the team, right? It wasn't about they just gave him minutes. He started doing things that they couldn't deny him time on the court. And we just haven't seen that from JK yet, where there was a play the other day where there was a rebound, and I think it was Lindy Waters hustled back and got the rebound, and Podziemski chased him down and made him go up for the layup awkwardly. And JK just sat there at the front waiting to cherry pick it once the ball was going the other way, whether it was a basket or not. So there's all these things, and I think it's like, teams know there's a value with him. If you can trade him, I don't think he's the Warriors' future. I don't think he fits into the system that well. Yes, is he an incredible athlete? Yes, he is. I just don't think it's going to come to full fruition on this Warriors team. So if you have an opportunity to go out, because it's like, what do they say? If you have 3 quarterbacks, you don't have any. I think if you have a 13-man rotation, you don't have a strong playoff team. So I think they need to cut it down, and if you have an opportunity to get one of the craziest, the most impactful probably free agents since midseason free agent since Durant, you got to do that.
Telmo, thanks, man. It's a good call. Just listening to him talk, Dibs, here's kind of where my head goes, because if you whittle all of these conversations down, they really are just about him.
Yeah.
This is about Jonathan. No trade can happen without him.
Probably, yeah.
And you're probably not really interested in a trade if you were totally in love with him. So it's such a catch-22. And the whole league might be feeling the exact same thing, which is, dude, you're intriguing and you're good, but are we in love with you? Do we believe you can be that guy? And I think that either the jury's still out or people have already decided, no, you're not a one. You're not a build-around guy, but you're a hell of a piece, or at least you could be. But the bottom line is this whole thing is about Jonathan. And whether or not the Warriors feel, and I wonder how we feel, he's going to be on the roster in October of 2025. If you had to bet right now, what would you say?
I would bet no.
Same.
I would bet no, and it's not that he's not a good player. It's just where he is in his development and where they are in their Steph Curry maximize window. And they're at the end of the maximize Steph Curry window, and as a result, you need to have the best possible players right now that you possibly can have. And Jonathan Kuminga is good, and he's getting better. But if you're looking at trying to win a championship, and that might not be a realistic idea, but they believe that it still is. If you ask Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr and Dunleavy and Lacob, if you ask them, do you think you guys can still win one more championship? The answer is yes. And if you believe that, and I don't have to believe it or not, they just have to believe it, and they do believe that. So how do you go about doing it? Is Jonathan Kuminga making $35 million a year? Does that lead you to a championship? Or does trading 4 guys in February for a $50 million Giannis Antetokounmpo, which of those 2 scenarios gives you, over the next 2 years, the better chance to win a championship?
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. The more I think about this, I just wonder if you, and I hate doing this because it's like he's a person, man. He's a person. He's a good basketball player.
Right.
He is drafted here. He's homegrown. But if I'm Steph Curry, like try to get yourself into the mind of Steph Curry. When I look at Jonathan Kuminga, what do I think? Do I think teammate or do I think trade chip?
Well, if you had to pick one of the two,
you got to pick one.
You'd probably say trade chip.
Yep.
Now, if Steph were 33 years old, then we'd be in a different conversation because then Steph could look at it and say, all right, I've got 5 or 6 more years, and in 5 or 6 more years, what's Jonathan Kuminga going to be at 28? He's going to be fantastic, and I do believe that. I think that he's only getting better, and he's 22 years old, and even watch him over the course of these 5 games, he's doing things that we haven't seen in years past. He's taking the ball to the basket with intellect and finesse. It's not just power you and try to dunk on you. He's using the Euro step. He's gliding to the hoop. He's pulling up from the mid-range. He's showing an offensive acumen that I don't think that I saw last year. So he is getting better. The three-point shot's got a ways to go. Maybe it'll never get there. But if I'm Steph Curry at 36 and I'm thinking, I got 3 more years and then that's probably going to be it, can Kuminga go from where he is now to where I need him to be in 3 years? Feels more like a 5-year project, well, and that timeline may not line up with what Steph needs.
Right, and then there's this other aspect. Like I've always been. You and I did some shows on this within the last couple of weeks. Where we're like exploring why y'all love Moses Moody so much.
Right,
and it's not that we don't understand it. It's that like understand that if somebody landed here from Mars or I don't know Boston, do you know what I mean? Like right. They would ask, why the hell is there this obsession with the 11th guy who comes off the bench and averages 6 points a game? What's the obsession about? And there are a few players, forget the stars because that's easy, but there are a few players with the Warriors organization the last 4 or 5 years who I would argue have become what you would call fan favorites. And they are Moses Moody, Kevon Looney, and at times, based on health and whether or not he was even on the roster, GP2. Like those are the names I would throw out there as they've become fan favorites. And there's a reason for that. Why? I think what gets someone that status is that when you watch them play, they look like they are playing so hard.
Yeah, no doubt.
They are just after it. It doesn't mean it's always successful, but their effort level becomes infectious. And that is what I am still waiting for with Jonathan Kuminga. And this happens sometimes, and it's not fair. When someone is that athletic, they just look like they're gliding.
Yeah.
But have you ever looked at Jonathan and been like, dude, just go eat the rim.
Yeah.
Go take it from someone. Go be maniacal with the way you look on the court. And it doesn't look that way. And I think that is sort of the only thing that's holding him back at times within the organization and how they view him.
And he may never be that player. And you look at Andrew Wiggins, and how many times have we said that about Andrew Wiggins?
Same.
Like,
yes.
Can you just, go out there and get after somebody and show the ferocity? And not every player is really built like that. And Clay did it in his own level of nonchalance as well, but he was just so good at scoring the basketball and a good defender on ball and off the ball.
Yes.
So, but he didn't have that same sort of ferocity. So you can go about it in different ways. The one thing for me with Kuminga is the idea about going up there and just snatching the rebound. Like, you're the best athlete on the court. You should be out there dominating the glass.
Totally.
And defensively, he's getting better. I think that he's going to continue to improve. But for me, it's mainly the rebounding where how is Brandon Podziemski out-rebounding you ever, let alone night in and night out? And it's because he wants it, and he gets in there and he gets dirty with his mask on, and he wants to rebound. So that's the piece of it that Jonathan's got to develop.
Don't you want a little bit of crazy in your favorite athletes?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, go to football. You can find them all over the place.
Malik Mustafa.
Nut jobs. Christian McCaffrey.
Yep.
Dude, you're crazy.
Dre Greenlaw.
Nut job.
Right. I'm
like
just thinking
Kittle.
about,
you're crazy.
Yeah, just the guys who go out there and play with that like reckless abandon,
yes.
And those are some of the quick names. Even Hufanga, where sometimes he's overly aggressive, but He put his nose in there, and he'll get out there and try to make a hit.
Put nothing in that.
And Debo's another one,
Debo. Yes, you can do it all over the place with football, but I think when you start thinking about basketball, you can see it. Podziemski's a great example. How does he out-rebound Jonathan Kuminga and others?
Yeah, everybody.
And then
pretty much.
and then people have this conversation or debate about Steve Kerr and young people and why is this guy getting that opportunity and that one's not getting that opportunity. I love the example you just brought up. How the hell is that little guy with the floppy hair getting all the rebounds? That's a fair question. And then you go, well, God, he won't take him off the floor. Well, why don't you think he'll take him off the floor?
Yep.
He's a maniac.
Third on the team in rebounds right now behind Looney and Wiggins. Wiggins has played 3 games, but Pods is at 5.6 boards a game. Kuminga's at 3.4. Kuminga's behind Kyle Anderson, who rarely plays, and Buddy Hield, who's normally like 26 feet from the hoop.
He's behind Buddy Hield?
In rebounds per game, total rebounds per game.
Yikes.
Buddy at 3.6, Kuminga at 3.4.
I mean, it's cherry picking a little. We got 5 games. Yeah, we don't have a lot of data, but I would love to see that number go up. I think that's fair, especially for the crowd out there that thinks that Jonathan is much more suited to be a 4. Well, if you're much more suited to be a 4, what are you doing with 3.5 rebounds per game?
Last year, he was 5th on the team in rebounds at 4.8. Behind TJD, Kevon, Podziemski, who was 2nd on the team, and Draymond Green.
Draymond Green. What's Draymond at so far this year?
Draymond was at 7.2 last year, and this year he is at. Let me punch this up.
Must be way down.
Yeah, he's at 4 rebounds a game.
Okay, so again, like it's
5 games.
It's early, and I do think that Jonathan's number will go up, but. That's really what we're talking about this year.
Yep.
We're talking about the organization's view of Jonathan Kuminga and whether they see him as a future chip or a trade chip. And I do. I really do. I think they see him as a trade chip. I think they want to trade him. They're just waiting for the right time to do it. And they don't, and again, I don't want this to sound like the organization doesn't like him. I think they really like him. I think he's a good player. I think he's improved. I think that there have been bumps, but they've gotten on the same page. I think they're willing to keep him, but their bet is that in a perfect world, the best way to really support Steph Curry is probably to use him as a trade chip in some ways just because he's the best one they got.
Exactly. And, Pods might be equally good as a trade chip, but you don't want to trade Pods when you're dealing with a contract like that is so team friendly.
Well, yeah, he's not ready to get paid yet.
Right, and he's a couple years away from being paid, and so that makes it, he's out rebounding Kuminga, and in many ways he fits this team better than Kuminga in overall style, and he's making 3.5 and then 3.7, and then they just picked up his option for 5.7, so you have 2 more years of bargain basement Pods, whereas Kuminga's in line to get paid, either by you or by someone else, so this trading Kuminga idea is not going away. And, if they want to wait till the end of the year, they could still trade him. They could do a Jordan Poole style where, you sign him and then you trade him. Although I think you'd have to be a sign and trade because when you sign somebody, you have to wait 6 months. That's why Jordan Poole got signed, and then it was a year later when he got traded.
Right.
They signed him early.
It hasn't kicked in yet, though.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I like those rules get a little caught up and confusing or whatever, and they overlap. But, I wonder, and I think they do, I wonder if athletes sometimes know this. Like, there's nothing that'll get fans more excited than hustle. I know that sounds like archaic.
Good hustle.
Well, but it's true. Like, what gets you going when you go to a game? And it's just that, like, maniacal competitiveness and the effort and even why do you think, for example, here's one I'll bring up. Why in 6 weeks did seemingly Jung-Hoo Lee gather a crowd that Jonathan Kuminga has had a hard time gathering in 4 years? Now you could respond and say because he was on the field,
right?
And Jonathan for a period of time was not. But like Jung-Hoo Lee threw his body all over the outfield, ended up being to his detriment in the end. He got hurt really, really bad. But when you're one of those players and you immediately signify to the fans, I will do anything. I will do anything to win. man, they're going to be on your side. And I'm not saying Kuminga's a loafer by any stretch, but I've never gotten that vibe from him. And that's hard for people when he has as many raw gifts as he does, because when you have that and then you blend it with that ultra competitiveness, I mean, to me, that's where you find greatness.
Absolutely. And, as a fan, you just want to have that feeling like the players you're watching care as much as you do. And, obviously most of the time they do, but when you see an athlete playing with a certain amount of nonchalance and things aren't going well and your team maybe isn't winning, that's when you can start to think like, why do I want this more than player X? Or, Andrew Wiggins gets a lot of that criticism where it looks like he's just, not really caring about the result. He's just out there to go 4 for 11 or 5 for 12 or whatever it is night to night. So it's that feeling among fans. But when you watch Kuminga especially, and I think mainly about the rebounding and the defense where that's where the effort's got to come. And when you're on offense, you get the ball and it's late in the shot clock and you're going to go shoot and you're going to go try to score. Yeah, it's easy to show effort then. It's the other parts of it, defense and rebounding, where the effort has to be given.
No doubt about it. So, look, the names that are out there, it's early, and I love what the Warriors are doing. I mean, I truly believe if Mike Dunleavy were sitting in here and you injected him with truth serum right now, he would tell you, I don't know. I don't know what the target is. I don't know when, but we want to be ready. And so that's why I don't think you'll ever see the Warriors do this sort of B-level trade. They are so uber focused on the idea of the big fish that they're going to wait for that forever. Unless forever just becomes to the point where Steph Curry's like, you guys got to do something or I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing that would move the needle. And I know we played with that a little bit at the end of last year. I just don't even think that's relevant right now. I don't think we're anywhere close. And especially because whatever it is they've put together here with these secondary moves, Buddy Hield, blah, blah, blah. Like, so far it's working. And so that, to me, is the ultimate power position, which is we've got a bunch of NBA-ready players, 13 of them. You're winning basketball games. You want to be ready to make a trade. But in the meantime, you can amass a playoff-level record. That's precisely what I think that they and Steph Curry wanted out of this offseason.
Of course, and you're on pace to kind of make that happen right now, where you've got 13 very playable players. You're off to a 4-1 start, and you've had Curry miss a couple of games. He's going to miss the next one as well tomorrow, and you hope that come Monday he's back, and you hope that by the time you start to roll around to Christmas, and I believe LeBron comes to town for the Christmas game again, you have a record about 17-9, something strong, top 4 in the West, and you continue to amass wins so that when you get to the deadline, you can send a message to ownership like, look, we've done it with 13 guys, our team's really good, and we might be one big move for one big player, one tall, long Greek player. We might be one move away from getting a 5th ring.
All right, we pushed the window a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
But the window's ready to go. And before I dive too deep into this, you get, this is not the right word, is it? You got to give me the other word. You gave me yesterday's word.
Oh boy!
Don't give me yesterday's word.
Awkward.
Put the word in the box. What's in the box? Put it in the box so that I can give the people a chance to win this thing.
Put the word in the box.
Very good. Very good.
Alice in Chains, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So I can start with this.
Okay.
Again, 2 tickets to see the Scorpions March 6th in Vegas. Also, 2 nights, Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. Also,
consecutive nights, too.
Yes, back-to-back. Okay. That's right. Yep. It is. And if you don't play on both ends of a back-to-back, you're not eligible. You also get airfare for 2. This is all courtesy of 95.7 The Game. So next March, you're going to Vegas. You will need to text the keyword that we are about to give you to 20357. Okay, 20357. Are you ready to text in the keyword?
I'm ready to hear it, and then I'll text it in.
Is that the word? Okay. My God, what took you so long? Wait, we get fat fingers or something?
It's the whole thing. There's a document I got to go find.
Okay, yeah.
We're good now.
I'm glad we were prepared for today's show. This has been great. Anyway, the word is blackout.
Great song. Blackout, blackout. And that's one of their early jams. You don't know Scorpions like I know Scorpions.
You damn right I don't.
You've been calling them the Scorpions all week, and it's been bugging me.
What does that say?
I can't read it, Mark.
Why?
Because I'm in my 50s.
Okay.
All I know is that the band is called Scorpions.
And all I know is I stay classy, San Diego. If you hand me something, I read it.
Burgundy.
Except for unless you hand me yesterday's word, then I'm not going to read it.
Today's word is blackout.
Thank you.
Don't make me sing again.
Text blackout to 20357. And you could end up in Vegas playing air guitar at the Scorpions concert. March 6th.
Klaus Meine.
PH Live. Planet Hollywood Resort and Casino. 2 nights hotel. Airfare for 2.
Dude, listen to Klaus. Get it done. That's Klaus Meine.
I'm out.
Oh, who's riffing in the back? Don't want to get out. Wait for it. Blackout. Oh, it's next time.
No.
All right, I'm a blackout.
Can we go back to Alice in Chains?
Blackout.
Anyway, you know what we haven't done yet? Yeah.
You won't.
Yeah.
You won't. I'm ready.
I won't yet.
The pick is in.
Oh, my gosh.
Blackout.
The Vikings are -5.5. Dan Dibley tries to go 2 in a row. He tries to go 2 in a row.
Starting to warm up.
A Halloween victory. Tasted like a Reese's peanut butter cup last night. That is coming up next. We're sponsored by Safeway, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal for members and more. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, $4.97 per pound, limit 2 packages. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's right. Steve Kerr and his growing list of dogs and his growing list of rotational players.
That's right. Up to 13 now with Lindy Waters III.
Who I just read as of 3 years ago was a gardener and a DoorDash driver.
That is wild.
Lucas, if we don't get him on within the next 10 days, you're fired.
Whoa. You'll be a DoorDash driver. And I don't think a gardener. He doesn't strike me as a green thumb guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't hire him to do that. But yeah, he could bring me a burger. That's fine. He's good at bringing Starbucks. You're really good. You've done that before.
Thank you.
Yeah. I actually don't have I don't have the power to fire Lucas. So
no.
I just, it's been a day.
Yeah.
So
you hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
It hasn't been that kind of day. It's been good. We're good. We're good. It's one of those days. It's a pick.
Yeah, bunch of little things getting at you.
Just a little annoyances.
I get that.
Isn't that every day, though, by this hour?
Just depends.
Okay.
I am privy, or I am actually dependent, rather, on the whims of a 2-year-old.
Well, that's true. So, then, yes, you're annoyed by the end of the day, period.
Depends that, there are great days where she sleeps in and she's a delight for daddy, and then we have fun, and, there's no fits, no whining. Today, the egg went down pretty smooth.
Ooh, good.
Have it blueberries 10. So she got her 10 blueberries, and those went well. But getting reports from the home front that the winds have changed.
Okay, yeah, it's Friday night.
Correct.
And you on the way home.
Yeah.
And we're heading into the weekend here pretty quick. Let's go to Brett in San Diego. Hi, Brett. Thank you for calling.
Oh, San Leandro, but thank you very much for having me.
Yeah.
Called you guys the other week.
That's all right.
I just want to throw out to you guys once again, the entire team, front and back. Appreciate you guys. Y'all do a very great job. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Enjoy your health, your safety. I ripped my arm open the other day at work. It looks like Terminator movie where you can see everything moving underneath, but not about me. Enjoy, everybody. The election is going to be around the corner.
Yes, it is.
Everybody make sure you just focus on your families. Don't focus on the people that are getting elected. Jeez. Help the people around you, your family, friends, and neighbors. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You guys help me stay sane Monday through Friday. Love what you guys do. As I said, it's from the morning to the afternoon. Everybody in the back also. You guys are great. Have a wonderful weekend.
Brett, thank you very much. And he's even to the people in the back, even to the people who think he's in San Diego.
That's right.
It's all right, Steven.
Yeah.
Leandro, Diego, they both end in O. Well, I don't know. What
Start with San.
Yeah.
End with an O.
Right. That's what I said first.
The Diego and the Dro. It's close,
ish.
He's in the Dro, not the Go.
Whatever. Wherever he is, I'm really digging what he's putting down.
That's nice.
That's some positivity right there.
Yeah.
Okay? Take care of your family. Take care of each other. Let's be real on this. Next Tuesday is going to be hot.
I'm actually going to be doing my voting tomorrow. The wife and I will sit down and go through the props and all the rest of it. And
I sent that thing in like a minute after it showed up in the mail.
Yeah, we're going to knock it out this weekend. And I can't help but think about Jose from Oakland as I'm going through the props.
Why?
That's going to be a no from me, dog. You asking me for another? Oh, it's only going to be $180 million for this and that. That's going to be a no for me.
It's not
dog.
your $180 million.
Yeah, it is as a taxpayer.
Well, so
they're going to hit you.
Maybe one of those is actually you.
No, they're all me.
No, you don't have to pay $180 million.
No, but I get a little piece. And so when the property tax bill comes, it's like, remember you voted on this 12 years ago?
Send your money to a good place.
Yeah, it's not the government.
Yeah, come on, no, the schools or the whatever, whoever.
Yeah,
people need that money, Dibs.
They
not
sure
you.
do.
You live in a fancy place.
Yeah, I do.
You're fine.
You go ahead and vote yes.
You're over here with homemade salads every day. You are not wanting for anything in life.
As opposed to going out and dropping $20 on food in the streets. Yeah, I got a homemade salad. Cost me about $4 to make it.
Yep. When I think of going through all the props, I'm like, Malik Neighbors over 67 and a half. That's me going through the props.
Yeah.
So you do it differently
and
than
I don't
me.
even know what any of them are. I see these commercials and it's like so-and-so wants to take your this, and you're going to lose out on that. It's like, come on, can you just leave me alone?
No, I've got a better one. And it is, you are going to lose all of your money unless you fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain.
Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stings.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
It still gets me every time. I don't know why. It's
pretty funny.
Very few things are funny 87 times in a row. But that open is one of them. And so here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. He's hot. And so last night's victory, the Jets minus 2.5, I do believe got you back once again to one game within 500.
Yep.
Every time you've tried to get back to 500, you take the big L.
Yeah.
And so keep that in mind, folks. Not only do you want to fade the Dibbers, but traditionally, he loses this pick. Let's find out what he says.
No Niner game this weekend, so we're turning our attention to Sunday Night Football.
The Vikings laying 5.5 at home against the Indianapolis Colts, led by Joe Flacco,
the new look
Super Bowl champ.
And you know that weighs into my pick because Flacco is actually Spanish for skinny. And
is that true? No.
Google it.
Not the way it's spelled.
Flacco.
Not 2 C's.
I'm pretty sure.
It's not pronounced that way, but it's close.
Yeah.
It's Flacco, but yes.
It's Flacco.
Yeah,
Joe Flacco.
There's no sound in Spanish, Dibs.
Yeah, but it's Flacco.
Flacco.
Flacco, yeah.
Flacco.
F-L-A-C-O.
I told you there's no 2 C's.
Joe Flacco.
Okay.
Or Flacca if you're feminine. But the point is, I am now. You should start calling me Joe, because ever since I dropped those pounds, I am Joe Flacco, because I'm skinny. And as a result, I can't help but love the Colts. I know Minnesota is probably not going to lose 3 in a row.
Oh, boy.
They're allowed to. But I'll tell you what, this Colts team, they're fighting for their life at 4-4. I'm going to go with my skinny brother and the Colts, plus 5.5. Cuckoo. Flacco. Joe Flacco. Flacco.
I think this might be a good fade opportunity. I think maybe.
The build-up was great.
No, it was great.
He's skinny, I'm skinny, we're both Flacco.
I totally dug everything that you did there.
Until?
That was a lot of, stuff, accoutrement. There was a lot there. And I like that part. But knowing your history, which first of all, your picks stink. And second of all, this particular pick often stinks. The one where you try to get back to 500.
Flacco.
And now you're giving us like a 52-year-old quarterback at Minnesota against Brian Flores against a furious team. Furious. And the rest advantage, which is always your jam. You're just Mr. Rest Advantage. I don't even know why your fantasy team is not named Rest Advantage. It's all you talk about all week long, Rest Advantage. And the Vikings are coming off of Thursday Night Football. You get the Rest Advantage in their home. And what do? You just walk over to a microphone and disrespect them.
Well, if you would have listened to previous installations or installments of Fade the Dibbers.
What would those be?
Well, those would be installation sensations is what they would be. And what we've learned is that Rest Advantage this year has not translated into against the spread wins. Teams with a Rest Advantage actually have a losing record. So I'm going to go with the Colts. Encerrarlo. That's Spanish for lock it up. Encerrarlo. Encerrarlo.
You can't say it differently each time. And